Chapter 1654. Wind Shadow was easy to deal with. After all, he wasn't strong, and they had the advantage in numbers, so they could easily take him down. However, Qin Shao was a bit more troublesome. Qin Shao was the strongest of them all. Even Mo Wangbei couldn't suppress Qin Shao. Once Qin Shao went crazy, it would be a very scary thing. Mo Wangbei went to restrain Qin Shao, so the others didn't dare to act rashly. After all, they naturally didn't want to hurt Qin Shao. They just wanted to control Qin Shao. However, with Mo Wangbei's strength, how could it be easy to control Qin Shao? After a single exchange, Mo Wangbei was directly sent flying. At this moment, Qin Shao seemed even crazier and colder, so his attacks were very ruthless. The startling sword in his hand shone brightly, and he used sword chi as soon as he attacked. Although Mo Wangbei's Tai sword technique was still very strong, in terms of using sword Dao, Mo Wangbei was inferior to Qin Shao. So in a single exchange, Mo Wangbei was naturally at a disadvantage. Big brother Qin Shao don't. Seeing that Qin Shao had completely lost his mind, Xiao Dao and Ah Man were anxious. They were worried for Qin Shao, and also worried for Mo Wangbei. If the two continued to fight like this, then Mo Wangbei might even be killed. What do we do? What do we do? We can't just watch them kill each other like this, right? What can we do? Don't tell me we have to go and deal with Qin Shao together? How did it become like this? Damn Nether Demon, I want to kill him. Everyone was at a loss as to what to do. They didn't know what to do. Without a leader, they had completely lost their backbone. A group of lowly humans, pitiful and laughable. You think you're smart, but aren't you still being toyed with by this demon? Interesting, this is more interesting. Otherwise, staying in this damned place is really boring. Looking at the enraged crowd, Nether Demon laughed in disdain. His eyes were filled with provocation as he looked at Mo Wangbei and said, "How is it? Not bad, right? Despicable, shameless, treacherous villain." Mo Wangbei was having a hard time dealing with Qin Shao as he angrily replied to Nether Demon with gritted teeth. Facing Mo Wangbei's curses, the underworld demon laughed instead of getting angry. "Ha ha, curse all you want. The more vicious you curse, the more powerful this demon is. This is the only way to make you hate me to the bone. But what can you do even if you are angry? What can you do to me? You're just a pitiful worm that I'm playing with in my hands. Perhaps if you kneel down and beg me, I might spare your life." "Humph, beg you? Don't let your imagination run wild. Even if I die, I won't beg you." Mo Wangbei gritted his teeth and said. How was it possible for him to beg for mercy? He would rather die than submit. "Tsk, you have some backbone. But I want to see how long you can be so stubborn. You humans are very despicable. You won't cry until you see the coffin. You only have one life. Are you really that unafraid of death? Even if you're not afraid of death, are your companions not afraid of death? Humph, this demon wants to see just how much backbone all of you have." The Nether Demon had a playful look on his face. He had completely treated this matter as his game. Mo Wangbei was once again pushed back by Qin Shao. He retreated until he was not far behind Nether Demon and spat out a mouthful of blood. This made everyone even more worried. If this continued, Mo Wangbei would really be in danger. After all, if they really went all out, Mo Wangbei would not be able to defeat Qin Shao. Moreover, Mo Wangbei had many other concerns. This made it even more difficult for him to win. "Human brat, are you still going to be so stubborn? You're already injured to this extent. Your brother doesn't care about your life and wants to kill you quickly. If you don't beg for mercy from me, only death awaits you." Nether Demon said playfully. "Beg for mercy from you?" Mo Wangbei said coldly. "In your dreams. Do you think I'm a coward who's afraid of death? Humph, even if I die, I won't let you off easily. I'll drag you down with me." After saying that, Mo Wangbei actually turned his spear around, intending to kill Nether Demon. Seeing Mo Wangbei charge at him, the Nether Demon's face remained calm. He didn't care about Mo Wangbei at all. He said in a mocking tone, "You really overestimate yourself. I don't need to personally take action." With a thought, Nether Demon directed Qin Shao to deal with Mo Wangbei. Qin Shao also charged over. However, when Qin Shao got close to Nether Demon, his cold, red eyes suddenly became clear. The situation changed. Qin Shao seemed to have turned into a different person. He suddenly attacked Nether Demon. The immortal rope flew out like a bolt of lightning. The sword Qi shot towards the Nether Demon. In an instant, all the power of the immortal rope was pushed to the limit. It attacked with all its strength. No one had expected this sudden turn of events. Even Nether Demon himself had not expected this at all. At the same time, Mo Wangbei also attacked with all his strength. Mo Wangbei had been attacking the Nether Demon from the start, and with Qin Zhao's sudden attack, the two of them were attacking the Nether Demon fiercely at the same time. Xiao Dao and the others were completely dumbfounded. They stood there in a daze. They did not understand what was going on. Just now they were worried for Mo Wangbei. They did not expect the situation to change so drastically. This was a sudden joy. Xiao Dao and the others could not believe it. They stared with wide eyes. What's going on? Nether Demon's expression changed drastically as well. Clearly, he hadn't expected something like this to happen at all. Nether Demon's expression turned ugly. He wanted to counterattack, but it was too late. He could only attack in a hurry. However, it was obvious that he was unable to unleash his full strength in a hasty attack. Nether Demon's strength was not particularly strong. His most powerful move was his innate ability to transform into nothingness. If he couldn't use this move, then his strength would be greatly reduced. Moreover, he couldn't use much of his strength at all. That was why the Nether Demon's expression became extremely ugly under such circumstances. He sensed danger approaching. His insufferably arrogant expression from before had also been instantly destroyed. Damn it! Despicable humans! The Nether Demon gritted his teeth and cursed. However, there was nothing he could do to change this. Qin Shao and Mo Wangbei's attack had reached its climax. They did not give Nether Demon any chance to fight back. He did not even have the chance to transform into nothingness. The sharpness of the sword Qi, the sharpness of the laws of the sword, the immortal rope, the thousand wall technique, and many other moves were unleashed without holding back. They all charged towards Nether Demon. When the two of them worked together and attacked with their full strength, their killing power was naturally terrifying. If the Nether Demon was prepared, he would be able to hide in the void. However, Nether Demon could not enter nothingness at all. He could not unleash much of his strength to block Qin Shao and Mo Wangbei's ferocious attack. He could only grit his teeth and face them head-on. Nether Demon was naturally no match for them. He was suppressed by Qin Shao and Mo Wangbei. A single attack had heavily injured him. He had lost some of his ability to fight back. Let's hurry up and help Qin Shao and the others kill this Nether Demon. Xiao Dao suddenly shouted while everyone was still in a daze. His words woke everyone up. Yes, let's kill Nether Demon. Kill him. Originally, everyone was already very angry. Because they did not dare to act rashly, they forcibly suppressed the anger in their hearts. Now that Qin Shao and Mo Wangbei had suppressed Nether Demon, everyone naturally released their confidence. No longer suppressing their anger, they roared and charged. With everyone's help, the light of the blade and the light of the sword surged. Immortal might glittered. Under such an attack, how could Nether Demon resist? Defense was not Nether Demon's forte. If he could not unleash his full power, then not to mention Qin Shao and the others, even Qin Shao alone could suppress him. Therefore, after a few attacks, Nether Demon was covered in wounds. His divine body was greatly damaged. His aura weakened. His life was in great danger. He did not even have the power to enter nothingness. Qin Shao, how could you not have fallen into my trap? How could this be? How could you? Nether Demon still could not believe that he could not control Qin Shao. He roared in despair. At this moment, Qin Shao had returned to normal. He snorted coldly and said, "Do you think I don't know what you're planning? Do you really think you can fool us with some tricks? Do you really think we're so stupid as to fall into your trap?" What? Nether Demon's expression changed drastically again. He looked at Qin Shao in disbelief and said, "So you knew from the beginning that I was scheming against you? That's impossible. My plan was flawless. How could you have discovered it?" When they heard this, it was not just Nether Demon. Mo Wangbei and the others looked at Qin Shao in confusion. Qin Shao had discovered it long ago? But they had not sensed it at all. Even Mo Wangbei had not sensed anything. Flawless? Qin Shao laughed coldly and said, "You only think it is flawless. That does not mean it is truly flawless. You're a little too confident. Using a saying from my hometown, those who are not of my race will be punished. I never believed that you would be so kind from the very beginning. Even if the reason you came up with is indeed very persuasive, can indeed make sense of everything, is indeed very reasonable. But the more it was like this, the less I believed it. We're humans and you're a demon. How could you not play tricks? Even if you believed it, I wouldn't believe it." Nether Demon still did not understand and said, "Even if you don't believe it, how could you have avoided my Tao? Your companions all fell for it, but you were the only one who could break free. Why? Were you really not affected at all? Were you acting just now?" Qin Shao admitted it generously. "Yes, they really did fall for your trick, and they still don't understand it. However, I saw through you long ago and never fell for your trick. So, everything I did just now was an act. It was to numb you and make you believe that I fell for your trick, so that you would lower your guard against me. Then, I would find an opportunity to deal you a fatal blow. I beat you at your own game. Your demon is a foot tall, my Tao is 10 feet tall. You thought you could play with me like a toy, but I played you like a toy in the palm of my hand." Chapter 1655. As the saying goes, karma comes with retribution. Sometimes, retribution really came quickly. The Nether Demon's retribution was about to come. Just now, he was so arrogant that he wanted to play everyone in the palm of his hand. Who would have thought that he would become a prisoner in the blink of an eye? From the very beginning of his scheme, he had actually unknowingly fallen into someone else's scheme. How tragic was this? How laughable was that? How terrible was it to be played by someone else? Living a life worse than death. That was all. Ha ha ha, I've been smart all my life. Who would have thought that I would be fooled by a human like you? Laughable, truly laughable. The Nether Demon laughed maniacally. This was a huge blow. "All right, you've said your piece. You can die now," Qin Shao said coldly, giving the Nether Demon a death sentence. No, 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 at the moment of life and death, the Nether Demon panicked. He hurriedly begged for mercy. "Don't kill me. I can back out. I won't fight anymore. You guys can have the 3 lives flower. Don't kill me." Mo Wangbei snorted angrily. "Nether Demon, there's a time when you're begging for mercy? What did you say to me just now? Didn't you tell me to kneel down and beg for mercy? Didn't you say that I won't cry until I see the coffin? Didn't you say that I'm stubborn? What, you're crying now? Are your bones soft now? That's fine. Kneel down and beg for mercy from all of us. If you make us happy, we might spare your life." Giving him a taste of his own medicine, this move was quite ruthless. It was like a sharp thunderbolt knife had slashed at the Nether Demon's soul, giving him a heavy blow. Kneel down and beg for mercy? That was the bottom line of his dignity. How many people could do that? Could he give up all his dignity in order to live? The Nether Demon's expression was extremely ugly. Mo Wangbei had returned his words to him. What kind of humiliation was this? What kind of blow was this? What kind of joke was this? But he had brought all of this on himself. Who could he blame? If he didn't kneel down and beg for mercy, would he die? What should he do? Was he really going to kneel and beg for mercy? Did he really have to do this in order to survive? No, 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 I can't do this. I should rather die than submit. But if he died, wouldn't everything be gone? He was already dead, so what was the point of caring about dignity? I don't want to die. I don't want to die. While he was hesitating, Qin Shao and the others didn't give Nether Demon any time to react. Another wave of ferocious attacks came crashing down. When everyone attacked together, and the Nether Demon didn't have much power to resist, the destructive power was too terrifying. It was a great threat to the Nether Demon. This strike was meant to take the Nether Demon's life. Stop, stop, I beg for mercy, I beg for mercy, ah no, quickly stop. At the moment of true death, the Nether Demon finally panicked. He was finally willing to let go of everything. He did not care about his dignity. He only wanted to live. What's the point of keeping such a cowardly and spineless person alive? Die. Qin Shao didn't pay any attention to him. Streaks of sword chi rained down. Destructive power surged and bombarded the Nether Demon, devouring his divine body. Boom! The Nether Demon's divine body finally couldn't take it anymore and completely collapsed. Once the divine body collapsed and his soul scattered, he was deader than dead. The Nether Demon was finally dead. If the Nether Demon hadn't been completely unprepared and fallen into Qin Zhao's trap, it wouldn't have been so easy. In terms of strength alone, perhaps Qin Shao and the others were stronger than the Nether Demon, but they definitely didn't have the advantage. Even if they could suppress it, they would have to go through a tough battle before they could suppress it in the end. In such a bitter battle, they would definitely have to pay a price in blood, and the price they would have to pay might not be small. No one was willing to accept such a price. Yi Wugui's death had already made them feel terrible. If there was more blood to be shed, it would be even worse. Now, without paying any price, the Nether Demon was dead. This was the best ending. Phew! Everyone finally breathed a sigh of relief. This time they were completely relaxed. They felt like they had survived a great disaster. First, it was the ground shell beast, then the Azura Earth Dragon, and now the Nether Demon. There were really some ups and downs. Fortunately, they succeeded in the end. Thinking about it, they felt that it wasn't easy. It wasn't easy at all. The Nether Demon was dead, and the Wind Shadow also recovered. Unlike Qin Shao, the Wind Shadow was really tricked. So after he recovered, he didn't know what he had done or what had happened. He looked at everyone blankly with a confused expression. After listening to everyone's explanation, he roughly understood what had happened just now. Such a thing, just thinking about it was enough to make him feel a lingering fear. Big brother Qin Shao, what's going on? Xiao Dao looked at Qin Shao in confusion and asked. In terms of relationship, other than Mo Wangbei, Xiao Dao was the closest to Qin Shao. Xiao Dao could tell Qin Shao anything. Everyone looked at Qin Shao in confusion. They really didn't understand what was going on. Yeah, we all fell into the Nether Demon's trap. Other than being tricked by him, what else did we fall into? What's going on? Mo Wangbei frowned slightly. In fact, he was also full of doubts. Although he could figure out some things after thinking about it carefully, he wasn't very sure. He didn't know if these thoughts were correct. Is it an illusion? Mo Wangbei suddenly looked at Qin Shao and asked. Qin Shao nodded and said, yes, an illusion. Actually, the Nether Demon used an illusion to deal with us from the beginning. His method was very clever. The reason why I said it was clever is because if he only used an illusion to deal with us, it definitely wouldn't have any effect. Even if they can't break the illusion quickly, old Mo and I will definitely be able to do it. If you realize it's an illusion, it'll be much easier to break it. The scariest thing about illusions is that you don't even know it's an illusion. Once you don't have such thoughts, it'll be very easy for you to completely sink into it. There'll be no way to tell if it's an illusion or not. Illusions bewitch the heart. So, the Nether Demon's clever method is that he intentionally showed goodwill to us from the beginning. From the beginning, when I invited him to deal with the Azura Earth Dragon, the Nether Demon had already started scheming. He had already started setting up his trap, digging his big hole, waiting for us to jump in. And in his calculations, we jumped in of our own accord. Because I was the one who asked him to join forces, I naturally jumped in of my own accord. Following this hole, he calculated step by step, trapping us step by step. Because of me, you wouldn't suspect him. And when we were discussing which path to take, Mo Wangbei and I had different opinions. I convinced you to agree with my opinion. In fact, I was helping the Nether Demon to plant an idea in you, making you feel that this path was right. I was the one who led you on this path. Actually, I knew that the Nether Demon was playing tricks from the beginning, so I did it on purpose. I made the Nether Demon think that everything was going according to his calculations. I made him proud, made him think that he had succeeded, and made him let down his guard against us. Unbeknownst to us, the Nether Demon had already used his illusion step by step. The illusion of the mind is a kind of invasion of the mind. Everyone's mind has been invaded by the illusion, but this illusion maintains a false image. It won't control you, so you won't feel anything. The real damage of the illusion is within 3 feet of the 3 Lives flower, so Wind Shadow fell into it as soon as he entered. I'm fine. My state of mind is stronger, so his illusion is useless against me. I forcefully resisted his illusion, but he didn't know. So, I deliberately pretended that I fell into his trap. I listened to his command with Wind Shadow and launched an attack against you. In this way, we could paralyze him to the greatest extent and achieve the current victory. After hearing Qin Zhao's words, everyone suddenly understood. So it was like this. This plan was really meticulous and powerful, causing everyone to involuntarily feel a strong sense of worship for Qin Zhao. Indeed, it was too cunning. It was a complete strategizing. Every step of the plan was calculated with great precision. In the end, it was such a huge victory. If the ground shell beast, the Azura Earth Dragon, and the Nether Demon had joined forces at the beginning, Qin Zhao and the others would probably have to give up and leave. But under the leadership of Qin Zhao, they actually defeated the ground shell beast first, then defeated the Azura Earth Dragon together with the Nether Demon, and finally tricked the Nether Demon. Every step of the way was too brilliant, especially the last part of the counterattack against the Nether Demon. It was really too brilliant. Mo Wangbei also praised. He really didn't think of this level. Although he felt that he shouldn't believe the Nether Demon so easily at the beginning, Qin Zhao convinced him in the end. He was indeed convinced by Qin Zhao. Now he understood that all of this was misled by Qin Zhao. From the beginning, he was deliberately led to this level by Qin Zhao. Although Mo Wangbei did feel a little strange at the time, he didn't think too much about it because he believed in Qin Zhao. It turned out that all of this was done by Qin Zhao on purpose. But now that he thought about it, Mo Wangbei also admired Qin Zhao. If he didn't keep them in the dark, then the counterattack wouldn't have succeeded so smoothly. After all, the Nether Demon was an extremely shrewd person. If there was even the slightest abnormality, he would have noticed it. Brother Qin Zhao, compared to your intelligence, I'm really ashamed of my inferiority. This move is really too brilliant. I admire you. We've really gotten the biggest victory with the smallest price. To be able to kill the Nether Demon so easily, I also didn't expect something like this. I didn't expect that relying on intelligence could really achieve such a big victory. If this was in the past, I wouldn't even dare to think about it. Mo Wangbei said with an expression of admiration. It was indeed admiration from the bottom of his heart. Qin Zhao smiled and said, "It's nothing. Maybe it's just that I have more experience than all of you. Moreover, my ability to sense danger is very sharp, so I can sense many situations that you can't sense. Being prepared in advance naturally has such a miraculous effect. It seems miraculous, but if you think about it carefully, it's just that. It's unexpected, but it's all within reason. The main thing is that we can grasp the Nether Demon's weakness. It can be considered as hitting his weak spot. That's why we were able to kill him so easily with one strike. Chapter 1656. Right, there were still important things to do. Everyone looked at the 3 lives flower. Now that all the obstacles had been cleared, there shouldn't be any power that could stop them from plucking the 3 lives flower, right? Let me do it. I've already failed twice. I should be able to succeed this time, right? Windshadow stood up and took the initiative to ask Sakura. The first time he tried, he was hit by Nether Demon's illusion. The second time, he was hit by Nether Demon's illusion again. Both times he failed. This made Windshadow want to compete. No matter what, he should be the one to pluck the 3 lives flower. Haha, Windshadow, no one is fighting with you. Hurry up and go. It doesn't matter who plucks it. But don't fail to pick it. Haha, if you can't pluck it again, then I think Windshadow should smash his head against Tofu and die. Tofu? That sounds exciting. Are you talking about a girl's tofu? Listening to everyone's teasing, Qin Shao couldn't help but shake his head and smile. This was indeed a very interesting group of people. Windshadow quickly walked over. This time, he smoothly arrived in front of the 3 lives flower. However, some things would always turn out contrary to one's wishes. Just as Windshadow's hand touched the 3 lives flower, a burst of flowery light floated out of the 3 lives flower. The light of the flower directly seeped into Windshadow's body. It was unstoppable. Once the light of the flower entered his body, Windshadow couldn't help but shiver. Such a situation made everyone's heart skip a beat. They immediately knew that something had happened. Qin Shao and Mo Wangbei quickly walked over. The others were stunned for a while before they reacted. They quickly gathered around to see what was going on. Feng Ying was bewitched. His facial expression kept changing and his lips moved. Although he didn't make any sound, it felt as if he was saying something. His expression was sometimes happy, sometimes angry, sometimes nervous, sometimes cold, sometimes sad. What's going on? How can this be? Is there still an illusion? That's not right. Didn't we already kill Nether Demon? Someone asked doubtfully. Someone even made a bold guess. Could it be that the Nether Demon is still alive? Are we still in an illusion? Qin Shao frowned deeply. Looking at the scenery, he also wanted to figure out what was going on. The Nether Demon was already dead. It was impossible for him to still be alive. It was even more impossible for an illusion to exist. If there was really an illusion, it would be impossible for it to escape his detection. Even if he could only use the power of the immortal Tao, things like vision and experience were not differentiated by realms. This could not be considered cheating. I think I know what's going on, Mo Wangbei suddenly said. Hearing Mo Wangbei's words, everyone's gaze fell on him. Mo Wangbei continued. I've heard about the 3 lives flower before. It's an immortal treasure, very rare. The rarer an immortal treasure is, the more power will protect it. The 3 lives flower also had the power to protect it. If you want to get the 3 lives flower, you have to break through this protective force. I heard an old man say that the 3 lives flower has 3 lives and 3 worlds. At that time, I didn't take it to heart and didn't understand what it meant. Now that I think about it, I think I understand the meaning of the phrase 3 lives, 3 worlds. The light released by the 3 lives flower entered Feng Ying's soul and brought him into the cycle of reincarnation, where he experienced the cycle of 3 lives and 3 reincarnations. If Feng Ying can break through, then he can break through this protective force and take the 3 lives flower. If Wind Shadow can't break through, then he won't be able to break through this protective barrier. Naturally, he won't be able to take the 3 lives flower away. 3 lives and 3 worlds? Reincarnation? Hearing Mo Wangbei's words, everyone was shocked. They didn't expect such a magical situation. Going through 3 lives and 3 worlds, what kind of experience was this? Thinking about going to Poyang, they felt that this must be a terrifying test. It definitely wouldn't be that simple. Plucking the 3 lives flower was not an easy task. Then what do we do now? Feng Ying should be in the reincarnation cycle. If he can't pass, then what will happen? Xiao Dao asked. Qin Xiao didn't really understand the concept of reincarnation, so she looked at Mo Wangbei. Even if Mo Wangbei was the one who said this, she would let Mo Wangbei solve it. Mo Wangbei pondered for a moment before replying, "If you can't pass the 3 reincarnation cycles, then you might harm yourself. But I'm not too sure. After all, I've only heard about 3 lives and 3 worlds once. So, there should be all kinds of possibilities. This is also what I'm worried about. What if the Kazekage can't get through the 3 lives 3 worlds? What will happen? The 3 lives flower is an immortal treasure. The test of 3 lives and 3 worlds shouldn't be that easy. I'm more worried that Feng Ying can't pass." Everyone nodded. They were indeed worried about this. It wasn't that they looked down on Feng Ying, but it was the truth. After all, how could the test of 3 lifetimes be so easy to pass? The key now was how to solve this situation. Old Mo, according to what you said, as long as someone can break the power of 3 lives and 3 worlds, then everything can be solved? Qin Xiao suddenly said. Mo Wangbei thought for a moment and nodded. Yes, Qin Xiao, I think it should be like this. Qin Xiao said. If that's the case, then I think if I can break the 3 lives and 3 worlds, Feng Ying should be fine, and we can also get the 3 lives flower. After saying that, Qin Xiao put his hand on the 3 lives flower. Sure enough, when Qin Xiao's hand touched the 3 lives flower, suddenly a flower light rushed to Qin Xiao's body and directly penetrated into Qin Xiao's body. It was as if there was a powerful invisible force that directly suppressed Qin Xiao. Qin Xiao's eyes slowly closed, and his whole body seemed to be frozen in place. However, the big difference between Qin Xiao and Feng Ying was that Qin Xiao's face was very calm. There was no change in his expression, as if he was just sleeping. Now that Qin Xiao and Feng Ying had both entered the 3 lives and 3 worlds reincarnation, the others stood there and waited. Time passed day by day, and Feng Ying's situation made people more and more worried about him. Sometimes he would go crazy, and people felt that he could collapse at any time. If he really collapsed, then the consequences would be unimaginable. Qin Xiao was still calm, and people were full of confidence in him. Old Mo, 3 lives and 3 worlds reincarnation, will it really be 3 worlds in the reincarnation? The beard asked curiously. Mo Wangbei shook his head and said, I'm not sure, but I heard that it's like this. It's very likely that it's like this, going through 3 lives and 3 worlds in the reincarnation. However, 1 life in the reincarnation shouldn't be as long as a universe era, and it should be relatively short. Moreover, the flow of time in the reincarnation should be very fast, and it's impossible to say that a long time will pass in the real world. In my guess, the 3 lives and 3 worlds reincarnation should be completed within 100 years. However, the time in the reincarnation will definitely be much longer than this. This is the 3 lives and 3 worlds test, and it's a terrifying test. I don't think it will be easy to complete this test. The beard nodded as if he understood, and asked, Then can Qin Xiao pass it? Definitely, I believe in Qin Xiao. Mo Wangbei nodded without any hesitation. The others also nodded. In fact, everyone believed in Qin Xiao. Qin Xiao had proven his strength all the way, and he was worthy of being the captain. Ahem, actually I also believe in Qin Xiao. The beard seemed to have realized that he had asked a rather awkward question, so he immediately said it. Although they believed in him, it was impossible to say that they weren't worried at all. After all, Qin Xiao's success or failure was very likely related to whether they could obtain the 3 lives flower or not. Everyone had worked so hard and fought for so long. Moreover, Yi Wuhuan had sacrificed his life, and everyone had suffered some injuries. If they still couldn't find a way to pick the 3 lives flower, then they would really vomit blood. The 3 lives flower was something that everyone had risked their lives for, and it was where everyone's passion lay. Therefore, no matter what, everyone naturally wanted to obtain the 3 lives flower. Even if they had to risk their lives, they wouldn't hesitate. As if reading everyone's mood, Mo Wangbei said, "Everyone, don't worry, we should all believe in Qin Shao. He will definitely succeed. Although the 3 lives and 3 worlds reincarnation test is dangerous, it's not without a solution. It can still be obtained. If there's a solution, then it can be solved. It's just a matter of whether you can solve it. If Qin Shao can't solve it, then none of us can. Yes, I completely believe in Qin Shao. Yes, there's nothing to think about. We can't help now, so let's just wait patiently. It's still 100 years, and it's still early. You're making me a little curious. I want to experience the 3 lives and 3 worlds reincarnation. I think it'll be a very meaningful thing to experience." The beard, you have the face to say this with your little ability. If you're not afraid of death, then go ahead and try. No one's stopping you. Bah, don't you know how to speak? How am I afraid of death? If you're not afraid of death, then go ahead and try. No, I won't go. If I go just because you ask me to, then I'll lose face. I'm determined not to go. Haha, if you don't have the guts, then admit it. Don't lose face, we all understand you. Understand your grandpa. Ah. Time passed year after year. 100 years wasn't a long time, and it passed quickly. After such a long time, there were some subtle changes in the situation. Everyone's expression became serious. Old Mo, the wind shadow, is dying. I feel that he might collapse at any time. Right now, he should be bitterly holding on. What is he going through in the reincarnation cycle? If this continues, will something happen to him? The beard asked anxiously. He had always been an impatient person. At this moment, Mo Wangbei was also looking at the wind shadow with a deep frown. In fact, he was also thinking about this matter. However, Mo Wangbei could only shake his head. I don't know. The wind shadow situation is indeed dangerous, but I don't know what to do to help him. Chapter 1657. Ah! The Kazekage suddenly screamed like a madman. It was a scream of pain, a scream of anger, a scream of despair, a scream of heartbreaking pain. That cry tugged at the hearts of the crowd, causing them to become even more worried. Old Mo, is there really no other way? If this continues, Kazekage may really die. The beard and Kazekage were from the same clan, so the relationship between the two was naturally as close as brothers. At this time, seeing that Kazekage was in danger, the most anxious person was the bearded man. Yi Wu-gue was already dead. If something were to happen to Wind Shadow, then he would be the only one left. Mo Wangbei frowned with a dignified look on his face. However, he was also helpless. There was nothing he could do. If there was a way, he would have done it long ago. Even if there was only a tiny bit of hope, he would still try it. Now, perhaps only Qin Shao can save Kazekage. Don't worry. There is still hope until the last moment. We should believe in Qin Shao. She will be fine. Believe me, it definitely won't happen. Mo Wangbei could only console her like this. Although Mo Wangbei was confident in Qin Shao, but whether or not he could save Kazekage before something happened to him was still unknown. Mo Wangbei did not doubt Qin Zhao's ability to break through the 3 lives reincarnation. But the problem now was that Kazekage's situation was extremely bad. It seemed that he might die at any time. Suddenly, a pair of eyes opened, flashing with a clarity as clear as water, as bright as starlight. It was like the light of dawn that could illuminate the darkness. Qin Shao opened her eyes. Her clear eyes emitted a light that seemed to be able to break through the darkness. In an instant, the power of the 3 lives reincarnation cycle was completely destroyed. Feng also woke up in an instant. Kazekage, are you alright? That's great, that's great. You're finally alright. You scared me to death. Seeing that the Kazekage was awake, the bearded man hugged the Kazekage tightly and almost cried tears of joy. Cold sweat oozed out of Kazekage's forehead, and he didn't recover for a while. Just thinking about the experience of the 3 lives and 3 reincarnations was enough to make him shudder in fear. After a while, Kazekage calmed down a little. Last time, he was hit by the Nether Demon's illusion and almost died. This time, he had almost died after entering the reincarnation cycle of 3 lifetimes. Furthermore, he had personally experienced all sorts of pain during this cycle of reincarnation. This was something that could not be described in words. That pain was far greater than all the pain he had experienced in his entire life. Bearded and the others were also there to comfort Kazekage. 3 lives, 3 reincarnations. To me, experiencing 3 lives is nothing. Qin Zhao's lips curled into a faint smile. She was still as calm as ever. When Qin Zhao was in the primordial universe, he had experienced hundreds and thousands of reincarnations, let alone 3 lifetimes. But this time, the reincarnation cycle of 3 lifetimes was more powerful and profound, but it was still not a problem for Qin Zhao. Qin Zhao's heart had been tempered to be very hard, and his state of mind was also very high. This reincarnation cycle of 3 lifetimes was just a small test for Qin Zhao. This test would only temper Qin Zhao's heart more, but it would not hurt Qin Zhao. Spending 3 lives in this reincarnation cycle is actually quite interesting and wonderful. Qin Zhao smiled again. Cultivation was originally a very long and painful thing. Therefore, many cultivators would sometimes deliberately enter the cycle of reincarnation to experience different lives and gain the experience of several lifetimes in order to hone their mind. It had to be said that entering the reincarnation cycle could indeed play a great role in honing one's state of mind. A person's state of mind had to be constantly tempered, through countless difficulties, through countless life and death situations, through different life experiences, and through experiencing everything in the world, bit by bit. Only by experiencing it would one be able to achieve enlightenment. The improvement of one's state of mind was just like that. Qin Zhao reached out. This time, there was no resistance, and he easily plucked the 3 lives flower. When they saw that Qin Zhao had obtained the 3 lives flower, everyone was overjoyed. They had finally obtained it. In order to pluck this 3 lives flower, it was not easy at all. But now, he had finally obtained it. 3 lives flower, so many people died for you. Although you don't kill, there are living things that died for you. Qin Zhao looked at the 3 lives flower in his hand, and could not help but sigh. Yes, so many people died for the 3 lives flower. Yi Wugui was one of them. Mo Wangbei forcefully pursed his lips and said, "Life and death, no one can say for sure. It doesn't matter who is right or wrong, only fate and fortune. We are all very sad and regretful about Yi Wugui's death, but more than that, we are helpless. I believe that he has no regrets about his sacrifice. Since we have made our choice, we should have no regrets. We should walk the path of no regrets unswervingly. This matter is in the past." Everyone nodded, agreeing with Mo Wangbei's words. Yes, this matter was in the past, and there was no need to mention it again. Qin Zhao also nodded. Yes, it's all in the past. After going through the reincarnation cycle of 3 lives, I feel a little emotional. Alright, we should leave this place. After putting away the 3 lives flower, everyone left. A true life and death experience had allowed everyone to gain some experience, and they had grown a little. This was the result of the training. Since they had paid a certain price, they should get something in return. On top of a cloud, before a jade table, there were 2 sage-like people sitting in front of it. The white-robed man looked to be in his 30s, while the gray-robed man looked to be in his 60s. The two of them stood above the clouds and soared through the 9 heavens, drinking fine wine together. They were very carefree and relaxed. From time to time, they would look down and observe the situation below. Below the two of them was the Juetian stream. If Qin Shao were here, he would definitely recognize that the white-robed man was none other than the Immortal Palace's emissary who had received them. Exalted Immortal Yun Ku, these little fellows you received are all very ordinary. There aren't any decent seedlings. I don't think many of them will be able to stay, said the gray-robed man. The white-robed Exalted Immortal Yun Ku chuckled and said, Exalted Immortal Dark Willow, this is not something I can control. These are the tasks assigned to me by my superiors, so I can only follow the list given to me by my superiors. These little fellows are indeed very ordinary. Fortunately, there are a few of them who still have some hope. At least they won't all be wiped out. If the entire army were to be annihilated, then I would have lost all my face. How many of them do you think have a chance of passing the selection? Exalted Immortal Dark Willow clearly disagreed with Exalted Immortal Yun Ku's words. Exalted Immortal Yun Ku pointed at the few people below and said, Exalted Immortal Dark Willow, what do you think of them? Although there aren't many of them, it shouldn't be a problem to get 5 of them. If there are 5 of them in my batch, then it's not too bad. I don't have any big targets. 5 is enough. If there are more, then I'll have profited. Exalted Immortal Dark Willow took a look, but shook his head and said, I think 5 is too many. I don't think there will be more than 3. These little fellows are all very ordinary. They don't seem to be doing much right now. Can we expect them to do anything in the future? You should count your blessings if there are only 3. Don't end up with only 1 or 2. Then you, Yun Ku, will be utterly humiliated. At that time, don't blame others for laughing at you. Ah! Exalted Immortal Yun Ku laughed heartily and said, I think you, Bird Willow, will be the first to laugh at me. It's still early. This is only the first round of elimination. It's a little too early to talk about the end. It doesn't matter how many there are. In any case, my target is 5. I don't ask for much. I don't want to compete with others for anything. There's no point in fighting for these empty titles. It doesn't matter. You really don't care? Dark Willow smiled and asked Exalted Immortal Yun Ku. Exalted Immortal Yun Ku smiled and nodded. Yes, it really doesn't matter. Haha, I know my place in this round. I won't compete with them for empty titles. If these little fellows are a little stronger, then I might play with them and bring back some glory. Unfortunately, time and tide wait for no man. So forget it. I'll just pretend to be low-key. But I think those few people who like to see me embarrass myself will take this opportunity to attack me. Sigh, there's no other way. Who asked us to be so unlucky? I dragged you into this. Even if I'm going to be laughed at by others, you're still with me. I'm not lonely. Exalted Immortal Black Willow was speechless. He could only continue drinking. But after drinking a few cups, Exalted Immortal Black Willow couldn't help but say, Exalted Immortal Yun Ku, I think we're pretty bored here. Why don't we have some fun in private? Have some fun? Exalted Immortal Yun Ku looked at Exalted Immortal Black Willow and said with a mocking smile, I say, brother, you're not thinking of bullying me too, are you? We're already in a miserable state. Are we going to kill each other here? That's hurting each other. That's not very nice, is it? Aren't we bored? Let's just have some fun. After all, we're going to be bullied by them later. Why don't we warm up first? Perhaps it'll make us feel better, Wu Lu said. Yun Ku shook his head helplessly and said with a smile, all right. Since Brother Wu Lu has already spoken, as your junior brother, if I still don't agree, wouldn't I be disrespecting you, my senior? Tell me, how do you want to play? But I'll say this first. I'm really short on money recently, so I won't play big. But if it's a small game, I can still accompany you. Let's bet 10 pots of that wine you gave me last time. Wu Lu revealed a sly smile. What? 10 pots? You're really asking for too much. Why don't you just take my life? 10 pots? I don't even have a single pot. Exalted Immortal Yun Ku almost jumped up and expressed his firm disagreement. Exalted Immortal Black Willow waved his hand and said, Why are you so agitated? If 10 pots isn't enough, then 5 pots it is. Don't pretend to be poor. I know you can take out 5 pots. If I lose, then I'll give you the thing you've always wanted from me. What do you think? Hearing these words, Exalted Immortal Yun Ku's eyes lit up as well. His heart was moved. If these were the conditions of the bet, then it was indeed possible. It was really attractive. Exalted Immortal Yun Ku couldn't help but be moved. Chapter 1658. Ta ta ta! A burst of hurried footsteps could be heard from the forest. 3 silhouettes could be seen scuttling out. They appeared to be in a somewhat sorry state. Their tired bodies and somewhat bitter expressions were enough to show that they were not in a good mood at this time. There was not much passion or fighting spirit in them. After rushing out, the 3 of them slowly stopped. Phew, we finally made it out? Are we about to reach the other side? It's been 6,000 years. We've been walking for 6,000 years. We've finally made it. A man let out a long sigh of relief as he looked ahead of him. Ha ha ha, yes, we're finally here. It's not easy, it's really not easy, it's completely a narrow escape. Fortunately, we all made it out alive. I feel it, if we continue to walk forward, we will soon reach the other side, and we can pass this test. Immediately, another man agreed. The last man also had a look of vicissitudes of life, and said, We are lucky to have survived, but too many people have died along the way. We survived by stepping on blood and bones. Our group of more than 100 people died one after another along the way. We sent away our teammates one by one, survived from danger again and again, fought with the Grim Reaper again, and only then did we manage to protect ourselves. More than 100 people, and only the 3 of us are left. The elimination rate is really a little scary. This is only the first round of the elimination test. Who knows how many more terrifying tests are waiting for us? If it's possible, I want to quit now. Otherwise, I feel that our lives might be lost. Now, it's not the time for us to be happy. Hearing this man's words, the other 2 men fell silent again, and some sadness appeared on their faces. Yes, it's not the time to be happy. It's still too far from the end of the selection. The invisible sadness surged up again, and thinking of the hardships along the way, the 3 of them could not help but shudder. The 3 of them suddenly frowned slightly at the same time, and looked in a direction at the same time, only to see that there were people coming out. And this time, there were as many as 29 people. It was really a miracle that 29 people in a team could survive at this point. It was definitely a spectacle. So, seeing this team of 29 people, the 3 of them were naturally shocked, and for a moment, they were tongue-tied and stunned on the spot. After looking for a while and confirming again and again, they finally dared to believe that it was really a team of 29 people. Not only were there many people in this team, but they were also full of vigor and vitality. From this vigor, one could see the style and strength of this team. It was definitely a strong team. It's Qin Xiao and Mo's team. Soon, the 3 of them finally recognized this team. Others might not recognize them, but Qin Xiao and Mo Wangbei had been in the limelight when they were on the immortal boat. Their reputations had spread far and wide, so naturally, everyone recognized them. Yes, it's them. Didn't they only have 30 people in their team? 29 of them are still alive? Thinking of this question, the 3 of them were once again shocked speechless. This was too unbelievable, wasn't it? 30 people, walking in Jueshin Ravine for 6,000 years, almost crossing the entire Jueshin Ravine, and only 1 person died. How strong was this team? But it was still very unbelievable. Even if Qin Shao and Mo Wang Bei were Northernly's heroes, what about the others? Could it be that everyone was so strong? This was impossible. It was completely impossible. The strength of the others should be relatively ordinary, but they were all able to survive. Why was this? The easiest thing to think of was the contribution of the two leaders, Qin Shao and Mo Wang Bei. Miracle, it's really a miracle. Didn't we also want to join their team? But we were rejected. Yes, I really didn't expect their team to be so strong. We were lucky to survive until now, but the others are all dead. We had more than 100 people, but now only the 3 of us are left. They had 30 people, but there are still 29 people. Amazing, too amazing, I can't help but be impressed. Under the stunned gaze of the 3 people, Qin Shao and the others walked over. Haha, we finally walked out of this forest. Looks like we should reach the other side soon. Phew, 6,000 years, it's really hard. But, it's worth it, victory is in front of us. The moment the bearded man came out, he laughed loudly, showing the joy in his heart. Everyone's mood was very good. 6,000 years, these 6,000 years were really too hard. They had experienced too many dangers, too many hardship. They didn't know how many times between life and death. But each time, they came out of it without any danger. In the end, everyone came out of it alive. This kind of feeling was really hard to describe with any adjectives at this time. Haha, being with Qin Shao and old Mo is the luckiest thing in our lives. Otherwise, with my strength, I'm afraid I would have died hundreds of times. I really didn't expect that I could come here smoothly and improve in all aspects. 6,000 years of tempering is really a very precious experience. Yes, we are the luckiest. I also didn't expect that I could come here. My improvement is also very big, and the harvest is good. All of this is brought to us by Qin Shao and old Mo. No matter what, I'm determined to follow them in this life. Haha, when we get out of this damn place, let's worship each other as big brothers. Yes, I've had this idea for a long time. Qin Shao is the big brother, old Mo is the second brother. I've had this idea for a long time. Anyway, I've decided to follow them in this life. Listening to everyone's words, Qin Shao and Mo Wang Bei shook their heads and smiled helplessly, but they felt quite comfortable in their hearts. These 6,000 years of life and death together had already built a firm brotherhood, and the cohesion and friendship of the team had been raised to a very high point. Everyone was as close as brothers, and they were of the same mind. And Qin Zhao's contribution was naturally the biggest. Everything was because of Qin Shao that everyone was so united. It was because of Qin Shao that everyone was able to turn danger into safety time and time again, and get through scares without mishap. Qin Zhao's gaze sized up the 3 people, but he didn't say anything. The others also just looked at them and didn't say anything. However, after Qin Shao and the others left, the 3 people followed, but didn't dare to get too close. Looks like we're going to be famous. Those 3 people are following us. The bearded man said proudly. That's for sure, we're definitely going to be famous in this Juetian Valley. Those people must have admired us for a long time when they saw us. Looking at their miserable appearance, I know what kind of difficulties they've gone through to get to where they are now. Only the 3 of them are left in their team, and the death rate is too high. The group continued to move forward, but soon, they saw a gray area in front of them. At a glance, they couldn't see the end of it. The 2 ends also stretched out endlessly, cutting off all the road. Seeing this situation, everyone immediately became vigilant, knowing that something was wrong. When they got closer, Qin Shao saw the situation in front of them clearly. There was a huge river in front of them, cutting off their path. The 2 sides stretched out endlessly, and it was impossible to go around. From this side, they couldn't see the other side, which showed how wide it was. Moreover, it was a gray area. The sky was gray, the air was gray, and the river was gray. Everything was gray, and everything was connected, weaving into a gray world. The world in front of them was completely gray. However, the water in the river could be clearly distinguished. The gray water was thicker, and it could also be seen that there was water, endless water, gray water. The surface of the water was calm, but there was an indescribable strangeness to it. This strangeness would inexplicably make people feel a sense of fear. What the hell is this? The river doesn't look like a river, and the water doesn't look like water. Why is there such strange water? The bearded man walked to the riverside, looked at it, and then stepped back. Everyone frowned deeply, and their faces were filled with confusion, but they couldn't help but feel worried. Old Mo, you're more knowledgeable. What is this? The bearded man asked again. Mo Wangbei was obviously the most knowledgeable here, and he knew a lot of things that others didn't know. So along the way, whenever there was something they didn't know, they would think of Mo Wangbei. And Mo Wangbei didn't let them down most of the time, and he could always give them an answer. So naturally, whenever they encountered something they didn't understand, they would ask Mo Wangbei. And whenever they encountered any danger, they would look at Qin Shao. It was because of Qin Shao and Mo Wangbei's good cooperation that everyone was able to make it through so smoothly. Mo Wangbei looked at it while thinking seriously, trying hard to recall the memories in his mind. However, after a long while, Mo Wangbei said, "If I'm not wrong, this should be the river Styx. I've never seen the Styx River before, and I don't know what it looks like. But I've seen a description of the Styx River before, and it's quite similar to this one. This is very likely the Styx River." Styx River? Qin Shao frowned slightly and looked at Mo Wangbei. He obviously hadn't heard of the Styx River. Everyone also looked at Mo Wangbei in confusion. No one knew what the Styx River was. The Styx River sounds very scary, and it also looks very scary. Old Mo, what's the origin of this Styx River? The bearded man couldn't help but ask, and then he added, logically speaking, we should be reaching the other side soon, and about to pass this test. What's the meaning of suddenly having a Styx River here? Could it be that this is the last hurdle for us? It's really too early to be happy. I feel like we're in big trouble again. Mo Wangbei said with a serious expression, it might not be as simple as big trouble. This should be the last test, and it should also be the scariest test. We've walked all the way here, but we were stopped by the Styx River. This final test will definitely be more dangerous than all the dangers before it. Chapter 1659. Hearing Mo Wangbei's words, everyone's expression turned serious. Trouble. They had already come this far, but such a big problem still appeared. It was like pouring a bucket of cold water on everyone's hopes. They were about to succeed, but a huge chasm had appeared. This huge gap was indeed unbearable. Qin Shao, old Mo, what should we do now? Should we just charge through? Wind Shadow suddenly asked. The beard didn't seem to be afraid. He gritted his teeth and said, what's there to be afraid of? We've already made it this far. I don't believe we'll fall at this last hurdle. No matter how dangerous it is, we've already made it through. This one won't make a difference. Besides, the Styx River is right here. We have no other way. We can only charge through it. No one knows the situation here. We're too lazy to explore. Let's just charge through. We'll take it one step at a time. We'll deal with whatever comes our way. Who cares? I think we shouldn't be too impulsive. The closer it is to the last step, the more cautious we have to be. One wrong step, and all our previous efforts will be wasted. This is the final test. We should be more alert and deal with it well. There's nothing to think about standing here. Let's go down the Styx River and see what's going on. Maybe it's not as bad as we think. I think we should wait for the others to come. Maybe they'll know something. Everyone expressed their own opinions and ideas. Facing this unknown test and danger, they were all cautious. Old Mo, what do you think we should do now? Qin Shao looked at Mo Wangbei. Qin Shao didn't know much about the Styx River, so he wanted to hear Mo Wangbei's opinion. Mo Wangbei said, I can't tell what's going on either. In this situation, I think we can only take it one step at a time and cross the river by feeling the stones. The beard is right. We've already made it through no matter how dangerous it is. There's no reason we can't cross this last hurdle. Besides, we have no other choice now. We can only charge through. Qin Shao nodded. He actually had the same idea. Since they couldn't tell, they should just charge through. The road was to be walked, not thought. If he could see everything clearly in advance, then it would not be a danger, but a broad road ahead. Let's go. Let's enter the sticks, Qin Shao said to everyone. There was no need to say anything else. After 6,000 years of working together, everyone had a tacit understanding and could cooperate perfectly. Big Brother Qin, Big Brother Mo, can the three of us follow you? At this moment, 3 men walked over, and one of them spoke. As soon as the 3 of them finished speaking, before Qin Shao could say anything, the bearded man immediately rejected them. Our team will not add anyone from the beginning. We've already reached the end. Why do you still want to join us? Let's all go our separate ways. Don't think about anything else. The bearded man's words made the 3 of them stand awkwardly on the spot, not knowing what to do. They seemed to have expected this result, but they still wanted to try again. However, reality did not give them a pleasant surprise. Just as they shook their heads and sighed helplessly, Qin Zhao's voice suddenly sounded. It's not easy for the 3 of you to make it this far. If you can pass the last hurdle, you can pass the first test. Of course, you won't join us. But if you just want to follow us, it's up to you. If there's any danger, we won't take care of you. You have to face it on your own. Hearing Qin Zhao's words, the 3 of them were overjoyed. Thank you, thank you. As long as you can follow us, we'll face the danger on our own, the 3 of them said hurriedly. At first, they were not very willing. But since Qin Shao said so, no one objected. The bearded man looked at the 3 of them deeply and didn't say anything. The group prepared to go down the stick. Yo, Brother Qin Shao, Brother Mo, what a coincidence. We finally meet here. Just as everyone was about to go down the sticks, a voice came from behind. Just by hearing the voice, Qin Shao could tell who it was. Looking back, they saw Prince Min leading a group of people towards them. Other than Prince Min's group, there was another group of people as well. However, Qin Shao didn't recognize the other group. He only recognized their faces. After all, they had met before. Prince Min's group had 8 people, and the other group had 7. The 2 groups had a total of 15 people. In terms of numbers, they weren't comparable. They only had half of Qin Zhao's group. But relatively speaking, the number of people was still very good. They had been wandering in Juetian stream for 6,000 years, and they still had such a number of people. It was enough to show how strong these 2 groups were. Needless to say, Qin Shao also knew that Prince Min was a very strong person. Qin Zhao's gaze began to size up the leader of the other team. Judging from the other party's aura, he couldn't tell how strong the other party was. But to be able to lead a group to this place, he must be a very strong person. Yes, Prince Min. You're here too. We didn't see you all the way, but we met at the last hurdle. It seems that we can go through this last hurdle together, Qin Shao said to Prince Min, nodding. Qin Shao had a good impression of Prince Min. Although this person gave people a feeling of arrogance, and there was a bit of a young king's aura, he wasn't unruly or arrogant. He also wouldn't take the initiative to bully others. His arrogance was probably born out of fear. Prince Min's gaze fell on Qin Zhao's group. He couldn't help but click his tongue. With a look of admiration, he said, Brother Qin Shao, Brother Mo, you're really gods. You've created an incredible miracle. Your team only has 30 people, but you've only sacrificed 1 person so far. You've paid such a small price in exchange for such a great success. It's really admirable. I'm completely convinced. My group had 100 people. However, after walking for so long, we only have 8 people left. The ratio of casualties is simply too disastrous. Compared to Brother Qin Shao, it's too horrible to look at. I'm ashamed. The leader of the other group also looked at Qin Shao with surprise and admiration. Qin Shao was the leader of this group. As the leader, the biggest credit must be given to him. All the victories must be because of him. How capable must he be to be able to lead a group of people to this place safely? Just thinking about it made people speechless. Therefore, even someone as arrogant as Prince Min was really full of admiration. He thought that he was strong in all aspects. He was also very experienced and smarter than others. However, only 8 people were left in the group of 100 people he led. The number of people sacrificed was as high as 92. Such a huge price was paid in exchange for the current situation. Compared to Qin Zhao's group, the difference was simply too big. Qin Shao said, "There's nothing to be ashamed of. It's not easy. We're probably just a little luckier." Haha, yes, it's not easy. It's really not easy. It's indeed very lucky to be able to survive. Prince Min laughed heartily. Then, he pointed to the leader of the group and said, "Brother Qin Shao, Brother Mo, let me introduce you. This is 1000 Buddha Hands. He's a fierce character. His strength is not below mine. However, he keeps a low profile. He's a fierce person who hides his strength." After hearing Prince Min's introduction, 1000 Buddha Hands nodded at Qin Shao and Mo Wangbei. He smiled faintly and said, "I've heard a lot about you too. I didn't have the chance to get to know you before. Nice to meet you." "Nice to meet you, nice to meet you." Qin Shao and Mo Wangbei also responded. However, they were still slightly surprised. If even someone as arrogant as Prince Min said that 1000 Buddha Hands' strength was not below his, then the situation was indeed like this. The strength of the 1000 Buddha Hands was indeed very strong. If that was the case, then he was really hiding his strength. After exchanging some pleasantries, Prince Min and 1000 Buddha Hands also checked the situation of the Netherworld River. However, the two of them clearly did not know much about it. Prince Min said, "This should be the Netherworld River. I don't know much about the Netherworld River. I only know a little about it. There's nothing to see. Let's just go straight to the Netherworld River. Brother Qin Shao, since we've met, let's move together. This Netherworld River should be the last hurdle. We still have 4000 years. If nothing unexpected happens, we should be able to pass this test." Qin Shao nodded and said, "Okay, then let's move together. Since we've come this far, there's nothing to be particular about. It's the last hurdle. Perhaps the more people there are, the stronger we will be. Therefore, everyone moved together. Qin Zhao's team of 29 people, including the 3 men, Prince Min's team of 8 people, and 1000 Buddha Hands' team of 7 people, a team of 47 people walked towards the Netherworld River. The number of people in this team was indeed not many. 47 people could even form a team. However, they did not form a team. The 4 teams were still separated. They only moved together. It was a kind of cooperative relationship. Qin Shao jumped into the Netherworld River. Soon, his body was completely submerged in the Netherworld River. He was completely enveloped by the Netherworld River. The water of the Netherworld River was very cold, very, very cold, and also very eerie. There was a strange force invading. This strange force was very powerful. If one did not resist it with all their strength, it would be difficult to resist. What a strange and powerful force! My divine consciousness is suppressed. My vision is also very turbid. Even with my eyesight, my range of vision is less than 100 miles. I can't see anything further than that. As for the others, their vision is less than 10 miles. As soon as he entered the Netherworld River, Qin Zhao's eyes carefully looked around as he fell. There was only eerie forest around him. It was as if he had entered the Netherworld. The water of the Netherworld River looked calm, but there was an undercurrent surging. There was a gloomy force surging in it. The Netherworld River was very deep. After falling for 100,000 feet, he finally touched the bottom and stepped on the ground. The others also landed one after another. Their expressions became somewhat dignified and cold. They smelled the scent of danger, so they all became vigilant. Chapter 1660. Everyone came down one after another. Where's Beard? Did anyone see Beard? Feng Ying suddenly asked. Big brother Qin Xiao, did you see Ah Man? Why don't I see him? Xiao Dao also asked Qin Xiao. Ah, Beard didn't come down? That doesn't make sense. He came down before me. I'm already here, so why isn't he here? Xiao Dao, didn't Ah Man enter the Netherworld River with you? You didn't see him? What's going on? Everyone should have entered the Netherworld River. There shouldn't be anyone who didn't come down. Where are they? Where did they go? Didn't anyone notice them? I didn't notice them at all. I haven't gotten used to the power of the Netherworld River after coming down. Plus, my vision is blocked, so I didn't notice anyone else. Then what's going on? Something's wrong. Qin Xiaohe's brows furrowed deeply. After a careful inspection, he found that Bearded Man and Ah Man weren't here. He could see within 100 miles. He looked around but didn't find them. Logically speaking, everyone came down together. Even if there were some deviations in the process of falling, it shouldn't be too far off. How could two living people disappear without a trace? This was very strange. Qin Xiao glanced at Mo Wangbei. The latter also had a serious expression. He looked around in puzzlement, as if he was thinking about something. Brother Qin Xiao, one of my brothers is also missing. Prince Min walked over and said with a frown. The 1,000 Buddha hands was fine. No one was missing. However, Qin Xiao soon discovered a new situation. The 3 people were all missing. Counting it, a total of 6 people were missing. 47 people, 6 people were missing. Only 41 people were left. A strange atmosphere instantly enveloped everyone. The sinister aura of death also spread out invisibly, causing everyone's mood to become somewhat tense and solemn. Before going down the Netherworld River, everyone thought that the Netherworld River would be very dangerous. There must be many dangers waiting for them. But they didn't expect that in the process of going down the Netherworld River, 6 people had already disappeared. Strange, this was really too strange. They hadn't even started, and it was already like this? Xiao Dao, did you come down with Ah Man? Qin Xiao asked. A man nodded and said, That's right, big brother Qin Xiao. I came down with a man and followed you down. I've always been behind you. When I came down, I was focused on you and followed you. So I didn't notice Ah Man. But what I can be sure of is that Wild went down the river Styx with me. This time, he definitely came down. I just don't know how he followed me and then disappeared. Strange, it was really too strange. Qin Xiao was the first to enter the river Styx, so he wasn't sure if the others had entered the river Styx. However, Xiao Dao and Ah Man had come down together. Qin Xiao was certain that if anything happened, the 2 of them would definitely be together. Xiao Dao was fine, but Ah Man had disappeared. What exactly was going on? Qin Xiao frowned. Xiao Dao, didn't you sense anything at all? Try to recall carefully and see if you sensed anything. Xiao Dao shook his head and said, Brother Qin Xiao, I tried my best to recall just now. I really didn't sense anything at all. I didn't hear anything at all. So, I really don't understand how a living person could have vanished without a trace. Even if he really encountered danger, he should have been able to put up a fight. Indeed, Ah Man's strength wasn't weak. Coupled with the improvement he'd experienced in the last 6,000 years, Ah Man was much stronger than before. How could he vanish without a trace when he possessed such strength? It was really difficult to imagine what sort of strength he possessed. The others expressed that they hadn't sensed anything at all. Actually, Qin Xiao, Mo Wangbei, Prince Min, and the 1,000 Buddha hands hadn't sensed anything at all. Prince Min, do you know what's going on? Qin Shao looked at Prince Min. Prince Min probably knew the most about the Netherworld River here. Mo Wangbei knew very little, so he probably didn't know as much as Prince Min. Prince Min thought about it seriously and said, "I'm not sure what's going on for now, but I do have some guesses. I just don't know if I'm right." "Guesses? What guesses?" Qin Shao asked. Prince Min said, "I'm thinking that there might be flowing space in the Netherworld River." Flowing space? Hearing this, many people were puzzled. They hadn't heard of it before. Qin Shao hadn't heard of flowing space either, so he also looked at Prince Min in confusion. Flowing space? I've heard of it. Could it be that there's flowing space here too? Mo Wangbei was surprised. Prince Min said, "I'm not sure. It's just a guess. I don't dare to say whether it's like that, but I think it's the most likely possibility. If it's flowing space, then everything can be explained. If there's flowing space in the Netherworld River, then it can take people away without them noticing. Flowing space is like sand or water. It can flow everywhere. It's full of uncertainty. If someone happens to fall into a flowing space, then they'll be taken away by the flowing space. Once taken away by the flowing space, they'll disappear in front of us. We won't be able to react at all. It's only been a few breaths' time since we came down from the top. In such a short time, 6 people have already disappeared. None of us noticed it at all. There's no movement at all. So I think the most likely possibility is that there's flowing space. They just happened to fall into the flowing space and were taken away by it." After listening to Prince Min's guess, everyone fell silent. They were also analyzing this possibility. Indeed, they felt that it was very likely. Such an explanation could indeed explain everything. Everything made sense. Mo Wangbei nodded and said, "Yes, I've also heard of flowing space, but I've never seen it. I know a thing or two about the peculiarities of flowing space. It's indeed very magical. Although flowing space won't hurt people, it still has a miraculous effect. If flowing space exists everywhere in the Netherworld River, then we'll really feel like we're treading on thin ice. We have to be very careful with every step we take. Otherwise, we'll accidentally fall into the flowing space." Prince Min shook his head and said, "There's no use being careful. We can't see or touch the flowing space. We can't tell it apart. If it comes out quietly and takes people away into the flowing space, we won't be able to react at all. By the time we react, we've already left. It'll be very difficult to return to the original point. The flowing space itself isn't scary. What's scary is that the flowing space can scatter all of us. Once we're all scattered, we'll have to face the danger alone." This was the problem that everyone was paying attention to. After all, the strength of a team was the strongest. Everyone could cooperate with each other and face all problems together. Along the way, everyone's cooperation had already reached an incomparable level. It could even be said that it was flawless. They could display the greatest strength of a team. Once they were all scattered, it would be very dangerous. Qin Shao and the others might not need to worry, but the others weren't that strong. If they had to face it alone, the situation would be very dangerous. But the good news was that, if it really was a flowing space, then Wild and the others should still be alive. Then what do we do? Then won't we all be scattered quickly? It's dangerous. If I go alone, I think I'll die here. It seems there's no solution. We've already come this far, so we can only brace ourselves and go. I think this might be something the Fuda Immortal Palace specially made to let us go through with our own strength and not rely on others' strength, so as to prevent us from cheating. If that's really the case, then it's understandable if you think about it carefully. Individual strength is still the most important. After all, this is the selection of disciples in name. Even if we're lucky enough to pass now, we'll still have to face it alone later. We can't always rely on the strength of a team. Yes, we've already come this far. We're already 1 in a million lucky people. Let us go through the rest of the road by ourselves. It's not a big deal. After fighting for so long, there's nothing to be afraid of. Even if we don't succeed, we'll just die. We've already come this far, so it's better than others. Many people died not long after entering the Juetian stream. Compared to them, we've already succeeded. I have no regrets. Haha, then let's fight together. Qin Shao, old Mo, you don't need to worry about us. Let's see what happens to each of us. After discussing for a while, everyone felt relieved and could face this problem calmly. Qin Shao shook his head and said somewhat helplessly, "It seems it's time to go our own way and see what happens to each of us. There's nothing we can do about it. After all, it's a test. In the end, we'll have to bear it ourselves. But the situation may not be like this. Let's take one step at a time. If that's really the case, then everyone is mentally prepared. Let's fight our own way. But no matter what, our ultimate goal is to cross the Nether River and reach the other side. So, if something happens later, don't lie. We just need to keep going toward the other side. The direction won't change. Everyone just needs to be sure of the direction. If we keep going forward, we'll eventually encounter it. If everyone really encounters any danger, then try to make as much noise as possible so that the people nearby can hear it. If everyone hears it, then they'll quickly rush over to ease the situation. Now that it's already like this, we have no other choice but to prepare for the worst. Everyone must be mentally prepared. The most important thing is that no matter what happens, we can't panic. You must be steady and keep going forward. We may have to walk the rest of the road by ourselves. Everyone, work hard. I hope that when we reach the other side, all of us can still be together. This is our ultimate goal." Everyone nodded their heads heavily. This was the only way. There was no other way. Chapter 1661. As Qin Shao moved forward, he also sensed carefully to see if he could detect the flowing space. However, he really couldn't detect it. The flowing space was really strange. It didn't cause any space fluctuation at all. It completely overlapped with the real space, but it flowed independently. This feeling was hard to imagine. It was like a small whirlpool in a lake. It was one with the water, but it could flow and take things away. The flowing space couldn't be sensed at all. It could take people away without them noticing. Of course, it was possible that their realm was too low to detect it. That was why Qin Shao was also trying to detect the flowing space to see if he could detect it. If he could find the flowing space, he could come up with some countermeasures. He was afraid that he couldn't detect it at all. He couldn't even guard against it. "Oh no, Wind Shadow is gone too!" Someone suddenly shouted, and everyone's eyes looked over. Sure enough, they found that Kazekage was gone. Just now, Wind Shadow was still beside me. He even said something to me. Just now, when I looked at him again, he was gone. In an instant, he was gone. Qin Shao said in a deep voice, "It seems that Prince Min was right. It was caused by the flowing space. Otherwise, a living person like Kazekage wouldn't have disappeared just like that. Let's be careful. Pay more attention to the people around you and the situation around you. If there's anything, tell us in time." On the other side, Prince Min's voice rang out again. "Brother Qin Shao, another person has disappeared from my side just now. 1,000 Buddha hands is worse. 2 people disappeared just now. It didn't take long for another 4 of us to disappear. It seems that the flowing space in the underworld river is really like what I guessed. It must be filled with flowing space everywhere. There are a lot of flowing spaces. If you're not careful, you'll fall into the flowing space. This is a special trick of Fu Tu Immortal Palace. They waited for us to come in and then separated us one by one. I think this is the general trend. It's a trend that we can't stop. No matter how hard we try, I'm afraid we won't be able to stop them." Qin Shao could tell that there was a hidden meaning in Prince Min's words. He could not help but ask, "What do you think?" Prince Min said, "If that's the case, then I think there's no need for us to resist. Since it's the Fu Tu Immortal Palace's doing, I'm afraid it's a test for all of us. That's why I feel that instead of that, we might as well split up and travel on our own. We'll rely on our luck and fortune to head to the other side together. What Prince Min said made sense, and Qin Shao had to admit it. If this continued, he would eventually reach this stage. Now, it was more straightforward to break up the whole into parts. We don't necessarily have to break up. I have a suggestion. Why don't we all hold hands? I don't believe that the flowing space is so dangerous. If we all hold hands, do you think we'll be separated? One of them suggested. This suggestion garnered the approval of many people. That's right. It might be awkward to hold hands. We don't have to hold hands. We just have to use our strength to link us together. No matter who the flowing space wants to drag in, we'll know immediately and use our strength to pull them in. Once we're all aware of it, I don't believe that the flowing space will be able to drag someone away. And I think that's a good idea. If we split up, it'll be more dangerous. It's not necessarily a good idea. I don't think it's a problem. Since it's a test, there's no need to resist. I agree with Prince Min. Let's just break up the whole into parts. It'll save us the trouble. We'll have to face this test sooner or later anyway. We'll just have to rely on our own strength and fortune. The opinions were divided into two groups. It was difficult to decide on a solution at the moment. Prince Min said, Brother Qin Shao, the 1,000 Buddha Hands and I have just discussed and decided to break up our team into smaller groups. Since it's a test we can't avoid, let's face it directly. There's no need to think about anything else. Let's break the hatchet and sink the boat. Only by forcing everyone into a dead end will we have more motivation and potential. We've already decided. It's up to you to decide what you want to do. Since that's the case, we'll take our leave now. We'll meet again someday. Qin Shao nodded. Since it was Prince Min's decision, he naturally respected it. Goodbye. We'll meet again someday. Prince Min and 1,000 Buddha Hands left with their people. Soon, the two groups disappeared from Qin Zhao's field of vision. Now, only Qin Zhao's group was left. There were 29 people in their group. The bearded man, Wind Shadow, and Ah Man had all disappeared. There were only 26 people left. Everyone's gaze fell on Qin Shao and Mo Wangbei. They wanted to hear their decision. As long as it was Qin Zhao's command, everyone would definitely listen. Qin Shao looked at everyone. After a moment of silence, he said, I've heard your opinions just now. Some people think that it's better to break up. Some people think that we can continue to fight. Perhaps we can hold hands or use strength to link together. Both options are possible. I don't think there's a problem. However, in general, I actually agree with Prince Min. The situation is very clear now. It's indeed a test from Fuda Immortal Palace. Since it's a test, no one can escape. Therefore, the possibility of joining forces is not high. They'll definitely think of a way to separate us. Even if we try our best to persevere, I'm afraid we won't be able to last long. In the end, we'll be completely separated. Rather than waiting until that step, why don't we just break up now? We'll directly plan and go through it ourselves. Perhaps it'll be better. Of course, it's only a possibility. It's not necessarily better. It's hard to say. Therefore, although I agree with Prince Min, I don't deny that we should join forces and try to go through it. Perhaps we'll be able to avoid most of the dangers. Therefore, after thinking about it, I still think that those who are willing to break up can go through it on their own. If you think that we can join forces, then each of you should find someone to join forces with. Then, we'll see how you can join forces to go through it. I'll take Xiao Dao with me. As for the rest of you, you can decide for yourselves. After hearing Qin Zhao's words, everyone was in an uproar. Once again, there was a heated discussion. Mo Wangbei also said, Both paths are in front of us. It's up to you to choose. No matter which path you choose, it's fine. Right now, both paths are unknown. To be honest, no one knows which path is better. Qin Shao chooses to go with Xiao Dao. I choose to go through it alone. We'll break up. Of course, if there's anyone who wants to follow me, that's fine too. I can bring people or not. It's up to you who's willing. Alright, brothers, you can start to decide. If you've decided, then we can prepare to move forward. Although the road ahead is difficult, we must work hard to get through it. After a round of discussion, everyone came to a decision. 26 people. Qin Shao and Xiao Dao would go through it together. 2 people expressed that they wanted to follow Mo Wangbei. Mo Wangbei didn't reject them. There were 5 people here. There were 21 people left. 6 of them were willing to go through it alone. There were 15 people left. They were divided into 3 groups, with 5 people in a group. Everyone had made their decision. The members were all allocated. Everyone continued to move forward. However, this time they were all separated. They didn't move forward together. Brothers, we'll go our separate ways then. The road ahead is difficult and dangerous. Everyone, please take care. I hope that all of us can reunite on the other side of the stick. This may be our greatest wish. Qin Shao said to everyone solemnly. This separation was very likely to be an eternal farewell. The dangers of the sticks had been revealed a little. They could completely feel that it was extremely dangerous. They could die in it at any time. Therefore, there was naturally a sense of parting in this parting. However, they had already gone through so much. With 6,000 years of life and death experience, everyone's hearts had been tempered. They weren't afraid of death. After bidding farewell, Qin Shao left with Xiao Dao. After walking for a while, Xiao Dao suddenly said, "Big brother Qin Shao, I think you should let me go alone. I'm afraid that I'll be a burden to you if I keep following you." Qin Shao naturally knew what Xiao Dao meant. He laughed and said, "It's okay. You can follow me. I'm still a little worried about your strength. I can't take care of everything. I can't bring too many people. However, it's not a problem to bring you alone. I don't care about other people's lives, but I can't ignore yours. You're the first friend I made in the immortal realm. You even saved my life. Xiao Yu entrusted you to me. I must let you go back alive. I can't let Xiao Yu be alone. I can't let him have no relatives. Therefore, you can't die. If you die, I won't have the face to return to the Xinhua clan." Hearing Qin Zhao's words, Xiao Dao looked at Qin Shao with great gratitude. Although he wasn't afraid of death, when he thought of his sister, he still lost some of his courage. Yes, even if it wasn't for others, he had to work hard to live on for his sister. However, how could it be easy to live on? Xiao Dao, you've improved a lot in these 6,000 years. I've seen it all. Although your talent and potential aren't particularly good, you're willing to work hard. You have comprehension. You're willing to fight. You dare to put yourself in dangerous situations. You have the desire to become strong. These are all good things. As long as you have these things, you have hope to grow. Therefore, you still have hope. However, you're still a little lacking. Therefore, I have to pull you and fight for more opportunities for you." Qin Shao said again. Big brother Qin Shao. Xiao Dao's tears were about to fall. They were already welling up in his eyes. Qin Shao waved his hand and stopped Xiao Dao. He said, "You don't have to say anything. Since you call me big brother, then listen to everything I say." Xiao Dao nodded heavily. He couldn't say anything else. He would listen to big brother Qin Shao. Qin Shao moved his hand. An immortal rope wrapped around Xiao Dao's body and tied him up. On the other hand, Qin Shao was holding it tightly in her hand. Chapter 1662. It was a strange scene, but there was nothing he could do about it. If he didn't do this, he could only let Xiao Dao pull him along, which might be even stranger. Therefore, Qin Shao thought for a moment and decided to tie Xiao Dao to himself with the immortal rope. This way, if there was any movement, he could react immediately. The two of them moved forward almost closely together. Qin Shao explored the way carefully. If there was any movement, it would be difficult to escape Qin Zhao's notice. However, the Netherworld River seemed to be quite calm, and he didn't sense any danger. However, Qin Shao knew that the Netherworld River was definitely not so calm. It was just that the danger had not appeared yet. The others had also separated, and he didn't see anyone else along the way. Huh! Suddenly, Qin Shao felt a force coming from the immortal rope. Qin Zhao's expression suddenly changed, and he glanced over. With one look, Qin Zhao's expression froze. Because Xiao Dao was gone. He had clearly been bound by an immortal rope. Yet, in that instant, he had disappeared without a trace. The immortal rope was still there, but the person was gone. As soon as Qin Shao felt a force coming, he immediately looked over, but he was still a step too late. Xiao Dao was still swept away by the flowing space. This caused Qin Zhao's expression to become incomparably solemn. What a terrifying flowing space! It can actually directly sweep away the knife from my immortal rope. The power of my immortal rope couldn't stop it at all. It didn't even give me time to react. No matter what kind of power it is, it can't stop the flowing space? Why is the flowing space so powerful? Is it an unstoppable force? Qin Shao still didn't understand the flowing space, but at this time, he once again witnessed the power of the flowing space. Previously, Qin Shao did think that as long as his immortal rope was tied up with Xiao Dao, even if the flowing space wanted to sweep Xiao Dao away, he would at least be aware. As long as he reacted, he could try his best to snatch the knife back and use it to compete with the flowing space. However, the truth was that he didn't have the chance at all. The power of the flowing space had far exceeded his imagination. Qin Shao shook his head. It seemed that there was no other way. He could only leave first. As for Xiao Dao, he could only pray for himself. Qin Shao had already done her best. Thinking about it, it actually made sense. Qin Shao had already thought about the possibility that he might not be able to protect Xiao Dao. Since Fu Tu Immortal Palace had created the Nether River and the flowing space, there was no reason for them to allow anyone to cheat. There was always a way to break everyone up and break them up into smaller groups. The unstoppable power of the flowing space was able to destroy everything. Xiao Dao, I've seen your growth over the past 6,000 years, and I've also seen it. The road ahead will be the real test for you. As long as you work hard, I think you can still break through. You and Ah Man have to break through. I don't want to see any of you die. Especially you, Xiao Dao. You must break through. Qin Shao could only pray in his heart. After moving forward for a while, Qin Shao suddenly felt that the place he appeared in was a little different from the place he saw just now. Although the surroundings looked the same, Qin Shao could still keenly sense that there were some differences. Therefore, Qin Shao knew that he must have entered the flowing space unknowingly and was instantly taken to another place by the flowing space. That was why such a situation happened. This is the flowing space. It's really magical. Just now, I really didn't notice it at all. In the blink of an eye, I was transferred here. Qin Shao tried hard to recall the situation just now, but he still couldn't sense anything. It seemed that the flowing space was really a little unsolvable. Fortunately, the flowing space wasn't aggressive and wouldn't cause any harm to others. It just teleported people away. Perhaps it was precisely because the flowing space wasn't aggressive that it was so unsolvable. Qin Shao continued to move forward. As long as he judged the right direction, he wouldn't go wrong. Gradually, Qin Shao sensed the flowing space. Qin Shao vaguely sensed that there was some kind of Tao contained in it, but it was too vague and ethereal. He couldn't touch it at all. Everything in the world contains Tao. The flowing space is also a manifestation of the immortal Tao. If I can really understand the Tao of the flowing space, then I can control many immortal Taos in turn. The flowing space is really hard to understand. I can only sense a little bit of it. It feels like I've only touched the tip of the iceberg. It's too difficult to completely control this iceberg. However, the great Tao was boundless. It was very difficult to fully comprehend it. Comprehending the great Tao was like exploring a giant mountain. If you want to explore a giant mountain, you have to start from the trees of the giant mountain, the rocks of the giant mountain, and the small points of the giant mountain. From 1 to 9, from small to big, you have to comprehend the giant mountain step by step. It was the same for the immortal Tao. One step at a time, one drop at a time. Only then would one slowly comprehend it. The immortal Tao contained in the flowing space was too profound, so Qin Shao couldn't touch much of it in a short time. In front of his line of sight, the terrain suddenly became complicated. There were huge rocks and strange craggy rock. They stood there like pillars, forming a huge maze. They spread all over the place, completely blocking his line of sight. This was nothing, but as soon as Qin Shao entered the stone forest, he sensed that something was wrong. Something was very wrong. It's a little strange here. It's as if I've entered another space, an independent space. Qin Shao couldn't help but frown slightly. These stone forests seemed to be a world of their own. Qin Shao walked back to take a look. Sure enough, he found that the space he came from had disappeared. It turned out that the place he entered was also a stone forest. He was now trapped in this stone forest world. The whole world was a stone forest. And obviously, if he just relied on walking, he would definitely not be able to get out of this stone forest. Obviously, he was in trouble. Since I've broken in, let's see what danger is inside. Qin Shao didn't care much. Since he had encountered it, he would deal with it well. Qin Shao had absolute confidence. No matter what danger there was, he could deal with it. If he couldn't even deal with such danger, then he felt that he had cultivated to the celestial venerable realm in vain. The stone forest was very quiet. It was eerily quiet. There was no movement, no danger, and no demonic beast. It was so quiet that it was like a barren land. But Qin Shao knew that this was definitely not a barren land. There must be great danger inside. It was definitely not a simple thing. After walking for about 10 years, Qin Shao finally sensed an aura. Moreover, it was a very familiar aura. Qin Zhao's eyes fell on a place. The aura was coming from there. Vision was blocked in the stone forest, so Qin Shao couldn't see far. He could only feel the aura based on his perception. Ah man! Qin Shao quickly approached there and finally saw a familiar figure. It was Ah Man. At this time, Ah Man looked flustered and embarrassed, as if she was fleeing. Being shouted by Qin Shao, Ah Man was also startled. She looked at Qin Shao nervously. When she saw that it was Qin Shao, she seemed to have been struck by lightning. She stood there in a daze. Her eyes widened as she looked at Qin Shao, but she didn't move or say anything. She just looked at Qin Shao. And the strange thing was that after looking at Qin Shao for a while, her face was filled with fear, as if she had seen something terrible. What's going on? Qin Shao couldn't help but frown. Why was Ah Man looking at him with such an expression? Did she not recognize him? Was there something on his body? Something's not right. Something's not right. Ah Man, it's me. What's wrong with you? You don't recognize me? Qin Shao asked again, and then continued to approach Ah Man. Seeing Qin Shao approach, Wild's expression became even more complicated. There was a bit of fear in his eyes as he suddenly retreated a few steps. He only stopped when he was under a huge rock. A trembling voice came from her throat, "Don't come over, don't come over. Don't come over?" Qin Zhao's frown deepened. What's wrong with Ah Man? What happened to him after he came down and was taken away by the flowing space? How did he become like this? How could he be afraid of me? Did he not recognize me? How could it be like this? What exactly happened? Qin Shao was more and more puzzled. He looked at Ah Man. Ah Man's expression was absent-minded. It was obvious that he had been greatly frightened. It seemed that Wild had experienced something rather terrifying, which was why he had become like this. "Ah man, don't be afraid. I'm Qin Shao, your big brother Qin Shao. What happened? Calm down and take a good look at me. Don't you remember me? The first time we met was when we played Kuju. We were playing against each other. Have you forgotten?" Qin Shao slowly approached while comforting Ah Man Kuju. Hearing the words Kuju, Ah Man seemed to remember something. His eyes lit up and he tried to answer quickly. Soon, the fear on Ah Man's face dissipated. He looked at Qin Shao excitedly and said, "Your big brother Qin Shao. You're really big brother Qin Shao. You're not lying to me, right?" What did he mean? If he wasn't Qin Shao, who was he? He could lie about his appearance, but how could he lie about his aura? Why couldn't he understand what he meant? However, Qin Shao still said first, "Of course I'm your big brother Qin Shao. Who else do you think I am? What happened to you? How did you become like this?" "Great, it's really big brother Qin Shao." After confirming it, Ah Man was so excited that he was about to cry. Like a child who had found his family, he ran over and hugged Qin Shao tightly in a very corny manner. Being hugged by Ah Man in such an indecent way, Qin Shao was speechless and had goosebumps all over his body. He really couldn't accept the feeling of being hugged by a man like this. It was too uncomfortable. Chapter 1663. Cough. After being pushed away by Qin Shao, Wild blushed with shame and hurriedly said, "Big brother Qin Shao, you misunderstood. I didn't go to Brokeback Mountain. I was too excited just now so I couldn't hold back." "You won't be able to understand my feelings," Wild said with a pitiful expression, as if he had suffered a great grievance. Seeing his aggrieved appearance, Qin Shao couldn't help but ask, "Wild, what happened? Tell me in detail, your appearance just now was really too strange." Speaking of just now, Wild couldn't help but shiver, as if he had thought of something very terrifying. After trying to calm down a bit, Wild said, "It's like this, big brother Qin Shao. After I jumped down with Xiao Dao, I couldn't find you. No matter how I looked or shouted, there was no trace of you. After I couldn't find you, I could only go by myself. As I walked, I didn't know how I entered this stone forest. This stone forest is like a huge maze. Once I entered, I was completely lost. No matter how hard I tried, I couldn't get out. No matter how I walked, I couldn't leave this stone forest. But that's not the scary thing. The scary thing is that I met a few people." Met a few people? What was there to be scared of? Who did he meet? If it was really scary, then how could Wild still be alive? Besides being a bit embarrassed, there were no injuries on his body. Therefore, this made Qin Shao very puzzled. Wild continued, "The first person I met was the beard. After walking in the underworld river for so long, I finally met one of my own. Big brother Qin Shao, you should be able to guess my feelings at that time. I hurriedly ran over to meet up with the beard, but, at this point, Wild still had an angry expression. Not only was he angry, but there was also a bit of lingering fear. Wasn't meeting up with the beard a very good thing? When they came down, Wild and the beard were swept away by the flowing space together. It was a good thing that they could meet, they could take care of each other. However, it seemed that something had happened. Otherwise, Wild wouldn't have said that, and he wouldn't have been the only one here. A man paused for a moment as well, and he did his best to calm himself down before he continued. "I really didn't expect it. Even now, I still don't understand why Huzi actually attacked me like a madman and wanted to kill me. No matter what I said or shouted at him, he wanted to kill me. He was completely crazy, as if he was possessed. Moreover, he was muttering something that I didn't understand. He said something like I was possessed by the underworld's soul and that he wanted to kill me. Anyway, it was very strange, I didn't understand. He wanted to kill me. If I didn't run fast enough, then I might have died in the hands of the bearded man. It was too scary and dangerous. I haven't seen the bearded man so fierce before." "The beard didn't recognize you?" And he wanted to kill you? Qin Shao couldn't help but frown deeply. This situation sounded very strange. How could the beard not recognize Wild? How could he kill Wild as soon as they met? Did he completely lose his mind? This sounded like a very strange thing, and Qin Shao couldn't figure it out at all. Was he in an illusion? Qin Shao couldn't help but have such a thought. If he was in an illusion, then it could be explained. After all, the Wind Shadow had been in the illusion of the underworld demon and then fell into the illusion. He didn't recognize anyone and was incomparably crazy. If the bearded man was under an illusion, then it could be explained. But there was usually someone controlling an illusion. The person who could control such a powerful illusion was definitely not an ordinary person. If there was really someone behind the scenes, then Wild shouldn't have been able to escape so smoothly. Not only did Wild escape, but he also didn't suffer any injuries. This was a very inconceivable thing. Wild shook his head and said, "I don't know, Brother Qin Shao. I really don't know. I was completely stupefied at that time. Because of this, I almost fell into the beard's trap. If I didn't suddenly wake up at the last moment, I'm afraid I would have died in the beard's hands. If it was only the beard, then I wouldn't have such a big reaction when I saw you. There were others?" Qin Zhao's heart also jumped fiercely. So it wasn't only the beard who fell into the trap. This situation was indeed a bit scary. "Yes, Brother Qin Shao. There were others. Do you know who the second person I met was?" Wild seemed to be recalling a very painful thing, which made his mood become incomparably excited. Qin Shao could clearly feel that Wild's mood was very excited, and his heart seemed to jump out of his throat at any time. But thinking about it, it was easy to understand Wild's mood. A trusted person chased and attacked without saying anything. This was indeed a very scary and exciting thing. "Wild, you wouldn't say that the second person you met was Xiao Dao, right?" Hearing Wild's words, Qin Zhao's heart moved, and he immediately thought of a possibility. After calming down a little, Wild nodded and said with a somewhat bitter voice, "Yes, Brother Qin Shao. The second person I met was Xiao Dao. Because I was attacked by the beard and almost fell in his hands, so you can imagine my mood at that time, Brother Qin Shao. So when I met Xiao Dao, I was very kind and happy. I directly ran over and wanted to complain to Xiao Dao, and wanted Xiao Dao to comfort me. But, even if you beat me to death, I didn't expect that Xiao Dao would be the same as the beard. As soon as we met, he directly attacked me and wanted to kill me. I was really completely dumbfounded at that time. If the beard was like this, why was Xiao Dao also like this? Xiao Dao and I are from the same clan, and we are brothers. We are relatives who have played together since childhood. We are the closest people to each other. How could Xiao Dao attack me? How could he want to kill me? At the same time, my mood was like being struck by lightning, and I felt that the whole world was collapsing. Xiao Dao's situation was exactly the same as the beard's. He had completely lost his mind. No matter how I shouted or said, it was useless. He went crazy and wanted to kill me. So I had no choice but to run away. I desperately ran away, and only then was I able to escape. In terms of strength, I was not inferior to Xiao Dao. I wanted to run for my life, but fortunately, Xiao Dao didn't keep chasing me. After biting me for a while, he stopped chasing me. So I was very lucky to be able to safely escape the attacks of the beard and Xiao Dao. At that time, I thought, what the hell is going on? Why did it become like this when we met again? The whole world changed? What the hell is going on? But no one could tell me, so I could only continue to wander around by myself. I had to be very careful, as if I were walking on thin ice. Qin Shao patted Ah Man and comforted her. Then you are really miserable. Being attacked by the beard and Xiao Dao continuously was a heavy blow to your heart. I can completely understand your feelings. But you don't have to think too much about it. They should have fallen into some kind of trap. It might be something like an illusion or something else. They definitely didn't attack you out of their own will. You were just attacked by someone else's consciousness. Ah Man nodded and said, "Yes, I know, Big Brother Qin Shao. Although I really didn't react at that time, after thinking about it carefully, I understood. I cannot trust anyone, but I will definitely trust Xiao Dao. Xiao Dao and I are from the same clan, and we are relatives. No matter what, I believe that Xiao Dao will definitely not kill me. He attacked me crazily just now, so he must have been controlled by someone else. I don't doubt this. But now I am very worried about Xiao Dao." Qin Shao nodded and said, "Yes, Xiao Dao's situation is indeed very worrying. But it's useless for us to worry. We have no way to save him. We don't know what kind of trap he has fallen into. Let's go find Xiao Dao and the others later. After we find them, I will know what to do. Now let's not talk about this. Besides the beard and Xiao Dao, who else attacked you? Tell us the situation clearly, so that we can have a targeted plan." Ah Man didn't guarantee anything and said, "Yes, Big Brother Qin Shao, I was just about to tell you. I think even Big Brother Qin Shao can't think of the third person I met. Originally, with the previous two experiences, I had become very cautious. But when I met the third person, I still subconsciously believed him." Qin Zhao's brows furrowed slightly as he thought about it seriously. To sum up these situations, Qin Shao quickly thought of a person, Mo Wangbei. Hearing Qin Shao mention Mo Wangbei, Ah Man couldn't help shivering. He stared at Qin Shao with a dumbfounded expression and said, "Yes, Big Brother Qin Shao, you are really clever. You directly guessed it. The third person I met was indeed old Mo, so, subconsciously I believed old Mo. I wanted to tell old Mo about the beard and Xiao Dao's situation and ask old Mo to find a way to save them. I complained to old Mo, but I didn't expect that old Mo also attacked me and wanted to kill me. That really scared me. That's old Mo. He's not someone that beard and knife can compare with. So, at that time, I was scared out of my wits and felt that I was really going to die. Not to mention Ah Man, even Qin Zhao's heart fiercely clenched, and he broke out in a cold sweat for Ah Man. This was old Mo, not someone to be trifled with. He was very powerful. 5 Ah Mans definitely wouldn't be old Mo's match. So, when Ah Man met Mo Wangbei, how could he survive? But fortunately, Wan Man survived and appeared in front of him safely. This sounded like a big miracle. Qin Shao became more and more interested. How did Ah Man survive from Mo Wangbei's hands? Logically speaking, this possibility should be infinitely close to zero. It was understandable that Ah Man was able to escape from Xiao Dao and Big Beard, but to be able to survive from Mo Wangbei's hands, she needed to be very strong. Otherwise, she wouldn't have been able to do it. Chapter 1664. Brother Qin Shao, you know my strength. With my strength, I'm afraid that even 10 of me are no match for old Mo, so facing old Mo's attack, I was really scared. I was so scared that I didn't even have the courage to fight back. But in order to save my life, no matter how scared I was, I had to fight back desperately. At that time, I really thought that I was going to die in the hands of my own people. Thinking about it, I think it's a very sad thing. But fortunately, God saved my life. It makes me feel like I'm in a dream until now. I'm very glad. Ah Man continued. His voice was still trembling slightly. It could be seen that Ah Man was still very nervous. Qin Shao listened quietly and waited for the follow-up. At the critical moment, another person appeared. It was this person who saved me. But this person didn't save me for the sake of saving me. He just happened to appear, so he led the battle to him and indirectly saved me. Brother Qin Shao, you may not know that the person who saved me was Prince Min. As soon as Prince Min came out, he fought with old Mo. And I felt that, it seemed that Prince Min's expression was still relatively clear. It didn't seem like he was possessed. But I didn't dare to stay there for long. When the city gate is on fire, the fish in the moat will suffer. Therefore, I quickly left that place. That's why I don't know what happened after that. I only ran madly all the way and ran all the way until I finally reached this place. Brother Qin Shao, you know what happened later? Qin Shao nodded. When he saw Ah Man escaping from Old Mo's hands just now, he seemed a little flustered and nervous. And when they met, he acted strangely, like a bird startled by the twang of a bough. Now, Qin Shao completely understood what was going on. It turned out that such a thing could really make people crazy. So, when Ah Man saw him, he was so afraid that he would be like Bearded Knife and Old Mo, who would kill Ah Man as soon as they met. Wild strength couldn't be considered strong. If things really reached this point, then Wild probably wouldn't be able to survive. Beard, Knife, Old Mo, Prince Min, Qin Shao frowned and fell into deep thought. He thought about the 4 people in his mind, trying to find some inner connection. But obviously, Qin Shao couldn't figure it out, nor did he understand what was going on. After all, he didn't see the situation, so he didn't know what to say. After pondering for a while, Qin Shao couldn't figure out what was going on. She just felt that things were a little messy. If everyone was like this, it would be a little scary. But what made Qin Shao think was that if everyone else had been affected, then why was he and Wild fine? Moreover, Qin Shao did not sense any power that could affect them like that. A man's strength wasn't strong, so how could he withstand it? Therefore, Qin Shao couldn't figure it out. If it was only a small number of people who were affected, then Mo Wangbei and Prince Min's situation would not make sense. After thinking for a while, Qin Shao shook his head and said, "Forget it, Ah Man, I can't figure out the situation just by talking about it. But what I can be sure of is that the stone forest is very chaotic and complicated. Follow me closely later, we'll go take a look together. It would be best if we could meet them." Ah Man nodded, yes, Brother Qin Shao, I'll definitely follow you closely. Even if I die, I'll follow you. It's too dangerous if I don't follow you. If something like that happens again, I feel like I'll die. Fortunately, I met you, Brother Qin Shao. When we first met, I was really scared. Qin Shao patted Ah Man's shoulder and said, "Let's not talk about this anymore. It's just a misunderstanding. Alright, let's go." Ah Man nodded, and the 2 of them moved forward. Moreover, Qin Shao wanted Ah Man to lead the way. He wanted to see if Ah Man and the others were still there. No matter what, he had to find them first. If there were any problems, he could deal with them together later. "Ah Man, you said that you saw Old Mo and Prince Min fighting here, right? Are you sure you didn't remember wrongly?" Qin Shao asked. Ah Man looked around seriously. This was the first place he brought Qin Shao to. After looking around, Ah Man nodded with certainty. "Yes, Brother Qin Shao. Although the stone forest is huge, and although it's a huge maze, I can still recognize it. I just left this place, so I can definitely recognize it. I can't be wrong. It's here. At the moment of life and death, I remember everything clearly." Qin Shao frowned slightly and said, "Ah Man, look around again. Could it be that you didn't notice that there were no traces of battle left behind? If you saw Prince Min and Old Mo fighting here, then how could there be no traces of battle left behind? Isn't that very strange? Old Mo and Prince Min are both experienced characters. They are not ordinary people. If they were to really fight, their destructive power would be quite astonishing." A man only noticed this after hearing Qin Shao's words. He looked around again, and after looking around, he slapped his head and almost jumped up. "That's right, Brother Qin Shao. If you didn't mention it, I really wouldn't have noticed this. When I looked carefully just now, I really didn't see any traces of battle. Not even the slightest trace. Then that's strange. How could there be no traces of battle? I clearly saw them fight fiercely just now. There shouldn't be no battle." A man really did remember it clearly, so he didn't need to think too much about it. He was very sure of it. How could this be? "Brother Qin Shao, this is too strange, isn't it? There was a battle just now, but now there isn't even a trace. Was it deliberately erased? Strange, it really is strange. Even the traces of battle were erased. Why is that? Ah Man was very puzzled and couldn't understand. Qin Shao continued to look around seriously, not letting go of any small details. After looking around, Qin Shao still shook his head and said, I don't know. I can't figure out what's going on for the time being. But there really aren't any traces of battle here, so I can't figure out what's going on. Otherwise, why would I ask you to confirm whether it's like this? If you remember correctly, then there must be something strange here. A man also felt that it was strange, but he couldn't figure out what it was. Hearing Qin Zhao's words, a thought suddenly flashed through Ah Man's mind. Brother Qin Shao, could it be that with their strength, they couldn't leave any traces of battle here? Impossible. Qin Shao shook his head and said, This place isn't so terrifying. It's not to the extent that we can't even deal with it with our strength. Also, come over and take a look. With that, Qin Shao waved his hand and a sharp blade flew out from his palm. Using his palm as a blade and using the blade as a sharp blade, this was a kind of use of immortal power. Qin Zhao's sharp blade slashed on a huge boulder, causing the boulder to fly in all directions and leaving a deep mark. It can be destroyed? What's going on? Wild was also shocked when he saw all of this. He thought that the things here were too hard and couldn't be easily destroyed. But now it seemed that this wasn't the case. Brother Qin Shao could destroy it with a casual strike. If this wasn't the case, then what was the situation? Could it be that he remembered wrongly? A man couldn't help but think about this question, but he shook his head again. It was impossible for him to remember wrongly. It had just happened, only a few breaths of time had passed. It wasn't long at all. Moreover, even if the surroundings were exactly the same, there were some things that wouldn't change, and that was aura. Wherever one stayed, there would naturally be a trace of aura left. It was just a matter of how strong it was. A man sensed his aura here, so he was very sure. Qin Shao was still thinking about what was going on. He believed Ah Man's words. There must be something he hadn't noticed. Flowing space? Another thought popped up in Qin Zhao's mind. However, it was quickly rejected by Qin Shao. It can't be a flowing space. If it was a flowing space, then everything should have changed. Flowing space shouldn't erase the traces. It didn't seem right to say that it was flowing space. Other than flowing space, Qin Shao couldn't think of any other possibility. Since he couldn't think of anything, Qin Shao shook his head and simply stopped thinking about it. Forget it, Ah Man. Let's go to the next place and take a look. If it doesn't work, then let's go find them. We can always find them. You can touch them casually. There's no reason that we can't find them. The two were about to leave, but at this time, Ah Man suddenly shouted, Brother Qin Shao, look, look. Hearing Ah Man's voice, Qin Shao immediately looked over, only to find that the place where he had broken just now had recovered completely. There was no trace of it at all. Self-recovery? Qin Shao was also slightly surprised. Only now did he know why there was no trace left here. It turned out that everything here could be restored automatically. This was a bit magical. Qin Shao continued to try again. Sure enough, the situation was the same as before. It could be restored automatically, and the speed of recovery was quite fast. No matter how serious the damage was, it could be restored automatically. It was a bit magical. It was really the first time Qin Shao had seen such a situation. Thinking about it, he felt that it was incredible. This place was very strange. I'm thinking, can everything be restored here? Qin Shao suddenly thought of something. Everything can be restored? Ah Man didn't understand the meaning of Qin Zhao's words for a while, and couldn't help looking at Qin Shao. Qin Shao smiled and said, I'm just thinking, if people are injured here, can they also recover? But I think it's a bit ridiculous. It shouldn't be possible. If people could recover from injuries, then this place would be an immortal place. I haven't seen an immortal place yet. This place shouldn't be one either. Anyway, this place is very strange. However, we can't see anything for the time being. It's fine if we don't look. Let's go. Chapter 1665. When they reached the places Ah Man mentioned, they could no longer see anyone. There were no traces left either. Clearly, they had all left. This made Qin Shao feel a little strange. Why were they all gone? Ah Man had met the bearded man, Xiao Dao, Prince Min, and Mo Wangbei. They had returned as fast as they could, but not a single person could be seen. This was really a little strange. Logically speaking, it was impossible for all of them to disappear without a trace. They should have bumped into one. However, not only did they not bump into any of them, they could not find any trace of them. Not even a trace of their aura could be traced. It was as if they had never appeared. Such a situation was indeed very strange. Qin Shao pondered for a while. He could not understand. Ah Man was also scratching his head. He was clearly very puzzled. Forget it. Let's continue forward and look. Perhaps the space here is a little strange. Qin Shao waved his hand. The two of them continued forward. In this stone forest, the two of them walked for a year. Although it was not a long time, it was enough for them to go to many places. However, the strange thing was that they still could not see anyone. It was as if everyone had disappeared and only the two of them were left. Brother Qin Shao, I didn't lie to you. I really saw the bearded man and the others. Ah Man explained to Qin Shao. Seeing Ah Man's anxious expression, Qin Shao said to him, Yes, I know you didn't lie to me. I can only say that the situation here is a little complicated. Don't worry. Hearing Qin Shao's words, Ah Man's heart fell. He was indeed afraid that Qin Shao would misunderstand him. Trust was the most heartwarming force. The two of them continued forward. After a few days, they found a corpse. Although Qin Shao and Ah Man did not know the name of the corpse in front of them, they recognized that it was a member of the 1,000 Buddha Hands team. He's dead. Ah Man looked for a while and his expression became a little strange. Encountering this kind of thing really made him sad. Although they didn't know each other, they had entered the river Styx together after all. Now that they saw each other's corpse here, they naturally felt an indescribable feeling. With the shadow of death looming over one's heart, one would feel even heavier. It seemed like danger was still everywhere. As long as you are not careful, you may fall into the vortex of death. Qin Shao carefully examined the man's body. She frowned slightly and shook her head, saying, There's nothing wrong with his death. There are no obvious injuries. There was a fight, but it shouldn't have been intense. It's very likely that he was killed by a powerful force in a short period of time. But the strange thing is that there are many palm prints on his body. Wild also saw this, but he looked at Qin Shao in confusion and said, Brother Qin Shao, what's so strange about a palm print? He must have fought with someone, but he didn't know who killed him. I'm thinking, could it be someone who came with us to participate in the selection? If it's someone from our group, then the situation is indeed a little scary. Just thinking about it makes me feel a little uneasy. Qin Shao said with a slightly surprised expression, There's nothing strange about a palm print, but didn't you think of something? Think of what? Wild looked at Qin Shao with a blank expression. He tried hard to think of any possibility he could think of. After a while, Ah Man's heart skipped a beat. He immediately said, Big brother Qin Shao, it seems like the 1,000 Buddha Hand's ultimate move is the Great 1,000 Buddha Hand. Although I have not seen the 1,000 Buddha Hand execute the Great 1,000 Buddha Hand, I have never seen it before. Although I haven't seen it before, from the literal meaning of this immortal technique, it should be a palm immortal technique. This person just so happens to have palm prints on his body. Brother Qin Shao, do you think this matter might be related to 1,000 Buddha Hands? But it can't be, right? He was on the same team as 1,000 Buddha Hand. They went through life and death together. How could 1,000 Buddha hands kill him? It doesn't make sense at all. Shouldn't we be supporting each other more when we're here? Qin Shao also shook his head and said with a puzzled expression, "Yes, I think so, but I feel that it's not very possible. No matter how bad the 1,000 Buddha hands is, he shouldn't have killed his teammates, right? However, when I think of your experience just now, I really think so. After all, the people you met just now wanted to kill you. Beard, Knife, and Old Mo all wanted to kill you. So it's not impossible for something like this to happen. I don't really want to believe this, but it seems that there's no better explanation, so I'm also thinking about this matter." Wild nodded when he heard Qin Zhao's words. That was true. When he thought of his experience just now, it was indeed possible. Beard, Knife, and Old Mo had completely lost their mind. They didn't even know him and wanted to kill him as soon as they saw him. If he hadn't been so lucky, he would probably have ended up like that, right? He would also have died tragically at the hands of his own people, right? However, this matter was really hard to imagine. How sad was it to die at the hands of one's own people? Wild thought for a while and shook his head, saying, "Brother Qin Shao, I really can't imagine how it feels to die at the hands of one's own people. If he really died at the hands of 1,000 Buddha hands, then 1,000 Buddha hands will probably blame himself to death when he wakes up." Such a matter was indeed something that no one dared to think too much about. Qin Shao shook his head. That was indeed the case. If someone died at his hands, then he would definitely blame himself to death. However, the truth was already set in stone, and there was nothing he could do to change it. He could only sigh. He also hoped that things wouldn't be like this. The two of them continued to move forward, and as expected, they soon discovered another corpse. It was one of the 3 people who wanted to follow them. The shadow of death became heavier. It seems that many people died here. It's strange that we didn't encounter anyone on the way here. We only found 2 corpses. Qin Shao frowned. The 2 of them didn't stay for long and left. Oh! Not long after, the sound of fighting suddenly came from the distance. Qin Shao immediately looked in that direction. Fighting? Brother Qin Shao, there are people over there. Let's hurry over and take a look. After searching for so long without finding anyone, Wild was naturally excited to hear the sound of fighting. Qin Shao didn't hesitate either, and immediately rushed over in that direction. However, the strange thing was that as they rushed over, the sound of fighting quickly stopped. When the 2 of them rushed over, they found that the people had already disappeared. Only traces of destruction were left. It could be seen that an extremely fierce battle had just taken place here. In the ruins, Qin Shao and Wild found a corpse. When the 2 of them pulled the corpse out of the ruins and saw the face clearly, the 2 of them were stunned. It was as if they had been struck by lightning. They were stunned speechless for a while. Because this corpse was none other than Xiao Dao. Xiao Dao was dead. How could it be Xiao Dao? When he saw Xiao Dao's corpse, Qin Shao felt as if his head was about to explode. In that instant, his mind went blank. Only pain surged into his heart. Qin Shao hadn't felt this kind of pain in a long time. The first person Qin Shao met in the immortal region was Xiao Dao. Xiao Dao was his savior. Xiao Dao and Xiao Yu saved him and took care of him with great care. Qin Shao had always remembered this kindness in his heart. So Qin Shao had always wanted to protect Xiao Dao. He didn't want anything to happen to Xiao Dao. He had to bring Xiao Dao back alive. He didn't expect Xiao Dao to be able to smoothly pass the selection and become an in-name disciple of the Fumo Immortal Palace. But at the very least, he wanted Xiao Dao to be able to return alive. So Qin Shao could treat everyone equally, but he was still selfish towards Xiao Dao. When he left alone, he also took Xiao Dao with him. However, he still couldn't resist the power of the flowing space. Xiao Dao was quickly swept away by the flowing space. Qin Shao had always been worried about Xiao Dao's safety. But he didn't expect that when they met again, Xiao Dao was already dead. How could this be? Xiao Dao was dead. How sad would Xiao Yu be? She would cry to death. Xiao Yu only had Xiao Dao as a relative. Xiao Dao could be said to be Xiao Yu's everything. If Xiao Dao died, then how sad would Xiao Yu be? Qin Xiao secretly swore in his heart that he must bring Xiao Dao back alive. Now that his vow was in vain, the blow to him was naturally very heavy. This made Qin Xiao very uncomfortable. He was really unwilling to accept such a situation. Xiao Dao's death made Qin Xiao feel like he had lost a relative. In the immortal realm, it was impossible to cultivate a clone unless one was a celestial venerable. Those below the celestial venerable were all ants. Ants couldn't have a clone. Xiao Dao didn't have a clone. So if he died, he was really dead. Of course, he should be able to be resurrected. But to resurrect someone in the immortal realm, it was probably impossible for an ancient sage. However, Qin Xiao didn't know. He didn't ask ancient sage Jing Yang if there was a way to resurrect someone. Even if an ancient sage was capable of doing so, how difficult would it be to invite an ancient sage over? An ancient sage was at the level of his master, Old Man Luha. To Qin Xiao, it was too far away. Xiao Dao, Xiao Dao. A man was stunned for a while before he suddenly reacted. His eyes were red as he threw himself at Xiao Dao's corpse. Tears were already welling up in his eyes. He was just short of falling. A man shook Xiao Dao's corpse in incomparable pain. His voice trembled as if his heart and lungs were being torn apart. A man and Xiao Dao had grown up together. The two of them had a good relationship since they were young. They were brothers in life and death. Seeing Xiao Dao die now, A man's feelings could be imagined. Xiao Dao, how did you die? How could you die? What happened to the lofty aspirations we had together? We boasted together that we would pass the selection and become an in-name disciple of the Fu De Immortal Palace. We would follow Big Brother Qin Xiao and bring glory to our ancestors. How could you die? How could you leave me all alone? Xiao Dao, wake up. Stop playing. I beg you, wake up. Let's go together. Our journey has only just begun. There are still many exciting things waiting for us in the future. However, Xiao Dao was already dead. Only an ice-cold corpse was left. He couldn't wake up no matter how hard he tried. He would never wake up. The truth was always so cruel. It was impossible to accept. However, regardless of whether you accepted it or not, it couldn't change the bloody truth. Chapter 1666. Haha, you're called Qin Xiao? What a simple name. My name is quite long, but you can just call me Xiao Dao. This was the first conversation between Qin Xiao and A Man. This was the first sentence a sunny youth said to Qin Xiao. These words were still vivid in Qin Xiao's mind. A sunny young man, a kind-hearted young man, a simple young man, a young man with some dreams, had become a cold corpse at this moment. Although he had seen many deaths, this feeling was still very uncomfortable. Especially for A Man, she found it hard to accept. In the end, she couldn't help but shed tears. Alas, the world is unpredictable. Strength is too weak. There are many things that cannot be decided. Qin Xiao shook his head helplessly. This was something that he couldn't change. Since things had already reached this point, there was nothing he could do. He could only grieve. Qin Xiao walked over. He heavily patted A Man's shoulder and said, A Man, take it easy. There's no other way. Xiao Dao's path has already come to an end, but your path hasn't. Don't be affected by Xiao Dao. You should pull yourself together and work harder. You should continue on Xiao Dao's path. If you can go far and survive, perhaps that will be the greatest consolation for Xiao Dao. A Man wiped away her tears, but she couldn't hide her sadness. After a while, she stood up and said, I'm sorry, Big Brother Qin Xiao. I know that I shouldn't be like this. I know that I should be stronger. But when I saw Xiao Dao's cold corpse, I really couldn't hold back my tears. I've made Big Brother Qin Xiao laugh. Although we were prepared from the beginning, when it really came to this point, it was still very sad. Okay, big brother Qin Shao, you don't have to worry about me. I will adjust my emotions. I will finish Xiao Dao's path for him. Qin Shao nodded. It was for the best that Ah Man could think like this. He could only sigh. Qin Shao said to Ah Man, collect Xiao Dao's corpse. Ah Man nodded and kept Xiao Dao's corpse. Xiao Dao's death was a heavy blow to the two of them, causing their moods to become somewhat heavy. With this heavy feeling, the two of them left. Following that, they discovered a few more corpses. Some of them were familiar, while others were unfamiliar. Clearly, there were other people who had entered this place apart from them. Along the way, the two of them discovered more than a dozen corpses. In addition to Xiao Dao's corpse, they also discovered another person's corpse. The aura of death grew even thicker. But what was even stranger was that there were many corpses, but not a single living person was found. There were a few times when they heard the sound of fighting, but when they chased after it, they found that the person had disappeared. Even if they continued to search, they couldn't find the person. This was really a very strange thing. This situation continued for a long time, and finally there was a new situation. Beard. Another familiar corpse appeared in front of them. The most frightening thing was not seeing the bearded man's corpse, but the familiar sword marks on the bearded man's corpse. It's the Tai sword technique, Old Mo's Tai sword technique. Ah Man was greatly shocked. She looked at Qin Shao with a dumbfounded expression and said in a daze, Brother Qin Shao, could it be that Old Mo killed Beard? Could such a cruel thing really happen in our team? Previously, Qin Shao and Ah Man found it hard to accept that a member of the Thousand Buddha Hands team had died under the Great Thousand Buddha Hands. But it was still okay. After all, they weren't very familiar with the Thousand Buddha Hands team. That was their team's matter, and after they were shocked, they didn't say anything. But this time was different. This time, the one who died was Beard, and he died under the Tai sword technique. Mo Wangbei killed Beard? Thinking about this, Qin Shao and Ah Man found it hard to accept. They would rather not believe it. But the evidence presented before them showed that this was really the case. Qin Shao was also somewhat hesitant. He really didn't want to believe that Mo Wangbei killed Beard. He was more willing to believe that there was some misunderstanding, some unknown situation. But he couldn't think of a reason. It seemed that it was more direct to directly conclude that Mo Wangbei killed Beard. If old Mo is really being manipulated, then there must be a very powerful and terrifying force inside. Last time, when old Mo was chasing Ah Man, Prince Min appeared again. Prince Min is also being controlled? Qin Shao shook his head with a headache. He couldn't figure it out. He really couldn't figure it out. No matter how he thought, he couldn't figure it out. He felt that the situation was getting more and more chaotic. Brother Qin Shao, do you really believe that Beard was killed by old Mo? Ah Man couldn't help but ask. Actually, Ah Man's feelings were very complicated. She really didn't know whether to believe it or not. Qin Shao said, Don't think too much for now. Things that you haven't seen with your own eyes may not be true. The situation here is very strange. We don't know what the specific situation is. We can't explain it clearly. At the very least, even if all these are true, even if the bearded man really died in old Mo's hands, there are still other possibilities. This was not his intention. Even if he still feels guilty, it is not his fault. But, I feel that there is something strange about it. There was a sense of strangeness. Ah Man looked at Qin Shao with a puzzled face. What was strange about it? The situation seemed a little strange, but what exactly was it referring to? Qin Shao did feel that something was not right, but he couldn't put his finger on it. Forget it, let's continue. Let's put away Beard's body. Qin Shao shook his head and put away Beard's body. The two of them continued to move forward. The situation here could only be investigated slowly. Anyway, Qin Shao felt that it was not so simple. What they saw might not be true. In their hearts, Qin Shao and Ah Man certainly hoped that what they saw was not true. Someone is here. Chase him. The two of them didn't walk for long. Qin Zhao's expression changed and he immediately chased in a direction. Ah Man also followed Qin Shao. After chasing for a while, Qin Shao really saw a figure flash in front of him and directly hide behind a boulder. The figure just flashed in front of Qin Shao and disappeared, so Qin Shao didn't see clearly what the figure looked like. Qin Shao continued to chase, but there were too many boulders here, so it was easy for him to dodge. It was difficult to catch up. One person ran, one person chased. The two of them seemed to be playing hide-and-seek in this boulder forest. They chased like this for a long time, but still didn't catch up. Humph, you really run fast. Let's see where you can run to. After chasing for a long time without catching up, Qin Shao couldn't help but coldly snort. Then he transmitted his voice to Ah Man. Ah Man, you block that side. When you see it, just directly attack. But don't use force. You just need to attack once to buy some time. Leave the rest to me. Write double quotation mark. I understand, brother Qin Shao. Ah Man didn't hesitate and immediately nodded to show that he understood. Then he quickly blocked that side. Qin Shao chased after him. Sure enough, the figure quickly came out from the other side. But as soon as he came out, he was blocked by Ah Man. Ah Man directly attacked. A sharp sword chi with powerful immortal pressure surged out to kill. Seeing Wild make a move, the figure also made a move. A wave of vast power met Wild's sword energy and immortal pressure in an instant. What powerful strength! After a single exchange, Ah Man was clearly defeated. The difference in strength between the two of them wasn't small. Such a situation caused Wild to jump in fright and hastily retreat. His mission was to stall for time, not to engage in a prolonged battle. Facing such an expert, if he continued to fight, he definitely wouldn't gain any advantage. At this moment, Qin Shao also charged over. Before he arrived, his power had already arrived. His sword aura surged over, bringing with it a power that could sweep through the heavens. When Qin Shao arrived in front of him, he took a closer look and saw clearly who the person he was chasing was. Seeing the other party, Qin Shao anxiously shouted, "Prince Min, why are you here? Prince Min? It's you!" Hearing Qin Shao call Prince Min, Ah Man didn't continue to retreat. Instead, he focused his eyes. It was indeed Prince Min. Actually, he also saw Prince Min just now. It was just that he didn't recognize him and didn't look at him for long. As soon as he arrived, he launched his fastest attack. He didn't care about the other party and attacked according to Qin Zhao's instructions. But he didn't expect it to be Prince Min. Moreover, Prince Min's eyes were clear, and there was nothing wrong with his expression. He was different from Bearded Knife and the others. It was precisely because of this that Qin Shao shouted in such a manner. Prince Min stopped when he heard Qin Shao and a man's voices. His gaze descended onto the two of them, and some joy immediately surged onto his face. "Qin Shao, man, it's the two of you. If I knew it was you, I wouldn't have run away just now. I thought I was targeted by something bad, so I directly ran away. I'm ashamed. I made a fool of myself in front of you two brothers." Qin Shao and Ah Man walked over. Finally, they met a living person who could talk to them and didn't want to kill them as soon as they met. This feeling was really good. Qin Shao said, "Prince Min, why are you running away? You're not weak. Even if you meet someone, you don't have to run away as soon as you see them, right? At the very least, you should fight for a while first. I'm a little curious. What kind of power can scare you like this?" At the mention of this, Prince Min shook his head with shame and said, "Brother Qin Shao, I'm really ashamed to say this. Even I, Prince Min, have never been in such a sorry state. You all even saw it. I've encountered danger several times. I felt very uncomfortable several times. I even got a little injured once. After several times I've learned to run away as soon as I see people. I don't want to be entangled with them so as not to get injured again. So when I saw you just now, I didn't think too much and just wanted to run away. I didn't want to be entangled with you. Qin Shao frowned slightly. Prince Min was at a disadvantage, and even got injured. It seemed that Prince Min had met some powerful people before. Prince Min's strength should be ranked in the top of this group, right? What kind of power could make Prince Min like this? Chapter 1667. Prince Min couldn't help but shake his head and sigh at the mention of this painful event. He seemed to be unable to bear recalling it. Prince Min was an extremely prideful person. As a descendant of the royal clan, he possessed the bloodline of an emperor. Even though he wasn't the arrogant type, he was indeed extraordinary to be able to make Prince Min act like this. Actually, I haven't met many people. Only Mo Wangbei, Babutasan, Thousand Buddha Hand, Ghost Shadow, and a few others could give me a headache. There are also other life forms in the forest. Prince Min shook his head. Qin Zhao's expression changed slightly, and he asked, "What life forms? Demon beast?" The Nether River was definitely extremely dangerous, but Qin Shao hadn't encountered a single demon beast along the way until now. Therefore, Qin Zhao's interest was piqued when she heard Prince Min mention other life forms. Prince Min nodded. "Yes, I've encountered nether demons, river monsters, and red fish demons. They're all demon beasts, so they're rather dangerous. The most dangerous times I've encountered them were when I encountered them. They even injured me once. If it wasn't for the fact that I didn't want to fight, the situation would probably be even worse. All along the way, no matter if they were humans or demon beasts, they all directly attacked me. That's why I didn't see all of you clearly when I saw you just now. I just ran away." Only then did Qin Shao feel a little relieved. So that was the case. Qin Shao knew about nether demons. He'd encountered many nether demons in the past, and he'd even killed one. Qin Shao hadn't seen the river monsters and red fish demons, so he didn't know what they were like. However, since Prince Min was able to speak about them now, it meant that they were extremely dangerous. In other words, the dangers of the forest were far from as simple as he'd imagined. "Prince Min, so you didn't lose your mind like old Mo and the others when we met last time?" a man suddenly asked. Prince Min glanced at a man and said, "Of course I didn't. Otherwise, do you think you'd have been able to leave safely last time? I saw you, so I went up to save you. I fought with old Mo for a while before I stopped. It's just that you don't know. You must have been very scared at that time, so you ran away in fear." Hearing about what had happened last time, Wild's face was filled with embarrassment. Last time, he had truly been put in a difficult position. Now that Prince Min had pointed it out, it was only natural for him to look even more embarrassed. His face was so embarrassed that it was almost suffocating. He said, "I've let Prince Min see a joke. Last time, I was indeed in a very difficult situation, so I only cared about escaping. I didn't think about anything else. So it turns out that Prince Min, you came out on a special occasion the last time. He was here to save me, but I didn't even know. Man, will remember this kindness." Prince Min waved his hand and said, "It's not entirely to save you. There are other factors involved. When I saw old Mo, I wanted to stop him and save you by the way. So, you don't have to be like this." Although Prince Min said so, Man still remembered it. After all, this was a life-saving grace. It was greater than the heavens. "Prince Min, you've fought with old Mo before, so you might know something. What's going on?" asked Qin Shao. Prince Min's expression suddenly became serious. He said with a straight face, "I've always felt that this matter is very strange. It's very strange. It's too strange. So I've been investigating this matter. Now I've made some progress." "Made some progress?" Qin Zhao's eyes lit up slightly. He had been thinking about this matter all this time, but he couldn't figure it out. So naturally, he also wanted to hear Prince Min's opinion. Brother Qin Shao, you should also know something about the situation. Many people have completely lost their minds and become walking corpses. I have a feeling that they are being controlled by a mysterious and powerful force. That is why they have become so unrecognizable, so crazy, and so infuriated. They want to kill everyone. Qin Shao nodded. Of course, he knew about this situation. He had encountered many such situations over the years. So I've been thinking about what this mysterious and powerful force is. I'm also in the giant rock forest. If there is such a mysterious and powerful force, why doesn't it come to me? I didn't realize that such a powerful force was about to descend upon me. I've been investigating this matter and thinking about it, but I can't find out the specific situation. The only thing I can be sure of is that there is a force in the dark controlling those people, making them completely lose their minds and become walking corpses. They're incomparably cold. Once I was almost trapped, but fortunately I managed to break free, so I wasn't controlled by that force. That force, I don't know whether it exists in a fixed place in the giant rock forest or it flows. These things are too complicated. I've thought about it for so long, but I still can't figure it out. That's all I know. Qin Shao originally thought that Prince Min knew some specific details, but now it seemed that he didn't know much. Without specific information, Qin Shao couldn't make more judgments. Anything else? Qin Shao asked. Prince Min shook his head and said, There's nothing else. That's all I can sense now. But according to what I know, in this group of people who came in, other than the three of us, everyone else has been trapped. I saw many corpses along the way, and a few people in our group have been sacrificed. You should have encountered many of these situations, right? Qin Shao nodded and said, Yes, I've indeed encountered quite a few. It seems that many people have died. However, their deaths are somewhat thought-provoking. What do you think, Prince Min? Prince Min frowned slightly and said, Brother Qin Shao, you should be referring to the fact that some of them were killed by our own people, right? To be honest, I didn't quite believe it at first, and I couldn't accept it. But after thinking about it, I felt relieved. Since they've been trapped, they have no consciousness at all. If they don't even have consciousness, how can they differentiate between enemies and allies? Of course, it's better to pounce on them and attack. But I feel that the situation isn't as simple as we think. Qin Shao nodded. Prince Min had the same thoughts as him and felt the same way. It seemed that there was indeed something fishy going on. Anyway, Qin Shao thought so. Now that Prince Min also thought so, Qin Shao was even more suspicious. Prince Min, what do you think we should do now? Do you have any good countermeasure? Now that the three of us have gathered together, our strength has increased a lot. Faced with Qin Zhao's question, Prince Min pondered for a moment before replying, I can't think of any good countermeasure either. We can only take it one step at a time and deal with whatever comes our way, right? What other good ideas can there be? The problem now is how to appease those who have been trapped. When they go crazy, they don't care about their lives. But we can't go crazy with them. We should try not to hurt them. After all, they're quite innocent. They've been trapped. They probably don't even know what they're doing. Yes, we're thinking of the same thing again. Qin Shao nodded. This was indeed a problem that he had been thinking about recently. It would be fine if he just gave up every time. Qin Shao shook his head again and said, Then it seems that there really is no good way. We can only take one step at a time. Qin Shao and Prince Min were both smart people. However, even two smart people like them had no solution to this matter. Therefore, the two of them could only give up on this matter. After resting for a while, the three of them left and continued to move forward. Now that Prince Min had joined them, their team had indeed become very strong. On the way, Qin Shao and Prince Min also talked a lot. Prince Min, on the other hand, was a strange person. He was familiar with almost everything. Perhaps he wasn't familiar with many things, but he could still come out and chat. So now, Prince Min had become the guiding needle. He led Qin Shao and Ah Man on the way. Qin Shao could also relax and leave this important task to Prince Min. The three of them walked for a while. Strangely, it was peaceful and quiet. They couldn't see anyone. They couldn't even see a corpse, let alone the demonic beast that had caused Prince Min to suffer. In this regard, Qin Shao felt that he was a little too lucky. Dang! A loud sound that sounded like the chime of the great Tao suddenly rang out. It came from afar and clearly entered the ears of the three of them. When they heard this sudden sound, the three of them couldn't help but stop. They became alert and focused, carefully listening to the sound in the distance. What's that sound? Ah Man looked at Qin Shao and Prince Min with a puzzled expression. Qin Shao frowned and shook his head, indicating that he didn't know what that sound was either. Prince Min also shook his head after hearing this. I don't know either. I can't tell at all. Also, it only rang once. It didn't ring continuously, so it's even harder to tell. But I feel that something must have happened. Such a big commotion can't be caused by a human. So, I think we should go over there and see what's going on. I feel that something must have happened over there. We can't keep walking aimlessly like this. We have to figure out what's going on. Qin Shao nodded and said, Okay, then let's go over there and take a look. With the three of us working together, we should be able to deal with most of the dangerous situations. Haha, Brother Qin Shao is too modest. We should be able to deal with most of the dangers. Prince Min couldn't help but laugh. After making up their minds, the three of them didn't hesitate. They immediately raised their vigilance and rushed over to the other side. Dang! Not long after, another sound rang out. This time, they heard it more clearly. Such a sound could definitely spread to every corner of the giant rock forest. The more it was like this, the more they felt that it wasn't simple. Brother Qin Shao, look over there. There's someone. Ah Man suddenly shouted. Qin Shao didn't need Ah Man to say anything. He also saw that there was someone not far away who was walking in the direction of the sound. The two of them didn't recognize this person. He wasn't part of the group that went down to the Netherworld River. Chapter 1668. One after another, Qin Shao and the others saw many people running in the direction of the sound of the bell. The sound of the bell seemed to have a magical power that could attract everyone over. Although Qin Shao and the others had the willpower to resist, they felt that the other side should be able to sense something, so they still decided to go and take a look. Brother Qin Shao, look over there. Is that still Yi Wugue? He's fine. That's great. He's expressionless. Yi Wugue is also affected. Man suddenly pointed at a figure in front of them. Qin Shao also saw Yi Wugue. However, Yi Wugue was expressionless and had completely lost his mind. At this moment, Yi Wugue was no longer Yi Wugue. Therefore, Qin Shao didn't have the intention to take Yi Wugue under control. However, man couldn't bear it and shouted, Yi Wugue, don't run. Brother Qin Shao and I are here. However, Yi Wugue ignored man and continued running in the direction of the sound, as if he didn't hear man at all. Man wanted to chase after him but was stopped by Qin Shao, who said, Forget it. Don't chase after him. Yi Wugue is already under control. It's useless to chase after him. Let's hurry over and see the situation. In fact, even if man wanted to chase after him, it would be difficult for him to do so. Qin Shao said not to chase after him, so he could only give up. Not only Yi Wugue, but Prince Min also found one of his team members, but he was also under control. Seeing more and more people being controlled, Qin Shao and the others became more and more depressed. A bad feeling kept surging in their hearts. The three of them continued to move forward. After walking for more than a year, they finally found the place where the sound came from. They saw a huge rock that looked like a huge peak. The sound of the immortal chime came from the top of this huge rock. Not only was there the sound of the immortal chime, but there were also strands of immortal light and dense immortal chi pouring down, as if it was a piece of immortal music. Just the immortal music, the immortal light, the dense immortal chi, and the supreme immortal power were enough to make people go crazy. It was as if there was a terrifying magic that completely attracted everyone's heart. From afar, Qin Shao and the others were completely attracted. They felt as if their minds were about to be sucked away. This feeling was no less than a person who was about to starve to death seeing a table full of sumptuous food. Qin Shao, who always had a steady state of mind, couldn't help but be greatly moved at this time. He couldn't wait to go over. Qin Zhao's gaze fell on the top of the huge rock. After carefully sizing it up, he finally saw that the thing surrounded by the immortal aura was a bead the size of an egg. It was sparkling and translucent, emitting immortal light. It was surrounded by dense immortal chi and emitted a powerful immortal aura. The immortal chime came from that pearl. It made people feel as if there was something hidden inside the pearl. What is this? Qin Shao clearly didn't recognize this thing, but his intuition told him that this thing was not simple. It must be some kind of immortal treasure, and its value must be astronomical. If he could get his hands on it, he would be rich. Prince Min was also looking at it, frowning deeply as if he was thinking, but he didn't seem to recognize it either. Big brother Qin Shao, look, it's old Mo. There are others over there, Ah Man suddenly shouted excitedly. Qin Shao looked over. Sure enough, he saw Mo Wangbei, Yiwugue, and the others under the huge rock. They were all staring at the pearl on the top of the huge rock like wolves staring at lambs. Their faces were filled with greed, instinctive greed. Aside from Mo Wangbei and the others, Qin Shao also saw 1,000 Buddha hands, Babutasan, Prince Min's team, and one of the 3 people who wanted to follow them. He had seen one of the corpses earlier, so the other one was probably dead as well. At this time, there were more than 100 people under the huge rock. All of them had lost their minds and were completely under someone's control. Aside from these people, Qin Shao quickly discovered a new situation. The Nether Demon, Red Fish Demon, and River Monster that Prince Min had mentioned were all there. Qin Shao had seen the Nether Demon before. The Red Fish Demon looked like a fish, an extremely ugly and ferocious fish. The River Monster's appearance was also very strange. It looked like both a human and a fish. There were more than 30 of these 3 demon beasts. In terms of numbers, they were not as many as the humans. However, the deterrence of these demon beasts was not weak at all. Qin Shao could not help but raise his guard. They surrounded the huge rock and stared at the pearl on top of the huge rock. However, none of them rushed up to snatch it. It was as if they were waiting for something. They were all biding their time. This scene was a little strange. There were humans and demonic beasts gathered here. They were all attracted by that bead. What exactly was that bead? It's an immortal elixir. Prince Min's expression suddenly changed greatly as he exclaimed in surprise. An immortal elixir? Hearing these 2 words, Qin Shao was also shocked. He looked at Prince Min with surprise and confusion. Just from the literal meaning, an immortal elixir should be an item that could allow one to become an immortal. Prince Min's face was filled with uncontrollable excitement. His eyes shone brightly. He swallowed his saliva and said, "Yes, an immortal elixir. Haha, I've only heard about it from the elders of my clan. An immortal elixir is something that only exists in legend. It is said that an immortal elixir can allow an ordinary person to become an immortal and step into the realm of a celestial venerable. An immortal elixir is a priceless treasure. It is the crystallization of heaven and earth. It is a sacred item of the immortal Tao. It is something that only exists in legend. This is crazy. Isn't the fuming immortal palace too generous? They just placed an immortal elixir here? TSK, it's really hard to imagine. No wonder it can cause waves of immortal music. No wonder it was able to attract everyone here. This is really a rhythm that can make people go crazy. I'm thinking, what is the fuming Immortal Palace trying to do? Do they really want us to fight to the death? But everyone else is being controlled. What's the point? Qin Shao looked at the glittering immortal elixir and couldn't help but ask, Prince Min, if we consume this elixir, can we really become an immortal and break through to the realm of a celestial venerable? Prince Min nodded. It should be possible. I'm not sure, but that's what the legends say. I can feel that there shouldn't be any problems. This is an immortal elixir, the crystallization of heaven and earth's immortal Tao. It contains a powerful immortal Tao. It is said that even the most stupid person can become an immortal and break through to the realm of a celestial venerable after consuming an immortal elixir. The powerful immortal Tao contained in the elixir can be forced into one's mind to seek the Tao. Qin Shao felt a little more at ease with this method. For example, the Tao integration elixir in the primordial universe could easily allow a fourth-step celestial venerable to complete the Tao integration elixir and enter the realm of Almighty. This was a forceful ascension. However, this kind of ascension had side effects, so Qin Shao asked again, will the immortal Tao be greatly affected if one becomes a celestial venerable by consuming an immortal elixir? Prince Min shook his head. I'm not too sure about this, but from what I know, it doesn't seem to have much of an effect. Immortal elixirs are immortal treasures formed naturally by heaven and earth. They are the crystallization of the immortal Tao's immortal might and contain a large amount of immortal Tao origin and nomological laws. Consuming an immortal elixir is actually a process of comprehending the immortal Tao. It can allow one to quickly seek immortality and attain the Tao, allowing one's comprehension of the immortal Tao to rise very quickly. In this way, it's equivalent to experiencing a long period of cultivation. However, with the help of this powerful external force, the cultivation time is compressed. It's just an extremely short period of time. Of course, there might still be some influence, but it shouldn't be too great. Moreover, how many people are confident of becoming an immortal? How easy is it to step into the realm of a celestial venerable? Becoming an immortal is the realm that most people pursue their entire life. Therefore, with such an opportunity, it's enough for people to fight for it. To be honest, if I could get my hands on it, I definitely wouldn't hesitate to swallow this immortal pill. No matter what, he had to become an immortal first. Even if there are some effects, I think I can still cultivate it back. Moreover, if I want to become an immortal now, it will be a long and difficult path. Instead of walking this long and difficult path, it would be better to take a shortcut and make up for the effects of the immortal pill. Perhaps it will make success a little faster and a little closer. Qin Shao nodded. Prince Min's thinking was not wrong. In fact, it made a lot of sense. However, taking Qin Shao as an example, he did not want to rely on such external forces to directly become an immortal. No matter how small the impact was, it would still be there. After all, it was such a huge improvement. If a fourth-step universe grade broke through to immortal ascension, the impact would be negligible. However, for a sovereign of the fourth step, there was no way he could avoid the effects of an entire major level of advancement. Qin Shao shook his head silently. He did not need such an improvement. Even if he obtained the immortal pill, he wouldn't use it. Therefore, Qin Shao did not have much interest in this immortal pill. Looking at Prince Min's excited face, it was obvious that he wanted to snatch the immortal elixir very much. A man was weak, so he wouldn't have such thoughts. Brother Qin Shao, you don't seem to have any thoughts about this immortal pill? This is an opportunity to become an immortal. Don't you want it? Prince Min, who seemed to have seen through Qin Zhao's thoughts, couldn't help but ask. Qin Shao pursed his lips and smiled faintly. I know about the opportunity to become an immortal, but I really don't have any thoughts about it. If I were a fourth-step universe grade, I might have some thoughts about it. However, I am only a fourth-step ruler now, so I don't have any thoughts. No matter how good the opportunity is, it doesn't suit me. Prince Min was stunned when he heard Qin Zhao's words. After a while, he said, Brother Qin Zhao is really bold. You can even disregard such an opportunity. I'm impressed. Haha. I think that it is precisely because you are a fourth-step ruler that you have more thoughts about it. If you were a fourth-step universe grade, you could also become an immortal with your own abilities. You wouldn't feel so strongly about it. If you want to obtain something, it is because it is too far away that you feel so strongly about it. However, Brother Qin Zhao's state of mind is really impressive. I definitely can't do that. Although I know that this will definitely have some repercussions and leave behind some repercussions, I still want to obtain it. Everyone has their own aspirations. There is nothing wrong with your way of thinking, Qin Zhao said. Prince Min nodded. This was indeed the case. He could only comfort himself by saying that everyone had their own aspirations. Chapter 1669. As soon as Prince Min spoke, Qin Zhao immediately understood what he meant. He said, You want me to help you get this immortal pill, right? Prince Min nodded and said, Yes, Brother Qin Zhao. That's exactly what I'm thinking. Of course, I won't let Brother Qin Zhao suffer a loss. As long as Brother Qin Zhao can help me get this immortal pill, I'll be grateful to Brother Qin Zhao regardless of whether you succeed or not. If Brother Qin Zhao has any requests, I'll help you. If there's anything, you can ask me directly. As long as it's something I can do, I'll definitely do it. Brother Qin Zhao, don't think too much about it. There's no deal between us. However, a debt of gratitude is something that must be paid. Prince Min, I understand what you mean. No problem, I really don't have much interest in immortal pills. Since you want it, I can lend you a hand. Let's not talk about anything else, but I'll accept this debt of gratitude. Qin Zhao didn't think too much about it and directly agreed. Hearing Qin Zhao agree so readily, Ah Man looked at Qin Zhao in surprise. Even if he wasn't interested in immortal pills, they were still immortal pills after all. They were priceless treasures that people would fight to the death for. Even if he didn't use them, he could sell them for a sky-high price. An immortal pill could create a celestial venerate. It was obvious how precious it was. The Xin Hua clan, a clan that had existed for thousands of universe epochs, only had one celestial venerate. It was needless to say how significant it would be to have another celestial venerate. How can this be? Although Prince Min knew that Qin Zhao would most likely agree, when he heard that Qin Zhao didn't need anything and only wanted to accept a debt of gratitude, Prince Min was really shocked. If they really fought, Prince Min felt that he might not be able to win against Qin Zhao. Therefore, if Qin Zhao really helped him, it would be the same as letting him have it. That would be a huge favor. This was an elixir of immortality. It could not be measured by its value. Therefore, even if he had to pay a high price, Prince Min was willing to do so. This opportunity was priceless to him, and he was willing to risk his life for it. Qin Zhao curled her lips and smiled faintly. It's nothing. It just so happens that I'm not interested. If I'm interested, I might not help you. Although I can snatch it in exchange for a very generous reward, I don't have to do that. Moreover, I may not be able to successfully snatch it. That's what I did when I asked for a generous reward. Now that I'm asking for a favor from you, it's the same. So, it's fine. If we work together, we might have a higher chance of success. Prince Min saluted Qin Zhao gratefully and said, All right, Brother Qin Zhao. Since you've said so, I'll be thick-skinned this time. I'll remember this favor. If Brother Qin Zhao needs anything in the future, just let me know. Even if I have to go through water and tread on fire, I, Prince Min, will not refuse. Qin Zhao smiled faintly and didn't care too much. Speaking of which, Qin Zhao hadn't known Prince Min for long, and they hadn't spent much time together. As for what kind of person Prince Min was, Qin Shao didn't know. He helped Prince Min because he was not interested and Prince Min was determined to get the elixir. Therefore, he might as well do him a favor. As for whether he would return the favor or not, Qin Shao really didn't care too much about this. Qin Shao didn't think too much about this matter. Instead, he asked, Prince Min, why aren't they doing anything? Prince Min also became serious. After sizing up the situation, he said, Brother Qin Shao, this situation is really strange. I can't figure it out. However, I feel that a great battle is about to break out. Let's see who will break out first. It's about to break out. Sure enough, as soon as Prince Min finished speaking, another demon suddenly moved and charged towards the top of the giant boulder. Once that nether demon moved, the other demonic beasts also moved. All the demonic beasts moved and madly charged towards the top of the giant boulder. When the demonic beasts moved, Mo Wangbei and the others also moved. Each of them madly charged towards the top of the giant boulder. Like a school of carps crossing the river, they rushed up one after another. Those at the back naturally didn't want to do it. If they didn't want to do it, they would madly attack those at the front. Therefore, the situation became incomparably chaotic. Humans and demonic beasts started to fight. There were also humans killing each other, causing the situation to become incomparably chaotic. Such a chaotic scene caused Qin Shao to involuntarily frown slightly. Big brother Qin Shao, what should we do? Should we just watch from the sidelines? Or should we go and help? Old Mo and the others are in trouble. A man asked with a worried expression. Actually, Qin Shao was also thinking about this question. Should they make a move? Prince Min shook his head and said, It's best that we don't make a move now. Otherwise, we'll easily become the target of public criticism. No matter those people or demonic beasts, they're all incomparably crazy. As long as we go up, we'll definitely become the target of their attack. If we really become the target of public criticism, then we'll be in trouble. Therefore, I feel that we should bide our time and wait for them to fight to the death. Then, we'll go over and reap the benefit. Hearing Prince Min's words, Qin Shao couldn't help but frown slightly. How can we bide our time? Could it be that we're just going to watch them die without doing anything? Prince Min, you still have teammates over there. Don't you care about their life and death? There are still many people in our team over there. How can we just watch from the sidelines? A man's temper was rather straightforward. He agreed with Prince Min's words. Prince Min said, That was then and this is now. The situation can't be confused. They've all lost their minds and are completely controlled. They have no consciousness at all and don't recognize us at all. So if we go over, then they'll definitely only attack us. If they attack us, then what do we do? Can we really bear to hurt them? If that's the case, then why don't we just watch from the sidelines? We can't change this matter. This isn't something we can control. Therefore, this isn't a matter of watching them die. It's a matter of whether we can move or not. If we can really save them, then I'll naturally do it. In the current situation, I feel that there's no need. But, a man was still a little anxious. I can't just watch them kill each other and watch them die one by one. That's too painful. Could it be that we really don't have any way to stop this? We can give up on the elixir. As long as we can save a few people, it's worth it. Prince Min shook his head and said, Save? How are you going to save them? There are so many people and so many beasts over there. There's only the three of us. How are we going to save them? Moreover, those people won't even let us save them. They'll only attack us when they see us. So there's no need to talk about saving them. Brother Ah-man, although the situation is rather cruel, we have to understand it clearly. It's not that we're heartless. It's just that the situation in front of us is like this. We have no other way. Ah-man didn't say anything more. However, he was clearly in a very low mood. Yi Wugui was over there, Mo Wangbei was over there, and there were other teammates over there. They were risking their lives and crazily killing each other. Could he only watch on helplessly? How could Ah Man accept such a situation? Ah Man looked at Qin Shao. Qin Shao said, "If you haven't done it, how do you know it's definitely not possible?" Definitely not possible? We've been through so much. We've all been brothers in life and death. We've also promised to help each other when we're in trouble. This is the strength and spirit that a team should have. Now that we see them killing each other with all their might, are we just going to stand by and watch and reap the benefits? Prince Min, you can do such a thing, but I, Qin Shao, can't do it. Ah Man is right. We can give up on the elixir, but we can't not save the people. If we can save a few people, it'll be worth more than an elixir. If we really can't do it, we can also keep them in our internal worlds. We can also tie them up. As long as they don't die for the time being, there will be a solution. They're just being controlled. It's not like there's no way to save them. But now that they're dead, they're really dead. There's no chance at all. Prince Min, if you don't want to do it, then you can just watch. I can't just stand by and watch. Hearing Qin Zhao's words, Ah Man immediately nodded excitedly. Yes, yes, yes. Big brother Qin Shao is right. If we haven't done it, how do we know it's definitely not possible? I also think we should do it. No matter what, we should save a few people first. It's better than watching them die, right? Big brother Qin Shao, I'll go with you to save them. Even if we lose our lives, it's no big deal. Xiao Dao has already lost his life. What reason do I have to not dare to do it? Xiao Dao is dead, Bearded Man is dead, Wind Shadow is dead, and a few others are dead. We can't let another tragedy happen. It's fine if we didn't see it. But since we saw it, we can't just stand by and watch them die. Qin Shao patted Ah Man's shoulder. He rather admired Ah Man. A person should be like this. Being loyal and loyal was the most important quality. It was the rarest quality. This quality was what Qin Shao cared about the most when making friends. Originally, Qin Shao didn't have much of a good impression of Prince Min. Now that Prince Min said such words, Qin Shao naturally didn't have a good impression of him. A small matter was enough to see through a person. Ah Man, I originally didn't want you to take risks with me. But since you have this kind of heart, then let's fight together. It's no big deal. People who can't overcome the fear in their hearts can't become strong. Now that you've taken this step, it's very rare. Your temperament is still very good. No wonder you're not affected by the power inside and are not controlled. But it will be very dangerous later. Be careful. It's best not to be too far away from me. In that case, even if you're really in danger, I can still help you. Qin Shao said. Ah Man nodded heavily and said, Yes, big brother Qin Shao, I understand. Don't worry, I won't do anything rash. Seeing that Qin Shao and Ah Man had made up their minds, Prince Min hesitated for a moment, then secretly clenched his teeth and said, Brother Qin Shao, I'll also go with you to save people. The more people there are, the stronger. I didn't mean anything by what I said just now. Don't think too much. Chapter 1670. Qin Shao and Ah Man left, leaving only Prince Min standing there with an unsightly expression. However, Qin Shao no longer cared about Prince Min. If he wanted to be unsightly, that was his problem. Once he saw through a person, he would no longer care. Since their paths were different, there was no need to work together. This was how Qin Shao dealt with matters and made friends. In this chaotic battle, once one entered the chaotic circle, one would draw fire to oneself, attracting the attacks of many forces. Under such circumstances, Qin Shao didn't dare to be careless. He was on full alert. Qin Shao was the first to approach Mo Wangbei. Mo Wangbei was fighting a bit crazily, fighting one nether demon and one red fish demon. 1 against 2, it wasn't very intense. Qin Shao directly charged over, joining the battle against the Nether Demon and Red Fish Demon. The immortal rope flew out, binding the Nether Demon, not giving it a chance to enter the void. Individually, these Nether Demons weren't too strong. At least, they were much weaker than the one Qin Shao had encountered before. If all of them were so strong, it would be extremely difficult to deal with just one Nether Demon. After all, there were more than a dozen Nether Demons here. With the immortal rope binding the Nether Demon, Qin Shao used the full power of the Startling Sword art. Startling Sword Qi surged towards the Red Fish Demon, releasing rays of sharp light. In an instant, Qin Shao directly restrained the two demon beasts, freeing Mo Wangbei from his predicament and allowing him to relax. However, the moment Mo Wangbei was freed, he didn't say anything. He directly launched a ferocious attack at Qin Shao, charging at Qin Shao like a madman. His ultimate move, the Tai Sword art, was fully displayed in his hands. It couldn't be said to have reached perfection, but it was still extremely powerful. Mo Wangbei's strength was already quite strong. Now that he attacked with all his strength, it was indeed a bit scary. The worst thing was that Qin Shao was currently restraining the two Nether Demons. At this moment, he felt like he couldn't split himself up. At this time, Mo Wangbei rushed towards him. Qin Shao was speechless. He couldn't help but shout, "Old Mo, wake up, it's me. Qin Shao, the one I'm going to kill is you. Don't even think about taking the elixir. It's mine. Mo Wangbei's face was ferocious and cold. He looked at Qin Shao with killing intent. That look in his eyes was truly terrifying. At this time, he didn't know Qin Shao at all. He completely treated Qin Shao as an enemy who killed his father. Facing Mo Wangbei's madness, Qin Shao had no other choice but to temporarily give up on the two demonic beasts and use the immortal rope technique on Mo Wangbei. Mo Wangbei seemed to have been prepared. He dodged Qin Shao's immortal rope. When he couldn't dodge, he would forcefully attack. The immortal rope couldn't bind Mo Wangbei at all. At this time, Mo Wangbei had completely fallen into madness. He rushed towards Qin Shao without caring about anything else. With Mo Wangbei's interference, the other two demonic beasts also flew into a rage out of humiliation and pounced towards Qin Shao. The three forces charging towards Qin Shao were naturally a great threat. The most dangerous one was Mo Wangbei. Qin Shao couldn't bear to really injure Mo Wangbei, so he naturally had some misgivings in his heart. With misgivings, his hands and feet were bound by an invisible force. Waves of powerful forces rushed towards Qin Shao. Because of Qin Shao's misgivings, he could only try his best to avoid Mo Wangbei and focus on dealing with the two demonic beasts. But Mo Wangbei didn't show any mercy. The Tai Sword art was pushed to the extreme, bringing with it a supreme sword aura. So in this exchange, Qin Shao was forced back by Mo Wangbei and the two demonic beasts. He felt like he was being completely suppressed. With misgivings, he couldn't display his true strength. On the other side, Amon's situation wasn't good either. He was also being attacked by several people. Moreover, Amon wasn't going to fight with them. He was going to save someone. But in his madness, there was no way to save anyone. These people were too crazy. Qin Shao had already expected this problem, but he had no other choice. He could only try. Mo Wangbei's madness was giving Qin Shao a headache, and he could only turn his attention to the others. The others were also killing each other, and it was extremely intense. Amon was doing his best to save Yi Wuguei, but Yi Wuguei was fighting amongst himself. He had already sunk into madness. Big brother Qin Shao, there's no way to stop them. As soon as I made a move, they all attacked. What should I do? Amon saw Qin Shao come over and complained. He was also in a sorry state. There were some injuries on his body. Clearly, he had been injured in the fierce battle just now. Don't worry about it. Save as many as you can. Try not to care about those demonic beasts, and don't care about other people. Just save our own people first. Qin Shao shook his head. There was no other choice. This was the only way. A man nodded. That was the only thing they could do. However, it was not an easy task to save them. Big brother Qin Shao, Yi Wugui's situation isn't good. You should go save him first. Amon suddenly said. Qin Shao also saw that Yi Wugui's situation wasn't good. So Qin Shao didn't hesitate. Just as he was about to go save Yi Wugui, Mo Wangbei suddenly attacked again. Not only Mo Wangbei, but the two demonic beasts also chased after him. 3 forces were attacking. Qin Shao had a headache. He originally wanted to save people, but now he was entangled again. There was no way he could continue saving people. Big brother Qin Shao, leave Yi Wugui to me. Be careful. A man immediately said and rushed towards Yi Wugui's side. In this situation, Qin Shao could only give up on his original plan and focus on dealing with Mo Wangbei and the others. With these 3 forces combined, if he dared to be the slightest bit careless, he would suffer a great loss. So Qin Shao didn't dare to underestimate them. He had to be alert. On the other side, Prince Min still stood there without moving. His eyes were incomparably deep. It was obvious that he was waiting for the best time to make a move. Now that they were killing each other, it was the best thing for him. It would be best if everyone was dead or seriously injured. Then, he would be able to get the immortal elixir without any effort. Big brother Qin Shao, Yi Wugui is dead. Amon suddenly cried out in pain. Qin Shao also saw that Yi Wugui had died in the hands of others. He had died in the hands of his own people. The moment he saw Yi Wugui die, Qin Zhao's pain couldn't be described with any words. Huzi died, Feng Ying died, Xiao Dao died, and a few others also died. Now that Yi Wugui had died in front of him, it was indeed like a knife ruthlessly stabbing into his heart. The most painful thing was that Qin Shao wanted to save him, but he was powerless. He was attacked by Mo Wangbei and the other 2 forces. He simply couldn't do anything. Moreover, because of the apprehension and worry in his heart, he was at a disadvantage. He was completely suppressed and couldn't break free. It was as if he had fallen into a vicious cycle. This was a feeling of powerlessness. This feeling was too unbearable. It was as if his fate was in the hands of others. However, the terrible situation was still ongoing, and this was only the beginning. People kept dying, but they still came to attack Qin Shao. Yi Wugui died, and soon Amon also died tragically in the hands of others. Big brother Qin Shao, I'm sorry. Amon is useless. I can't save you. I'll go first. Xiao Dao, Amon is coming to accompany you. These were Amon's last words, her last words before she died. Amon. Qin Zhao's heart was in extreme pain. Xiao Dao's death was already a big blow to him. Now Amon was also dead. One after another, familiar figures, close teammates, all died one by one. Qin Zhao's hot-bloodedness, anger, and madness couldn't withstand the waves of attacks. More and more people died. Seeing his teammates die one by one, Qin Shao felt powerless. Being attacked by more and more forces, Qin Shao also became more and more injured. He couldn't block it. He couldn't block it at all. No matter how strong Qin Shao was, he was only a 4th-step sovereign. Unless he revealed his true strength. But once he revealed his true strength, it would be equivalent to being eliminated. But if he didn't reveal his true strength, he couldn't block the waves of ferocious and crazy attacks with just the power of the immortal Tao. Under such attacks, Qin Shao could clearly feel that he was approaching death step by step. But what could he do? Seeing his teammates die one by one made him sad again and again. Under the fierce and crazy battle, more than half of the casualties were soon gone. Blood and corpses were everywhere. It was a tragic scene. Prince Min finally found an opportunity. He attacked aggressively, and soon the immortal pill fell into his hands. Prince Min, who had fused the elixir of immortality, stood on top of the huge rock and let out an incomparably complacent laugh. Ha ha ha, the elixir of immortality, the elixir of immortality, it's mine now. It's mine. As long as I swallow this immortal pill, I'll immediately become an immortal and enter the heavenly venerate realm. Once I become a heavenly venerate, it'll be a whole new world. Heavenly venerate realm, that's the realm I've always dreamed of. And now, it's finally going to happen. Ha! Kill, kill, kill. You guys can continue fighting. It's best if you all die. That way, there will be even less people competing with this prince. Wait until I pass the selection and become an in-name disciple of the Fuda Immortal Palace, then I'll swallow this immortal pill. At that time, my status will definitely rise and I'll be able to eat well in the Fuda Immortal Palace. Ha ha, just thinking about it makes me happy. Prince Min's happiness made Qin Shao feel disgusted and angry. He didn't expect Prince Min to be such a person. Originally, he thought that if he could help Prince Min, he would do him a big favor. But now, it seemed that he had misjudged. He didn't want to be associated with such a person. But now, there was nothing he could do to change anything. The immortal pill had fallen into Prince Min's hands. Furthermore, he was currently trapped. He was simply unable to break free from their encirclement. Poof! Finally, Qin Zhao's divine body was greatly shaken. He couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood. The situation was getting worse. Qin Shao knew very well that if this continued, his life would be in danger. What should he do? How could he get out of this situation? Although the immortal pill had been snatched away by Prince Min, these forces didn't care at all. They continued to attack Qin Shao crazily as if they wanted to kill Qin Shao. They had completely regarded Qin Shao as their prey. Boom! Poof! Another terrifying attack came down. Qin Shao spat out another mouthful of blood. His divine body was greatly damaged. The situation was extremely bad. Chapter 1671. It was not the first time Qin Shao had faced a situation of life and death. So in the face of such a desperate situation, Qin Shao did not panic at all. Instead, he became calmer and calmer. Countless thoughts flashed through his mind. One by one, they surged out and transmitted a message. And from these messages, Qin Shao vaguely sensed something and caught something. Something was wrong. Suddenly, a very strong thought flashed through Qin Zhao's mind. Immediately, Qin Shao caught a very important point. This point was like a starlight in the middle of the night. It immediately broke the shackles of the night and illuminated a lot of the sky. There was light. From the endless darkness, there was a glimmer of light, illuminating the direction. A glimmer of light was enough to break the endless darkness. This was a very magical power. There's something wrong with everyone. From the moment I entered the giant rock forest, there was something very wrong with everyone. The first person I met was Man. At first glance, I vaguely felt that something was not right. At that time, perhaps I didn't think too much. I just intuitively felt that something was not right. Then I met Prince Min. Something was not right. Xiao Dao's death, Hu Qi's death, Yi Wugui's death, Old Mo. There's something wrong with every single one of them. Every single one of them is based on what I imagine them to be. I imagined that Man was very dependent on me and was very loyal. Man was like that. I imagined that Prince Min might be selfish and seek personal gain. Prince Min was like that. I imagined that Old Mo would fight with me. I resisted to the end. Old Mo wanted to kill me crazily. Perhaps if you don't think about it carefully, all of this was reasonable. It was like this from the beginning, and there was such a development. But now that you think about it carefully, you will find that these situations are not quite right. I know Man quite well. Man is very dependent on me and is very loyal. But Man also has other characters, not just these two. But along the way, Man did not show any other characters. It was only in these 2 days. I don't know Prince Min well, but Prince Min is actually acting completely according to what I imagined. Isn't this very strange? So, what's the problem? What exactly is going on here? Qin Shao thought that something was wrong, but she wasn't sure what was wrong. Huzi's death, Xiao Dao's death, Ah Man's death, Yu Wugui's death, and the others' deaths. Wait, a light flashed through Qin Zhao's mind. A thought came to his mind, and he suddenly caught the light of dawn. Illusion, what a terrifying illusion. I know, all of this is an illusion. Illusions are born from the heart. Everything is an illusion created by illusions. It's not real at all. From the very beginning, I entered the illusion. Therefore, the beginning that I saw along the way was just an illusion that came from the heart. These illusions were trying to confuse and push me step by step towards a dead end. This giant rock forest should be a terrifying land of illusions. As soon as he entered it, it means that you have fallen into the Tao of this illusion, unknowingly falling into it. If you can't see through this illusion, then you'll be trapped in this terrifying illusion until you die. Even if you don't die, you'll probably be trapped in it forever. Right now, I'm trapped in this illusion. Since everything is an illusion, there's nothing to be afraid of. Illusions are born from the heart. If the heart is afraid, then the illusion will become extremely terrifying. If the heart isn't afraid, then no matter how powerful the illusion is, it'll be like a chicken or pottery dog. With that thought, Qin Zhao's mental strength suddenly became incomparably strong. Her eyes shone with a resolute light. When this light shot out, it was like a ray of light in the middle of the night, instantly illuminating the entire night. When the light illuminated the night, everything became bright. The sword energy, the immortal aura, the people, the demon beasts, and the illusions in front of Qin Shao all disappeared one by one. Mo Wangbei disappeared, the nether demon disappeared, the red fish demon disappeared, Prince Min with the immortal pill disappeared, and so did the giant rock. Everything seemed to be returning to reality, and everything was rapidly disappearing. In just a few moments, the scenery in front of Qin Shao changed completely. The surroundings were still gray and misty. Giant rocks stood there, cold and gloomy. Not a single figure could be seen. It was similar to the situation when Qin Shao first entered the giant rock forest. However, to Qin Shao now, he could see more clearly and thoroughly. All the illusions had been broken by him, so they were useless to him. After breaking this terrifying illusion, Qin Shao could see everything clearly and understand what was going on. It's really an illusion. Everything is an illusion. This is really a terrifying illusion. Even with my mental state, I still unknowingly fell into this illusion. It's simply unimaginable. Fortunately, at the last moment of life and death, I sensed that something was wrong. Only then was I able to break this illusion. If I didn't figure it out, I'm afraid I would have died in this terrifying illusion. It seems like the others have also fallen into the illusion. The situation isn't good. This giant rock forest itself isn't that dangerous, and it's not that big. However, the terrifying illusion here is extremely dangerous. It can make it difficult for people to get out alive. The Nether River is indeed the last obstacle created by the Fu Tu Immortal Palace. It's much more terrifying than the previous test. Anyway, it's not a big deal to me now. The illusion is broken. In my eyes, everything is very simple. It's just an illusion. As long as your heart is strong enough, you can break this illusion. What I'm afraid of is that you've fallen into this illusion from the beginning. Your heart will become very fragile, and you'll be sinking in the illusion. That's the most terrifying thing. As soon as the illusion was broken, Qin Zhao's wounds were all healed. Collecting his thoughts, Qin Zhao's eyes scanned the surroundings. He almost understood the entire giant rock forest. In fact, this space wasn't big. It was just like a small maze. If it wasn't for the illusion, it would be easy to break out of this space. However, Qin Shao wasn't in a hurry to get out. If he wanted to get out, it would be easy for him to do so. There should be other people trapped in this terrifying illusion. I'll go and find them. Qin Shao thought for a while, and began to look for other people. Walking quickly in the giant rock forest, Qin Shao soon found something. However, Qin Shao didn't find a living person. It was a cold corpse. This time, it wasn't an illusion. It was a real corpse. Fortunately, it wasn't a member of their team. It was one of the 3 people who followed them. Qin Shao only had a slight impression of him. He didn't even know his name. It seems that there are still quite a number of people who have fallen into this land of illusion and died in this land of illusion. Qin Shao shook his head and sighed, but he soon felt relieved. He should have thought of this situation, and it was very normal. The giant rock forest was definitely a very terrifying illusion. Only a few people who entered would be able to leave, unless they didn't enter the giant rock forest. The situation was just as Qin Shao had imagined. As they went down, they found many corpses one after another. He found the corpses of Prince Min's team and Thousand Buddha Hand's team. There were also some other corpses, but Qin Shao didn't recognize them. Walking along the way, he found more than a dozen corpses. This probability was really high. Such a situation made Qin Shao frown slightly. There was a trace of indescribable worry in his heart. According to this situation, Xiao Dao and Ah Man might really be in danger. I'll kill, I'll kill, I'll kill. Suddenly, a somewhat crazy roar sounded. Hearing this roar, Qin Zhao's heart shook. He quickly rushed over. Soon, he saw a familiar figure tearing at the void, roaring, angry, and crazy. It was as if he had gone crazy. Moreover, he would injure himself. The power would always hit his body. It looked a little scary. Hu Zi. The person in front of him was none other than Hu Zi. Previously, he was the first person to find the corpse in the illusion. However, that was an illusion. The situation in front of him was real. Just now, when he saw Hu Zi's corpse in the illusion, Qin Shao was grieving. Now that he saw Hu Zi was still alive, he naturally felt very different. Qin Shao quickly walked over and a thunderous roar resounded in the ears of the bearded man like a great bell. This wasn't just a voice. The voice also contained a powerful mental power. This was the mental power that Qin Shao wanted to transmit to Hu Zi. Hu Zi could wake up. The best way to resist illusions was mental power. Mental power was the nemesis of illusions. Hearing Qin Zhao's voice, Hu Zi, who was originally crazy, suddenly trembled and calmed down. There was finally some light in those scarlet-red and ice-cold eyes. Gradually, Hu Zi began to regain his consciousness and began to wake up. Hu Zi's eyes slowly lit up and fell on Qin Shao. It took him a while to recognize Qin Shao. However, what made Qin Shao feel strange was that, after the beard recognized Qin Shao, he was not excited. Instead, fear surged out of him, and his body could not help but his body involuntarily moved back a few steps and looked at Qin Shao with a frightened face. It was as if he had seen something terrifying. While retreating, Hu Zi muttered, "Don't kill me, don't kill me, don't kill me." It was obvious that Hu Zi's spirit had suffered a great blow. Otherwise, he wouldn't be like this. Qin Shao couldn't help but frown. He didn't know what terrible thing Hu Zi had encountered. What did he see in the illusion that made him so afraid of him? But he also thought that Hu Zi must have seen him in the illusion and wanted to kill him. Otherwise, he wouldn't be like this. This illusion was really terrible. It could affect people's minds. Even after people understood it, they still couldn't react. Qin Shao guessed Hu Zi's situation. He thought for a moment and said, "Hu Zi, don't be afraid. I'm Qin Shao. I won't hurt you. You've just fallen into an illusion. You've been hit by a terrifying illusion. What you saw just now wasn't real. It was an illusion created by the illusion. It's fake. It's real." Chapter 1672. Fake? Hearing Qin Zhao's words, the bearded man looked at Qin Zhao with a puzzled expression. He didn't know if he should believe Qin Zhao's words. However, he seemed to have recalled some things in his mind. Now that he was back in reality, he could slowly recall a lot of things. After comparing with reality, he could understand. Qin Zhao saw that the bearded man still hadn't recovered, so he said, "The bearded man, think carefully about what you saw just now. Look around and compare carefully. Then you'll know what happened. Falling into an illusion isn't something that you can't understand. Think carefully. We're back in reality now. I just woke you up. You should be able to recall everything quickly." The bearded man looked around and tried hard to recall what happened just now. After thinking about it, he discovered a lot of things. As soon as he opened his mouth, he immediately came back to his senses and understood everything. After he understood, the bearded man suddenly became very excited and immediately rushed over to hug Qin Zhao. Last time, Qin Zhao saw the bearded man hug Mo Wangbei. So when he saw the bearded man's action this time, Qin Zhao immediately made a stop gesture and said, "Stop, stop, stop. If you dare to hug me, I'll kick you away. Don't you feel disgusted?" Cough cough. The bearded man awkwardly stopped and scratched the back of his head. He smiled at Qin Zhao and said, "Well, I was too excited just now. I couldn't hold back for a while. Brother Qin Zhao, please forgive me." Cough cough. "I'm really not playing Brokeback Mountain. I'm a pure man. How can I have such a hobby? Isn't that an insult to my big and burly body?" "Who knows?" Qin Zhao curled his lips. In fact, he was just joking. He didn't really think that the bearded man had such a hobby. The bearded man was speechless. His face turned red. He really didn't have such a hobby. Qin Zhao didn't continue to joke around. She waved her hand and said, "All right, let's not talk about this. Let's continue to look for other people. This was a terrifying land of illusions. Many people should have fallen for it. On my way here, I've already found more than a dozen corpses. Yes, it is indeed terrifying. Too terrifying. Now that I think about it, I still feel a burst of fear." The beard nodded. He didn't dare to imagine what had happened just now. It was so terrifying that he didn't want to experience it a second time in his life. The two of them continued to move forward. Sure enough, they found a lot of corpses one after another. Their team members also found that a few more people had died in this terrifying illusion. The 3 people who had followed them had all died in this terrifying land of illusion. "Big brother Qin Zhao, look over there. Isn't that Xiao Dao and Ah Man? Why are they fighting?" The bearded man suddenly pointed to the front. Qin Zhao also saw that in the open space in front of them, there were 2 people fighting fiercely. They were fighting to the death. As for the people fighting, they didn't know whether to laugh or cry. It was Xiao Dao and Wild. These 2 were extremely good brothers who were as close as real brothers, yet they were here. But over there, they were fighting to the death. No matter who died in whose hands, the other side would feel guilty for the rest of their lives. Qin Zhao didn't hesitate and immediately rushed to separate the 2 of them. At the same time, he shouted with his mind power and entered the minds of the 2 of them. He used his mind power to help the 2 of them break through the power of the illusion. As soon as the power of the illusion was broken, the 2 of them quickly calmed down. Their eyes slowly regained their clarity. The 2 of them looked at each other again. Their expressions became somewhat strange. "Big brother Qin Zhao." When the 2 of them saw Qin Zhao, they called out in unison. The bearded man walked over and shook his head as he jokingly said, "You 2 were fighting to the death just now. If it weren't for big brother Qin Zhao's timely intervention, then one of you would have died." Hearing the bearded man's words, Xiao Dao and Ah Man couldn't help but be stunned. They were fighting to the death just now? Fighting to the death? It couldn't be, right? However, the 2 of them were quick to react. It really was the case. Just a moment ago, they were fighting fiercely. What was going on? Big brother Qin Shao, what's going on with us? What on earth happened just now? Why do I feel that everything is so strange? I don't know what's going on at all, Xiao Dao asked. Qin Shao gave a simple explanation of the situation. After hearing it, Xiao Dao and Ah Man finally understood. It turned out that this giant rock forest was a terrifying land of illusion. They had unknowingly entered into this land of illusion. So everything they had seen just now was an illusion. It really was terrifying. In the illusion, they had seen such a terrifying thing, and it had struck their hearts time and time again. Fortunately, it was all an illusion. It was all fake. Ha ha ha, if that's the case, then everything that happened just now was fake. Great, this is really great. So it was all fake. Everything was fake. Scared me to death, really scared me to death. Thank goodness, thank goodness. After Ah Man knew that everything just now was an illusion, he immediately became excited. He even began to dance with joy, an incomparably excited expression on his face. Seeing him so excited, the bearded man couldn't help but tease him. Ah Man, just what terrifying thing did you experience in the illusion just now? Why are you so excited? Ah Man shook his head and said, Bearded man, you don't know how terrifying the illusion I experienced just now was. AI, forget it. Let's not talk about it. Just thinking about it makes me want to die. Fortunately, everything was fake. Since it's fake, there's no need to mention it. Don't look at me. Didn't you also experience the illusion? Could it be that you experienced it well? Cough cough. The bearded man immediately shuddered and hurriedly shook his head. Yes, yes, yes. It's all an illusion. There's no need to mention it. All right, let's keep going. The fact that we're still alive is already a blessing in disguise. We have to thank Big Brother Qin Shao. He saved us. Otherwise, we would definitely have died in the illusion. Xiao Dao and Ah Man nodded heavily. That was indeed the case. If it wasn't for Qin Shao, they would definitely have died in the illusion. This was without a doubt. With Xiao Dao and Ah Man's addition, the group now had 4 people. They continued to advance. Following that, they saved even more people and discovered even more corpses. Along the way, they finally encountered a sober person. Brother Qin Shao, it's you guys. There are actually so many people in your group. It seems like Brother Qin Shao has saved quite a few people. I'm sorry. I just walked out of the illusion. The one who spoke was Prince Min. Seeing Prince Min again, Qin Shao felt a little strange. After all, in the illusion just now, Prince Min played a bad role. He was a selfish person who didn't care about friendship. In the illusion, Qin Shao somewhat hated Prince Min. So now that he saw him again, Qin Zhao's mind was still filled with the image of Prince Min's character in the illusion. Although it was in the illusion, Qin Shao began to seriously consider what kind of person Prince Min was. Illusions were born from the heart. There shouldn't be a reason why he imagined Prince Min like that in his heart. Perhaps his consciousness hadn't reacted to it yet, but some things would be known by the heart. It was like a person's intuition and vigilance. In fact, it didn't come from the consciousness but from the heart. Your heart knew it first, but your consciousness hadn't reacted to it yet. So it would give you a little warning, and you would have intuition and vigilance. Because of this, Qin Shao couldn't help but wonder if there was really something wrong with Prince Min's character. If there was, then he had to be more vigilant in the future. Otherwise, it wouldn't be good if he was tricked by him one day. Now that Prince Min took the initiative to come forward and express his goodwill, Qin Shao quickly collected his thoughts and nodded slightly to Prince Min. He said, Yes, I also just walked out of the illusion. There's no hurry. I've been searching all the way here and found them. Prince Min, let's split up. You still have people in your group to save. I've seen them, so I'll save them as well. Let's split up. There's strength in numbers. Prince Min nodded and said, Okay, then let's split up. With that, Prince Min left. Qin Shao and the others continued to search. Fortunately, the giant rock forest wasn't that big, so it didn't take too much time to search. Soon, Qin Shao and the others saved Yi Wugue and met up with Mo Wangbei again. Old Mo walked out of the illusion on his own, so it could be said that the illusion didn't trap him. After circling around the giant rock forest, Qin Shao and the others had already gathered 20 people. A team of 29 people was still able to gather 20 people. This was already very good. Other than the 20 people who were still alive, they also found 7 corpses. In other words, 2 people were still missing. Maybe they didn't enter the giant rock forest. If they didn't find any corpses, then at least the possibility of them being alive is very high. Mo Wangbei said. Qin Shao nodded and said, "Yes, as long as no corpses are found, then they should still be alive. It's also very possible that they didn't enter the giant rock forest. Maybe they got lost somewhere else. At least, the fact that 20 of us are still alive is already very good. In such a difficult situation, being able to live is already a very good thing." Yes, being able to live was indeed a very good thing. Everyone was very emotional about it. The fact that everyone was still alive was due to Qin Zhao's contribution. If it wasn't for Qin Shao saving them one by one, then everyone would have died in the giant rock forest. "Big brother Qin Shao, from now on you are my real big brother. I don't care so much. Whether you agree or not, I will shamelessly call you that from now on. My life, Big Brother Qin Shao has saved it many times. Without Big Brother Qin Shao, I don't know how many times I would have died. Yes, me too. I have also been saved by Big Brother Qin Shao 3 times. In the future, as long as Big Brother Qin Shao needs me, I will definitely follow your lead and be willing to be at your beck and call. With our little strength, we can't be of much use. It's better to call him Big Brother." Everyone also started to talk about it. Qin Shao didn't know whether to laugh or cry. However, since everyone insisted on calling him Big Brother, then he could only follow their wishes. "Okay, we can't stay here for long. Let's quickly leave this place," Qin Shao said. Everyone nodded. This was indeed a frightening place for everyone. Naturally, they didn't want to stay here for long. They all wanted to leave this place as soon as possible. Chapter 1673. After walking out of the giant rock forest, everyone returned to the gloomy Styx River. Their surroundings were gray and hazy. Once they returned to the gloomy Styx River, everyone couldn't help but be on their guard. There were flowing spaces everywhere here. If they weren't careful, they would be sucked into the flowing spaces. Although the flowing spaces themselves weren't dangerous, they didn't know if they would be sucked into them. Where would they be taken? Qin Shao said seriously, "Although we've left the giant rock forest, it doesn't mean we're safe. It won't be easy for us to cross the river Styx. This place is filled with flowing space, so we might be separated again soon." "I'll say the same thing again. Everyone, go your own way and rely on your own luck. I hope that we can all cross the Styx River and meet on the other side. Everyone, work hard." Everyone nodded. Everyone was very clear about this problem. They had already been clear about it before. Mo Wangbei came out and said, "We'll just go around the giant rock forest. Then, we'll see what happens to us." After saying that, Mo Wangbei said to Qin Shao, "Brother Qin Shao, we'll take our leave again. We'll meet again on the other side." "Haha, Brother Qin Shao, I'm not worried about you at all. You can reach the other side if you're willing. So, I have to work hard too. Everyone has to work hard to reach the other side. Let's go to the other side. That way, we'll be considered to have achieved a true victory." It was a good idea, but it was obviously impractical. It was simply impossible to pass all of the Netherworld Rivers test. No one knew who would be the next to die. Only Qin Shao and Mo Wangbei had some confidence. The others didn't have any confidence at all. Everything depended on luck. Those with less luck could only nurse a grievance. But this situation couldn't be changed. The others couldn't help either. Qin Shao could save them in the giant rock forest, but he couldn't save them every time. Just like before, everyone left separately. They knew that it was useless to follow others, so they might as well be free and go on their own to try their luck and see what it was like. Soon, only Qin Shao, Xiao Dao, and Ah Man were left. Xiao Dao and Ah Man wanted to follow Qin Shao, but it was clearly useless. In front of the flowing space, no matter what method they used, it was useless. Qin Shao was also very helpless. The last time he used the immortal rope to bind Xiao Dao, it was swept away by the flowing space in the end, so Qin Shao naturally didn't have any good intentions now. Brother Qin Shao, we're not leaving because we want to follow you. We know that it's useless. We just want to say goodbye to you. So we're. Qin Shao shook his head and smiled. He gently patted Xiao Dao's shoulder and said, "Well, this time, you can only try your best. Do your best." Although your strength isn't considered strong, it isn't considered weak either. I'll give you a certain amount of pressure. Perhaps you'll be able to break through your limits and stimulate your potential. Whether or not you can transform will be the thing that restricts your success. Perhaps the tempering of life and death will allow you to transform. If you really have the ambition to become an in-name disciple of the Fu Tu Immortal Palace, then you'll have to transform greatly. Given your current situation, you'll have to risk your lives for such a transformation. Do your best. I believe you'll definitely succeed. As long as your hearts are strong enough, you'll definitely be able to create a miracle that belongs to you. You've done very well these years, but you still need to do better. You have the ability to do it. Even better. Qin Zhao's encouragement gave Xiao Dao and Ah Man a lot of strength and confidence. The two of them were filled with strength, the strength to fight. The two of them nodded solemnly, indicating that they understood. All right, go. See you on the other side. Qin Shao patted the two of them on the shoulder to encourage them. See you on the other side. Xiao Dao and Ah Man nodded and then left resolutely. After sending off Xiao Dao and Ah Man, only Qin Shao was left. Qin Shao didn't stay in the same place for long and continued to move forward. The underworld river was as quiet and cold as before. Although it seemed calm and there didn't seem to be any danger, it made people unable to relax their vigilance. They always felt that there was something terrifying hiding in the dark. The flowing space would still appear without them noticing and take them to other places. Therefore, after a few times, Qin Shao didn't know where the flowing space had taken them. This journey took another 10 years, but they didn't encounter anything. It was as if they were walking slowly and aimlessly in a barren land. Qin Shao vaguely sensed a trace of spatial fluctuation. Clearly, something was hidden in the void. Qin Shao immediately thought of something that could easily enter the void, the Nether Demon. In the underworld river, perhaps only the Nether Demon could easily enter the void. This was the Nether Demon's innate ability. Therefore, Qin Shao immediately confirmed that a Nether Demon had appeared and was targeting him. It could come out and attack him at any time. Although Qin Shao sensed it, he pretended not to know and ignored it. Instead, he continued to move forward. Sure enough, not long after, the Nether Demon couldn't help but attack. It suddenly charged out from the void and appeared behind Qin Shao like a ghost. A sinister and strange power surged toward Qin Shao. Qin Shao was already prepared, so it was naturally impossible for the Nether Demon to sneak attack him. Therefore, when the Nether Demon attacked, Qin Shao took the initiative and attacked first. He directly slashed at the Nether Demon with a sword. The startling sword art was pushed to the extreme. Sword chi and immortal might bloomed. Unparalleled sharpness. The Nether Demon had thought that he could succeed with a sneak attack, but he hadn't expected Qin Shao to be prepared and attack first. Naturally, he was caught off guard. Sensing the sharpness of Qin Zhao's sword, the Nether Demon smelled danger. He naturally didn't dare to continue fighting and wanted to flee. He retreated. However, just as he was about to retreat, an immortal rope directly tied him up, tightly binding him. Bound by the immortal rope, the nether demon struggled with all his might, but he didn't succeed. He wanted to struggle again, but Qin Shao didn't give him another chance. His sword stabbed up and directly into the nether demon's body. The sharpness of the sword and the power of the immortal Tao exploded from the sword, destroying the nether demon's divine body and soul. The nether demon couldn't break free, so he became a live target for Qin Shao to slaughter. Under such circumstances, the nether demon's situation was naturally very bad. 1 slash, 2 slashes, 3 slashes, Qin Shao attacked again and again. After a dozen rounds, he finally killed the nether demon with his sword. This was the second nether demon Qin Shao had killed. The one he'd killed in Juexian Ravine earlier was much stronger than this one. Killing that one had indeed taken a lot of effort. In the end, it was with everyone's concerted efforts that they'd finished off the nether demon together. But now, this nether demon had been taken care of by Qin Shao alone. After killing the nether demon, Qin Shao continued forward and didn't pay it much attention. As far as he was concerned, it was only a tiny nether demon, so it wasn't a big deal if he killed it. What puzzled Qin Shao was that he encountered quite a few more monster beasts after that. He hadn't encountered any monster beasts before, but now that he did, monster beasts jumped out one after another, as if they'd made their debut. It was as if the Fuda Immortal Palace had arranged this beforehand. At this moment, Qin Shao really had such a feeling. After all, the Juexian Ravine was supposed to be a test set up by the Fuda Immortal Palace. In fact, Qin Shao had already seen through this earlier. Therefore, there was nothing to be curious about in the current situation. Most of them were arranged according to the rules. But no matter what, there was only one path he could take, and that was to deal with this path properly. The nether demon, the red fish demon, and the river monster came out one by one. The nether demon's innate divine powers were void walk and illusion technique. The red fish demon also had innate divine powers called sky devouring. When it opened its huge mouth, it was said to be able to swallow everything. As for the river monster's innate divine powers, it could transform. After transforming, its defense was incomparably strong as the ground shell beast. It had almost no weaknesses. Once it used its innate divine powers, it would be very difficult to be killed by others. The three monster beasts each had their own means. There were quite a number of them, and they often came out to kill. This was a real test of strength. Those who did not have a certain level of strength could only suffer in the face of such a test. Even Qin Shao did not dare to be the slightest bit careless. If it was a one-on-one battle, Qin Shao was not afraid of anything at all. What he was afraid of was that several monster beasts would jump out together from time to time. Moreover, Qin Shao had indeed encountered such a dangerous situation a few times. The most dangerous time was when 5 monster beasts jumped out at the same time. 2 nether demons, 2 red fish demons, and a river monster. The 5 monster beasts attacked at the same time, launching an incomparably fierce attack on Qin Shao. Its lethality was shocking. At that time, Qin Shao almost fell. If Qin Shao met force with force, under the premise that he did not use his true strength, he was obviously no match for them. Fortunately, Qin Zhao's combat experience was too rich, and he had seen a lot of situations. Therefore, at the critical moment, he also thought of a way to solve this problem. In the end, he escaped without any danger, and he was not injured much. Of course, that was the most dangerous time. Under normal circumstances, there would not be such danger. Suddenly a dazzling light descended, instantly enveloping Qin Shao and annihilating him, not giving Qin Shao a chance to react at all. And when this dazzling light fell, Qin Zhao's eyes were completely dazzled. His vision was completely blank, and his divine awareness was completely annihilated. His whole person was completely blind. The sudden change made the nerves of Qin Zhao's whole body suddenly tense. He knew that something bad had happened, but fortunately, except for this dazzling light, no other danger jumped out. After a while, the terrible devouring power slowly subsided. Qin Zhao's eyes gradually recovered, and his divine awareness was no longer suppressed. He slowly saw the surroundings clearly. The situation. Chapter 1674. Where was this place? Qin Zhao frowned slightly. He looked around carefully, trying to figure out where he was. After being swallowed by a dazzling light, he entered this strange place. It was very calm here. It seemed to be a quiet place, and he couldn't sense any trace of danger. This silence made him feel like he had returned home. Not to mention dangerous aura, there wasn't even the slightest bit of bad aura. It didn't feel like he was in the Nether River at all. Walking in it, there was no heaven and earth, no four sides, no 8 directions. There was no end, no living things, only boundless emptiness. No matter how he walked, he felt like he was still in the same place. He couldn't get out, and he couldn't find any light. A sealed space? An empty space? Qin Zhao frowned again. He tried to get out of here, but he couldn't. This space was too strange. There was no heaven and earth, no living things, and nothing. It was a complete void. Moreover, this space should be sealed, so no matter how he walked, he couldn't get out. Qin Zhao had never seen a sealed, empty space. This was the first time he saw it, and it was really difficult for him. How can I get out of here? This space is sealed. There is no end, no barrier. If I keep walking, I will only return to the starting point. If I go back and forth, there is no way to leave. This space is empty. There is nothing, not even the law of the immortal Tao. In here, I can't even use the immortal Tao. I can only use some of my physical strength. In such a situation, how can I get out of here? This should be a test, and it trapped me. If you can leave this place, you'll pass this test. Otherwise, you'll be trapped here forever. It's even possible that you'll die. But since it is a test, there must be a chance to get out of this empty space. No matter how difficult the chance is, I must find it. Don't even think about trapping me in an empty space. I, Qin Zhao, won't be trapped easily. No one can. After thinking for a while, Qin Zhao began to think about how to get out of this empty space. Brute force obviously wouldn't work. Obviously, it would be even more unworkable to rely on a stupid method to leave. Speaking of which, it seemed that many paths were impassable. How could he get out of this void space? This matter could not be rushed. There must be a way. It was just a matter of whether or not he could think of it. After thinking about it, would he be able to catch it? Qin Zhao wasn't in a hurry. He also knew that this kind of thing couldn't be rushed. Just like comprehending the immortal Tao, one needed time to slowly comprehend it. Comprehension was not something that could be rushed. One had to take it one step at a time and carefully comprehend it. This void space was not like other people's things. It could not be broken through by brute force. One had to understand it and comprehend it thoroughly. At this moment, Qin Zhao was trying to comprehend the void. He immersed himself in it, carefully comprehending everything in this space of nothingness. Comprehension was an extremely difficult thing to do, and it was even more difficult to comprehend under such circumstances. Empty space, empty immortal Tao, nothingness is also a kind of Tao, a kind of true essence. If I want to get out of this void, I have to know where the foundation of this void is, where the foundation of this space is. From this void space, I have to comprehend all of this. Then, I have to break through this void space and leave this place. It's like a formation. There are formation corners, formation eyes, formation bases, and the core of the formation is the formation eye, which is also the formation heart. Once the formation heart is broken, the entire formation will be useless. Isn't this the same principle in this empty space? In the sky above the 9 heavens. Exalted immortal Yunku, it seems that I have misjudged him this time. It seems that the little guy you thought highly of has some potential, exalted immortal Dark Willow said. Haha, exalted immortal Dark Willow, you only think that he has some potential? Exalted immortal Yunku immediately laughed heartily. Exalted immortal Dark Willow raised his brows slightly. He glanced at exalted immortal Yunku and said, "What, you think that he has great potential? When I said that he has some potential, I was also praising him. What, do you think that this old man's evaluation is too stingy? That kid is already very lucky to be able to receive such praise from this old man." Exalted immortal Yunku laughed heartily again. Exalted immortal Dark Willow, oh exalted immortal Dark Willow, it seems that you are quite biased. I feel that that kid called Qin Xiao has a lot of potential. Passing this time's selection is a foregone conclusion. But I'm afraid that no one can estimate how far he can go. I can see a very strong, very confident, and very contagious strength in him. With this strength, I can completely believe that he will be able to go very far in the future. Reality has also proven that my thoughts are possible. You saw his performance in the land of illusion just now. If it wasn't for him, I'm afraid those people would have all died in the land of illusion. He was the first to walk out of the illusion. After walking out, he was still able to save so many people. This is not something that an ordinary person can do. He seems to have a natural leadership and infectious ability. This kid's temperament is incomparably firm. I feel that his future is limitless. Exalted immortal Dark Willow took a sip of wine and did not say anything else. After a while, exalted immortal Dark Willow still seemed a little dissatisfied. He said, "Yunku, what do you think happened this time? Why did they suddenly come up with a registered disciple selection? And it's a selection open to the entire Fu-Tu mountain range." Something like this has never happened before in the history of our Fu-Tu Immortal Palace. If our Fu-Tu Immortal Palace wants to recruit disciples, why would we organize such a large-scale selection? That's why I've always felt that this matter was very strange. Moreover, the higher-ups have intentionally instructed us to allow outsiders to participate, especially those who have come from the universe. They must be included. Strange, very strange. Why are the higher-ups so interested in little fellows who have ascended from the universe this time? Why are they making such an exception? Exalted immortal Yunku, don't you feel that this matter is a little strange? I just feel that it's a little strange. Exalted immortal Yunku nodded and said, yes, it's indeed a little strange. To be honest, I don't quite understand the higher-ups' actions this time. If not for the higher-ups, I'm afraid that Qin Xiao, this kid from the universe, would not even be allowed to participate. He's a first step heavenly venerable. It's just that his vitality has been greatly damaged. In terms of the immortal Tao, he's indeed a fourth step sovereign. However, this is somewhat suspicious of cheating. This does not conform to the fairness and impartiality of our Fu-Tu Immortal Palace. If others were to make a fuss, I'm afraid it would be difficult to give a good explanation. That's why I don't quite understand the higher-ups' actions. Even if cultivators who come from the universe are usually very talented and have great potential, our Fu-Tu Immortal Palace does not lack such geniuses. It's just that this matter is puzzling. Exalted Immortal Black Willow shook his head. He did not understand either. He did not understand at all. Exalted Immortal Yunku shook his head and said, forget it. The higher-ups naturally have their reasons for doing this. We don't need to guess too much. We just need to carry out their orders. Exalted Immortal Black Willow, let's pay attention to the competition. Don't forget that we still have a bet. Exalted Immortal Black Willow, How long do you think that kid Qin Shao will take to walk out of the void space's trial? Exalted Immortal Black Willow smiled bitterly and shook his head. Look at how smug you are. You must think that I'll lose this bet without a doubt. Although the current situation is in your favor, don't be happy too early. This is not the final moment yet. What the final outcome will be is still unknown. The void space is not simple. Qin Zhao's luck is not bad. He managed to enter the void space so quickly. If he can walk out of the void space within 1,000 years, he'll be considered lucky. 1,000 years? Exalted Immortal Yun Ku narrowed his eyes and smiled. Seeing Exalted Immortal Yun Ku's expression, Exalted Immortal Black Willow raised his eyebrows and looked at Yun Ku. Was this disdain? 1,000 years is too long. I think it won't take more than 100 years, Exalted Immortal Yun Ku said confidently. Less than 100 years? Exalted Immortal Black Willow could not help but chuckle when he heard Exalted Immortal Yun Ku's word. He said, Yun Ku, oh Yun Ku, aren't you a little too confident in that kid? Do you really think so highly of him? The void space is not an ordinary trial. 100 years is too short. How short is 100 years to walk out of the void space? It's already very impressive if he can walk out in 1,000 years. How can a mere 100 years do it? Exalted Immortal Yun Ku smiled mysteriously in the face of Exalted Immortal Black Willow's doubts. He said, Exalted Immortal Black Willow, if you don't think so, then I don't think so. I think 100 years is enough. That's my trust in Qin Shao. Haha, if Exalted Immortal Black Willow insists on saying 1,000 years, then we disagree. Exalted Immortal Black Willow, why don't we add another round? Let's bet on the time in the void space. I say 100 years and you say 1,000 years. If it exceeds 100 years, then it's my loss. As for the wager, it's still the same as what we discussed earlier. Exalted Immortal Black Willow glared at Exalted Immortal Yun Ku and said, You're really confident. From your tone, it seems like you're determined to win. Aren't you afraid of biting your tongue with your big words? Haha, there are always times when people are super confident. Right now, I'm super confident. So, if Exalted Immortal Black Willow is not convinced, then we can take a gamble. After all, we have nothing better to do. Hee, Exalted Immortal Black Willow, that treasure of yours. I've always been thinking about it. I can take advantage of this opportunity to win some more, Exalted Immortal Yun Ku said with a bright smile. Exalted Immortal Black Willow rolled his eyes at Exalted Immortal Yun Ku. After giving him a disdainful look, he said, Fine, fine, fine. Since you, Yun Ku, aren't afraid of death and want to play, then I'll risk my life to play with you. I want to see where your confidence comes from. I don't believe that you can win. If you lose, don't feel bad. Chapter 1675. What was emptiness? Everything born from the heart was emptiness. Everything born from nothing was emptiness. When the words emptiness were put together, there was emptiness and emptiness. It seemed like an inseparable whole, but it contained many das. Walking in the emptiness was actually walking in the emptiness of all things born from the heart. Here, all things were emptiness. It was the beginning of all things, an emptiness. The emptiness born from the heart overlapped with the emptiness, forming this terrifying space of emptiness. To break through this emptiness, one's mind had to be strong and pure, without any illusions, without any thoughts, and without entering any emptiness. One's mind had to be as firm as a rock, unbreakable and unbreakable. Other than the mind, one had to understand all things and the immortal Tao. Only then could one break through this space of emptiness. Breaking through emptiness with one's mind, breaking through emptiness with the immortal Tao. These were two big steps to take. Cultivation and comprehension were the most difficult things. At this moment, Qin Shao was completely immersed in it, comprehending everything. He was unaware of the passing of time. Year after year, in the blink of an eye, 100 years had passed. Above the clouds, exalted immortal Dark Willow was drinking wine with a leisurely look on his face. He laughed and said, "Exalted immortal Dark Willow, looks like you're going to lose. That strong premonition of yours won't help you get what you want. 100 years is still too short. Even if this kid walked out from the universe, even if he came out from the universe, his cultivation realm is not bad. However, other cultivation paths are fundamentally different from the immortal Tao. On the path of the immortal Tao, he has to start from the beginning. Even if there are some similarities, it won't be of much help. More than that, he has to cultivate and comprehend from the beginning. If it's 1,000 years, it's still possible. 100 years is completely impossible. If he can really walk out of that space of emptiness in 100 years, he'll be a peerless genius. I'm afraid he'll be worthy of our FOMO Immortal Palace's nurturing. With his talent from the universe, it shouldn't be a problem for him to pass this selection and become an in-name disciple of our FOMO Immortal Palace. If you want more, it will be more difficult." Exalted Immortal Yun Ku still had a faint smile on his face, as if he didn't realize that he was about to lose. He smiled faintly and said, "Exalted Immortal Dark Willow, the 100-year time limit is not up yet. Although this is the last year, there is still some time, right? If it's not on time, it doesn't count. I lost, right?" Exalted Immortal Dark Willow shook his head and said, "Exalted Immortal Yun Ku, you really refuse to admit defeat. There is not even a year left. It will pass in the blink of an eye. Do you really think that kid can create a miracle in such a short time?" "Ha ha ha!" Heavenly Immortal Cloud Top laughed heartily and said, "Miracles always need people to create them. Just like you and me, we have created many miracles in the past, right? Before we create a miracle, can you know that you will create a miracle? Miracles always need people to create them. I didn't know why, but my intuition told me that Qin Shao wasn't ordinary. He was someone who could create miracles. Therefore, I have an inexplicable confidence in him. Haha, but it doesn't matter. Winning or losing doesn't mean anything to me. I just want to have some fun with you. With our friendship, even if I lose something to you, it's not a big deal." Exalted Immortal Dark Willow nodded. If that was the case, then it was indeed not a big deal. With their friendship of life and death, winning or losing wouldn't affect their relationship. It was quite interesting to have some fun. Otherwise, it would be quite boring to stay here and drink wine all the time. It was a tough job, so he naturally wanted to have some fun. However, Exalted Immortal Dark Willow, I don't understand. Why did the higher-ups create so many trials in the first round of elimination? Just this Nether River alone was enough to eliminate most of the people. It seems that the higher-ups are very strict with this selection. Damn it, even though it's only a selection of in-name disciples. Just this void space alone is probably a test of one's luck. Once they enter this void space, I don't think many of these little fellows will be able to walk out. Fortunately, not everyone has to enter this void space. If they don't enter this void space, that's fine. It's fine. Once they enter, they probably won't be able to walk out. After hearing Exalted Immortal Yun Ku's words, Exalted Immortal Dark Willow glanced at him and said, "Didn't I tell you before? In this batch, only 3 people will be able to pass the selection. It's just that you think too highly of them. You think that there will be at least 10 people, or at least 5 people. Even now, I still think that there will be at most 3 people." They had also placed a bet on this earlier. Exalted Immortal Yun Ku smiled indifferently and said, "It's not over yet. You might not be right, Exalted Immortal Dark Willow. Haha, for now I still firmly believe that there will be at least 5 people. Ideally, there will be at least 10 people. Those who pass the test of Juetian Ravine. I estimate that there will be at least 100 people. From the looks of it, they should be entering the final selection. Most of them have already been eliminated. It's about time. Difficult. Exalted Immortal Dark Willow shook his head. Exalted Immortal Yun-Ku frowned slightly. Yes, it was indeed difficult. Extremely difficult. The test of the Underworld River had only just begun. There were still many frightening tests waiting for those little fellows. It was indeed difficult to pass. Time was still passing. The 100-year time limit was rapidly approaching. Soon, the 100-year time limit would be up. Yun-Ku, you've lost. Exalted Immortal Dark Willow put down his wine cup and looked at Exalted Immortal Yun-Ku with a smile. Exalted Immortal Yun-Ku gave a carefree laugh and said, "Haha, looks like I'm really going to lose this time." Wait, Exalted Immortal Dark Willow, look, something's happening. Something's happening? Exalted Immortal Dark Willow raised his eyebrows slightly and looked down. Indeed, he sensed that something was happening. Qin Shao, who had been meditating without any commotion, had a change at that moment. And this change, under his eyesight, naturally allowed him to see a lot of things. This was going to be a great enlightenment. Good fellow. In the void, Qin Shao, who had been meditating quietly for 100 years, finally understood many things. He had comprehended the immortal Tao of nothingness. Everything suddenly became clear in his heart. The dark clouds were swept away, and everything became clear. Tao was the most indescribable thing. It was the foundation of heaven and earth, the source of all things, the core of all things. The immortal Tao was ethereal. It was very, very difficult to comprehend even a sliver of it. To comprehend Tao, one had to enter Tao. To break through the void, one had to enter the heart. The void was like an illusion. It was born from the heart and controlled by the heart. It was a thick fog. Only by breaking through all of this could one be freed from the fog and return to a clear state of mind. Then, one would be able to clearly see the Qian-Kuan land. Everything could be seen clearly. It was like breaking through the fog in the water. Everything returned to reality. The power of the heart was indeed miraculous. It could break through all nothingness, all illusions, and everything born from the heart. Many things could be born from the heart. The power of Tao was a force that could improve one's realm, strength, essence, and destiny. It was the power of cultivation, the power that all cultivators pursued. So this is how everything is. In the void, the heart is confused, the mind is in chaos, the Tao is trapped, and the immortal is locked. It's really not easy to break through the void. The Tao is easy to cultivate, but the heart is difficult to train. The heart is difficult, and the immortal is difficult to find. Qin Zhao's eyes became incomparably clear. They bloomed with a ray of light that broke through everything. He took another step forward. It was as if the universe had been turned around. He walked out of the void. I'm finally out. It took me 100 years to come out of the void. It didn't take me too much time. Qin Shao pursed his lips. Although his heart hadn't improved much during the 100 years he was trapped in the void, he had comprehended a lot of the immortal Tao. To cultivate the immortal Tao, one needed to constantly comprehend and accumulate the immortal Tao. Only after accumulating for a long time could one transform from quantitative change to qualitative change, and then to sublimation. This was a slow and long process of cultivation. However, thinking about it carefully, Qin Shao couldn't help but frown slightly. He looked back and saw that the void had disappeared. The void is quite scary. Although it's not dangerous, once you're trapped in it, it's very difficult to get out. It's even possible that you'll be trapped in the void until you die. There are only 3,000 years left until the 10,000-year deadline. If you're trapped in the void, you'll be eliminated. But, speaking of which, it might not be a bad thing if we're really trapped in the void. Even if you're eliminated because you exceed the time limit, you might still be able to keep your life. For many people, this can be considered a blessing. Of course, for ambitious people, it's a cage. So it's hard to say. Qin Shao shook his head. He was more worried about Xiao Dao and Ah Man. He didn't know if they would be trapped in the void. Once they were trapped, it was unlikely that they'd be able to get out. This wasn't to say that Qin Shao didn't believe in Xiao Dao and Ah Man. It was just that he knew their strength and potential. Moreover, the first round of the elimination test had a time limit. Within such a time limit, it was too difficult to get out of the void. This test doesn't seem very reasonable. Did the Fu Tu Immortal Palace create this void space to test one's luck, or was it to test one's talent in this aspect? If it's the latter, I don't think anyone will be able to pass. If it's the former, then it's somewhat understandable. Luck is also a part of one's talent and strength. It's possible to test one's luck purely. Luck is indeed very important to cultivation. However, if it's a test of luck, then it might be too unfair to some people. But there's no such thing as fairness in this world. Forget it. I won't think about it anymore. I can take a look and see if I can help Xiao Dao and Ah Man. It'd be best if they can get out on their own. If they can't, I can help them. Everyone had their own selfish motives, and Qin Shao was no exception. Moreover, there were many things in the world that couldn't be explained clearly. Above the clouds, Exalted Immortal Yun Ku smiled and said, "Exalted Immortal Wu Lu, thank you for letting me win. Haha, I didn't expect this little guy to live up to my expectations. He actually managed to break through at the last moment. What a miracle!" Chapter 1676. In a vast expanse, a figure walked aimlessly like a headless fly. He couldn't tell the direction and was trapped in a strange circle, unable to get out. What the hell is this place? I've been walking for hundreds of years. Why can't I get out? It's over. I won't be trapped here forever, will I? Walking in this vast expanse was a handsome young man. At this moment, his face was blank, as if he was about to fall into despair. There was a sense of helplessness and paleness on his face. This was a sign of despair. This person was none other than Xiao Dao. After coming out of the giant rock forest and separating from Qin Shao and the others, Xiao Dao walked alone in the Nether River. After several dangerous encounters, he entered this space of nothingness. He had been trapped in this space of nothingness for 300 years. For 300 years, Xiao Dao had been trying hard to get out, but he couldn't. Being trapped in this space of nothingness was like being trapped in a small cage. It was too oppressive, and he couldn't get out of it. Xiao Dao had tried all kinds of methods, but he couldn't get out. It seems that my talent and strength are too limited. I can't understand the mystery here, so I can't get out of here. For 300 years, I haven't even touched a little bit. Even after 3,000 or 30,000 years, I'm afraid I won't gain much. It's so difficult. It's too difficult. I already knew that I couldn't pass the selection of Fu Tu Immortal Palace's nominal disciple, but I still had some fantasies. The path of cultivation is too difficult. I've worked hard. But some things can't be changed by hard work alone. Talent, potential, luck, perseverance, mind. Many factors have to be combined. None of them can be missing. But I can't do that. I'm still far from it. It's far from enough just to have the heart and hard work. It's not enough. Brother Qin Shao, it's not that I'm discouraged, it's not that I want to give up. It's just that I really can't get out of here. I really can't understand this space of nothingness. This selection is destined to have nothing to do with me. Perhaps the goal I'm pursuing in this life is still a little too high. How difficult was it to become an immortal? Throughout the 1,000 eras of the Xian Hua clan, there has only been one Dao seeking celestial ascension. The lifelong pursuit of countless clansmen is nothing more than an illusion. Xiao Dao sighed and couldn't help but shake his head. He was indeed a little discouraged. This heavy blow was too great for him, so great that he couldn't bear it. Forget it, just give up. There's really no other way. Sigh. Perhaps it's not necessarily a bad thing to be trapped here. Once the time limit of 10,000 years is reached, they will be eliminated. Perhaps there is still a way to survive. To be able to survive in this selection is already a very difficult thing to do. As long as I'm alive, I should be content. No matter what, it's good to be alive. Sister is still waiting for me in the clan. Even if I can't return to the clan with glory, it doesn't matter. After all, no one had high hopes for me. For such a thing, I only came to participate and broaden my horizons. As he thought of this, Xiao Dao's heart was completely relaxed. He simply sat down and emptied his mind. He didn't need to think about those troublesome things anymore. When he was tired, he wanted to close his eyes and rest. Xiao Dao, are you really going to give up? Do you really not have any dreams or ambitions in your heart? Do you know what it means for you to give up? If you give up now, you'll only be an ant for the rest of your life. Do you really not want to become an immortal? So what if it's difficult? So what if you can't comprehend it completely? So what if you're trapped in this void space? As long as you don't give up, as long as your mind is strong enough, you'll definitely gain something. Only by not giving up can you have a chance of success. If you give up now, it means that your cultivation path has come to an end. Xiao Dao, pull yourself together. You have to believe in yourself. Even if you die, you can't have the thought of giving up. If you can't even make up your mind, you won't be able to go far on the path of cultivation. The path of cultivation is slow. The most important thing isn't talent, potential, or luck. It's your heart. The strength of your heart can change everything. If you lose your confidence, you'll lose everything. Suddenly, a thunderous voice exploded in Xiao Dao's mind. This voice was like a blow to the head, waking Xiao Dao up in an instant. Big brother Qin Xiao. Xiao Dao scrambled to his feet and looked around, but where was Qin Zhao's figure? An auditory hallucination? But even if it was an auditory hallucination, the words in his mind still woke Xiao Dao up. Even now, Xiao Dao was still recalling those words in his mind. These words seemed to have some kind of magical power. His eyes, which had dimmed down, regained a bit of determination at this time. That's right. Big brother Qin Xiao is right. The heart is the most important. If I give up just because it's difficult, then I won't just be giving up this opportunity. I'll be giving up my cultivation path, my immortal path, and my entire life. If I give up now, then I won't be able to achieve much on my path of cultivation. I'll be mediocre for the rest of my life. I won't be able to achieve much in the end. Is this really the life I want? Perhaps that was what I thought in the past. Perhaps I didn't even dream of becoming an immortal in the past. I only thought that cultivating to the 4th step universe grade was my life goal. I didn't have too many dreams or ambitions. But now I'm different. My dream is to become an immortal. My ambition is to pass the Fumu Immortal Palace's disciple selection. I want to make a great leap. I want to carve out a new world for myself. I want to walk a path that I didn't even dare to imagine before. Being mediocre is also a lifetime. Struggling is also a lifetime. Why shouldn't I give it a shot? Even if I don't do it for myself, I have to do it for my sister, for my dead parents, and for the Xinhua clan. Therefore, no matter how difficult or impossible it is, I can't give up on my own accord. Even if I have to risk my life, I have to keep going. Only by doing so can my heart be even more resolute. Only then can I continue walking on my path of life. The heart is the most unfathomable power. With the power of his mind, Xiao Dao once again became stronger and more confident. Xiao Dao swept away his previous dispirited state and continued to comprehend. This time, his conviction was even stronger. He was no longer like before, where he had given up when he couldn't comprehend anything. This time, he had come with a strong conviction. With such a strong belief, it was the foundation of success. In another void, a figure stepped into it. The person who had entered scanned the void and was delighted when he saw a familiar figure. "I've finally found one." The person who had entered was none other than Qin Shao. All these years, Qin Shao had been searching for the void in order to save others. Qin Shao was well aware of the dangers of the void. Once someone was trapped in it, there were very few people who could walk out. People like Xiao Dao, Ah Man, Hu Zai, and the others basically had no chance of walking out unless they had some sort of epiphany and underwent a great transformation. However, such a situation was still extremely unlikely. Qin Shao had searched for a full 300 years before he finally found Ah Man. At this time, Ah Man was muddle-headed and listless as he walked through the void. He had a dejected look on his face. "I'm going to be trapped in here. I can't get out at all. What the hell is this place?" "Sigh, forget it. I knew it would be like this." Ah Man's eyelids twitched. Suddenly, he seemed to see a familiar figure. He raised his head and really did see a familiar figure. Big Brother Qin Shao. But after a moment of pleasant surprise, Ah Man immediately laughed self-deprecatingly. "I must be hallucinating. How could Big Brother Qin Shao appear here? It seems like I've really been dealt a heavy blow. Sigh, I don't know how Big Brother Qin Shao and Xiao Dao are doing. Are they also like me? How am I trapped in this damned place? Wanting to pass the Fu Su Immortal Palace's disciple selection really is a very, very difficult matter. In the past, I still had some fantasies. Now it seems that those fantasies are a bit laughable. I should have some self-awareness. Looking at my situation in all aspects, I'm far from meeting the requirements." Sigh. "Why is it that you're far from meeting the requirements in all aspects?" At this time, a voice suddenly rang out. This sudden voice gave Ah Man a big fright. His eyes widened as they fell on Qin Shao. He stared blankly at Qin Shao. After a long while, Ah Man suddenly reacted. "Big Brother Qin Shao, is it really you? What else? Did you think it was a hallucination?" Qin Shao walked over and said somewhat helplessly. When he saw Ah Man look at him and then look away, he guessed Ah Man's thoughts. Ah Man scratched his head in embarrassment and looked at Qin Shao. "Yes, Big Brother Qin Shao, I really thought it was a hallucination. I really didn't expect that Big Brother Qin Shao would actually enter here. It's too unexpected." "Right, Big Brother Qin Shao, what kind of damned place is this? Why is it so strange? No matter how I walk, I can't get out. It's too scary." Qin Shao said. "This is a void space, a void land. There is no sky, no earth, no four sides, no 8 directions, no myriad things, and no heavenly Tao. So if you can't comprehend the Tao here, you can't get out of here. Illusions are born from the heart. All illusions originate from your heart. What you are trapped in now is actually an illusory land in your heart. But this illusory land is bound by the heavenly Tao, so it's naturally difficult for you to get out." A man was confused. After thinking for a while, he shook his head to express that he didn't understand. He didn't understand at all. The theory sounded simple, but to understand it was indeed a very difficult thing. If the Tao was so easy to understand, then it would be very easy to comprehend. In fact, it was not so. Therefore, comprehending the Tao was an extremely difficult thing. Chapter 1677. Qin Shao had come to find Wild with the intention of taking him away. But Qin Shao still said, "Wild, are you sure you want to give up?" Wild didn't seem to react for a moment. He stared blankly at Qin Shao, a puzzled expression on his face. "Big Brother Qin Shao, if I don't give up, am I going to be trapped in this void forever? I've already been trapped here for 400 years. I've tried all kinds of methods, but none of them worked. Yes, it's useless. I can't walk out of this void space. So I think I should just give up and go out with Big Brother Qin Shao. Qin Shao sternly said, Wild, I definitely came here to take you away, but there's a situation you have to think about clearly. This void space is also a test. Not only does it test your talent and comprehension ability, but it also tests your heart. And most importantly, your heart. If you give up now, it's the same as giving up your heart and giving up your path of cultivation. The path of cultivation is difficult, but as long as your heart is strong enough and you walk down it step by step, there will always be a day when you reap the rewards. You'll use countless sweat and tears in exchange for a certain amount of rewards. You'll reap the rewards. So the biggest problem is whether your heart is strong enough to support you. That's the question you should consider, and it's also a very important question. You understand what I mean, right? But the path is for you to walk down, and I won't force you. Everyone has the right to choose their own path of life. You're free to choose how you want to walk. Different choices will lead to different lives. As long as you think about it clearly, then it's fine. It's not that you have to become an expert to live your life. Being ordinary doesn't necessarily mean that it can't be a kind of life. In this world, experts are few and far between. Countless people's lives are ordinary. Hearing Qin Zhao's words, Wild immediately fell silent. He naturally understood the logic behind those words, but he also had to think about how he should choose. That's right. Everyone should have the right to choose their own path of survival. The path of cultivation was too difficult and too slow. After all, only a very small number of people could go far. Most people would still perish in the end. After a moment of silence, a man shook his head and sighed. Big Brother Qin Shao, I know you're saying this for my own good, and I hope that I won't regret it in the future. But I know my limits, and I know that I won't be able to go far on this path. I knew that if I tried harder, I might be able to reap some rewards. I know that if my will is stronger, I might be able to go further. It's easy for me to say this, but I know I can't do it. No matter how hard I try, I'm afraid nothing good will come out of it. Therefore, Brother Qin Shao, I choose to give up. Just take this trip as an opportunity to gain some experience. I won't dream about becoming an immortal. Becoming a fourth-step universe grade in my lifetime will be my life. That's my biggest goal. Others have big goals, but I have small goals. It's pretty good. I'm very clear about the path I want to take. There are some things that can't be forced. Qin Shao nodded. Since a man could recognize his own path, he would let him be. That was indeed the case. There were some things that couldn't be forced. If he forced too much, he would only get what he wanted. If he didn't have this mindset, forcing him to make a better choice would only harm him. Therefore, Qin Shao didn't say anything else. Instead, he brought a man out of the void. After leaving the void, he smelled the aura of the outside world. It should have been a gloomy aura, but it seemed so beautiful to a man now. We're finally out. I really thought that I would be trapped in that void until I died. For the past 400 years, it had been extremely difficult for him. Now that I'm back in the underworld river, I feel very close to it. A man sighed emotionally. Let's go. Don't be emotional. We still have to find the others, Qin Shao said. A man put away his thoughts and left with Qin Shao. Wanting to find a void space was very difficult. Qin Shao had searched for a full 300 years before finally finding Wilds. However, in the process of continuing to search, Qin Shao discovered a problem. It seemed that the flowing void didn't exist. He had led a man all the way for 200 years, but they hadn't encountered a flowing void once. Their journey had been very smooth. At first, a man was worried that he would be swept away by the flowing void. However, the journey had been peaceful for 200 years, which really surprised the two of them. Of course, this was a good surprise. 200 years later, Qin Shao finally found another empty space. Coincidentally, she found the bearded man. The beard had been trapped in the void for 600 years, but he hadn't given up. In terms of mental strength, he was much stronger than a man. However, the beard was also on the verge of collapse. Qin Zhao's appearance gave him a ray of light. After saving the beard, the team expanded to 3 people. Qin Zhao continued to search. Above the clouds. This brat, he's really something. Is he trying to break the rules? Exalted Immortal Dark Willow seemed a bit angry. Exalted Immortal Yun Ku poured him a cup of wine. Brother Dark Willow, please calm down. The rules didn't say that helping others is forbidden. Qin Zhao is a very loyal person. He should know that there aren't many people who can leave the void. That's why he wanted to save them. His intentions are actually quite good. As for whether or not he broke the rules, there's no need for us to be so calculative. This is only the elimination round. When the Real selection comes, no one can receive outside help. They have to rely on their own strength. Without strength, they won't be able to pass the selection. That's why it doesn't matter if it's a bit unexpected. Just treat it as him saving a few people. It's no big deal. In any case, he'll be eliminated anyway. Exalted Immortal Dark Willow glared at Exalted Immortal Yun Ku. Of course you hope so. If that's the case, I'll lose this bet. Ha ha ha, Brother Dark Willow, look at what you're saying. It's just a win or loss. Why care so much? We're just having fun. Exalted Immortal Yun Ku laughed heartily. Exalted Immortal Dark Willow glared at him but didn't say anything. Soon, 1,000 years passed. There were only 2,000 years left until the end of the 10,000 years. Qin Zhao only managed to save Man, the beard, and Yi Wugue. He didn't find anyone else. He didn't see anyone else along the way. It wasn't just the others. He didn't even meet any demon beasts. Speaking of which, it was quite a peaceful journey. Finally, on the 12th year, he met Mo Wangbei. However, he didn't meet Mo Wangbei in the void. Instead, he met him in the Netherworld River. Old Mo, you've also come out of the void. Haha, I'm in trouble. Seeing Mo Wangbei, the beard was so excited that he almost hugged him. However, Mo Wangbei clearly had experience and wouldn't let the beard hug him. He dodged to the side. Qin Zhao, the beard, Yi Wugue, man, you're all together. Seeing everyone, Mo Wangbei was overjoyed. The beard nodded. That's right, old Mo. We were all trapped in the void. It was Big Brother Qin Zhao who came to save us. Otherwise, we'd definitely still be trapped in the void. Mo Wangbei wasn't surprised by this situation. In fact, he had already guessed that this was the case. Now, the bearded man's words had confirmed his guess, and it was indeed the case. Mo Wangbei said, I'm ashamed to say this, Brother Qin Zhao. I just came out of the void. I've been trapped for 1,200 years. Brother Qin Zhao, how long have you been trapped? Since you were able to save them, you should have come out in a few hundred years, right? Yes, I've also been trapped for 100 years. Qin Zhao nodded. What? Everyone was stunned. In truth, Man and the others didn't know how long it had taken Qin Zhao to come out of the void. Only now did they know that it had only been 100 years. Man and the others originally didn't have much of an idea. However, Mo Wangbei had taken 1,200 years to come out of the void. That clearly showed the huge gap. Therefore, Mo Wangbei looked at Qin Zhao in astonishment. His face was filled with admiration as he said, Oh my God, 100 years. You only used 100 years to come out of the void. That's really inconceivable. Mo Wangbei was full of admiration. He had walked out by himself, so he naturally knew how difficult it had been. He had thought that using 1,200 years to come out of the void was already very fast. But he hadn't expected that Qin Zhao had only used 100 years. It was only 1/12 of his time. This kind of gap wasn't even on the same level. However, Mo Wangbei had always been convinced by Qin Zhao. So after a moment of shock, he quickly felt at ease. For something like this to happen to Qin Shao, it was actually very normal. If it had happened to someone else, it would have been very hard to accept. Brother Qin Shao, I've just come out of the void, so I don't know much about the situation outside. I see that you've brought Huzi and the others with you. It seems that there isn't much of a flowing space here. Mo Wangbei said. Qin Shao nodded. Yes, that's right. We've been walking for 1100 years, but we haven't found any flowing space. If my guess isn't wrong, the flowing space has already disappeared. This means that we've already passed through the region with the flowing space. Now that we've come out of the void, we should have passed through another region. Based on this situation, if we continue walking, we'll reach the other side. But right now, we only have a few people in our group. It's too little, too little. We still have to look for them. If we can save them, that would be the best. If we really can't, then we'll continue moving forward later. Right now, there's still 2,600 years before the 10,000-year deadline. We don't have much time left. How about this, we'll search for another 600 years. After 600 years, no matter what the situation is, we'll continue moving forward and go to the next region. What do you think? Mo Wangbei nodded without thinking. Yes, Brother Qin Shao, as long as you've decided, I'll listen to you. I also feel that we shouldn't leave the others behind. If we can save them, then it's naturally better to save them. Since there's no flowing space, then we can gather together and move together again. Everyone nodded, agreeing with Qin Zhao's idea. Chapter 1678. In the following 600 years, Qin Shao and the others searched for other spaces. With Mo Wangbei's help, it should have been much easier to find other spaces. However, in the following time, they didn't find any other spaces. Although they didn't find any other spaces, they did meet a few others. Prince Min, Thousand Buddha Hands, Gui Ying, and Babutasan. These four were publicly recognized as the strongest. As for the others, they didn't meet them. They might have been trapped in other spaces, or they might have encountered some accident. They might not even be in this area. As for the others, Qin Shao and the others didn't care. They only cared about their group. However, there were only 5 of them. There were still 24 people they hadn't found. 600 years was almost up. Time passed very quickly. It was like sand on one's fingertips. It would quietly disappear without anyone noticing. Big Brother Qin Shao, 600 years have passed. Shouldn't we leave this place? If we continue to search, I'm afraid we won't be able to cross the Nether River, the bearded man suddenly said. Qin Shao hesitated for a moment, then nodded and said, Since the time is up, we can't stay here any longer. Let's leave first. Qin Shao was still somewhat unwilling. After all, they hadn't found Xiao Dao. In fact, Qin Shao wanted to find Xiao Dao the most. It would be perfect if he could save Xiao Dao as well. However, there was no other way. They had agreed on 600 years, and now the time was up. For the sake of the big picture, they had to leave this place. If they continued to delay, it wouldn't be good for anyone. A man looked at Qin Shao. He wanted to say something, but in the end, he didn't say it. A man also knew that there was no other way. He couldn't let his personal feelings affect everyone's future. As for Xiao Dao, he could only pray for his own fortune. There was no other way. Love. The group of 5 continued forward. There was no space to move, so they didn't have to worry about being separated again. Look, what's that over there? The bearded man suddenly shouted excitedly. Even without his shout, everyone could see that there was a huge hole in the ground. The hole was deep, and they couldn't see what was inside. However, it gave people the feeling that there should be something in this cave. Moreover, this hole also blocked their path, so they couldn't go around it. Therefore, if they wanted to continue moving forward, they had to enter the huge underground cave. Qin Shao and the others quickly arrived at the entrance of the cave. Inside the cave, A huge underground palace appeared in front of Qin Shao and the others. It's an underground palace? It looks very ancient. Is this underground palace a test, or is there an opportunity? The bearded man looked around the underground palace and asked curiously. Qin Shao said, "It must be a test. This underground palace is blocking our way. We can only enter the underground palace. There is no other way." There was a test, but there was also the possibility of an opportunity. However, the possibility of this was not high. After all, this time we are mainly here to take the exam. It was tested. This underground palace must have been built by the Fuda Immortal Palace. Judging from the ancient aura emanating from this underground palace, it's definitely not simple. Haha, no matter if it's a dragon's pool or a tiger's den, we have to go now. I have a very strong feeling that as long as we pass through this underground palace, we can reach the other side. Then, we will pass the test of the Juetian stream. Therefore, victory is right in front of us. We should be bold and brave. The bearded man suddenly said with lofty sentiments, which made everyone look at him in a new light. Ha ha, don't look at me like that. Can't I be bold and domineering for once? Anyway, there is no other way. We can only go through this underground palace. Besides, with Big Brother Qin Shao and Old Mo, I don't have to worry about anything. Even if the sky falls down, they will still have to carry it, the bearded man said again. Qin Shao and the others were speechless for a while. That was a good idea. Qin Shao waved his hand and said to the others, "Okay, let's go into the underground palace. I also feel that this underground palace should be the last test of the Netherworld River. If we can pass this test, we should be considered to have passed smoothly. The final test is definitely not going to be that simple. So, everyone, be alert. Don't be careless. Along the way, there are only 5 of us left. I don't know if there are others who survived. It's not easy to survive until now. So, we have to be careful and strive to be the last one to laugh." Everyone nodded solemnly. Their expressions became incomparably serious. Although the bearded man was laughing just now, he also became serious now. This was a matter of life and death. Naturally, he didn't dare to be the slightest bit careless. The underground palace was huge and very complicated. There were passages, underground rooms, open spaces, and strange sceneries. It was eerie, cold, and cheerless. The atmosphere was strange, and it was dark. Walking in it was as if he was exploring a land of death. The aura inside was indeed not very good. Qin Shao and the others didn't dare to speed up. Instead, they walked slowly in the underground palace. "Big Brother Qin Shao, look over there. There's a big hanging coffin on the rock wall." The bearded man always liked to shout. Whenever he found something, he would always be the first to shout. In fact, he didn't need to shout. Everyone saw it, but they just didn't say anything. Qin Shao also saw it. On a rock wall not far ahead, there was a 15-foot-long ice-blue crystal coffin hanging there. It was surrounded by colorful stones. It was very dazzling and beautiful. The ice-blue crystal coffin was not transparent, but it vaguely felt that something was lying inside. There was a corpse? Generally speaking, the corpse of a celestial venerable couldn't be left behind. Even if it was left behind, it would be quickly eroded by time. Only the corpses of celestial venerables and those of higher realms could be preserved and not be eroded by time. They could live forever. After the death of an immortal of such a realm, it was generally so grand that they needed to be buried in a coffin. Could there be a corpse of a celestial venerable? The bearded man was the first to speak again. He looked very interested. The corpse of a celestial venerable was a precious treasure. Maybe they could even get some valuable treasures from it. Besides, a celestial venerable was enough to make people feel awe. Therefore, the bearded man immediately urged, "Shall we go and take a look?" Since everyone was interested, Qin Shao naturally didn't stop them. Instead, he nodded. Moreover, he really wanted to go and see what was lying in the sky-blue crystal coffin. Soon, everyone approached the sky-blue-purple crystal coffin. The crystal coffin was suspended on a huge rock. The bearded man looked a little impatient. He wanted to rush over, but he was stopped by Qin Shao. "Don't rush, Beard. Be careful." "Yes, yes, yes. Caution is the parent of safety." Hearing Qin Zhao's words, the bearded man immediately nodded. This was the underground palace. They really couldn't be too careless. He was indeed a little anxious just now. After calming down, the bearded man immediately realized what was going on. Qin Shao looked at the crystal coffin carefully. From the hidden traces, Qin Shao came to a conclusion. There is indeed a person lying inside. However, judging from the figure, it's very likely to be a woman. There's a woman? Hearing Qin Zhao's words, the bearded man and the others suddenly became a little excited. Qin Shao rolled his eyes at them. The female corpse is also so excited? For the time being, I haven't detected anything dangerous. There shouldn't be any danger. Let's go. Old Mo and I will walk in front. You guys follow us closely. If there's any danger, I will ask you to step back. Listen to my instructions. Do you understand? Qin Shao said seriously. When Qin Shao became serious, everyone was afraid. The five of them slowly approached the crystal coffin. As they approached, the bearded man and the other two people's excited faces became a little nervous. Fortunately, there was no danger along the way. The five of them arrived in front of the crystal coffin smoothly. From the outside, they still couldn't see the situation inside clearly. The bearded man looked at Qin Shao eagerly. Obviously, he wanted to open the coffin as soon as possible. Qin Shao joked with the bearded man. Do you like to see female corpses so much? Why do I feel that your taste is a little strange? Why do you want to see a female corpse that has been dead for God knows how many years? If you want to see it, you can open the coffin by yourself. The bearded man was embarrassed by Qin Zhao's words. He scratched his head and said, Brother Qin Shao, I'm just curious. People say that curiosity kills people. Today, I've seen it with my own eyes. Brother Qin Shao, do you really want me to open the coffin? Qin Shao nodded and said, Yes. If you want to open the coffin, of course, I'll leave it to you. However, if you are eaten by the female ghost, you can't blame me. Ha ha ha, Brother Qin Shao, you must be joking. My relationship with the female ghost has always been very good, so you don't have to worry about me being eaten. The bearded man's face was very good. After saying this, he began to move the coffin lid. The bearded man went forward and pushed it hard. He was surprised to find that the lid didn't move. The bearded man's strength was very strong. He pushed hard, but the lid didn't move. This was really strange. Haha, the bearded man, can you do it? Aren't you anxious to see the female corpse? Hurry up and open it. A man joked. The bearded man pushed twice, but it only moved a little. He couldn't open the coffin lid. After clenching his teeth and trying a few times, the bearded man finally lost his temper. He could only ask a many Wugui for help. You two, stop laughing. This coffin lid is very heavy. I can't move it by myself. You two, quickly come and help me. Maybe this female corpse is very beautiful. Don't fight with me over it. Although a man and Yi Wugui weren't that interested, since the bearded man asked, a man naturally didn't refuse. They immediately came over. Qin Shao kept staring at the crystal coffin. Seeing that the bearded man couldn't open the coffin even after using all his strength, Qin Shao was somewhat surprised. This crystal coffin isn't big, but it's so heavy. The bearded man's full strength is also extraordinary, but he can't open the coffin. This is really strange. It's strange. What kind of power is buried in this crystal coffin? Why would such a crystal coffin appear here? Is this the work of the Fujiu Immortal Palace? But this time, what is the test? I don't understand. For the time being, Qin Shao really didn't understand the mystery of this coffin. Chapter 1679. Although Qin Shao sensed that this crystal coffin was not simple, he was also curious about the origins of the female corpse hiding in the crystal coffin. He had a feeling that this crystal coffin should have some kind of secret. Since they had encountered this crystal coffin here, it meant that it was very likely to be a test left behind by the Fuda Immortal Palace. Since it was a test, they naturally had to give it a try. Qin Shao carefully studied it for a while, but he didn't discover anything. Qin Shao looked at Mo Wangbei, and Mo Wangbei also shook his head, saying, "I also can't sense anything. I reckon that we have to open this crystal coffin to find out the secret inside. I feel that this crystal coffin is not simple. Perhaps it was left behind by the Fuda Immortal Palace for us. Perhaps it was a test or something. Therefore, I feel that we should open this crystal coffin and take a look." In fact, Qin Shao also had the same idea, and now Mo Wangbei also had the same idea. Qin Shao nodded. When the bearded man saw that Qin Shao and Mo Wangbei had both nodded, he immediately rubbed his hands, and said to Ah Man and Yi Wugui, "Come, the two of you give me a hand. Let's open this coffin together." A Man and Yi Wugui didn't hesitate either. The three of them used all their strength to move the coffin lid. Slowly, the lid began to move. However, it still seemed to be somewhat strenuous. "Brothers, let's use all our strength to open this coffin lid," the bearded man suddenly shouted, and then the three of them used all their strength at the same time. When the three of them used all their strength was extremely terrifying. Under this powerful force, the lid of the coffin was directly blown away. When the coffin lid was opened, the scene inside the crystal coffin immediately appeared in front of everyone's eyes, as if a pure and holy light was blooming from the crystal coffin. Everyone was stunned by the beauty of this sacred light. With a single glance, it was as if they had completely sunk into it, unable to extricate themselves. Their eyes were fixated on it, as if they had been completely sucked in, unable to look away. So beautiful! Qin Shao glanced at it and suddenly felt that her whole person was completely attracted. It was difficult to withdraw from it. This was because the female corpse lying in the crystal coffin was simply too beautiful. Her beauty was enough to suffocate people and make them unable to move their eyes away. There was no way to describe this kind of beauty with any adjective. One would only be deeply attracted and completely drawn in. Unable to extricate yourself. This kind of beauty could shock everything and bewitch one's soul. Could draw everything in. The woman lying in the crystal coffin didn't look like a corpse that had been dead for a long time. Instead, she looked more like a sleeping beauty. Even Qin Shao had to admit that this female corpse was the most beautiful and attractive woman he had ever seen. Even with his state of mind, he was completely mesmerized at first glance. Qin Shao had never had such a feeling before. After all, it was very difficult for someone like him to be attracted to a woman with his current state of mind. Looks were not a problem for the gods. As long as they wanted to, they could easily change their appearance. Therefore, Qin Zhao's standard of beauty was very harsh. But no matter how harsh the standard was, Qin Shao couldn't find any flaws in this female corpse. She could be called perfect. That was why he was deeply attracted to her and was shocked to the depths of his heart. Even Gu Lingyue didn't give him this feeling. This feeling made Qin Shao feel very strange. Why did he have this kind of feeling? This kind of feeling, to be honest, was somewhat superficial. Mo Wangbei and the others were the same. They looked as if their souls had been turned upside down. They were completely mesmerized. They stood there in a daze, staring at the female corpse in the crystal coffin with sparkling eyes. They had obviously never seen such a beautiful woman, one that moved their hearts. So beautiful, so beautiful. There is actually such a beautiful woman in this world. It's a pity that she is already dead. The bearded man looked like a pig at this time, almost drooling. He couldn't help but praise this beautiful female corpse. The others were also full of praise, but they didn't say it out loud. Is she dead? Why do I feel a trace of life aura fluctuating? Is she still alive? Mo Wangbei's eyebrows suddenly furrowed as she asked with some doubt. Is there a trace of life aura fluctuating? If there is really a trace of life aura fluctuating, then she is not dead. She is still alive. So when they heard Mo Wangbei's words, they couldn't help but become excited. They also looked at this female corpse more carefully to see if there is really a trace of life. Move. Qin Shao checked and indeed felt a trace of life aura fluctuating. Is she still alive? Is she not dead? At this moment, a very strong trace of life aura suddenly gushed out and bloomed on the female corpse. Feeling this strong trace of life aura, Qin Shao and the others were surprised. Sure enough, after this trace of life aura, the female corpse suddenly opened her eyes. That pair of starry eyes, like autumn water, suddenly seemed to light up the whole world. This pair of eyes was enough to let people see a patch of light. Seeing the light of the world from the darkness seemed to have a special kind of magic. Is she really still alive? For a moment, everyone was a little excited. They thought it was a female corpse, but they didn't expect that she was still alive. She looked like she had fallen asleep. She was a sleeping beauty. She is really not dead. Haha, so beautiful. The bearded man was very happy and laughed. Even Mo Wangbei was a little excited. This kind of excitement was usually not seen. It seemed like the power of a beauty was really very strong. It actually made Mo Wangbei's state of mind a little chaotic. Although Qin Shao was a little surprised, he quickly calmed down and controlled his mood, not allowing himself to be excited. Vaguely, he felt that there was something wrong with this matter, but he couldn't tell what it was. He tried hard to control his mood and raised his vigilance. Everything, he couldn't be careless. This was Qin Zhao's vigilance. It was also a voice in the depths of his heart that warned him. But once a person fell deep into a state of mind, they would be unable to see the situation clearly. They would not think about many problems and would let down their vigilance. Qin Shao had almost been bewitched just now. Fortunately, there was a voice in his heart that suddenly woke him up. Sleeping Beauty opened her eyes and looked at Qin Shao and the others. Her gentle eyes seemed to be able to melt people. Just looking at her was enough to make people feel pity for her. Her eyes swept across everyone. Every time her gaze landed on someone, it was as though she could release a boundless attraction force, directly attracting people to her. Just her eyes alone were attractive enough to stir one's soul. Hu Zai, Wu Gui, Ah Man and the others were all stunned. It was as if they were drunk. Although Mo Wangbei was a little better, but not by much. He also looked a little drunk. It seemed that he was very fascinated. Qin Shao also felt an unstoppable magical power surging towards him. He was trying hard to resist this power. The more beautiful something was, the more terrifying it could be. Whether it was really beautiful or terrifying, Qin Shao had a voice in his heart that warned him not to be careless. Therefore, Qin Shao had been resisting this powerful and terrifying attractive force all this time, keeping his heart from being affected. Suddenly, Sleeping Beauty smiled. This smile was enough to make the whole world fall in love with her. This smile would indeed make people feel that the whole world had suddenly entered a state of laughter. This kind of beauty would soak into the depths of people's souls. This smile made the beard and the others even more stunned and fascinated. So beautiful, so beautiful. Not good, I feel like I'm going to die. This beauty is too suffocating. Beautiful, it was indeed beautiful. When she smiled, it would really make people feel that the whole world was beautiful. Come in and accompany me. All of you, come in quickly. Sleeping Beauty's red lips parted slightly, and a voice like the sound of nature came out of her mouth. Her voice was very pleasant to the ear, and seemed to have a very magical power that could attract people. The beard and the others had already been fascinated to the point that their souls were turned upside down. Now that they heard Sleeping Beauty's voice, they were all about to go crazy. Therefore, the beard didn't think much and directly wanted to jump in. Seeing that the beard was about to jump, Yi Gui and Ah Man's eyes also jumped. The three of them fought to be the first to enter the crystal coffin. Even Mo Wangbei was struggling in pain and wanted to jump in. These four people were completely bewitched. They actually wanted to enter at all costs. Inside the crystal coffin. Don't jump. Seeing this, Qin Shao could only shout out anxiously. But this shout wasn't powerful enough to stop the four. The beard was the first to jump into the crystal coffin. Yi Gui and Ah Man immediately followed. Although Mo Wangbei hesitated for a moment, he still jumped in. The four of them actually stepped into the crystal coffin, one after another, and threw themselves at Sleeping Beauty. The smile on Sleeping Beauty's face became even more resplendent, like a flower. It was breathtakingly beautiful and charming. Sleeping Beauty was still sleeping there, with no intention of getting up. Fortunately, the crystal coffin was very big and could easily accommodate a dozen people. Therefore, when the beard and the others entered, the crystal coffin didn't seem too crowded. Do you want to sleep with me? Sleeping Beauty smiled, and said to the beard and the others. There was a stone bed in the crystal coffin. This stone bed wasn't big, and it looked like it could fit two people. Hearing Sleeping Beauty's words, the beard and the others' eyes lit up. How could they not want to? They wanted it so much. But this bed is too small. It can only fit one more person. There are four of you, so what should we do? How about you decide yourselves? Sleeping Beauty said again. Decide themselves? How? The beard didn't even think and directly rushed forward. Old Mo, don't fight with me. I was the first to enter, so let me do it. If I can sleep with Sleeping Beauty, I won't be afraid of death. Haha, let me do it. After saying that, the beard was about to rush over, but he was stopped by Yi Gui, who said angrily, Why are you the first? You think you're so great because you're the first to enter? This kind of thing needs to be fair. If we give you all the benefits, then won't we have nothing? Nothing? Chapter 1680. Usually, Yi Gui's personality was relatively gentle. However, he seemed to have changed into a different person at this moment. He revealed his violent side. Under his anger, Yi Gui naturally did not want to be outdone. What do you mean, beard? You make it sound like I'm afraid of you. Have we fought before? How do you know that I'm not your opponent? Do you really think that you're very strong? I think you're just good at talking. Really? If we really fight, I don't think you have much ability. Why should we all give in to you? Who do you think you are? If you want to talk about discovery, then we discovered it together. You're not the only one who discovered it. Beard's temper was already very violent. At this moment, he exploded. Humph, looks like you're not convinced. Then stop talking nonsense. Let's fight. Let's see who dares to fight with me today. At this moment, Beard had completely lost his mind. His eyes were red and round. He looked very scary. Let's fight. Do you think I'm afraid of you? Look at your self-righteous character. I've tolerated you for a long time. Yi Gui did not back down. Beard was completely angry. He waved his hand and his sword was already in his hand. His aura completely exploded. He was about to attack Yi Gui directly. Yi Gui naturally would not sit and wait for death. He was also prepared to fight. Seeing the two of them at daggers drawn, the atmosphere at the scene immediately became tense and oppressive. A great battle was about to break out. Stop! Mo Wangbei suddenly shouted. He glared at Beard and Yi Gui and said, Don't quarrel. What's there to quarrel about? We're all brothers. If there's anything, we can discuss it and solve it. Old Mo, don't get involved. There's nothing to solve. I've been unhappy with Yi Wu Gui for a long time. I've tolerated him for a long time. Today's matter, no one's words matter. I've lived for so long, and this is the first time I've been tempted by a woman. Whoever wants to ruin my plans today, I won't play with them. There are no exceptions, so it's best if you don't get involved. The bearded man ignored Mo Wang Bei and retorted. Mo Wang Bei was also furious and said with some anger, "Beard, you really went overboard today. Why are you like a mad dog, biting whoever you catch? Of course I have to take care of your affairs. I hope you can stay calm about this matter." However, the bearded man didn't listen to a single word. He angrily said, "Old Mo, it seems like you want to meddle in our business? Humph, don't think I don't know what you're thinking. Aren't you also interested in this sleeping beauty? Aren't you just trying to snatch it from me? You want to snatch it? But it's not that easy. If you don't like it, then let's fight. I'm not afraid of all of you. Even if all of you come at me together, I'm not afraid. Today I refuse to believe that I'll fight you to the end. At most, I'll fight you to the death." Do you think I'm afraid of you? Come on, if you want to fight, then come at me together. You, Mo Wang Bei was so angry that his face turned green. You're completely unreasonable. Hua! The sword light was unsheathed, and a sharp light suddenly surged out, heading straight for the Sleeping Beauty. Lying on the jade bed, the Sleeping Beauty's expression suddenly became frightened. She hastily cried for help. "Ah, don't kill me, save me, save me." This sudden change caused the bearded man and the others to be shocked and angry. "Qin Shao, what are you doing? Quickly stop." Seeing that the one who wanted to kill the Sleeping Beauty was Qin Shao, the bearded man angrily roared. He quickly moved to stop Qin Shao. Not only did the bearded man move, but Yi Wu Gui and Mo Wang Bei also moved. The three of them moved at the same time to stop Qin Shao, not letting Qin Shao kill the Sleeping Beauty. Only Ah Man was still hesitating. She opened her mouth several times, wanting to say something, but in the end, she didn't move to stop them. The bearded man and the others were naturally able to stop Qin Zhao's attack. After blocking Qin Zhao's attack, the three of them directly stood in front of Qin Shao, not letting Qin Shao continue to attack. The three of them looked at Qin Shao with a bit of anger in their eyes. Especially the bearded man, there was a trace of hatred in his eyes. Qin Shao slightly frowned, looking at the three of them, and said, "Get out of the way, this Sleeping Beauty must die. Don't be bewitched by her. This is all just a test. Wake up." But the bearded man didn't listen to anything. "Qin Shao, don't talk nonsense. This is Sleeping Beauty, not a demonic beast. How can such a beautiful and kind girl be in danger? Even if there is a test, she won't pose any threat to us. If you want to kill her, that's absolutely impossible. I won't agree. Yes, I won't agree either. Brother Qin Shao, we respect you, but it doesn't mean that we have to listen to you in everything. We won't agree to this matter. You want to kill such a beautiful and kind girl. Do you have any compassion?" Yi Wu Gui seemed to have completely lost his mind. Yi Wu Gui seemed to have lost his mind, and he also looked like he was going to protect this Sleeping Beauty with his life. Although Mo Wang Bei didn't stay still, looking at his determined expression, it was obvious that he wouldn't stand by and watch. He definitely wouldn't let Qin Shao kill this Sleeping Beauty so easily. With the three of them blocking, it was indeed difficult for Qin Shao to kill this Sleeping Beauty. Looking at the three of them, Qin Zhao's expression became even colder. Killing people wasn't terrible, but killing the heart was the most terrible thing. Once the heart was killed, the person would be controlled. "Get out of the way." Qin Shao knew that there was no way to reason with the three of them at this time, so he shouted again. His voice also contained a bit of thunderous anger, indicating his intention. If they didn't get out of the way, then he wouldn't be polite. But this kind of threatening power was useless for the three of them. The three of them still didn't mean to get out of the way. They still looked like they were going to protect this sleeping beauty with their lives. It seems that I have to play the real game. Qin Shao shook his head in his heart. This sleeping beauty's power of bewitchment was indeed very terrible. It could actually completely bewitch the minds of the three of them. This was not an illusion, this was the real power of bewitchment, a terrible power of bewitchment. Qin Shao had never seen such a terrible power. This terrible power of bewitchment, even Qin Shao was almost bewitched. Fortunately, Qin Zhao's state of mind was strong enough. His mind was strong enough, so he was able to resist this power quickly. So Qin Shao was very clear at this time. If he wanted to break this power of bewitchment, then he must kill this sleeping beauty. As long as he killed this sleeping beauty, all the power would disappear, and the three of them would naturally recover their minds. But if he wanted to kill this sleeping beauty, now he had to face a lot of resistance. If the three of them were really determined to stop Qin Shao, it would be a headache for Qin Shao. The strength of the three of them was indeed not weak. It was enough to fight with Qin Shao. Of course, if they really wanted to fight with their lives on the line, then Qin Shao also had some confidence. But against the three of them, how could Qin Shao fight with his life on the line? How could he hurt his own brothers? With this layer of concern, naturally Qin Shao would hold back his power. Once this was the case, it was naturally not easy to deal with the three of them. But no matter how difficult it was, there was no other way at this time. He could only take action. Otherwise, the three of them would only sink deeper and deeper, and that would be more troublesome. Ah man, listen to brother Qin Shao. Later, I will restrain old Mo and the others. You take the opportunity to sneak attack the sleeping beauty and kill her. You are all under her bewitchment. Only by killing this sleeping beauty can your bewitchment be lifted. Do you understand? Qin Shao transmitted a voice to Aman. Now Qin Shao had no other choice but to give it a try. Usually, Aman was quite obedient to him. This time, when the three of them attacked, Aman didn't attack. So Qin Shao felt that deep in her heart, Aman should respect and trust him. If he could persuade Aman, then this matter would be much more difficult. Aman glanced at Qin Shao and then turned back to look at the sleeping beauty. The sleeping beauty even smiled at her, as if trying to please her. This smile directly melted Aman's heart. I'm sorry, brother Qin Shao. This time I can't promise you. I also feel that this sleeping beauty isn't a bad person. Her smile is too beautiful and too kind. She's definitely a good person. So we can't kill her. We can't. Brother Qin Shao, you must be mistaken. Let's ask her a little more about the situation. Then we'll take a look. Don't kill the innocent. But this time, Aman didn't listen to Qin Shao. If they couldn't deal with Aman, then the situation was indeed somewhat troublesome. It seems that we can only give it a try. There's no other way. This sleeping beauty's bewitchment is truly terrifying. For the Fumo Immortal Palace to come up with such a test, it really is very difficult. It's also our fault for opening the coffin out of curiosity. If we didn't open it, then nothing would have happened. That's it. Qin Shao inwardly shook his head. If he had known earlier, then there would have been no point in stopping them from opening the coffin. But just now, he had agreed to open the coffin. He was also very curious. He also felt that he had to open it and take a look. Otherwise, he wouldn't feel at ease. Qin Shao had already known that there was definitely a test inside the coffin. But since it was a test left behind by the Fumo Immortal Palace, then no matter what, they should face it. In Rui's view, this kind of thinking wasn't necessarily correct. Facing such a test was truly too torturous. But things had already gotten to this point. No matter how much he said it, it was useless. He could only face it and solve it. Attack. Qin Shao suddenly launched another attack, launching a ferocious attack on the three people. Qin Shao, you're the one who forced us. Don't blame us for not taking our brotherhood into account. I want to see just how much ability you have to deal with the three of us. The bearded man snorted angrily. He already viewed Qin Shao as an enemy. Boom. Bang. Sword chi surged out one after another. Immortal might descended with a rumbling sound. One fierce attack after another was unleashed. Instantly, light surged, incomparably intense. Using all kinds of methods, Immortal might assault. The battle between the four of them was very intense from the start. Qin Shao originally didn't want it to be so intense. But once he entered the battle, there was no way for him to not be intense. Otherwise, the one to suffer would be him. In a situation where he didn't go all out, Qin Shao was barely able to restrain the three of them. But if he wanted to suppress them, that was simply impossible. After all, Mustache North and Yi Wugue weren't weak. Wanting to completely suppress the three of them was naturally very difficult. A man stood there, not helping either side. The Sleeping Beauty was still sleeping there. But her eyes were open, and her face was full of a resplendent smile. Chapter 1681. The Three of You Wake Up. This is a test set by Fuda Immortal Palace. It's not as simple as you think. You've already been bewitched. If you don't wake up, you'll only continue to make mistakes and do stupid things. Seeing that Mo Wangbei, Huzi Bei, and Yi Wugue were determined to fight with him to protect Sleeping Beauty, Qin Shao was forced to the point that he had no other choice. At this time, he couldn't risk his life. If he didn't, he wouldn't be able to do anything to the three of them. Wild was also watching with folded arms. It was impossible to count on him to help. So at this time, Qin Shao was having a headache. Moreover, Qin Shao felt that Sleeping Beauty wouldn't just lie there. Maybe when they were both defeated and injured, she would suddenly make things difficult for them. If the battle dragged on like this, it was very likely that they would all fall here. So Qin Shao was making the final decision in his heart, the final battle. Huzi said angrily, Qin Shao, you're the one who's been bewitched. You want to kill people without saying anything. Don't you think it's too overbearing and unreasonable? If you think it's right, then it's right. But this time, we don't agree with you. If it's just me, I'll reflect on it. But now our family doesn't agree with you. Even Wild doesn't agree with you. Shouldn't you reflect on it? It's said that the minority obeys the majority. That should be the case no matter where you go. Since we're a team, we have the right to make decisions. So this time, we won't let you kill the wrong person. This is the first time in my life that I've been tempted by someone. You want to kill the woman who has moved me. How can I agree? Even if I have to be your enemy, I won't hesitate to fight you today. It seemed that there was no room for negotiation. Qin Shao knew Huzi's character. He had a bad temper and was very straightforward. Sometimes, he was also very stubborn. This time, he was completely bewitched and became very extreme. So Qin Shao felt very helpless. Qin Zhao's gaze turned to Mo Wangbei as she knew that it wouldn't work. Logically speaking, Mo Wangbei's temperament was not bad, so why was he so deeply charmed this time? Mo Wangbei had struggled a little before, and it was clear that he hadn't been completely bewitched. However, at this moment, Mo Wangbei was still able to resist. Therefore, Qin Shao wanted to break through Mo Wangbei's body. Old Mo, calm down and wake up. Otherwise, our team will really be disbanded. Qin Shao shouted, his voice penetrating into Mo Wangbei's mind like thunder. Qin Zhao's voice caused Mo Wangbei's expression to change. It was as if his body and mind had received a blow, and his eyes couldn't help but flash with a strange light. Seeing Mo Wangbei's reaction, Qin Shao couldn't help but feel moved. It seemed that Mo Wangbei still had a chance to wake up. However, to Qin Zhao's disappointment, Mo Wangbei looked coldly at Qin Shao and said, "I'm sorry, brother Qin Shao. This time, I can't agree with you. You're too cautious. Before this matter is clear, I don't want to see you kill the innocent. Brother Qin Shao, in my opinion, you've always been a very steady person. You're a very kind person. You've never killed the innocent. So this time, I hope that Brother Qin Shao can calm down a little. Don't be confused by some superficial things. Now that the four of us don't agree with you, you're still stubbornly clinging to your own way? Stubbornly clinging to my own way?" Hearing these words, Qin Shao inexplicably wanted to laugh. Was it really him who was stubbornly clinging to his own way? When a person fell into confusion, they could really turn everything upside down. They would really be completely centered around themselves and think that everything about others was wrong. It would be too difficult to uproot the situation. Looks like there's really no other way. I can only bite the bullet and fight. Qin Shao shook his head inwardly. Helpless, he really was helpless. As the saying goes, the onlooker sees the game clearly. Mo Wangbei and the other three had all fallen into the game. They couldn't see the reality clearly from the game. This couldn't be blamed on them. This battle couldn't be dragged out. The longer it dragged out, the more disadvantageous it would be. Qin Zhao's sword edge moved. The startling sword art was pushed to the extreme, dissipating all the sharpness. Clearly, Qin Shao was going to play for real. "Qin Shao, are you crazy? You want to risk your life with us? To think that I admire you so much. You want to kill us? You're crazy." Seeing that Qin Shao was really going to risk his life, the bearded man angrily jumped up and shouted. Mo Wangbei's expression also sank to the bottom. He coldly said, "Qin Shao, we see you as a brother. Are you really going to kill us? We stopped you for your own good. We didn't want you to fall deeper. But you're actually crazy enough to want to kill us?" Facing the bearded man and Mo Wangbei's accusations, Qin Zhao's heart felt like it was being twisted by a knife. It was a silent pain. It was a pain that was worse than death. This kind of pain couldn't be described with any words. Being misunderstood by his brothers made Qin Shao feel the most uncomfortable. But how could Qin Shao explain it? At this time, it was useless no matter how much he said. The bearded man and the others wouldn't listen. At this time, the most effective way was to suppress the three of them and then kill Sleeping Beauty. As long as Sleeping Beauty dies, all the charms will disappear. Mo Wangbei, only then would the three of them wake up. At this time, Qin Shao didn't have a choice. There was no better way. This was the only way. Although the pain was terrible, Qin Shao didn't hesitate. "Old Mo, bearded man Yi Wugue, I still see you as my brothers. So I advise you not to stop me. Otherwise, don't blame me for being impolite." Qin Shao also said helplessly in a cold voice, making his intentions clear. But this sentence seemed to agitate the three of them even more. Even Yi Wugue angrily said, "Big brother Qin Shao, we've always believed in you. We worship you. We see you as our leader. We're proud of you. We listen to you and we're grateful to you. It's you who led us all the way here. We've been through danger time and time again. You've turned danger into safety. You've allowed us to survive until now. I've always thought that my life belonged to you, big brother Qin Shao. If you want me to die, I, Yi Wugue, will definitely not frown. But now I realize that I've been wrong. If I die like this, I won't be willing. Big brother Qin Shao, you've already lost your mind. Quickly wake up. If you insist on doing things your way, then we can only be impolite. We'll first suppress you." He wants to kill us. What brotherhood is there to talk about? Fuck, do you think the three of us are afraid of him? Bearded man fiercely clenched his teeth. His expression was incomparably fierce. This kind of situation really made people's hearts ache. Attack. Qin Shao attacked with his full strength. Mo Wangbei and the other two also didn't show any weakness. They also attacked with their full strength. The battle seemed to have instantly escalated. It became even more intense. Such an intense battle caused a man's heart to tremble with fear. If this battle wasn't handled well, then people would really die. He didn't dare to continue thinking about it. At this time, Ah Man's heart was in a mess. He didn't know what to do. Although Qin Shao was going all out, Mo Wangbei and the other two were also going all out, so in a short time, it was very difficult for Qin Shao to suppress the three of them. Moreover, at this time, Qin Zhao's advantage hadn't been pulled apart. Unless Qin Shao didn't care about anything and didn't hesitate to cause some casualties. But that step, it was naturally impossible for Qin Shao to do it. Although he was going all out, but he was only going all out to suppress the three of them. He wasn't really going to kill them. It was fine if they were injured, but Qin Shao naturally wouldn't do something that would endanger his life. So in a situation where there were still some misgivings, Qin Shao wanted to suppress the three of them. This made Qin Shao feel a burst of helplessness. It seemed that even if he went all out, it wouldn't have any effect. What to do? Was he really going to let them continue to be bewitched like this? But Qin Shao felt that if this continued, the three of them would most likely die here. Qin Shao naturally didn't want to see such a situation happen. But what good method did he have to solve it? Just thinking about it gave him a headache. But at this time, a figure suddenly attacked, and the target was actually the Sleeping Beauty. This sudden attack made Qin Shao, Mo Wangbei, and the others jump in fright. Not only them, but even Sleeping Beauty's smiling face finally changed color. She revealed a frightened expression, and her expression changed greatly. Xiao Dao. After seeing the attack clearly, Qin Shao was immediately overjoyed. He also didn't expect that Xiao Dao would actually come out to help him when he was in trouble. It's Xiao Dao, quickly stop him, he's also been bewitched. Seeing Xiao Dao, Mo Wangbei immediately shouted. The bearded man angrily roared, Xiao Dao, quickly stop, otherwise I won't let you off. If you dare to harm a single hair of the Sleeping Beauty, I won't let you live under the same sky. Xiao Dao, don't. Wild was in no hurry to stop him, but also shouted out. But Xiao Dao didn't pay attention to them, and had already arrived in front of the Sleeping Beauty. The sword in his hand turned into an incomparably sharp light. The full power of the sword burst out, shooting through the 9 heavens, and the might of the great Tao of the sword descended. Pooh! The Sleeping Beauty's strength wasn't great, so she had no way to block Xiao Dao's sword, and it directly pierced her body. The sharpness of the sword completely exploded within the Sleeping Beauty's body, and a mortal pressure surged out, directly destroying her divine body, killing her on the spot. With the Sleeping Beauty's death, the holy light immediately dissipated, and everything returned to normal. Xiao Dao, I'll kill you. The moment the Sleeping Beauty died to Xiao Dao's sword, the bearded man exploded with madness. But after the holy light disappeared, all the power of charm was broken, and the entire world seemed to have changed. A cool feeling surged into the bearded man's body, immediately suppressing his anger and hot-bloodedness. The bearded man's body immediately stiffened on the spot, and he suddenly quivered, waking up from his stupor. Mo Wangbei, Yuwugui, and Wild also woke up. Without the power of charm, they completely recovered their wits and became calm. The 4 of them were somewhat stiff on the spot, their minds still recalling what had just happened. Just now, what happened? The bearded man blinked, looking at Xiao Dao with a blank expression, and then looked at Qin Shao. At this time, Mo Wangbei also clearly reacted, and his expression became somewhat awkward and unsightly. Just now, how could he have acted like that? The weakest is the human heart, the most evil is the human nature, and the strongest is the human will. Qin Shao inwardly sighed in relief. Everything was fine, everything was resolved. Chapter 1682. It turns out that all this is the art of enchantment. We were completely bewitched just now. It's terrible. It's too terrible to even think about it. The four of them completely understood. Thinking about it made them feel scared. There was such a terrible art of enchantment. Thinking of the madness just now, the bearded man was too ashamed to face Qin Shao. Brother Qin Shao, what happened just now was not my intention. I have no idea what I was doing just now. I offended Brother Qin Shao just now. I hope Brother Qin Shao can be magnanimous and don't stoop down to my level. It's my bad mouth that said those words. I'm worse than pigs and dogs. Just thinking about it makes me want to slap myself. I really deserve to die for slapping you a few times. The bearded man also took the initiative to apologize for what happened just now. Thinking of his actions just now, what he said just now was indeed very hurtful. Although he was indeed bewitched just now and his character was crazy, there were probably some deep thoughts in his heart. After this, Qin Shao also had some new evaluation of the bearded man. But at this time, Qin Shao waved his hand with a faint smile and said, "It's okay. I know that it was not your intention just now. You were also bewitched. Beauty is probably the most irresistible charm for men." The bearded man was even more ashamed and embarrassed. His face was a little red. He coughed twice and said, "Brother Qin Shao, in fact, I'm not such a lustful person. It's just that this time I was really bewitched. I don't know why I was bewitched like this. That kind of beauty really feeling. I don't have any ability to resist it. If there is really such a beauty in reality, she can really make me fall head over heels for her. Now that I think about it, I feel like dying. I think after this selection is over, you'd better go home and marry a beautiful wife first, so that you won't be distracted outside." Qin Shao shook his head and joked. The bearded man laughed embarrassedly. "Ha ha ha, Brother Qin Shao, you don't say. I really have such intentions." Qin Shao was just joking. She didn't expect the beard to be serious. She had to admire him. Mo Wangbei walked over with a face full of shame, and cupped his fists towards Qin Shao, saying, "Brother Qin Shao, I've really lost face this time. I've always thought that I have a good temperament, but I didn't expect that I would be bewitched this time. Moreover, I have to be your enemy, Brother Qin Shao. I'm too ashamed to show my face." If Xiao Dao had not intervened at the last moment, the consequences would have been unimaginable. I, Mo Wangbei, have been wise all my life, but I was destroyed in a single moment. I'm ashamed, I'm really ashamed. Only then did I realize that I still have so many weaknesses. Qin Shao was well aware of Mo Wangbei's feelings, and it was not something that could be expressed with just a few words. Qin Shao walked up and patted Mo Wangbei's shoulder. "Old Mo, don't blame yourself too much. Some things need to be experienced before they can grow and change. Speaking of which, I was also bewitched at the beginning. Later on, I woke up. You were only bewitched for a moment, but you didn't walk out. It can only mean that you still have a long way to go. But that's normal. We're still very weak, and we still have a long way to go. It's not that easy to pass the selection of Fu Yu Immortal Palace and become an in-name disciple. After this tribulation, if you can learn something, improve, or even change, then it'll be a great gain. Isn't the main purpose of training to gain something? So when you look at problems, you can't worry too much about gains and losses. There are several sides to everything, so we have to look at the good side." Mo Wangbei nodded as if he had understood something. Qin Zhao's words were indeed very reasonable, and he could understand them as well. Hearing them, he was moved. It was because he recognized his own shortcomings that he knew how to improve himself, and how to change himself. "Oh right, Xiao Dao, why did you suddenly come out just now? We couldn't find you in the void, so we couldn't go any further. I thought you'd be trapped in the void forever. Could it be that you didn't encounter the void?" Wild suddenly asked. Everyone's gazes gathered on Xiao Dao. This was a question that everyone was very curious about. Qin Shao had been looking for Xiao Dao for a long time, but he couldn't find him, so he could only give up. In truth, Qin Shao had always been worried about Xiao Dao. He was afraid that something would happen to Xiao Dao. This was a stone hanging in Qin Zhao's heart. However, he didn't expect Xiao Dao to give Qin Shao a big surprise. Not only was Xiao Dao fine, but he also came out at the critical moment and helped Qin Shao. This time, he had made a great contribution, and it was enough to make everyone grateful to him. If Xiao Dao hadn't come out in time, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Just thinking about it was enough to make people shiver. What everyone was curious about was, how did Xiao Dao suddenly come out? Xiao Dao shook his head and said, I also entered the void space, and was trapped there for 2,000 years before I managed to walk out of the void space. Then I kept going forward to look for you, and I found you just now. When I came here, I found that you were all very strange, so I secretly observed you for a while. Only then did I understand the general situation, so I killed that sleeping beauty. Although I wasn't too sure, I believed in Big Brother Qin Shao, so I didn't think too much about it. Among everyone, the one who believed in Qin Shao the most was undoubtedly Xiao Dao. Whatever Qin Shao said, Xiao Dao would unwaveringly believe. Amazing! Hearing that Xiao Dao had come out of the void by himself, everyone immediately admired him. Even Qin Shao was full of praise. Here, only Qin Shao and Mo Wangbei could rely on themselves to come out of the void. Now, Xiao Dao was added. The three of them had been trapped in the void before, so they knew how terrible it was. They couldn't get out of the void at all. So when they saw Xiao Dao come out of the void, they naturally admired him very much. Qin Shao said with a face full of praise, Not bad, it's really amazing. Xiao Dao, looks like you've changed a lot this time. You've gained a lot. Being able to come out of the void with his own ability was a kind of tempering of the heart, a transformation. This harvest could not be said to be small. Moreover, this harvest was enough to have a far-reaching impact. It would be of great help to Xiao Dao's growth in the future. Xiao Dao being able to come out of the void was indeed beyond Qin Zhao's expectation. It seemed like Xiao Dao's potential was forced out by him, and he still had a lot of potential. Haha, Xiao Dao, I admire you. TSK, you're really amazing, being able to come out of the void. Looks like Xiao Dao, you still have a lot of hope to pass the selection and become a registered disciple of Fuda Immortal Palace. The beard looked at Xiao Dao with admiration and envy. Xiao Dao's performance on the way here was actually quite ordinary. There was no time for him to be in the limelight. But this time, it was a true radiance that blossomed from it. Being praised like this by everyone, Xiao Dao couldn't help but scratch his head, looking very embarrassed, and said, Not really, maybe I was just a little lucky. I was originally trapped and was about to give up, but then I persevered. If you all could persevere for a while, then you should be able to come out. You're able to walk out of the void. Mo Wangbei shook his head with a smile and said, Xiao Dao, don't be so humble. Being able to come out of the void is not an easy thing. You being able to come out is enough to show that your talent and potential is not bad. With this transformation, your future is still not bad. It's limited. I can imagine that your immortal Dao will be much smoother in the future. Maybe because of this transformation, your entire life will be changed. But you still have to work hard. Even though you had a big transformation this time, it might not be an easy thing to pass the selection. I'm just saying that you still have a lot of potential. Work hard. Maybe your brilliance is waiting for you ahead. Xiao Dao smiled a little foolishly and nodded. This was also the thing he yearned for the most in his heart. Xiao Dao's transformation also encouraged the three. For the time being, they couldn't see any hope. They could only follow Qin Shao and protect their lives. But as for passing the selection, they clearly didn't have any hope at all. But now, Xiao Dao's transformation gave them a ray of light, a guide, and a huge motivation. Maybe they didn't see any hope before, but now they saw a patch of light. If Xiao Dao could do it through hard work, why couldn't they try? Only with motivation would people have more motivation to move forward. After sorting out their emotions, they continued forward. With the lesson just now, Bear Dai and the others became more vigilant. Big brother Qin Shao, old Mo, what do you think that Sleeping Beauty was? She wasn't a human, but she shouldn't be a demon. What kind of life form was she? She didn't look any different from a human, it was hard to tell. Her strength was average, but her charm was very strong. Maybe there's such a strange life form in our immortal domain? The beard suddenly asked. Qin Shao shook his head. He also didn't understand what was going on with that Sleeping Beauty. She wasn't a human nor a demon. Qin Shao also didn't know what kind of life form she was. Mo Wangbei frowned and shook his head. I'm not too sure, but I seem to remember hearing the elders of the clan mention a strange life form called mermaid. She's half human half demon, so there's both human and demon aura on her, but it's not complete. She can't be counted as a human, nor a demon. She's a life form between human and demon. I've thought about it, and I think that Sleeping Beauty is most likely a mermaid. It's said that mermaids are all extremely beautiful, and all have a terrifying charm. That's their innate ability, and it's enough to mesmerize any man who sees them. Looking at everything, that Sleeping Beauty is most similar to a mermaid, so I think it should be a mermaid. Mermaid? Hearing this, the beard still clicked his tongue and said with pity, then that Sleeping Beauty shouldn't be bad. It's just a test set by Fuda Immortal Palace, so she's stopping us. Sigh, it's a pity to kill her. What's there to pity? If you like Sleeping Beauty so much, then go find a mermaid to be your wife. Yi Wuguei teased. The beard grinned. Yes, I was thinking of that. Chapter 1683. There was a crystal coffin and several corpses lying there in a mess. The scene was tragic. Sleeping Beauty was nowhere to be seen. Clearly, this massacre was caused by Sleeping Beauty. I have an impression of these people, but I don't know their names. They're quite experienced to have made it here. But it's a pity that they all died at the hands of Sleeping Beauty. Encountering this Sleeping Beauty, wanting to safely pass by is really not an easy matter. Looking at these dead people, the bearded man sighed. If it wasn't for Qin Zhao's words, they would have ended up like this too. Sometimes, human life was really insignificant. It was very easy to lose one's life. Along the way, they encountered a few more crystal coffins. Some were already opened, while others were still open. Most of the opened crystal coffins had corpses left behind. Only one crystal coffin had no corpses. It seemed that it had broken the charm. Brother Qin Shao, looking at the situation along the way, there should be some people who passed Sleeping Beauty's test. It's probably Prince Min and the others. Speaking of which, I'm ashamed. This time, I fell for Sleeping Beauty's body. Mo Wangbei said. This fall could be considered Mo Wangbei's biggest failure in life. It was really hard for him to let it go. Every time he thought about it, he felt ashamed. Old Mo, I can only say that you have a compassionate heart. Sleeping Beauty has hit your weakness. The heart is the most difficult thing to understand. You being able to realize that you're not strong enough may not be a bad thing. The key is whether you can face your weakness head-on. If you can face it, train yourself well, and strengthen yourself, you may be able to grow quickly. Perhaps it'll be a good training for you. Seeing Mo Wangbei's ashamed expression, Qin Shao also went up to comfort him. Mo Wangbei wasn't the kind of person who got sad easily. He pursed his lips and said, Yes, Qin Shao, you're right. I really shouldn't think too much about this matter. It's not scary to have a weakness. What's scary is not being able to face your weakness head-on, and not being able to change your weakness. I knew where I was lacking, and I also clearly knew where I needed to improve. This painful experience was indeed not necessarily a bad thing. It all depends on how you look at this matter. It is because of this shame that I have the strength to face it and change it. I believe I won't make the same mistake again." Qin Shao nodded and said, "Well, I'm relieved that you think so. Humans would always be tempered by setbacks, failures, and pain. They would then grow and improve themselves or even transform and sublimate. This was a process of cultivation. We are all going through this process. Cultivation was a long and arduous process. It could even be a painful process, but it could also be a happy process. In the process, what you gain will have a lot to do with yourself. It was precisely because of these processes that a person could slowly grow on the path of cultivation and become stronger step by step. Looking back, these events would become a wonderful history. The group of 6 continued forward. Other than the danger of Sleeping Beauty, they didn't encounter any other dangers. After traveling for hundreds of years in the underground cave, a thick and terrifying smell of blood came from afar. Smelling this terrifying stench of blood, everyone couldn't help but stop and frown deeply. What a terrifying aura, what a thick smell of blood. The smell of death is very strong. Just what kind of damned place is this? How can it be so terrifying? We haven't even gotten close, but we can already feel the absolute terror. It gives people a very strong feeling. If we get any closer, we will lose our lives. Danger. Such a terrifying aura made Huzi's mind tremble. He felt a chill run down his spine. Not only Huzi, but Yi Wugue and Wild also couldn't help but shiver. It was truly terrifying. The smell of blood, the smell of death. It feels like it's a land of death. Qin Shao frowned deeply. He stared ahead, but he couldn't see anything. Ahead was a gray haze with many obstructions. He couldn't see the situation in the distance. However, just this aura alone was enough to let Qin Shao know that there was definitely an extremely terrifying place in front of him, an exceptionally dangerous place. Clearly, a new trial had arrived. The further they went, the more terrifying the trial would be. After entering the underground palace, this was the second trial. Sleeping Beauty had already killed many people. This trial would definitely be even more terrifying than Sleeping Beauty. Emo Wangbei said, "That's right, an exceptionally dangerous place. It really is a land of death in front of us. The trials set by the FOMO Immortal Palace are truly more terrifying than the last. Sleeping Beauty is enough to kill the majority of people. The trial in front of us is definitely even more terrifying. This is just the elimination trial. The first trial is already so difficult. It's really hard to imagine how terrifying the later trials will be. Perhaps taking us as an example, almost none of us have the strength to pass the FOMO Immortal Palace's selection. So, they set up so many trials for the participants to improve themselves through the trials. Step by step, they'll be able to pass. After passing all the trials, they'll become an in-name disciple of the FOMO Immortal Palace. But come to think of it, the FOMO Immortal Palace is the ruling power of our FOMO mountain range. It's not that easy to become an immortal. Even if the requirements are lowered, it's still not something an ordinary person can imagine. Although the selection this time was for the entire Fu Wei mountain range, it was estimated that not many people would be able to pass the selection in the end. Only a very small number of people would be selected from the countless participants, and most of them would be eliminated. Most of them will be eliminated. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that it's 1 in a billion. 1 in a billion was definitely not an exaggeration. It was definitely such a low probability. After all, the FOMO mountain range was too big. There were countless clans and tribes. The number of participants was even more endless. It would probably be in the trillions. With such a huge base, the number of people who could pass the selection would definitely be very few. Naturally, the elimination rate would also be frighteningly high. But once one passed the selection and became an in-name disciple of the FOMO Immortal Palace, it would be like a carp leaping over the dragon gate. He'd become a person above all others with a limitless future. One glory, one glory. One person could ascend to the heavens. This glory was endless. It was enough to make people fight for it with their lives. Let's go. Even if it's hell, we'll have to give it a try, Qin Shao said in a deep voice. He was still in the lead, with Mo Wangbei at the back. But this time it was still all right. There were only 6 of them. They could form a small formation and not be separated too much. At this moment, the 6 of them were completely alert. They didn't dare to be careless. They held their weapons tightly in their hands and were ready to attack at any time. Under such circumstances, something unexpected could happen at any time. The closer they got, the denser the terrifying death aura became. This made everyone even more nervous. When such a terrifying aura of death surged over in waves, it was also a great test for everyone's heart. If it was someone with a weaker state of mind, just this death aura would be enough to make their mind collapse. They wouldn't dare to move forward anymore. Qin Shao wasn't afraid of anything. He firmly led the way in front. He gestured for everyone to follow. No matter how terrifying it was, they had no way out. They could only move forward bravely. Whether it was a dragon's pool, a tiger's den, or hell, they had to go. Look, what's in front? The bearded man suddenly screamed in horror. His voice was trembling. This was a sign of terror. White bones, it's all white bones. Heavens, it's all white bones. Isn't this too terrifying? Yi Wu Gui immediately screamed. His body was visibly trembling. So terrifying, really terrifying. Ah Man and Xiao Dao also involuntarily grabbed each other's shoulders. The terrifying aura rushed into their subconscious, making them involuntarily want to protect themselves. Qin Zhao's eyes also slightly widened. He stared coldly in front of him. What appeared in his line of sight was a sea of corpses. Everywhere he looked, there were dense layers of white bones. They were densely piled up, just like the fall of autumn. They completely covered the entire ground. At a glance, he couldn't see the end of it. As far as his eyes could see, it was simply a sea of corpses. The strange and eerie aura was emitted from this sea of corpses. It surged over and enveloped the entire underground palace. The dense cold light made this place very cold. The death aura was incomparably dense, filling every inch of space. When people entered, they would feel like they were wrapped in a huge wave of death. They were constantly being attacked by this terrifying wave of death. Just looking at it was enough to make people's scalp numb and their heart cold. It was a ghastly sight. A sea of corpses? What the hell is this place? Are there any dangers in those corpses? Can they come back to life like the skeletons? Qin Shao frowned deeply, thinking about this question. If these corpses could all come back to life, then it would be an extremely terrifying thing. There were so many corpses that it was simply impossible to count. Even if the individual corpses were very weak, but when so many of them were added together, it would be terrifying. Even Qin Shao didn't dare to imagine what kind of scene it would be. It was simply like doomsday. The more he thought about it, the more he didn't want to continue thinking about it. It was too terrifying. Seeing this scene, the bearded man and the others wanted to retreat. They were indeed a little frightened. They had a feeling that once they entered this sea of corpses, they would die without a place to hide. They would quickly turn into bones and be buried in the sea of corpses. At this point, they didn't dare to go any further. A nameless sense of fear rose in their hearts. This place is too terrifying. Fu Yu Immortal Palace really wants to play us to death. They have set such a terrifying test for us. How can we pass it? Could it be that they want us to die here? The bearded man's mouth twitched fiercely, and he couldn't help but complain. Mo Wangbei shook his head and said, "Don't talk nonsense. The Fu Yu Immortal Palace naturally has their own considerations. If we think it's scary, it can only mean that we are too weak. The Fu Yu Immortal Palace naturally wants to select peerless geniuses, the real outstanding existences." Chapter 1684. This was the first time that Mo Wangbei had encountered such a situation, and it was also a rare occurrence. This was enough to show that the sea of corpses in front of them was indeed a terrifying place. Therefore, it was able to make Mo Wangbei, who had always been confident, lose his confidence at this moment. He even felt some fear in his heart. Beard looked at Qin Shao and said, "Big brother Qin Shao, what should we do? I have a serious feeling that if we go in, I don't think anyone will be able to survive. I'm not being a coward, I've never felt such a strong feeling before. This sea of corpses is just too terrifying. I've already come out in fear. If we go in again, I feel that the first one to die will be me." Yi Wu Gui, "Ah man, Shao Dao, what do you think?" Yi Wu Gui hesitated for a moment, then said, "I also feel that the chances of us dying are very high. It's too terrifying. We haven't even gone in, but we can already feel such a terrifying feeling. I've never felt it before. I don't know why, but the feeling this time is especially strong. Perhaps something bad is about to happen." Xiao Dao's face was also filled with fear, but he still gritted his teeth and said, "I don't care so much. I'll listen to Big Brother Qin Shao. Even if I die, I'm willing to follow Big Brother Qin Shao. In any case, I didn't think that I'd be able to return alive from the selection. I've already prepared to die. If we can't go in properly and risk it all, then I won't have the face to return to the clan. We've already risked it all, there's no reason not to. Right, I also feel that we should risk it all." Ah Man nodded, agreeing with Xiao Dao's words. He and Xiao Dao had always been on the same side, very much of one mind. So Xiao Dao's thoughts could also represent his thoughts. The four of them expressed their opinions, and Qin Shao listened quietly, then looked at Mo Wangbei. Mo Wangbei's serious expression also showed some hesitation and struggle. After a moment of silence, he said seriously, "Brother Qin Shao, this time I feel that we should do 3 favors before we act. I'm not afraid of death, but I do feel that this sea of corpses is extremely dangerous. The aura of death is too dense. I'm afraid. I also have a very strong feeling that if we go in, I'm afraid no one will be able to survive. I don't know why I have such a strong feeling. So I think that maybe there really is something scary inside. Otherwise, we wouldn't have such a strong feeling. But now that we've come this far, we don't seem to have any way out. If you don't, you'll be giving up, and you'll be eliminated. Brother Qin Shao, I know you won't give up. I won't give up either. You will challenge it, so will I. That's for sure. But I don't think we should force the others. If you're willing, then you can follow along. If you don't want to, then go back, stay here, and wait for the 10,000 years to pass. I think that when the time is up, the Fuda Immortal Palace will send someone to pick up those who didn't pass. That way, even if I'm eliminated, I can at least keep my life. That's not bad." Qin Shao nodded. Actually, he wanted to say this as well. Since Mo Wangbei had already said it, then there was no need for him to waste his breath. Xiao Dao and Ah Man didn't need to say anything. They had already decided to follow him. Qin Shao also knew their personalities, so he didn't try to persuade them. If they were willing to follow, then so be it. Since you've already made your choice, then you shouldn't change it. No matter how difficult the road ahead was, you should still try. If you don't experience the wind and rain, how can you see the rainbow? If you don't experience life and death, how can you evolve? Xiao Dao's potential had already been shown. If he could take another step forward, then he would have a high chance of passing the selection and becoming an in-name disciple of the Fuda Immortal Palace. With such potential, if he didn't try, it would be too much of a pity. Xiao Dao would only have such an opportunity once in his life. Yi Wu Gui and Longbeard looked at each other. Everyone had made their choice. Now only the two of them were left. Yi Wu Gui's heart began to waver. Everyone had chosen to try, but he didn't? Was he going to give up? Give up in order to survive? Although I don't want to die, I know that if I enter the sea of corpses, I might die. But I'm not a coward. Since I've come to participate in this selection, I've already prepared myself mentally. I'm prepared to die. If I give up, I'll probably regret it for the rest of my life. In fact, my state of mind will be greatly affected. This won't be good for my future cultivation. Perhaps, because of this, I won't be able to go far on the path of immortal Tao. So after thinking about it, I still feel like I'll try. If I die, then so be it. Even if I die, I should be proud. Yi Guiwu had already gritted his teeth and made up his mind to charge through. Seeing that Yi Wugui had changed his mind, the bearded man had a wry smile on his face. He smacked his lips and said helplessly, Yi Wugui, if you want to go all out, then there's no reason for me to go alone. Whatever, if I die, then I die. It's rare to go crazy in life. This time, let's all go crazy. Even if we die, it'll be a heroic feat, won't it? Qin Shao shook his head and smiled. All right, don't show off your heroic feat, don't be so discouraged. It's just a little dangerous. We might not die in there. There's still hope for us to survive, as long as we dare to try. All right, since everyone has decided to try, let's not waste any more time. Let's go in together. Since they had all made up their minds, they naturally did not hesitate any longer, and all of them nodded their heads. The group of 6 entered the sea of corpses. As soon as they got close to the sea of corpses, they looked at the endless expanse of white skeletons. A ghastly aura of death surged like a huge wave, attacking their minds and making their souls tremble. Longbeard's facial muscles twitched violently. It was a little comical. However, it was really scary. Even Qin Shao felt a chill in his heart, making his body feel cold. He hadn't felt this kind of fear in a long time. However, no matter how scary it was, it couldn't affect Qin Zhao's mind. Let's go! Qin Shao shouted. He wanted to dispel the fear in everyone's heart and give them a boost of strength. Crack! After Qin Shao gave the order, he took the lead and stepped into the sea of corpses, stepping on the skeletons. Most of the skeletons were humanoid. They should belong to the dead human race. There were also some skeletons that didn't belong to the human race. They might be the skeletons of demonic beasts. Moreover, there were many skeletons that were not complete. They were just scattered pieces, one by one. It was enough to make one's eyes bleed. Qin Shao stepped on one of the skeletons. Although he didn't use any strength, he still crushed one of the skeletons. The sound of bone breaking was so shrill and terrifying. Hearing this sound, Longbeard and the others behind him were startled. Especially Longbeard, who took an exaggerated step back. He was really frightened. It's okay. It's just the sound of bone breaking. Qin Shao turned around and said to everyone. Longbeard patted his chest and tried hard to calm himself down. However, once a person fell into extreme fear, it was difficult to calm down. The aura of fear could spread and control a person's emotions. Crack! 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 Everyone stepped onto the skeletons one after another. As their feet stepped on the skeletons, the sound of bones breaking could be heard. It was so shrill that it sent chills down one's spine. This sound was indeed enough to make people's scalp numb. Stepping on the skeletons, step by step, they moved forward as if they were walking on the road of death. Waves of fear surged up. If it weren't for Qin Shao and Mo Wangbei reminding Longbeard and the others from time to time and giving them strength, perhaps they would have collapsed. Along the way, they still couldn't see the end of the skeletons. It was really a sea of skeletons. Although they were trapped in this peerless and terrifying aura of death, they didn't encounter any danger along the way. This allowed Longbeard and the others to adapt and recover some of their courage. They wouldn't be startled anymore. Longbeard even said, "It seems that this place isn't as scary as we thought. I don't see any danger. Could it be that we're thinking too much? Actually, it's still okay inside, and there won't be so much danger?" The bearded man's courage grew, and he looked around as he spoke. Don't be happy too early. Often, the terrifying danger is hidden in the calm. It's the most terrifying thing when it suddenly jumps out when you're not paying attention, Qin Shao said sternly. Longbeard shrugged his shoulders and coughed dryly. I'm just saying it casually to relax the atmosphere. Qin Shao looked at Mo Wangbei and said, Old Mo, did you notice anything? Along the way, Qin Shao also carefully looked around, but he didn't notice anything for the time being. However, the more it was like this, the more Qin Shao felt uneasy. The calmer it was, the more terrifying the danger was, and the more likely it was to be hidden. Once it suddenly erupted, it was very likely to catch people off guard. This was a very scary thing, so Qin Shao did not dare to be the slightest bit careless. Mo Wangbei's experience and knowledge were not bad, so Qin Shao also wanted to ask him. Mo Wangbei frowned and shook his head. I haven't noticed anything for the time being, but what I can be sure of is that it's definitely not as simple as what we see now. I keep feeling that there's an extremely terrifying danger hiding in the dark, waiting for an opportunity to strike. When we're not paying attention, it'll suddenly attack and catch us off guard. So, no matter when, we can't let down our guard. If we're careless, it's very likely that it'll be the time of our death. It's too quiet now. It's eerily quiet. This isn't a good thing. The quieter it is, the scarier it is. Qin Shao nodded. Mo Wangbei's opinion was the same as his. Indeed, this was the most likely possibility. Cough, big brother Qin Shao, old Mo, can't you guys talk a little more casually? We're all too nervous, and I keep feeling like we're going to die. I think we shouldn't think of the situation as so scary, right? Longbeard was frightened by Qin Shao and Mo Wangbei's words. Qin Shao glanced at Longbeard and said, In here, we can't relax. We have to maintain a high level of vigilance at all times. If we let down our guard even a little, it could cause terrible consequences. If we want to live, we can't be careless. Cough, alright, I'm just saying. I know. Longbeard coughed dryly and didn't dare to say anything more. Chapter 1685. The group of 6 moved forward cautiously. Although it looked very calm, no one dared to be careless. Danger was often hidden in the seemingly calm. Wait! The bearded man suddenly shouted. This startled everyone. They couldn't help but stop and look at the bearded man. The beard looked at everyone nervously and said in a low voice, Did you guys hear something just now? I heard some strange noises just now. It felt like something was crawling under the bones. Did you guys hear that? The sound of bones crawling? Everyone frowned and shook their heads. Even Qin Shao and Mo Wangbei didn't hear anything. Qin Shao said, Beard, you're too nervous. If there's any movement, I'll notice it. Don't be so surprised. Just follow me. If there's any movement, it won't escape my eyes. Seeing that no one heard anything, the beard looked embarrassed. Could it be that he was really too nervous and had an auditory hallucination just now? It shouldn't be, right? With his strength, how could he have an auditory hallucination? There weren't any illusions here, so it wasn't an illusion. He clearly heard something just now. How could it be wrong? But why didn't the others hear it? This didn't make sense. If there was really any movement, even if Yi Wuguei and the others couldn't hear it, Qin Shao and Mo Wangbei should be able to hear it. So the beard was also confused. He didn't understand at all. Yeah, Beard, you should be more obedient. It's fine if you're scaring yourself, but don't scare us too. If there's nothing wrong, we'll be scared to death. Xiao Dao couldn't help but say. Qin Shao waved his hand and said, All right, let's continue. After walking for a while, the beard suddenly stopped. Mo Wangbei, who was walking behind him, frowned and said, Why did you stop? Don't say that you heard something. I didn't hear anything. Beard, it seems like you're really scared. You're having auditory hallucinations. That's it. After being scolded by Mo Wongbei, the Beard didn't know what to say. His face turned red. Was it really a hallucination? The six of them continued to move forward. Their speed was relatively slow, and they walked for a month. Although their speed was relatively slow, they had advanced a lot in a month. Along the way, the aura was very strange and eerie. It was very frightening. For some reason, he felt that the entire place was filled with the aura of death, and that there were terrifying dangers lurking everywhere. The slightest carelessness could lead to eternal damnation. However, what surprised Qin Shao and the others was that all along the way, it was very peaceful and they didn't encounter any danger. Ah, look ahead, there are corpses. However, this tranquility was quickly broken by the bearded man. The bearded man's exclamation made everyone's heart skip a beat. However, when everyone looked over, they realized that there was indeed a corpse lying in the pile of bones in front of them. Qin Shao looked at the corpse carefully and immediately recognized who it was. It's Babuzin. He actually died here. Only then did everyone recognize that it was indeed Babuzin. He used to be an arrogant person, but now he had died here. However, everyone obviously did not have a good impression of Babuzin. On the contrary, they were somewhat disgusted with him. After all, Babuzin had provoked Qin Shao before, so naturally, he did not have a good impression of everyone. The six of them walked up to the corpse. It was indeed Babuzin, but his death was somewhat tragic. Ha ha ha, this little brat is finally dead. I have not liked him for a long time. It's good that he died, it's good that he died. Humph, this little brat wanted to find trouble with big brother Qin Shao. He really overestimated himself. The bearded man looked at Babuzin's corpse and laughed. He had a happy expression. Qin Shao did not have any feelings for Babuzin. He did not have a bad impression of him, but he definitely did not have a good impression of him. Seeing Babuzin die here, Qin Shao did not feel anything. Death was not a big deal. Babuzin's strength was not good, and his character was not good. It was normal for him to die here. It was not bad for him to be able to come here. Qin Shao did not care about Babuzin's life or death. He was more concerned about how Babuzin died. Qin Shao checked the injuries on Babuzin's body. There were many injuries, sword wounds, claw marks, but he could not tell how he died. What he could be sure of was that he had experienced a big fight when he was alive. He should have lost miserably, so he died. Although the bearded beard scolded Babuzin, he quickly realized an important problem. Babuzin died here. It seems like the sea of corpses isn't as simple as we thought. It seems like the inside of the sea of corpses is very terrifying. Babuzin's strength was not weak, but he died so miserably. It seems that we really can't be careless. However, our luck might be good. We have been here for so long, but there has not been any danger. I hope that this good luck will continue until the end. In terms of luck, it seemed that they were not bad. However, the shadow of death still shrouded them at this time. Although everyone felt that this place was very scary before they came in, there was a peerless danger, and there were murderous intents hidden everywhere. After coming in for so long, the journey was calm and peaceful. It did make them relax a little, and they felt that this place was not as scary as they had imagined. However, when they saw Babuzin's corpse, their hearts tightened again. The aura of death once again shrouded them. They could not be careless. Otherwise, the consequences would be unimaginable. Everyone's mood became even more tense and depressed. After calming down a little, Qin Shao gestured for everyone to continue moving forward. The deeper they went, the stronger the aura of death. It was more terrifying, more oppressive, and more devastating. This kind of invisible force was too frightening when it pressed down. The heavier the aura, the heavier the breathing of the bearded man and the others became, and their steps became more difficult. Every step they took felt like they were doing something very difficult and painful. Every step they took was as heavy as 1,000 pounds. The pressure of the aura of death became stronger and more terrifying. It became more and more difficult for them to move forward. Soon, cold sweat appeared on the faces of the bearded man and the others. Their faces were pale, and their limbs were trembling. Qin Zhao's steps were also a little difficult, but no matter how difficult it was, Qin Zhao still tried his best to move forward, step by step. No matter how dangerous it was, it could not stop him from moving forward. No matter how strong the aura of death was, no matter how strong the pressure was, it could not defeat his faith. There were a few times when the bearded man and the others wanted to give up, but Qin Zhao stopped them. Once they came in, there was no way out. They could only move forward bravely and risk their lives. Otherwise, they would die. It was simply unrealistic to turn back now. Brother Qin Zhao, I feel like I can't hold on any longer. I think I will die if we go any further. The bearded man's face was as white as paper. His breathing was heavy, and he seemed to have no strength to speak. He gave people the feeling that he was about to die. Pull yourself together, bearded man. Qin Zhao patted the bearded man's shoulder with a firm gaze. Victory is in front of us. Just hold on a little longer, we will be able to get out of this sea of corpses soon. The bearded man's confidence completely collapsed at this time. He shook his head and smiled wryly. Brother Qin Zhao, you don't need to comfort me. I know the situation now. I can't get out of this sea of corpses. I can't hold on any longer, I will die soon. Nonsense. Qin Zhao's voice became a bit harsh and cold. You don't believe in me and old Mo, or you don't believe in yourself. Even if you don't believe in yourself, you should believe in us. You haven't encountered any danger yet, but you are already so dejected. Don't you feel ashamed? Since you are ready to die and are not afraid of death, what are you afraid of? Or is it that you are simply afraid of death? You don't want to die at all. Is that why you are afraid and think that you can't get out of here and that you are going to die? Is that why you are a coward? If you are a coward, then I would rather kill you with my own hands. It is better than you being so cowardly. We have been through so many hardships and dangers to get here. How many times have we walked through the gates of hell? We have all survived. What is there to be afraid of? If worse comes to worst, the 6 of us will die together. But if we want to live, we have to get out of here alive. As long as old Mo and I are here, we won't let you take any risk. So, don't say such dejected words. I will fight, we will fight together. The bearded man stared at Qin Zhao in a daze. He was speechless for a moment. Let's go, bearded man. You talk too much. With me and Qin Zhao here, what is there to talk about? Even if it is a dragon's pool or a tiger's den, we will still tear a hole out. The danger hasn't arrived yet, but you're already so dejected. This isn't your style. Don't let your heart play tricks on you, you should be strong. Mo Wangbei also came forward and said. The bearded man clenched his teeth and nodded. Perhaps he was not completely determined, but he had gained some strength to not back down. The 6 of them continued their journey. The further they went, the scarier it was, and the more oppressive the aura of death became. But no matter how difficult it was, Qin Zhao still led them forward. They moved forward steadily, passing through life and death. 1 year, 2 years, 10 years, 100 years, 200 years, 300 years. In the sea of corpses, Qin Zhao and the others had walked for 300 years. 300 years was a short time, but for Qin Zhao and the others, these 300 years were as long as 3 million years. It was incomparably long. It was not an exaggeration to say that one day was like a year. So it was hard to imagine how the 3 of them had walked through these 300 years. The bearded man and the others wanted to give up more than 10 times, but in the end, they were pulled back by Qin Zhao and Mo Wangbei, allowing them to persevere. After countless painful struggles, the 6 of them persevered. In the confrontation with the heart, the 6 of them persevered. In the terrifying face of death, the 6 of them persevered. They persevered, improved, and transformed along the way. After 300 years, the 6 of them clearly improved their state of mind, and the power of their mind became a lot stronger. In such a tempering, it was normal to improve a lot. If they could walk through it, it would be a great harvest. If they couldn't, they would die in the sea of corpses. Chapter 1686. The moment they walked out of the sea of corpses, Qin Zhao's group of 6 finally relaxed. The stone hanging in their hearts finally fell down, and they all breathed a sigh of relief. This journey was indeed too tense. It was not an exaggeration to say that they were treading on thin ice. Along the way, they were fighting with the Grim Reaper and their inner demons. Fortunately, in the end, they walked out of the sea of corpses without any danger. Smoothly walking out of the sea of corpses under this incomparably tense mood, this feeling was naturally incomparably wonderful. It was difficult to describe with any words. Ha ha ha, we're finally out of this damned place. Ha ha ha, we didn't encounter any danger along the way, too magical. The moment they left the sea of corpses, the bearded man raised his head and laughed loudly, releasing the suppressed emotions in his heart. Everyone also laughed. These 300 years of rushing through the sea of corpses, their emotions were indeed suppressed too much. Now they needed to properly vent. Along the way, everyone could be said to be on tenterhooks, afraid that a great danger would jump out at any time. But fortunately, they had made it through without any mishaps along the way. Along the way, there was no danger at all. This was really a miraculous thing. Thinking about it, it was too inconceivable. Such a thing was not something that anyone could have imagined. Originally, they thought that there would be many dangers along the way, and that it would be a journey of 9 deaths, but unexpectedly, there was no danger at all. There was no danger at all, and they smoothly passed through the sea of corpses. Strange. It was really strange. This kind of strangeness made Qin Zhao's heart slightly uneasy. He frowned and pondered. The bearded man's group was somewhat carefree, laughing wantonly there, incomparably happy. Nothing could be more wonderful than the feeling at this moment. This was the feeling of living after thinking that death was inevitable. It was so wonderful. Brother Qin Zhao, what are you thinking about? Mo Wangbei walked over and asked. Qin Zhao said, Old Mo, don't you think it's very strange? Mo Wangbei nodded and said, Yes, it's very strange. Until now, I still haven't come back to my senses. I still don't understand how we could pass through this sea of corpses so easily. Thinking about it, it's a bit unimaginable. This is contrary to our expectations. The difference is too big. From the moment we came in, we felt that this sea of corpses was extremely dangerous, extremely frightening. If we entered this sea of corpses, we would face 9 deaths and 1 life. We took great risks and mustered up great courage to come in. Originally, we thought that it would be a struggle, a life and death struggle. But we didn't think that victory would come so easily. Just like that, we easily left the sea of corpses without needing to do anything. If this victory comes too easily, it will also make people feel uneasy. Brother Qin Zhao's, do you think we're happy? Have you been bewitched by some of the appearances? This sea of corpses, this sea of corpses? This question was also what Qin Zhao was worried about. Qin Zhao was seriously looking at this question. But after looking carefully for a while, Qin Zhao shook his head and said, There shouldn't be any problems. I looked around and didn't find anything. Unless it's something that even I can't see, there shouldn't be any problems. Maybe the sea of corpses test is one's temperament. It's using the terrifying aura of the sea of corpses to pressure us, to make us retreat and give up. After a moment of thought, Mo Wangbei nodded and said, Since even Brother Qin Shao can't detect the situation, then there shouldn't be anything going on. Otherwise, it shouldn't be able to hide it from Brother Qin Zhao's eyes. Looks like we're worrying too much. It could be like what you said. Since there isn't any other danger, just this terrifying aura of death is enough to make people go crazy. Qin Shao waved his hand and said, "Forget it, let's not talk about this anymore. Let's go." The group of 6 continued forward. No matter what the situation was, it was a good thing to be able to pass through the sea of corpses. It was a great victory. They were getting closer and closer to the final victory. Not long after they started walking, they heard the sound of an intense battle coming from the front. "There's someone in front." Qin Shao and the others were shocked. There weren't many people who could make it this far. There was actually someone who was ahead of them. Who could it be? Prince Min? 1,000 Buddha Hands? Gui Ying? Apart from these 3, there shouldn't be anyone else who could do this, right? Babuzin had already died in the sea of corpses. The only ones who had the strength to do so were these 3. Qin Zhao's group increased their speed. Soon, they saw a large pile of ruins blocking their path. In an open space in front of the ruins, the shadows of swords and sabers flickered. 2 people were fighting fiercely. It was a life and death struggle. It's the 1,000 Buddha Hands and Gui Ying. Why are they fighting? Qin Zhao's group quickly recognized the 2 people who were fighting fiercely. Sure enough, they were 2 of the 3. However, at this moment, the 2 of them seemed to have an irreconcilable hatred. They were fighting to the death. It was strange. Logically speaking, there shouldn't be any deep hatred between the 2 of them. Furthermore, to be able to make it all the way here together, the 2 of them should have met before. Perhaps they even worked together to make it all the way here. There should be some camaraderie between them. Why were they fighting to the death now? What about them? Moreover, the 2 of them were very strong. They were evenly matched. It would be difficult for them to gain an advantage over the other. If they fought to the death, it would end with both of them being defeated and injured. This wasn't a good thing. Their actions seemed to be very unwise. "Look, there's someone there." The bearded man suddenly became alarmed. He pointed to a high place in the ruins. Qin Shao looked over. Sure enough, there was another person standing there. However, that person was obviously not a participant of the selection. He wasn't from the human race. He was short, only a little more than 3 feet tall. He had long ears like an elf. There was a soft feeler on his head. It curved into a half-moon shape. It looked very strange. His reddish-brown skin was also different from that of the human race. His fingers were incomparably long. It was as if he had long claws. He wore a fiery red battle robe and a very flashy cape. He stood there with his hands crossed in front of his chest. He looked very mighty and valiant. His cat-like eyes flashed with a green light. He looked at the 2 people fighting with a playful expression. After Qin Shao sized him up, that person looked at Qin Shao. A strange smile appeared on his face. What kind of life form is this? A demon? He doesn't look like a demon. Xiao Dao asked curiously. Qin Shao definitely didn't know what this life form was. After Mo Wangbei sized him up, he said, "He seems to be from the goblin race." Goblin race? This is a goblin? Yi Wugui seemed to know about goblins. He said, "I heard the elders of my clan talk about goblins. It is said that goblins are life forms that can live in underground cities. They are good at building underground palaces. Their life forms are strong and their abilities are powerful. However, they are very rare. Also, I heard that the goblin race was almost enslaved by the Immortal Palace. This should be sent by the Fuda Immortal Palace, right? Could it be that they want to guard this path and not let us pass?" The goblin blocking the path was obviously a test set by the Fuda Immortal Palace. However, what everyone didn't understand was why 1,000 Buddha Hands and Ghost Shadow were fighting to the death. Looking at the goblin's playful expression, it was obvious that he was the one who arranged this fight, Or rather, he was the one who started it. The 6 of them got closer. When they got close to the ruins, their eyes all lit up. They all stared at the ruins. Rays of immortal light surged in the ruins. Immortal might was vast. Under each beam of immortal light, there was an immortal treasure that emitted immortal splendor. Heavens, are my eyes playing tricks on me? Or am I hallucinating? Or am I under an illusion? Or have I lost my mind? Tell me, are my eyes playing tricks on me? Why are there so many immortal treasures in the ruins? Heavens, heavens, there's a celestial weapon over there, there's one over there, and one over there. There's a celestial weapon over there, and there. Are they crazy? There are immortal treasures everywhere in the ruins? The beard stood there dumbfounded, completely dumbfounded. There shouldn't be any mistake, right? I saw the same thing. Heavens, look over there, is that an immortal pill? And is that a flying device? There's a celestial boat. Xiao Dao swallowed his saliva and said in a daze. He was also completely shocked and dumbfounded. The scene in front of him was too shocking and unimaginable. The bearded man said to the stunned Yiwugue, "Try slapping me. I think it's an illusion." Slap. Yiwugue turned around and looked at the bearded man. He didn't hold back and directly slapped him. After being slapped hard, the bearded man grimaced in pain. However, he laughed out loud. "So painful, I can feel it. Seems like it's not an illusion. Ha! Did we dig up a huge treasure? Are we crazy? There are so many immortal treasures. Each of us can get dozens of them, right? They're everywhere. How many are there? At least 1 or 200. There seems to be immortal skills and all kinds of immortal treasures. If we get all of them, we'll go crazy, right? All the assets of our clan added together can't be compared to any of the treasures here. There are so many of them. It's enough to make a big force go crazy, right? Why are they all here?" After being shocked by this, everyone felt that it was too crazy. They finally understood. No wonder the 1,000 Buddha hands and Ghost Shadow were fighting to the death. It seemed like it was because of the immortal treasures in the ruins. As the saying goes, people die for wealth, and birds die for food. This was indeed the truth. Qin Shao and Mo Wangbei also looked at each other in dismay. The scene in front of them had naturally shocked them greatly. Mo Wangbei was still cautious. He didn't dare to be happy. Instead, he transmitted his voice to Qin Shao. "Brother Qin Shao, do you feel anything wrong?" "I don't feel anything wrong. I don't feel like it's an illusion. It's not an illusion. Our hearts shouldn't be confused anymore. So, everything we see in front of us is real? There can't be such a crazy thing, right? Such a huge treasure is placed here. Is this really the work of Fu Su Immortal Palace? What was his intention then? Just thinking about it is enough to make people crazy." Chapter 1687. In terms of shock and worry, how could Qin Shao not feel the same way? With 100 or 200 immortal treasures right in front of them, the shock they felt was too strong. These immortal treasures were all at the level of heavenly weapons. The value of a single heavenly weapon was immeasurable. An entire clan could hardly be worth a single heavenly weapon. Just like the Xianhua clan, the entire clan could not even be worth a single heavenly weapon, and it was far from being worth it. Therefore, any one of these immortal treasures in front of them would be able to cause a huge commotion if taken out. They were priceless. If they could really get their hands on them, it would be a huge gain. Moreover, there were also immortal elixirs. If they could get their hands on an immortal elixir, they could immediately become an immortal and enter the heavenly venerate realm. How tempting was that? I can't sense anything out of the ordinary for now. There are no illusions and no power messing with our minds. Everything is calm and normal. Qin Shao shook his head and said in a deep voice, If even he, Qin Shao, could not detect the situation, then there should be no situation. If there was something wrong, Qin Shao would have sensed it. Hearing Qin Zhao's words, Mo Wangbei was even more surprised. Brother Qin Shao, if there is really nothing wrong, then everything we see in front of us is real. Then what is the Fu Tu Immortal Palace's intention with this move? What are they trying to do by putting so many immortal treasures here? Don't tell me you really want us to dig up a huge treasure? But it's impossible. No matter how generous the Fu Tu Immortal Palace is, they shouldn't be doing something like this. So many immortal treasures might not be much to the Fu Tu Immortal Palace, but to us it's too much. It's so much that it's beyond what we can bear. There's also a goblin guarding there. My intuition tells me that the goblin is very strong. It won't be easy for us to get immortal treasures from these ruins. Qin Shao nodded, agreeing with Mo Wangbei's words. Qin Shao said seriously, "And I feel it too." The strength of this gnome was absolutely terrifying. Look at him, he only glanced at us indifferently. He didn't even put us in his eyes. Both the 1,000 Buddha hands and ghost shadow are being toyed with by him. According to you, the goblins are very intelligent. It won't be easy for us to pass this test. But I feel that this should be the last checkpoint of the river stick. As long as we pass this hurdle, we will be able to pass the trial of the stick. We have to get through this final trial. Success or failure depends on this. Mo Wangbei nodded heavily. They had to break through. Since he had come all the way here, no matter how difficult it was, he had to make it through. Victory was right in front of them. As long as they took one more step, they would see the light. Qin Shao walked forward and arrived in front of the gnome. Qin Shao cupped his hands and bowed, saying, "Senior, if Junior's guess is correct, you should be the guardian of these ruins. These ruins are the boulders that are blocking our way. Since Senior is guarding here, how can we enter these ruins?" Hearing Qin Zhao's words, the gnome withdrew his gaze and looked at Qin Shao with interest. He laughed mockingly, saying, "You kids have some ability, being able to reach the old man. Old man, this is the last trial." But the old man isn't in a good mood right now, so he decided not to let any of you pass. If you want to enter the ruins, I think you should give up. As long as the old man is here, you won't be able to pass. You can go wherever you want. Don't bother the old man and watch a good show. Cram. The gnome wasn't polite at all. He directly slapped Qin Shao and told him to scram. Qin Shao knew that the gnome wouldn't be easy to talk to, but he didn't expect it to be to this extent. Directly telling him to scram? What was the meaning of this? He was here to take part in the trial. How could he be told to scram without even letting him try? Therefore, Qin Shao naturally didn't back down. Instead, he looked at the gnome seriously and said, "Senior, even if you are the guardian here, you shouldn't take away our right to pass through the trial, right? We are all here to take part in the selection of the Fuda Immortal Palace's registered disciple. That means we have the right to pass through the trial. I know that Senior is powerful, but you can't suppress us and take away our right to pass through the trial. What trial is there? Senior, please tell us directly. It's impossible for us to leave now." Scram. However, Qin Zhao's words obviously didn't have any effect. The gnome was instantly enraged. He glared fiercely at Qin Shao and spat out the word, "scram." Moreover, his words were full of threats. If Qin Shao didn't know what was good for him in scram, he wouldn't be polite anymore. What kind of barbaric act was this? Qin Shao couldn't help but frown deeply. What was the meaning of this? He didn't even want to say a word and directly asked him to scram, not giving him a chance to pass through the trial? This didn't make sense. Since it was a trial set by the Fuda Immortal Palace, they should give him a chance to pass through the trial. If even this right could be taken away, then what was the point of this selection? Logically speaking, the Fuda Immortal Palace shouldn't do such a thing. Could it be that the gnome did it for himself? But wasn't he afraid of defying the Fuda Immortal Palace's order? No matter how he put it, it didn't make sense. Qin Shao couldn't think of a reason for this at the moment. No, this matter revealed a sense of strangeness. Qin Shao couldn't help but size up the gnome again. He thought to himself, what is he trying to do? The 1,000 Buddha hands and ghost shadow could fight to the death. That should be because of this gnome's method. That should give them a chance. If he could give them a chance, why couldn't he give himself a chance? Qin Shao watched for a while. The gnome's cold eyes swept over again. This time there was a bit of anger in them. His voice was a bit cold. Little doll, didn't you hear that I told you to scram? The old man didn't show his power. Do you really think that the old man doesn't dare to kill you? I'll give you a breath's time. If you don't scram, then don't blame the old man for not being polite. I'll just kill a few little dolls. The higher-ups won't blame me. The higher-ups won't blame me? They really won't? Qin Shao frowned deeply. He felt that this gnome's words were a bit strange. How could the participants of the selection be killed at will? This wasn't the style of an immortal palace, right? Even if it was an immortal palace, it should have the power of an immortal. How could such a thing happen? Just as Qin Shao was thinking, suddenly a thunderous and angry voice exploded in Qin Zhao's mind. Before Qin Shao could react, he saw a terrifying light burst out from the gnome's hand. It rushed toward Qin Shao fiercely. This gnome said he would attack, and he really attacked. He was really not careless at all. Qin Shao was also shocked. He didn't dare to hesitate and immediately retreated. However, it was obviously impossible for him to avoid it. Qin Shao gritted his teeth and faced the attack with all his strength. It was just that in a hurry, Qin Shao couldn't exert all his strength. Moreover, even if he could exert all his strength, Qin Shao could clearly feel the huge difference in strength between him and the gnome in front of him. It was as if there was an insurmountable gap between them. Bang! That light heavily smashed onto Qin Zhao's body, easily defeating Qin Zhao's strength. It heavily slashed onto Qin Zhao's divine body, leaving a huge gaping wound on Qin Zhao's body. Qin Shao was also instantly sent flying. He crashed onto the ground in a sorry state, looking miserable and painful. Qin Shao. Big brother Qin Shao. When Mo Wangbei and Xiao Dao saw this, they immediately ran over with great worry. They helped Qin Shao up and looked at Qin Shao with a worried expression. Qin Shao looked at the huge wound on his body and smiled bitterly. He used his divine power to recover his divine body. However, after a single exchange of blows, 10% of his divine body had been shattered. How terrifying! Furthermore, it was obvious that the gnome hadn't used any strength at all. If he had really used his full strength, that blow could have killed Qin Shao on the spot. What kind of existence was this? A fourth-step universe grade? Or a heavenly venerate? Qin Shao shook his head. He couldn't figure it out either, so he could only stop thinking about it for now. After suffering such a huge loss, Qin Shao felt a little helpless. It seemed like the previous path wasn't going to work. However, was he going to give up just like that? He couldn't give up, he couldn't give up. He definitely couldn't give up. How could he give up when he had already reached the final stage? Wouldn't that be a waste of all his previous efforts? However, what else could he do if he didn't give up? Big brother Qin Shao, I think we should just give up. We can only accept our bad luck. It's possible that we didn't have a chance because we came a little late. That guardian is too strong. We can't use force at all. There's no other way. Let's give up. We might be able to save our lives. The bearded man shook his head and sighed deeply. Everyone was still unwilling to give up, but what had just happened had really frightened them. Attacking as soon as he said he would, without any mercy at all. Wasn't this just asking for his life? Yeah, big brother Qin Shao, let's give up. Otherwise, I'm afraid we'll die if we fight with that guardian. There's no way we can defeat him. If he doesn't let us pass, then there's no way we can pass, Yi Wugui said. After seeing Qin Shao get sent flying by that gnome, everyone had already lost their will to fight. The Guardian's strength was there for all to see. How could they still have the confidence to fight with him? Even Mo Wangbei shook his head in despair. If the Guardian doesn't give us a chance to pass, then it seems like we really have no other choice. Maybe we came a little late, or maybe we were just unlucky. That's impossible. Qin Shao suddenly shook his head. Impossible? Everyone looked at Qin Shao in confusion. What was impossible? Qin Shao said in a deep voice. I still don't believe that Fu Yu Immortal Palace would do this. Since it's a test, then they would definitely give us a fair chance to pass. If this chance can be taken away from a guardian so easily, then wouldn't it be too childish? Fu Yu Immortal Palace is a dignified immortal palace. Such a situation shouldn't happen. This isn't the style of an immortal palace. That's why I feel that there must be some hidden reason behind this. Maybe we just haven't thought of it yet. All of you wait here for me. I'll go talk to the Guardian again. I don't believe that he can really take away our right to pass. Hearing that Qin Shao was going to look for the Guardian, everyone couldn't help but feel anxious. Chapter 1688. But Qin Shao didn't pay any attention to Aman. Instead, he resolutely continued forward, walking towards the gatekeeper. Everyone knew that there was no way to stop Qin Shao from doing what he wanted to do. Thus, they couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat for Qin Shao. Just now, he had already made the gatekeeper very unhappy. If he continued to provoke the gatekeeper, he might end up getting killed. But everyone also knew that once Qin Shao decided to do something, no one could stop him. Thus, at this time, they could only watch anxiously as Qin Shao walked towards the gatekeeper. But in their hearts, they were praying that nothing would happen to him. Qin Shao quickly returned to the gatekeeper. When the gatekeeper saw Qin Shao walking back so fearlessly, he coldly glared at Qin Shao and coldly snorted. "Brat, are you really not afraid of death? Just now, the old man gave you a final warning. You actually dare to come back? Just now, the old man didn't kill you. Do you really think that the old man won't kill you? The old man doesn't have much patience. What little he has left has already been worn out by you. So, you'd better die." After saying that, the gatekeeper prepared to attack. But Qin Zhao's face was filled with an expression of indomitable honor. He still stood there steadily. This time, he didn't even retreat or make a move to block. He just stood there, calmly looking at the gatekeeper, his face neither servile nor overbearing. Facing the imminent danger of death, he remained unmoved. His expression did not change. This was a powerful calmness. "Big brother Qin Shao, quickly dodge. Be careful." Qin Shao didn't panic, but Xiao Dao and the others were so frightened that they broke out in a cold sweat. They all shouted for Qin Shao to quickly dodge. But Qin Shao didn't dodge, allowing the gatekeeper's power to rush towards him. This scene was truly frightening. Xiao Dao and Ah Man were so anxious that they were about to cry. But there was nothing they could do. They couldn't stop anything, let alone change anything. Qin Shao. Mo Wangbei's heart was in his throat as he clenched his fists. He had never been so nervous before. The aura of death surged towards him. Facing this terrible danger, Qin Zhao's heart was calm and unperturbed. This kind of courage was something that very few people possessed. How many people could face death head-on like this? If there was even the slightest mistake, Qin Shao would die on the spot. But at the last moment the gatekeeper stopped. He didn't really want to kill Qin Shao. When the gatekeeper stopped, Qin Zhao's expression did not change at all. It was as if he had expected all of this. Therefore, he was neither surprised nor happy. He maintained his calm. Did it stop? When Mo Wangbei and the others saw this scene, they were first stunned. After looking at each other in dismay, they came back to their senses. It really had stopped. After calming down, they also understood. It seemed that Qin Shao had made the right bet. This gatekeeper didn't really want to kill him. It wasn't that he wouldn't give them a chance to pass. Just now, they had all fallen into a misconception, believing that the gatekeeper could really go against the will of the Fuda Immortal Palace. But now they realized that all of this was probably a test. It was a test of their temperament, their courage, and their steadfastness towards their own ideas. If they couldn't be steadfast, then they would definitely have misconceptions. Why didn't you dodge? The gatekeeper's playful expression faded a little, replaced by faint praise. Qin Shao looked straight at the gatekeeper. Why should I dodge? If Senior wanted to kill me, then with my little bit of strength, I would also die. I've always been sure that Senior wouldn't really kill me. I'm very sure that since this is a test from the Fuda Immortal Palace, there's no reason for Senior to kill me. Even if I'm going to die, I should have died in the trial. Such a death doesn't fit the style of the Fuda Immortal Palace. Therefore, I don't think that Senior would kill me. Senior's actions, in my opinion, are most likely to scare me. It's a psychological tactic to force me to retreat. But I, Qin Shao, have never been a coward. I've never been afraid of death. In the face of this pursuit, I won't give up so easily. Therefore, even if Senior wants to force me, I won't admit defeat. The gatekeeper laughed faintly. Aren't you afraid that you'll lose the bet? What if I really killed you? If you didn't dodge just now, then you would have died without a doubt. Perhaps others wouldn't have been able to dodge, but you know your situation. If you really wanted to dodge, you could have done so. If you didn't care about anything, I might not have been able to do anything to you. Qin Shao knew that the gatekeeper had seen through his true cultivation level. Shaking his head, Qin Shao said, I said that I firmly believe that Senior won't kill me, so I'm not afraid. I didn't believe that I would lose the bet, so I didn't consider that I would die. My heart is strong enough, so why should I be afraid? Of course, no one wants to die, but not wanting to die doesn't mean they're afraid. Even if they're afraid, it doesn't mean they're afraid of death. I know very well why I'm working so hard. If I die despite my efforts, then I have no regrets, and I won't blame anyone. But if I give up because I'm afraid, then I'm afraid I'll live in the shadow of cowardice for the rest of my life. Right? Double quotation mark. The praise on the gatekeeper's face deepened as he nodded slightly at Qin Shao. Not bad, not bad. It's very rare for you to have such a deep understanding. Perhaps many people can speak of great principles clearly and logically, but very few can actually do it. What's rarest is that you can do it. You have such a temperament, such a firm belief, and such a strong willpower. It's no wonder that you were able to walk out of the universe. You're a great talent, but you still need to work harder. You have a good start, but it doesn't necessarily mean you'll succeed. Qin Shao was slightly surprised to receive such praise from the gatekeeper, but he immediately nodded to show that he understood. On the road of cultivation, many peerless geniuses in the early stages were crippled later on. The road of cultivation was an extremely slow and long road. It was a road that couldn't be relaxed for a moment. It was a road where one would fall behind if one didn't move forward. If one wanted to go against the heavens, he had to have the ability to go against the heavens. Senior, I'll be bold to ask again. How can I pass this test? Please give me a clear indication so that I can have a direction, Qin Shao asked again. This time, the gatekeeper didn't ignore him like before. Instead, he said, since you're in such a hurry, let's get down to business. With that, the gatekeeper pointed at the ruins behind him and said, You see the ruins behind the old man, right? You also see the many immortal treasures in the ruins, right? Qin Shao nodded. Those immortal treasures emitted immortal might, and their brilliance soared into the sky. They could be seen from afar. The gatekeeper continued, You all have a chance to obtain those immortal treasures in the ruins. But there are some conditions. As soon as the gatekeeper said that, Qin Shao was quite shocked. Mo Wangbei and the others also walked over at this time. When they heard the gatekeeper's words, they were also extremely shocked and excited. There were 100 or 200 immortal treasures in the ruins. Could it be that they had a chance to obtain all of them? If that was really the case, wouldn't it be too crazy? Just hearing it was enough to make one's blood boil. Senior, what are the conditions? Before Qin Shao could say anything, the bearded man asked impatiently. The gatekeeper glanced at the bearded man, who was so frightened that he quickly shut his mouth and shrank back. The gatekeeper withdrew his gaze and continued, "The old man is quite fair. So, in my place, there must be fair exchange conditions. If you want to obtain more, you must pay more. You all have a chance to obtain those immortal treasures behind me. But, if you want to obtain, you must pay a price. The more you pay, the more you will obtain. And this is the test of this stage. It's a game of seizing treasures." A game of seizing treasures? Just from the sound of it, it didn't sound simple. There was an equal price to pay. Just from this, one could tell how difficult it was to obtain immortal treasures. Qin Shao said, "Senior, you should be more specific." The smile on the gatekeeper's face deepened, as if he was pondering. With his hands behind his back, he swept his gaze over Qin Zhao's group of 6 before he said, "Do you see the 2 people fighting over there? The condition I gave them is that as long as they can kill each other, they can enter the ruins and pick 10 immortal treasures at will." What? Pick 10 immortal treasures at will? Hearing this, everyone felt that their hearts weren't enough. This was too crazy, too crazy. 10 immortal treasures, and they could pick at will. It was really hard to imagine. If they could pick 10 immortal treasures at will from the ruins, they could immediately leap to the 9 heavens. It was like a carp leaping over the dragon's gate. Such a temptation was probably no less tempting than directly becoming an in-name disciple of the Fumu Immortal Palace. This was simply too extravagant. Only now did everyone know why the 1,000 Buddha hands and Ghost Shadow seemed to have an irreconcilable hatred and fought to the death. It turned out that there was such a huge temptation here. For the sake of 10 immortal treasures, why would the 2 care about anything else? Their eyes turned red, their minds lost, and they wanted to kill each other. Only then would they be killed. After a moment of shock, Qin Shao frowned slightly, a look of contemplation on his face. After calming down, Qin Shao felt that there was something unusual about this matter. The beard and the others swallowed their saliva in excitement. Their eyes shone as they looked at the gatekeeper. The beard smacked his lips, then once again asked shamelessly, Senior, then do we also have the chance to pick 10 immortal treasures?" The gatekeeper nodded slightly and said, "Yes, you also have the chance to go in and pick 10 immortal treasures at will. However, you have to respect the rules of my game. As long as you can pass the game smoothly, you can go in and pick whatever you want. Don't be happy too early. It's not that easy to get such benefits." Despite the gatekeeper's words, the beard and the others still felt their blood boiling. They looked at the gatekeeper with great anticipation. In the face of such a huge temptation, they had already begun to lose their rationality. At this moment, there were only 10 immortal treasures in their mind. 10 immortal treasures. It was very difficult to become an in-name disciple of the Fumo Immortal Palace, but if they could get 10 immortal treasures, the reward would not be much worse than becoming an in-name disciple of the Fumu Immortal Palace. Therefore, at this moment, such a temptation was naturally enough to make everyone go crazy. Chapter 1689. The gatekeeper smiled as he looked at the crowd. He had a playful look on his face. "It's a game. If you want to play, you have to play it more excitedly. Each of you has different conditions. Let me think about how I should arrange your games. The gatekeeper touched his chin and looked thoughtful. This made the crowd feel inexplicably uneasy. The gatekeeper was the first to look at the bearded man and said, "Do you want to take 10 immortal treasures?" The bearded man nodded desperately like a chick pecking at rice. He swallowed a few mouthfuls of saliva and said, "Yes, yes, of course I want. I don't need 10. I'll be satisfied if I can take one." One? The gatekeeper raised his eyebrows and shook his head. "There are so many immortal treasures and you only want one? Isn't your ambition a little too small? You really don't want to take more? You don't want to take 10? The bearded man said, "Yes, of course. If I really want to, not only 10, I want to take all of them. It's just that I don't dare to be so greedy. So, Senior, if the test can be a little weaker, then let me take one. I don't dare to ask for too much. If you don't even have this little ambition, then what face do you have to live on?" The gatekeeper coldly glared at the bearded man. His face sank and his tone was a little angry. "If that's the case, then I think you don't want a single one. You can go." Go? Hearing the gatekeeper's words, the bearded man was completely stunned. He stood there in a daze. "What's going on? Did I say something wrong?" The bearded man suddenly came back to his senses and quickly said, Senior, Junior was wrong. Junior naturally wants 10 immortal treasures. Naturally, the more the better." The gatekeeper's anger subsided a little, and he said, "Originally, the old man wanted to give you a lighter test. Now it seems that I have to give you a heavier test so that you know how to cherish it. How do you want to play this game?" How to play? After what happened just now, the bearded man didn't dare to say anything. He quickly shook his head and said, "Senior, you should make the decision. This junior doesn't have the qualifications to make this decision. If Senior wants to play a game, then this junior will do his best. Forget it then. I've given you a chance and you don't want it. Let me decide then," said the gatekeeper. Hearing this, the bearded man didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Could he really make the decision? He didn't believe that such a good thing could happen. "Got it." The gatekeeper thought for a moment and suddenly said. The bearded man also looked at the gatekeeper nervously, waiting to see what game the gatekeeper gave him. The gatekeeper pointed at Yuwugue and said to the beard, "Why don't the two of you play a game where whoever can kill the other can go in and pick 10 immortal treasures?" Hearing the gatekeeper's words, everyone was stunned. The bearded man and Yuwugue felt as if a bolt from the blue had struck them. "Are you sure you're not joking? Wasn't the 1,000 Buddha hands and ghost shadow playing this game? You know how to do it? Was there a need to spend so much time thinking about such a game? The worst thing was, what kind of game was this? This was simply sowing discord and hurting their brotherly relationship." So when they heard this, the bearded man and Yuwugue looked at each other helplessly. "If the game is like this, then we'll choose to give up. I'd rather not participate in this test than covet those immortal treasures." Yuwugue didn't think much and decisively rejected. Seeing that Yuwugue rejected, the bearded man hesitated for a moment and said, I won't participate either." "You want us brothers to kill each other? That's absolutely impossible. I won't agree to such a thing." "You won't agree?" The gatekeeper wasn't angry. Instead, he laughed with interest. 10 immortal treasures for you to choose from. Such a tempting condition and you don't want to agree? Do you know what it means to be able to obtain these 10 immortal treasures? If you don't know, then I can tell you. As long as you can obtain 10 immortal treasures from these ruins, then you can immediately become a fish that leaps over the dragon gate and directly ascend to a higher level. The heavens. There are immortal pills that can allow you to become an immortal directly. There are immortal techniques that can allow you to cultivate. There are immortal weapons that can become your strongest trump card. There are flying devices that can allow you to soar to the heavens and shield the earth. And after passing my test, there's a high chance that you can become an in-name disciple of the Fuda Immortal Palace. The great rewards of these 2 levels are right there. Are you sure you want to give up? Such a chance will only come once. There won't be a second time. I'm afraid this chance will change the course of your lives. So, are you telling me with absolute certainty that you want to give up? Gasp! The temptation was indeed incomparably great. It was so great that the 1,000 Buddha hands and ghost shadow began to fight. How many people would be able to resist such a huge temptation? This chance wasn't much worse than becoming an in-name disciple of the Fuda Immortal Palace. Moreover, if they took this chance, they'd have a better chance of becoming an in-name disciple as well. Yi Qianwu still shook his head. I'll definitely give up. No matter how great the temptation is, no matter how great the opportunity, I won't betray my brothers and kill each other for it. I won't do anything worse than pigs and dogs. There are some things that can't be obtained. Life is slow, and there are many things that can't be obtained. But if some things can only be obtained by selling something, then I'd rather not have it. Senior, we're all brothers who've walked through life and death. If you want to play this game with us, I advise you to give up on it. None of us will play this game with you. Yo yo yo, the gatekeeper didn't lose his temper. Instead, he smiled playfully. Little guy, I didn't know you were such a loyal person. But sometimes these things are the most worthless and easily betrayed. Just because you don't want to betray doesn't mean others won't. Sometimes, being too self-righteous isn't necessarily a good thing. As the saying goes, men don't care about betrayal. It's just a matter of whether the temptation is great or not. With that, the gatekeeper looked at the bearded man with a strange smile. The bearded man didn't rush to say anything, but his complicated expression showed that he was in a fierce struggle. He wasn't as determined as Yi Wuguei, who wouldn't give the gatekeeper any chance. But Yi Wuguei didn't say anything. With that, the gatekeeper glanced at Qin Shao and the others. Oh right, there's still the 4 of you. I've thought about it, and a killing game is simpler and more fun. So, the game I'm giving you is also a killing game. As long as you can kill one person, you pass the game. I can let you enter the ruins and choose any 10 immortal treasures. So you all have a chance. It's just a matter of who can pass first. Was he crazy? This was provoking a full-scale war. This was the rhythm of completely destroying the friendship of Qin Zhao's team. Qin Shao also noticed that something was wrong, so he immediately shouted, "Everyone, don't move. Don't attack. Calm down and listen to me. If you attack first, don't blame me for being rude. We're brothers who have been through life and death together. We're brothers who have poured hot water for each other. This friendship is not something that can be sorted out in a short period of time. Although the temptation of 10 immortal treasures is great, it can't be compared to our brotherhood. Don't listen to the gatekeeper. Don't be led by him. No matter what, we just need to be firm and be ourselves. If we have to rely on killing our brothers in exchange for victory, then this is something I will never do. The bearded man, especially you, your heart has been shaken. But I'll give you a piece of advice, and also a stern warning. If you really dare to attack Yi Wuguei, no matter what, I won't let you off easily. If the opportunity is gone, you can wait and look for it again. But if you lose your brothers, I'm afraid you'll never be able to get them back." Hearing Qin Zhao's words, the bearded man frowned deeply. He seemed to be thinking about something and had a vexed expression. He was moved, so he was vexed. Yi Wuguei's heart hadn't been moved from the start, so he wasn't vexed. Xiao Dao and a man also didn't pay attention to the protector's words. It was impossible for them to kill each other. They definitely wouldn't do such a thing. Mo Wangbei was also able to resist the temptation. Yo yo yo, what a touching scene. What a pair of brotherly love. TSK TSK TSK, I want to cry. the gatekeeper said sarcastically. Then he sneered and said, "Don't tell me you don't want to pass this test? If you all give up, then you'll be eliminated and your path to the selection will end. You won't have the chance to become an in-name disciple of the Fuda Immortal Palace. You'll lose the immortal treasure and the chance to become an in-name disciple of the Fuda Immortal Palace. Are you sure you want to give up? You only have one chance. Once you give up, you won't have another chance. I hope you'll consider it carefully." Qin Shao shook his head resolutely. "Senior, there's no need to think anymore. We've already considered it very, very clearly. If you want to use our brothers' lives to exchange for this chance, then we'd rather not. If this is the test of the Fuda Immortal Palace's selection, then we'd rather not become in-name disciples. Some things can be obtained again after losing them. Some things can't be obtained again after losing them. We still know what's important and what's not. So, Senior, we can only choose to give up." Mo Wangbei nodded. "Yes, Senior, we choose to give up. The temptation of the 10 immortal treasures is great, but if we lose them, we can get them again in the future. Once our brothers die, then we'll really lose them. Killing our brothers is worse than pigs and dogs. We won't do it. So what if the temptation is great? So what if it's 10 immortal treasures? So what if it's an in-name disciple of the Fuda Immortal Palace? We won't betray our brothers for these things." Xiao Dao, a man, and Yi Wuguei also nodded, indicating that they thought so too. The bearded man still looked hesitant, but since everyone had said so, he didn't say anything. Chapter 1690. Those who don't become celestial venerables are ants, and those who don't become immortals are nothing. Humans are as lowly as insects. If you can't seek immortality and seek the Tao, you'll live a lowly life. It's just an era of lifespan. How short and lowly is that? A single immortal pill is enough for you to seek immortality and seek the Tao. You'll directly step into the celestial venerable realm and break away from being ant. You'll become an immortal who can't die. What do so-called family ties, friendship, and brotherhood mean in front of this? Compared to this, everything else is just a fleeting cloud. No matter how beautiful and resplendent it is, it'll be fleeting and won't last long. Are you really willing to live a lowly life as an ant for the rest of your life rather than fight for it? You should know that in this world, there's only the fist, only the strong are respected. Only strength is supreme. Are you going to give up such a great opportunity for some fleeting things? Such an opportunity will only come once. It won't come again. If you let your emotions affect your decisions now, you'll regret it in the future. Therefore, I advise you to think carefully. Don't throw away your great future in your hands. That's not worth it. Wait for the future. If you regret it, there's no medicine for regret. Opportunities have always been given to people with courage. Now, it's up to you whether or not you have this courage. The gatekeeper's eyes flickered with a strange light as he looked at Qin Shao and the others. His words were full of provocation and temptation. Under the huge temptation of ruin, facing such teasing words, it really made one's heart itch. What he said was indeed very tempting. However, Qin Shao and the others' wills were very firm. They weren't tempted by the gatekeeper's words. However, the bearded man's situation wasn't too good. His expression was somewhat complicated. It was obvious that he was struggling fiercely in his heart. "Don't be stupid, bearded man. Don't be fooled. Don't be bewitched," Mo Wangbei shouted, wanting to wake the bearded man up. However, once a person's heart was moved, it was very difficult to wake them up again. The bearded man's heart was already moved. The bearded man's gaze changed as well. He turned to Mo Wangbei and said, "Old Mo, don't make yourself sound so noble. I'm not you. I have my own ambitions and aspirations. I have big dreams. I want to be strong. I want to be a man above all men. I don't want to be mediocre for the rest of my life. I don't want to be an ant for the rest of my life. I want to seek immortality and seek the Tao. I want to become an Empyrean. I want to step into another world. I want to overlook this land. I want to find every opportunity to succeed. For this opportunity, I can disregard everything. Even if I have to risk my life, I will not hesitate. Family? Friendship? No matter how close you are to them, they will slowly die and leave you one by one. My parents, my grandparents, they're long gone. I don't have any brothers or sisters, just some clansmen. But they will slowly leave me. Brother? No matter how good the brothers were, they would slowly drift away and leave. In this world, there is no banquet that lasts forever, and no friendship that lasts forever. Humans are all selfish. If we don't look out for ourselves, the heavens and earth will destroy us. With such an opportunity, I don't want to give it up. I really don't want to give it up. If I give up this opportunity, I will definitely be an ant for the rest of my life, enjoying the life of an era. What's the point of living like this? I know that my talent, potential, and strength are not enough. It is indeed very difficult for me to pass the selection and become an in-name disciple of Fu Su Immortal Palace. But now I have a chance to fight. So, I don't want to give up this precious opportunity. I don't want to use my life's worth of friendship. I don't want to. I really don't want to. Hearing Huzi's words, everyone's expression darkened. Especially Yi Wu Gue, who stared at Huzi with an ugly expression. Huzi's intention was very obvious. For this opportunity, he could disregard their brotherhood and kill him. Just like Thousand Buddha Hands and Ghost Shadow, they fought to the death and fought to the death. These words made Yi Wu Gui's heart ache. It was as if he was stabbed by an extremely sharp awl. Huzi, are you crazy? Do you really want to do things your own way? Do you really not care about brotherhood? Are you really going to betray us? Mo Wang Bei was also angered, and he snapped at him. Qin Zhao's gaze fell coldly on the bearded man. Qin Zhao had never liked the bearded man's character. There were some things that happened before that made Qin Zhao have some opinions about the bearded man. Hearing Huzi's words, he felt a chill in his heart. It was not wrong for people to be selfish. If people didn't look out for themselves, heaven and earth would destroy them. To a certain extent, this was also not wrong. However, to betray his brother and disregard their brotherhood for his own selfishness, he actually wanted to meet his brother on the battlefield. This was something that Qin Zhao could not forgive. Huzi shook his head and smiled coldly. I'm not crazy. I know very well what I'm doing and what I want. It's not about betrayal. I just feel that I should work hard for my goal in life. I should fight for it regardless of anything. I don't even care about the means. If you want to stand high, who doesn't need some means? It's true that we're brothers who roamed the world together, but we've only known each other for a few thousand years. A few thousand years of friendship in exchange for my life? I'm not willing? If a brother misses the opportunity, we can still be brothers. If an opportunity is missed, there won't be another one. Which one is more important, I know clearly in my heart. What you think is your business, but you can't interfere with my thoughts. Our friendship is now severed, and I have no more grudges with you. Let's go. Huzi's words made Mo Wang Bei angry. His face turned green. Qin Zhao was also furious. His anger surged. He looked coldly at Huzi and said, So you mean, today you have to fight with Yi Wu Gue? Do you have to fight to the death with him? Yes, I have no other choice. This is a game for me. I have to complete it. The battle between me and Yi Wu Gue is naturally a life and death struggle. I'll use my life to fight for my opportunity. Huzi said with a determined face. He had completely gone astray. He wouldn't listen to anyone. There was no persuasion. His temperament was already twisted and fixed, so Qin Shao and Mo Wangbei knew that it would be useless to try to persuade him. They couldn't go back to how they were before. Although the two were a little pained, they couldn't do anything about it. Huzi, it's your business if you don't want to give up. You want to fight with me, but I didn't say that I want to fight with you. If you don't want to give up, I can give up, right? I don't have the right to interfere with you, but I have the right to decide for myself. If you want to play, you can play alone. Yi Wu Gui was furious. He didn't want to fight with Yi Wu Gui. No matter who won or lost, he didn't want to have anything to do with Huzi. He would just treat it as if he was blind before. Since it had already come to this point, it didn't matter anymore. Yi Wu Gui, it's not up to you. If you want to give up, it's your business. But if I want to kill you, I won't give up just because you gave up on me. The Guardian Senior is playing my game to kill you. As for whether you resist or not, that's your business. Huzi sneered. Yi Wu Gui was furious. He pointed at Huzi and said, You're being unreasonable, right? I can't even not fight with you? Do you really want to kill me? Today, I won't fight with you. Let's see what you can do. After saying that, Yi Wu Gui retreated to Qin Shao and Yi Wu Gui's side. His meaning was obvious. He didn't want to fight with Huzi. It wasn't that Yi Wu Gui's strength was weaker than Huzi. If they really fought, the two of them could go all out. It was hard to say who would win. Maybe Huzi would have an advantage, but it wouldn't be easy for Huzi to kill Yi Wu Gui. Qin Shao looked at Huzi impolitely and said, The five of us have a common enemy. You can't do anything by yourself. So, I'll give you a warning. Enough is enough. If you want to fight with Yi Wu Gui, don't even think about it. With us here, you won't have a chance. You won't. Unless, of course, you have the ability to walk past me. If that's the case, then consider yourself lucky. There was no doubt about Qin Zhao's strength. Huzi's face became cold. He stared at Qin Shao and said, Qin Shao, I know you're strong. I know I'm not your opponent. But this is a game. The game has its rules. The rules are not something you can break or change. I advise you not to interfere in this matter. This is between Yi Wu Gui and me. It has nothing to do with you. Qin Shao said, I'm here, so it has something to do with me. If you want to kill Yi Wu Gui, you have to ask for my permission. We've all chosen to give up. It doesn't matter if there are rules. It's useless to us. So, don't talk about the rules. All five of us give up. If you want to play, play by yourself. We won't play with you. If you insist on being stubborn, don't blame us for being rude. You can ignore our friendship, but we're not you. We won't be so heartless. So, as long as you know what's good for you, we'll just let it go. We won't argue with you. But if you don't know what's good for you, then you asked for it. Huzi, don't go too far. We have tempers too if you keep being so aggressive. What you want to do is your business. Don't force us. It's our business if we don't wallow in the mire with you, Xiao Dao said angrily. This matter had indeed caused everyone to be very angry. But Huzi didn't realize it. He looked at the gatekeeper and said, Senior, someone ruined your game. How should we deal with this? I want to play this game, but I can't deal with the five of them alone. Senior, please come out and make a decision. The gatekeeper laughed and said, Don't worry. Someone else is coming. It looks like this game will get more and more exciting. Someone else was coming? Hearing the gatekeeper's words, everyone realized that someone else was coming. The person who had come this time was none other than Prince Min. Prince Min walked over and looked at everyone. He obviously felt that the atmosphere wasn't right, so he couldn't help but frown. The bearded man's gaze landed on Prince Min. He didn't quite understand what the gatekeeper meant by that. Prince Min walked over and looked at the gatekeeper. Then, he looked at Qin Shao and said, Brother Qin Shao, what's going on? It looks like a lot of things have happened. Can you tell me? Chapter 1691. After listening to Qin Zhao's explanation, Prince Min finally understood what was going on. Prince Min glanced at the beard a few times before he looked at the gatekeeper and asked, "Elder, may I know what I have to do to pass the test?" Seeing Prince Min's action, Qin Zhao could not help but frown slightly. His gaze turned cold as he looked at Prince Min. Prince Min's action clearly made Qin Zhao feel that something was different. It was a feeling that he did not like. "Are you sure you want to participate? Are you not going to give up?" The gatekeeper looked at Prince Min playfully and asked. Prince Min's face was filled with determination as he said, "Elder, since I asked this, I naturally will not give up. Otherwise, I would not have dared to ask you. With such an opportunity in front of me, I can't think of any reason to give it up. If I miss this opportunity, I might not be able to do it for the rest of my life. If I search for immortality and seek the Tao, I will only be mediocre for the rest of my life. I will waste my time doing nothing and eventually die. This is not what I want. My life should be to stand at the top of the clouds. Therefore, no matter what, I will not give up so easily. I will definitely try my best to pass this test. Elder, what kind of test do you want to give me? Please tell me clearly." "Interesting. This is really very interesting." The gatekeeper looked at Prince Min with interest and said, "Since you've said so, I'll give you a good test. Let the old man think about how to play the game to make it interesting." "Since you are so interesting, the old man must think of a fun game for you to play." As he spoke, the gatekeeper had a pensive look on his face as he thought about it. Seeing this, everyone was curious as to what kind of fun game he was thinking of. After a long while, the gatekeeper's eyes suddenly lit up. The smile on his face deepened as he said, "I have an idea. How about you kill all three of them?" As he spoke, the gatekeeper pointed at the beard, thousand Buddha hands, and ghost shadow. The gatekeeper's words made Qin Zhao and the others speechless. They thought that it would be a good game. After all, wasn't it the same? It was just that he had changed from killing one person to killing three people, but what was the difference in essence? Can't there be another game other than this one? If there was nothing else, why did he have to pretend to be in deep thought? Kill the three of them? Prince Min frowned as he scanned the three of them. At this moment, the thousand Buddha hands and ghost shadow were still fighting fiercely. They were in a stalemate, and it was difficult for them to separate. "What? Is there a problem?" the gatekeeper asked coldly. Prince Min immediately shook his head and said, "No problem. Since it is a test, it will naturally be a little difficult. It was normal for it to be a little difficult to obtain such a great opportunity. However, I'm not afraid of this difficulty." "That's good. You're interesting. You can start now. I don't care about the process, I only care about the result. Just let me see the result." The gatekeeper nodded with satisfaction and ignored Prince Min after that. Prince Min would have to deal with the rest himself. At this moment, the bearded man became anxious and hurriedly said, Senior, didn't you ask me to kill Yi Wu Gui? Why are you asking Prince Min to kill me now? This isn't fair, it's too unfair. Senior, you can't go back on your words." "Go back on my words?" The gatekeeper laughed instead of getting angry. "What do you mean by going back on my words? Your test is still valid. As long as you kill him, you'll pass the test. My promise to you will still be valid, and you can enter the ruins. Both of you have tests on you. You won't conflict with each other." "Won't conflict with each other?" Hearing this, the bearded man almost vomited blood. What did he mean by won't conflict? Even if there was no conflict, this was too unfair. Wasn't this just asking for his death? No matter how confident the bearded man was, he knew that he was no match for Prince Min. Facing Prince Min, wouldn't it be a dead end? Not to mention Prince Min, even if he went to kill Yi Wu Gui, he didn't have full confidence. It could only be considered a gamble. Moreover, Yi Wu Gui was being protected by Qin Zhao and the others. How could he have the ability to kill Yi Wu Gui? However, the gatekeeper didn't seem to have any intention of helping him. This meant that his way of killing Yi Wu Gue was completely cut off. Cutting off his way of killing Yi Wu Gue meant that he had to face Prince Min's killing intent. How could the bearded man not cry? Wasn't this just toying with him? How was this a test? How could he have a chance? This was simply a dead end. He couldn't see any hope at all. Therefore, the bearded man was in despair. He felt like he was being toyed with. He wanted to resist, but the gatekeeper obviously didn't care about him anymore. How could he resist? Was he supposed to fight the gatekeeper? Wasn't that just asking for death? Damn it, damn it, damn it! After the bearded man cursed angrily in his heart, he immediately begged Prince Min for mercy. Prince Min, I didn't offend you in any way, did I? Why do you want to kill me? Can you let me go? I don't want to fight anymore. I give up. I quit. Don't kill me. Go kill Ghost Shadow of the 1,000 Buddha Hands. They're fighting to the death now. You can just sit back and reap the benefits. The bearded man was really scared. He couldn't do anything about killing Yi Wu Gue. He felt like he was a fish on a chopping board, waiting for Prince Min to slaughter him. Prince Min looked at the bearded man coldly. Do you think that's possible? If I don't kill you, how can I pass this test? Don't waste your breath. Just come up here and accept your death. There's no need to put up a futile struggle. Only death awaits you. No one can save you. Crack, crack. Prince Min walked towards the bearded man step by step. The bearded man also retreated step by step. He was scared. He was really scared. His face was full of fear and he looked like he was begging for mercy. However, Prince Min didn't pay any attention to him. He was determined to kill him. Qin Shao, big brother Qin Shao, old Mo, hurry up and save me. Save me. I don't want to die. I don't want to die. I was wrong just now. It was all my fault. On account of our brotherhood, please save me. I beg you. The bearded man turned to Qin Shao and Mo Wangbei for help. He had a completely different face. He was like a completely different person from before. This kind of begging made people feel pity and disgust. Brotherhood? Qin Shao sneered and said, I'm sorry. Our brotherhood was shattered by your own hands just now, so it's gone now. We're like strangers now. Your matter has nothing to do with us. So, there's no need to ask for help. It's useless. The bearded man looked at Mo Wangbei again. However, Mo Wangbei turned his head to the side. He didn't want to pay any attention to the bearded man. Yi Wu Gue and the other two naturally didn't care either. Since their brotherhood was broken, then so be it. There was no need to care about it anymore. The bearded man's life or death had nothing to do with them anymore. The bearded man's actions just now had completely chilled everyone's hearts. Now, the bearded man's retribution had come. How can you be so heartless? Can you really just watch me die in the hands of Prince Min without doing anything? We were brothers who had gone through life and death together. Even if I did something wrong, you shouldn't leave me in the lurch. Brother Qin Shao, old Mo, I know you're the best. Forgive me first and save me first. You can punish me however you want later. The bearded man said again. Humph. Qin Shao snorted coldly and said rudely, Shut up. Don't talk nonsense. It's impossible for me to save you. You should give up on that thought. It doesn't matter if I forgive you or not. There's already some kind of brotherhood between us. Since you've completely shattered it, what else do we need to keep? I'll give you a word of advice. You can forgive the sins of heaven, but you can't live with the sins you bring upon yourself. Everything you're experiencing now is because you brought it upon yourself. If you want to blame someone, blame yourself. You can't blame anyone else. You should be honest with others. Your heart is not right, your methods are not right, and your ruler is not right. You don't understand us at all. We won't associate with you. You, the bearded man, wanted to cry but had no tears. No matter how much regret he felt, it was useless. He couldn't change anything. It seemed that it was impossible to ask for help. The bearded man gritted his teeth and came up with a plan. He suddenly ran behind Qin Shao and hid behind Qin Shao, using him as a natural shield. Prince Min's gaze fell on Qin Shao. He said, "Brother Qin Shao, you're not thinking of stopping me from killing me, are you?" Qin Shao didn't have a good impression of Prince Min either, especially at this moment when she felt some disgust for him. Qin Shao didn't really want to pay attention to Prince Min. He glanced at Prince Min indifferently and said, "If you want to kill someone, that's your business. It has nothing to do with us. If it was before, I would naturally stop you. But now, it has nothing to do with us. Naturally, I won't stop you. If you want to kill me, then kill me. It's up to you." Prince Min laughed. "That's good." After Qin Shao finished speaking, he stepped aside. Naturally, he didn't want to be used by the bearded man. When the bearded man saw that Qin Shao had stepped aside, he became even more anxious. But no matter how anxious he was, it was useless. Prince Min had already charged over. This time, Prince Min clearly didn't give the bearded man a chance to catch his breath. He directly charged over. The bearded man was scared out of his wits. His face was pale as he hurriedly fled. But how could he escape from Prince Min? Soon, Prince Min caught up with the bearded man. He displayed his powerful techniques and bombarded the bearded man. How could the bearded man be a match for Prince Min? After begging for mercy failed, the bearded man could only give up. He could only resist with all his might. But his strength was not enough. No matter how much he resisted, it was useless. The bearded man was directly suppressed as soon as the battle began. He was completely suppressed. Sigh. Xiao Dao shook his head and sighed softly. He said, "One wrong step and then another wrong step. I thought that the bearded man was pretty good before, but now he has become like this. Thinking about it, I really can't bear to see him like this. After all, we've been getting along very well before. But now, it's as if he's a completely different person. He's changed so much that we don't even know him anymore. Brother Qin Shao, are we really not going to save the bearded man? No matter what, we've been together for thousands of years. Our friendship is still there." Qin Shao looked at Xiao Dao and said sternly, "He's not worth saving, so there's no need to save him. It's meaningless. It's good that you have compassion, but you can't let it overflow. Let's leave this matter as it is. You don't have to worry about it." Chapter 1692. Qin Shao was not a cold-hearted person. Qin Shao was someone who valued relationships more than his own life. But this time, the beard's betrayal really made him sad. If the beard had only betrayed him, then perhaps Qin Shao would not have watched Prince Min kill him. But what Qin Shao could not tolerate was that the beard had not only betrayed him, but also wanted to kill Yi Wuguei. This had touched Qin Zhao's bottom line. If the beard could extend his butcher's knife to his own brother, then there was no need to sympathize. The beard had completely lost his mind. He had been completely seduced. He had lost his mind. Not only had he lost his mind, but he had also revealed his true nature. This kind of person, even if he did not explode in the short term, would reveal his true nature after a long time. People who stabbed their own brother in the back were the most despicable. Qin Shao had always hated this kind of person. So, when the beard had insisted on killing Yi Wuguei, Qin Shao had already cut off all ties with the beard in his heart. Qin Shao had experienced too many things. It had not been easy for him to get to where he was now. There were many things that he could see clearly. So, he did what he did and did not care about the beard's life or death. He did not do anything to the beard, which was already benevolent. As for the rest, Qin Shao did not care. He did not want to care too much about it. Whether he lived or died, it was all his own fault. If a person did something wrong, then he should be punished. This was something that no one could change. The beard had chosen the path himself, so he should bear all the risks on this path. The beard's strength was naturally not Prince Min's match. So, under Prince Min's madness, the beard quickly lost the ability to resist. Old Mo, big brother Mo, for the sake of our previous friendship, please save me. At the last moment of despair, the beard still asked Mo Wangbei for help. But Mo Wangbei was also disheartened. He did not care about the beard's pleas. Instead, he shook his head and sighed. If you knew this would happen, why did you do it in the first place? You chose the path of betrayal, so you should not have any illusions. No, no, no. Why are you all so heartless? What *t brotherhood? It's all *t. I hate you, ah! Amidst the cries of despair, the bearded man died at the hands of Prince Min in the end. Everyone had already expected such an ending. After killing Huzi, Prince Min glanced coldly at Qin Shao and the others before he walked towards the Thousand Buddha Hands duo. In fact, Qin Shao had never been able to see through Prince Min's character. It was only when she was in the terrifying land of illusion that she had some bad impressions of Prince Min. Now, Prince Min had completely exposed his true nature. The human heart is really unpredictable. Mo Wangbei shook his head. Mo Wangbei and Prince Min couldn't be said to be very close, but at the very least, they weren't estranged. Therefore, Mo Wangbei had a good impression of Prince Min. But now, he could see clearly that the human heart was unpredictable. Some people were usually very good, but when it came to big benefits, it was as if they were a completely different person. Qin Shao nodded and said, "That's right. The most unpredictable thing in the world is the human heart. The human heart is really scary. It can create everything, and it can also destroy everything. The human heart is also the most difficult thing to pass the test of. On the path of life, we may encounter many betrayals and many changes. In fact, we may even be changed. Therefore, being able to stick to one's principles and bottom line is a very, very difficult thing. Not changing one's original heart, how many people can do it? Everyone has the right to choose their own path. Whether it's Prince Min or the bearded man, they have the right to choose their own path. But if there are any consequences, they will have to bear it themselves. It's hard for us to change the path of others. Therefore, we only need to control ourselves." Mo Wangbei nodded and said, "That's right. We only need to control ourselves. Our greatest power is to decide how we want to walk our own path. Everything else is not something we should worry about. Even if we give up the opportunity because of this, there is nothing to feel sorry about. But it's not certain that if we lose this opportunity, we will not be able to grow and become stronger. Perhaps we will miss many things and opportunities because of the choice we made today. But if we have a clear conscience, then we will have no regrets in life. We may be a little foolish, but we will not be moved." Qin Shao smiled. "That's right. If they had a clear conscience, then they would have no regrets in life." With this, it was enough. However, Qin Shao still had a thought in his heart. He really did not think that the Fu Su Immortal Palace's test would be so ridiculous. It was just that Qin Shao did not express this thought. Thousand Buddha Hands and Ghost Shadow were already fighting crazily. They had entered a frenzied state. Both sides were defeated and injured. Prince Min seized the opportunity to kill Thousand Buddha Hands and Ghost Shadow at the same time. Including the beard, 3 people had died at Prince Min's hands. Prince Min was relatively close to Thousand Buddha Hands. They had even traveled together before. But he did not expect Thousand Buddha Hands to kill him. For this opportunity, Prince Min was willing to do anything, by hook or by crook. This kind of person was somewhat scary. He was extremely shrewd and had a deep mind. Qin Shao had never liked this kind of person. He was too calculative and would do anything. When necessary, he could throw away everything and betray everything. Just thinking about it made people feel a little scared. After killing the 3 people, Prince Min came to the gatekeeper and said, "Senior, I have completed the test you gave me." "Oh, you have completed it? Then you can go in and pick any 10 immortal treasures." The gatekeeper did not seem to care. He said this casually and waved his hand at Prince Min. Prince Min was wild with joy when he heard this. However, he still tried his best to hide the joy in his heart. After bowing to the gatekeeper, he quickly entered the ruins. Qin Shao frowned deeply. The others also looked at each other. Could it be that Prince Min had obtained 10 immortal treasures just like that? He had passed the Nether River's test? He had a chance to compete with the nominal disciples of the Fuda Immortal Palace? More than 100 million people had entered the Juetian stream to participate in the selection. In the end, only Prince Min had passed the test? This was only the first round of elimination. Prince Min was the only one who had passed? 1 in 100 million. Just thinking about it was a little scary. Moreover, Prince Min had killed 3 people to pass the test. Just thinking about it was a little hard to accept. He could pass the test by killing people? What kind of logic was this? It gave people a very impactful feeling. Prince Min entered the ruins happily. His eyes could not help but light up. Looking at 100 or 200 immortal treasures in front of him, it was enough to dazzle him. Which one should he choose? 10 was quite a lot, but he was still picky. Therefore, Prince Min did not have to be too conflicted. The first thing he walked towards was the immortal elixir. This was what he had always dreamed of. Previously, in the land of illusion, Prince Min also coveted the immortal elixir. In order to get the immortal elixir, he did not care about anything else. Now, the first thing he wanted was the immortal peak. However, something unexpected happened all of a sudden. Just as Prince Min was about to get his hands on the immortal elixir, an invisible force suddenly came down from the sky and took the immortal elixir away. It disappeared into the 9 heavens in an instant. This sudden turn of events caused everyone to be flabbergasted. What was going on? Prince Min's expression changed drastically. He looked at the void in shock, but he obviously could not see anything. Prince Min was a little anxious. He turned to look at the gatekeeper and said, "Senior, what's going on? Why was the immortal elixir taken away? Didn't you say that I could choose whatever I wanted? What I need the most is that immortal elixir." The gatekeeper casually glanced at Prince Min and casually replied, "Don't ask me. I don't know. I am only the gatekeeper here. I don't care about anything else. Since the immortal elixir was taken away, it could be that you were not allowed to choose. You can choose something else." This. Prince Min almost choked on his words. He felt like he had been toyed with. He was not allowed to choose the immortal elixir? Why did he say that he could choose whatever he wanted? Was this not toying with him? However, no matter how unhappy he was, Prince Min did not dare to flare up at the gatekeeper. He could only grit his teeth and swallow his anger. He continued to choose other immortal treasures. Mo Wangbei frowned at Qin Shao and said, "Brother Qin Shao, what's going on? Why do I feel like something is wrong? The gatekeeper's actions are very wrong." Qin Shao laughed as if he had understood everything. He said, "If I'm not wrong, there should be a good show to watch." "Haha, interesting. Very interesting. The thing I was thinking about just now might really become a reality." As expected, things are not like that. This is not the style of an immortal palace at all. What do you mean? Mo Wangbei could tell that Qin Shao had guessed something. However, he did not know what the situation was, so he looked at Qin Shao in confusion. He wanted to hear Qin Shao's explanation. Qin Shao smiled mysteriously at Mo Wangbei. He said, "It's just a guess. It's not accurate. We'll know when we see it. Soon." Qin Shao did not say anything, so Mo Wangbei did not continue to ask. He just watched. As expected, the same thing happened again. When Prince Min went to take the second immortal treasure, it was taken away by a force from the sky just as he was about to take it, just like the immortal pill. Prince Min was anxious and angry, but there was nothing he could do. He continued to take the third immortal treasure. It was the same for the third immortal treasure. The fourth, the fifth. It was the same all the way until the 10th year. This was completely toying with him. There was no other explanation. Even if he did not want to believe it, he still had to believe it. Prince Min was finally flustered and exasperated. He gritted his teeth and said to the gatekeeper, "Senior, what is the meaning of this? Haven't I already passed your test? I did everything according to your wishes. Why can't I take a single immortal treasure?" "Humph," the gatekeeper sneered. "If you can't take it, it means that you don't have the right to take it. It's such a simple logic. Can't you understand it? Don't have the right to take it?" This sentence almost made Prince Min vomit blood. How could he not have the right to take it? Didn't he pass the test? It's really a good show. Interesting. Looks like we're not completely out of hope. Mo Wangbei had a rough idea of what was going on and had a rough idea of what was going on. Xiao Dao and the others looked at each other and could not help but laugh. Not for anything else, but for the fact that Prince Min was being played so miserably, it was worth a good laugh. Chapter 1693. The gatekeeper waved his hand and the other immortal treasures were all taken away by an invisible force from the 9 heavens. Soon, the ruins turned into ruins. All the immortal treasures were gone and the ruins dimmed. Seeing that all the immortal treasures were gone, the last trace of hope in Prince Min's heart was completely shattered. How could Prince Min not know what was going on? He had been completely fooled. He had killed the beard, the 1,000 Buddha hands and the ghost shadow without caring about anything else. However, he had never thought that he would be played so ruthlessly in the end. How ridiculous was this? He had thought of himself as a wise man all his life. However, this time it was so ridiculous. He had been too smart for his own good. He thought that if he followed the gatekeeper's instructions, he would succeed and obtain the opportunity. However, he had never thought that he would end up like this. Ridiculous and even more pathetic. At this moment, Prince Min felt like a fool. There was no moment more foolish than this. "Senior, I don't have to covet the immortal treasures. It is indeed wishful thinking for me to take 10 immortal treasures. I have calmed down now and stopped thinking about the immortal treasures. However, does this mean that I have passed this test?" Prince Min tried his best to calm himself down. The gatekeeper looked at Prince Min with a cold smile and said, "Do you think that is possible?" What did he mean? Impossible? Hearing this, Prince Min's face turned completely pale. Why did he say that it was impossible? What did he mean? "You've already been eliminated," the gatekeeper said rudely, once again provoking Prince Min. He had been eliminated? Hearing such certainty, Prince Min was so shocked that he took a few steps back. His face became extremely ugly and pale, and he felt extremely cold. How could this be? What did he do wrong? Why was he eliminated? Didn't he follow the gatekeeper's instructions? Why did he have to be eliminated? Prince Min has actually been eliminated? Xiao Dao and the others had incomparably astonished expressions as they looked at each other in dismay. They really did not expect Prince Min to be eliminated. If Prince Min was eliminated, then why? I don't accept this. Why was I eliminated? Prince Min stared at the gatekeeper with his eyes wide open. If it were not for the fact that he was not strong enough, Prince Min would have wanted to kill the gatekeeper. The gatekeeper let out a burst of laughter. Why? Don't you have any self-awareness? Our Fumo Immortal Palace is an immortal sect, the ruling power of the Fumo mountain range, a supreme sacred ground. As a member of the Immortal Palace, do you really think that we will tolerate someone with your character? Is there really room for someone like you who would do anything to achieve your goals? For the sake of an opportunity, you can actually kill a friend who came with you. Don't you think your character is very bad? For a person like you, as long as you are tempted enough, there's nothing you won't do. Today, you can disregard your friendship. Tomorrow, you can disregard your relationship with your sect. You can betray our Fu-Tu immortal palace and kill your fellow disciples. With your character, how can you become an in-name disciple of our Fu-Tu immortal palace? This trial is meant to test your character. If you are tempted enough, it will depend on whether you can resist it or not. The few of you are all people who would do anything to obtain this opportunity. Therefore, with your character, it is naturally impossible for you to pass the trial. From the moment you wanted to get that opportunity, you were already eliminated. This was simply a hidden test. He was eliminated from the very beginning? How sad was that? Prince Min's face was as white as snow. He sat on the ground powerlessly. He finally understood why he was eliminated. It turned out that the game the gatekeeper gave him was not the real trial. The real trial was hidden within. But what could he do? Question whether the trial was unfair? But there was no such thing as absolute fairness in this world. All the rules were set by the Fu-Tu Immortal Palace. Fu-Tu Immortal Palace could play as they pleased. What power did he have to change anything? He had failed. He had worked so hard for so long, but he still failed. He had tried his best, but he still failed. And he had failed so miserably, so laughably. But who could he blame? He could not blame anyone. He could only blame himself. He blamed himself for being too eager to succeed. That was why he had been so reckless, unscrupulous, and willing to give up everything. But in the end it was all for naught. It was like a pipe dream. How sad. Ha ha, sad. I am so sad. Prince Min laughed out loud. His laughter was so sad and sad. But everything could not be salvaged. He had lost his chance. The gatekeeper looked at Qin Shao and the other four. There was a slight smile on his face. He looked somewhat friendly. Seeing such an expression, Qin Shao and the others couldn't help but relax a little, and they had a good idea. Even Xiao Dao and the others were a little excited. In fact, they had some guesses in their hearts. If that was the case, it would be great. It would be a blessing from heaven. Now, they were also looking forward to the gatekeeper's next words. They all looked at the gatekeeper eagerly, waiting for him to speak. Qin Shao also looked at the gatekeeper with a serious face. Although he was 80 to 90% sure of his guess, he was not 100% sure. So, he could not be happy too early. The gatekeeper smiled and said, "Congratulations to the 5 of you. You have passed this test. It is also the last test. You can leave the sticks now. Please." After saying that, the gatekeeper made a gesture of invitation. As he waved his hand, a path appeared in front of Qin Shao and the others. Hearing the gatekeeper's words, Xiao Dao and the others immediately danced with joy and excitement. This was simply a great surprise that fell from heaven. They did not expect that they would be the ones to pass the test in the end. Just now, they all thought that they had been eliminated. They had also made all the preparations. But now, it turned out that the situation had taken a turn. It was really too surprising. Qin Shao also smiled. It seemed that his guess was right. It was indeed like this. It was only at this moment that the stone in his heart was completely lifted. "Senior, did we really pass the test?" Xiao Dao asked as if he still couldn't believe it. The gatekeeper also changed his attitude and became a little amiable. He nodded at Xiao Dao and said with a smile, "Yes, you all passed the test. In this batch of more than 100 million participants, only the 5 of you passed the test. Don't doubt anything. Although your strength is indeed a little weak, your character has already withstood the test. I don't need to care how you came to me. I don't need to care about how strong you are. I only need to take care of the test of my level. The test of my level is one of character. Only those with good character will be able to pass it. And the 5 of you have all withstood the test, so you are naturally qualified to pass this test. Alright, you all should leave quickly. Ha ha ha! After hearing the gatekeeper's words, Ah-Man couldn't help but laugh loudly. This was a happy laugh, a happy laugh. Qin Shao cupped his fists and bowed to the gatekeeper. He said, Senior, thank you. Let's go. The gatekeeper nodded slightly to Qin Shao. He seemed to be quite approving of Qin Shao. Qin Shao didn't hesitate. He waved to everyone, and then the 5 of them set off on their journey. On the other side of the ruins, Prince Min seemed to have completely gone crazy. He sat paralyzed in the ruins, and there was no expression on his face at all. The winner and the loser were like the judgment of heaven and hell. Qin Shao and the others quickly left the Nether River. They finally walked out of the gloomy Nether River. After leaving the Nether River, everyone's mood became more relaxed. There was less pressure. Haha, we finally left the Nether River. This damned place is really too scary. It's a good thing that we all survived. It wasn't easy. Just thinking about it makes me feel that it wasn't easy. Yi Wuguei let out a long sigh of relief and laughed heartily. Ah-Man nodded and said, Yes, it really wasn't easy. I don't know how many times I thought I was going to die. But in the end, we all survived without any danger. Just thinking about it makes me feel that it's a bit too miraculous. But out of our team of 30, only 5 of us are left. I don't know if the others are still alive. But I think that the possibility isn't too high. In the Nether River, 29 of us entered, but now only 5 of us are left. Just thinking about it makes me feel that it's a very scary thing. Ah-Man's words immediately evoked everyone's sadness. Xiao Dao was a very easily sad person. After hearing Ah-Man's words, Xiao Dao also said, That's right. They might really be dead. Although we don't want to admit it, we have to admit it. The test is really very scary. Fortunately, we're all still alive. But there's nothing we can do about it. We can't change anything, we can't stop anything. Qin Shao shook his head and said, Alright, let's not talk about these sad things anymore. Since we're still alive, we should work even harder. Only if we can achieve greater success will it be the greatest consolation for our dead brothers. These things aren't something we can control, so we can only remember them in our hearts. The dead should be remembered, but those who are alive should work even harder. We should walk our future path even more. This also makes us even more aware that living is really a very lucky thing. So since we're still alive, we should cherish the time we have now and work hard to pursue the dreams in our hearts. Even if we feel that we can't reach the goal, we should work hard to pursue it. What if we succeed? Let's go. The opposite side of the Juetian stream should be in front of us. We'll reach the end soon. Everyone nodded. Qin Shao was right. It was enough to keep it in their hearts. No matter how much they thought about it, it was useless. The group continued forward, towards the shore of victory. High in the sky, from the clouds, a burst of hearty laughter rang out. Ha ha ha, Brother Wu Lu, thank you for letting me win. I've won. Hurry up and take out the bet. Exalted Immortal Yun Ku laughed happily. His hand was already in front of Exalted Immortal Wu Lu. Exalted Immortal Wu Lu glared at Exalted Immortal Yun Ku and said, What bet? What do you mean you've won? I did say there wouldn't be more than 3 people, but you said there would be at least 5. If there were more, there might be around 10 people. There are only 5 people now. It's not the same as what you said. At best, it's just a small fight. It's just a scratch. So it doesn't count. We didn't win or lose. Exalted Immortal Wu Lu, can you be any more shameless? What's shamelessness? I've long forgotten. Chapter 1694. As expected, the rest of the journey was smooth and unobstructed. Soon, they left Juetian Stream and reached the other side. From afar, Qin Shao saw a familiar figure standing there. Qin Shao and the others naturally recognized this figure. It was the envoy from Fu Ku Immortal Palace who had received them earlier. "Greetings, exalted immortal." The envoy from Fu Ku Immortal Palace was none other than exalted immortal Yun Ku. However, Qin Shao and the others did not recognize him. When they saw exalted immortal Yun Ku, they immediately stepped forward and bowed respectfully. Exalted immortal Yun Ku had a slight smile on his face. He showed some friendliness towards Qin Shao and the others. He nodded slightly and said, "You don't have to be so polite. Congratulations to the 5 of you for successfully passing the first round of elimination. Only the 5 of you passed. And the most interesting thing is that the 5 of you are in a team. The other teams had all been completely wiped out. You only have a team of 30 people, but 5 of you passed the test. I have to say, it's very impressive." Qin Shao and the others were very happy to receive such praise from exalted immortal Yun Ku. This was definitely a rare thing. "Exalted immortal, may I ask a question? Apart from the 5 of us and Prince Min, are the others all dead?" Yi Wugui suddenly asked. Although everyone thought that the others were all dead, they still had some hope in their hearts. What if they were lucky enough to survive? Exalted immortal Yun Ku glanced at Yi Wugui and said, "You are basically right. Those who did not pass the test are basically all dead. Of course, there are a few survivors who are still alive. Once the 10,000-year time limit is up, they will be brought out. As long as they can last until the 10,000-year time limit, they will be able to survive. You want to ask about the others in your team. I can tell you that they are all dead." All dead? Although they had expected this, hearing it personally from exalted immortal Yun Ku still made Qin Shao and the others feel uncomfortable. It was as if they had been ruthlessly stabbed by a knife. The nameless pain was indescribable. However, all of this was already set in stone. They could only feel sad for a while. "Alright, let's go. I will bring you to Linfu City to prepare for the final test," exalted immortal Yun Ku said. Fu City was named after the Fu Yu Immortal Palace. It was considered a link between the Fu Yu Immortal Palace and the entire Fu Yu mountain range. Many things started from Fuqing City and then spread to the entire Fu Jin mountain range, so one could imagine the status of Fuqing City. In the beginning, Lin Fu City was built by the descendants of some immortals from Fu Tu Immortal Palace. After countless years of development, it became the enormous city it was today. Lin Fu City could be said to be the biggest city in the entire Fu Jin mountain range. After all, there were many powerful forces gathered in Lin Fu City, and most of them had a close relationship with the Fu Jin Immortal Palace. No one dared to provoke them. Because of this, there was a popular saying in Fujin mountain range. Entering Fujin City was equivalent to entering half of Fujin Immortal Palace. Fu Yu Immortal Palace was a supreme sacred ground, a supreme immortal sect. Outsiders were not allowed to enter the territory of Fu Yu Immortal Palace except for its disciples. However, there weren't many restrictions in Lin Fu City. Therefore, many people who wanted to experience the supreme immortal aura of Fu Yu Immortal Palace would pay a high price to enter Lin Fu City. Lin Fu City had always been bustling with noise and excitement, but now it was even livelier because the city was welcoming some outstanding participants. These were the geniuses of the various clans and tribes. Now, all of them were gathering in Lin Fu City. Naturally, it added to the festive atmosphere of Lin Fu City. Among these people, there would be many in-name disciples. Even if they were in-name disciples, they were still members of Fu Yu Immortal Palace and were qualified to cultivate in the Fu Yu Immortal Palace. Therefore, one could imagine their status. It was enough for many forces in Lin Fu City to curry favor with them. Of course, most of the forces in Lin Fu City had the backing of Fu Yu Immortal Palace. Outside the majestic city gate, there was a wide avenue that extended to an extremely far distance. Even though it was such a spacious avenue, it was still filled with the bustling crowd at this time. They formed a long line and moved forward in an orderly manner. They didn't dare to make the slightest bit of rash or even make a loud noise. Outside the city gate, more than 100 soldiers in bright armor stood guard. Each of them released an extremely powerful aura that was enough to deter immortals. These guards at the city gate all exuded an aura that was comparable to immortals. Their realm should be at most half-step celestial masters, but their aura was so powerful and terrifying. With such power guarding this place, who would dare to act rashly here? A man in a golden brocade robe rode a fierce demon beast. He held his head high and his chest puffed out as he walked towards the city gate. His nostrils were in the air, and he had an unruly aura. He looked very arrogant. The demon beast he was riding also had a barbaric aura. People around it didn't dare to get too close and consciously stayed away. The man in the brocade robe clearly enjoyed the feeling of being revered by others. The smile on his face was full of arrogance. He frowned and looked at the sky with disdain. "Look, is that a lion kite?" "Yes, it's a lion kite. It's a very powerful demon beast. It's said that an adult lion kite can become an immortal. This lion kite shouldn't be fully grown yet, but once it reaches adulthood, it will become an immortal." Having an immortal demon beast as a mount, it's too beautiful. I'm so envious. Isn't that so? I'm so envious. What's the background of this young master? Since he dares to ride a lion kite into Fu City so openly, he must have a strong background. Could he be someone from a big power in Fu City? Maybe. Fu City is full of hidden dragons and crouching tigers. There are many people with strong backgrounds, so we have to be careful. We can't provoke them. Otherwise, we might die without knowing how. Sigh, comparing oneself to others is really infuriating. We paid a huge price to come here. Look at him. TSK, it's really the difference between heaven and earth. If you don't come out to see, you won't know how big this world is. Pa. The sound of a whip lashing the ground suddenly rang out, shocking many passers-by and causing many gazes to look over. Come down quickly. Don't you know the rules of the city? You can't ride a mount into the city. Get down and walk in. Mounts and people have to pay the entrance fee. Immediately after, a stern shout was heard. The one who spoke was obviously a city guard. And the target of this shout was the young master in embroidered clothes who was riding a lion kite. After being shouted at like this, many passers-by started to watch a good show. Just now, many people were paying attention to this young master in embroidered clothes. There were also many people who were envious of him being able to ride a lion kite into the city. They wondered if he had a background. However, he was suddenly reprimanded by the city gate guards. This made everyone ponder over the situation. The young man in embroidered clothes on the lion kite was instantly displeased. He glared at the city gate guard with a cold face and said, "Don't you have eyes? Don't you know who I am? Wherever I go, I ride on my mount. You actually let me walk in? Are you kidding me? How can this young master walk into the city like this? Isn't it just origin stones? This young master has things. Not to mention too, even if it's 10, this young master won't blink an eye. If you want more origin stones, just say it. There's no need to play tricks with this young master. Hurry up and get out of the way. Don't spoil this young master's mood. If you offend this young master, I'm afraid you won't be able to bear this crime." Impudent! The words of the young master in embroidered clothes made the city gate guard furious. After shouting angrily, he swung his long whip directly at the young master in embroidered clothes. "How dare you! How dare you!" When the young master in embroidered clothes saw that the city gate guard actually dared to attack, he was immediately shocked. His face turned pale and he hurriedly wanted to dodge. However, the strength of the city gate guard was really too strong. The moment he attacked, it was like a thunderbolt. How could the young master in embroidered clothes dodge? The black whip was like a dragon that swung down on the young master in embroidered clothes. It carried the might of the immortal Tao and the power of the law. Time and space seemed to be frozen by this whip, making the young master in embroidered clothes unable to dodge at all. Pa! The whip struck the young master in embroidered clothes with great precision. Under this heavy blow, the young master in embroidered clothes was sent flying and rolled to the ground. He was battered and exhausted. Moreover, the power of the whip didn't just injure the young master in embroidered clothes' divine body, it also injured his soul, so the young master in embroidered clothes was in great pain. He rolled on the ground and cried out loudly. It was a miserable sight. This scene was enough to send chills down one's spine. Roar! When the young master in embroidered clothes was beaten down, his mount, the lion kite, wanted to loyally protect its master. It roared angrily at the city gate guard. Little bastard, you're courting death. The city gate guard snorted coldly and lashed out with the whip in his hand again. Roar! The lion kite was not to be outdone. It pounced forward to attack the city gate guard, but the guard's whip quickly fell on the lion kite's body. Pa pa pa! After a few heavy whips, the lion kite fell to the ground and cried out loudly like the young master in embroidered clothes. It was in great pain. The master and servant were both taught a lesson by the city gate guard with the whip. They couldn't resist at all. It was a cruel beating. Such a scene shocked everyone who saw it, and the reverence in their hearts grew even stronger. It was really unwise to cause trouble here. The other city gate guards seemed to be used to such situations, so they were all watching the show with interest. Spare me, my lord. I know I was wrong. I know I was wrong. The young master in embroidered clothes quickly lowered his head and begged for mercy. The city gate guard put away the whip this time, glanced coldly at the young master in embroidered clothes, and said, I don't care where you come from or what identity you have. Since you're here, you must understand the rules of Linfu City. Everyone has to abide by the rules or you'll end up like this. Get lost, Linfu City does not welcome you. The Supreme Majesty was enough to intimidate everything, causing everyone to hold their breath. Boom! Suddenly, an immortal boat flew over from the sky and headed straight for Linfu City. An unparalleled immortal pressure descended, causing everyone's gaze to gather over. It ignored everything and flew directly into Linfu City, making everyone envious. It's the immortal boat of Fuyu Immortal Palace. The geniuses who participated in the selection have arrived. I'm so envious. This treatment is so good. Yes, they don't have to go through the city gate. They can fly directly into Linfu City. This is the true power of Fuyu Immortal Palace. Unfortunately, we don't have the chance. Chapter 1695. So this is the legendary Linfu City. TSK, it's so big, so majestic. As expected of an immortal city, it's so beautiful and stunning. I never thought that a city could be so majestic. Yi Wuguei and the others had never left their clans. Not to mention a huge city like Linfu City, they had never even seen a small city like this. So when they saw Linfu City, they were naturally shocked to the extreme. Even Mo Wangbei was no exception. So at this moment, the four of them had exaggerated expressions. They stared at Linfu City below them. Their expressions were as interesting as they could be. The shock in their hearts seemed to be expressed through their expressions. This was the first time they saw a city, and such a majestic one at that. It opened the door to a whole new world for them. Haha, did you see when we came in from the sky above the city gate? The road outside the gate was filled with people entering the city. It was so densely packed. There are so many people entering the city. They have to line up obediently to enter the city, but we can directly fly into the city. This feeling is too great. Too great. Yuwugue laughed proudly. One had to admit that this feeling was really great. Only when there was a comparison would there be a huge contrast. Mo Wangbei's face was also full of smiles. He was clearly very excited, unable to suppress his excitement. This was the legendary Linfu city, and he had finally witnessed its unparalleled magnificence. It was as if a supreme glory had fallen on them, allowing them to be baptized in the joy of immortal light. This feeling was naturally difficult to describe with words. It was too wonderful. Brother Qin Shao, why are you so calm? Aren't you shocked or excited at all? Yuwugue suddenly asked. Everyone noticed that Qin Zhao's expression was very calm and indifferent. There was not the slightest bit of excitement on his face. Qin Zhao's calm expression naturally surprised everyone. How could he be so calm? Qin Shao smiled faintly and said, "There's nothing to be excited about. You guys haven't seen much, but I've seen a lot. Although it might not be as powerful as this place, in terms of magnificence, it's actually comparable. After all, the buildings themselves are nothing special. No matter how big the city was, it was just that. Big Brother Qin Shao, does your universe have such a magnificent city?" Yuwugue asked curiously. Although everyone knew that Qin Shao ascended from the universe, in their opinion, the universe should be a very small place, a very barren land, a small and weak place. What kind of magnificent city could there be in that kind of place? Thinking about it, he felt that it was quite impossible. After all, they had never been to the universe and did not know what the universe was like. They were completely ignorant about the universe. Therefore, he didn't know what the cities in the universe were like. He just felt that they weren't that great. Qin Shao smiled and said, "Yes, and quite a lot of them. So, I don't think there's anything wrong. Of course, I'm only talking about the size of the city and the architecture of the city." What Qin Shao said was true. If one were to talk about the size of a city, then Linfu City wasn't that big. There were quite a few huge cities in the universe. There was nothing much to say about the architecture. It could be very magnificent. Ah, so it's like that. Then my view of the universe has changed greatly. I didn't expect the universe to be like this. I really didn't expect it. Yuwugue was very surprised. Mo Wangbei and the other two were also surprised. They really didn't expect this situation. Yuwugue suddenly laughed heartily and said, "Haha, even I want to go to the universe to take a look. I just don't know if I'll have the chance. However, it seems like it's very difficult to enter the universe, right?" Qin Shao nodded and said, "Yes, it's indeed not easy to enter a universe. Let's talk about it when we have the chance. Actually, there's nothing much to see. Let's not talk about this, we should think about the next test." Yuwugue nodded his head and didn't say anything else. The immortal boat quickly stopped, and an invisible force suddenly surged over, directly sweeping Qin Shao and the other four away. Qin Shao and the others didn't resist, allowing the force to sweep them away, directly leaving the immortal boat. The immortal boat was put away by immortal Yun Ku, and Qin Shao and the others appeared on a huge square. On this huge square, there were many stone pillars, several tens of feet wide and hundreds of feet tall. They weren't too tall, but they were like giant trees standing tall in the square. The stone pillars were surrounded by people, and it was unclear what they were doing there. These stone pillars looked very ordinary, and there was nothing special about them. "All right, I'll bring you here. I'll give you 1,000 years to rest and reorganize. After 1,000 years, you'll still gather here. In this 1,000 years, you can move freely in Linfu City, and there won't be any restrictions on your freedom. The only thing is that after 1,000 years, you must gather here. Otherwise, you'll automatically thank the opportunity to participate in the selection. You must remember this point. Immortal Yun Ku said to Qin Shao and the others. Qin Shao and the others immediately perked up, nodding solemnly to show that they understood. Immortal Yun Ku waved his hand, and instantly, a ray of light shone over, imprinting on the foreheads of Qin Shao and the others, forming a strange symbol. Those who recognized it would know that this symbol was the symbol of Fuda Immortal Palace. Generally speaking, only people from Fuda Immortal Palace were qualified to have this symbol. This symbol was a symbol of one's status. To be able to have this symbol was definitely something to be proud of. With this symbol, it was equivalent to being recognized by Fuda Immortal Palace, at least for a short period of time. In this way, it was obviously a great convenience for them. Immortal Yun Ku said, "The symbol on your foreheads is a temporary symbol of status for you, and it's to make it easier for you to do things in Lin Fu City. Otherwise, you'll be in a very dangerous situation in Lin Fu City. With this symbol, at least as long as you don't deliberately cause trouble. If you go and provoke others, no one will do anything to you. Of course, this symbol isn't omnipotent, and it's not a death exemption. It can't be an umbrella that protects you from doing whatever you want. It can only be said that under the condition that you don't provoke others, it can protect you. But the strength of the protection won't be that strong. I believe that I don't need to tell you that the waters in Lin Fu City are very deep, and there are countless experts. So, if you act recklessly, then you'll be in trouble. It's very likely that you'll provoke people you can't afford to offend. As long as you keep a low profile, there won't be any problems. 1,000 years isn't a long time, but it's up to you to make good use of this time. Lin Fu City should be full of opportunities for you, and there will be free opportunities waiting for you everywhere. But whether you can make good use of them will depend on your own luck." Qin Shao and the others remembered Immortal Yun Ku's words. They had thought that with this symbol, no one would dare to provoke them. But now, it seemed that they had thought too much. There were many important people in Lin Fu City, and many of them were people they couldn't afford to offend. So, it was best to keep a low profile here. Otherwise, if they provoked people they couldn't afford to offend, they would be in deep trouble. Qin Shao and the others knew this even without Immortal Yun Ku's reminder. Now that he had reminded them, they were even more aware of the dangers involved. So, they would be more careful in the future. Moreover, Immortal Yun Ku had said that there would be many opportunities, and that was something worth looking forward to. Immortal Yun Ku paused for a moment, then said, "For you, Lin Fu City should be full of opportunities. Many of them were left here by the Fuda Immortal Palace, and are free for everyone to obtain. How much you can obtain from these free opportunities will depend on you. You'll have to rely on your own abilities. Other than these free opportunities, there are also some opportunities that come with a price. These will depend on your own efforts. 1,000 years is a very precious time for you. It's time for you to improve and grow. It's also for you to have more opportunities in the future selection. I've said so much. You should understand what I mean, right?" Qin Shao understood Immortal Yun Ku's intentions. He nodded immediately and said, "Yes, we understand." "Thank you for your guidance, Immortal Yun Ku. The 5 of us can't thank you enough. The 5 of us will definitely do our best to live up to your kindness. If the 5 of us are lucky enough to pass the selection and become an in-name disciple of the Fuda Immortal Palace, we will definitely be grateful for your guidance." Immortal Yun Ku smiled faintly and waved his hand. It's fine. I'm not giving you guidance, I'm just giving you a reminder. To me, it's just something I said casually. But to the 5 of you, it might mean a lot." Qin Shao nodded and said, "Of course. It means a lot to us. That's why we have to thank you, Immortal Yun Ku." When you need it the most, a drop of kindness is more important than a favor. Immortal Yun Ku smiled faintly and didn't say anything else. He prepared to leave. All right, you can do whatever you want. Gather here again after 1,000 years. I'll take my leave now. The rest will depend on your own efforts. I also hope that the 5 of you can pass the selection and become in-name disciples of the Fuda Immortal Palace. I have high hopes for you. If you can all pass the selection, it'll be something to be proud of. After all, I'm the one who brought you here. So, I'll look forward to it. We definitely will. We'll do our best. Qin Shao nodded and said solemnly. Even if Immortal Yun Ku didn't say anything, he would do his best. Immortal Yun Ku was just about to leave when he suddenly stopped and said, "Oh right, there's one more thing I need to remind you. In Fuda City, don't provoke others easily, especially those who are very arrogant. Otherwise, it is very likely that it will bring you a great disaster. Remember. With that, Immortal Yun Ku left. This last reminder caused Qin Shao to frown deeply when he heard it. It seemed like Fuda City was extremely dangerous. It wasn't like what he had imagined. However, no matter how dangerous it was, there was no other way. They could only try. Chapter 1696. After sending Heavenly Immortal Yun Ku off, Qin Shao and the others started to look around curiously. They were always curious about new things. Although Qin Zhao's curiosity wasn't strong, he still carefully looked around at this time. After arriving at a new environment, Qin Shao was used to understanding the situation around him. Many people could be seen standing in other parts of the plaza, looking around curiously. Clearly, they were also the participants who had just been sent over. Furthermore, more immortal boats could be seen descending one after another. New young geniuses were being sent over. The number of people in each batch was at least 1 or 2, while the number of people in each batch was at most 5 or 6. There were at most 1 or 8 people. It was already very impressive for 8 people to be selected in a bat. A man walked over with a fawning smile on his face. He had a fawning expression on his face, and he quickly arrived in front of Qin Shao and the others. The gazes of Qin Shao and the rest also landed on this uninvited guest. As the saying goes, one does not hit a smiling person. This smiling person with a fawning smile in front of them made it difficult for others to feel any enmity towards him. This visitor had probably come with good intentions, so Qin Shao and the others wanted to know. What was the purpose of this visitor? Ha! Greetings, sirs. My name is Wind. Greetings. The moment the man came over, he actually bowed politely and humbly. This was the attitude of a servant. This action startled Qin Shao and the others. They had only just arrived in Fu City, yet they had already received such treatment. Thus, they couldn't react in time. Qin Shao sized up this person called Wind and discovered that he was actually a universe grade. Although his cultivation level wasn't high, it was still higher than Qin Shao and the others. The 5 of them were only 4th-step rulers. Mo Wangbei and the others clearly sensed Wind's cultivation level and were even more astonished. A universe grade had actually come over and addressed them as sirs. This was an extremely humble attitude. A universe grade 1-step wasn't considered weak, but this, you're Feng, right? You're too polite. May I know why you're looking for us? Qin Shao said after sizing them up. Ah Feng hurriedly said, Don't be so courteous. I can't take it. It's like this, sir. This humble one is a waiter of the Kulai Immortal Inn. I've been ordered by the innkeeper to wait here for you, and sincerely invite you to stay at our Kulai Immortal Inn. Would you be willing to do me the honor? Our Kulai Immortal Inn is over there, right next to the square. It's very close and very convenient. Waiter? Soliciting? Qin Shao was suddenly relieved. No wonder he was so polite and humble. It turned out that he was a waiter. He came here to solicit customers. He was quite enthusiastic. However, Linfu City was indeed worthy of its reputation. Even an inn's waiter was a universe grade. This was just an ordinary waiter with an extremely low status, yet he was actually a universe grade first step universe grade. This kind of wealth was enough to shock people. It was only when they remembered that this was Linfu City that they felt a little relieved. Thank you, waiter, but we don't need it for the time being. Qin Shao rejected him directly. Ah Feng laughed and slapped his head. Sorry, sir. Look at how stupid I am. I forgot to tell you. Our Kulai Immortal Inn is completely free of charge for the 5 of you. All the expenses will be borne by us. Therefore, you don't have to worry too much. We won't let you spend even a single origin stone. As long as the 5 of you are willing to stay at our Kulai Immortal Inn, it will be our honor. If the 5 of you have any other requests, please let us know. Our Kulai Immortal Inn is also available. We will do our best to satisfy the 5 of you. What? Completely free? Lavish hospitality? Upon hearing Ah Feng's words, Qin Shao and the others looked at each other in shock. Wasn't this treatment a little too good? They were just participants in the selection. They hadn't even passed the selection to become in-name disciples of the Fuda Immortal Palace. Why were they being treated so well? However, after giving it some thought, Qin Shao quickly understood what the Immortal Kulai Inn's intentions were. Big brother Qin Shao, why does this sound a little strange? I feel a little uneasy, Yi Wugui said through voice transmission. Qin Shao smiled and replied, It's quite normal. This logic is very simple. Even if the possibility of us becoming in-name disciples of the Fuda Immortal Palace is not very high, there is still a chance. The Kulai Immortal Inn doesn't know who might pass the selection, so they can only cast their net everywhere. If they cast their net too much, they will definitely bump into a few, right? As long as they can get a few in-name disciples, it will be a huge profit for them. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. I think they will fight for it. This benefit is invisible, but it may also bring a huge return. For this return, they are willing to do this. Even if there is no big return, getting a few in-name disciples is not a bad thing, right? Hearing Qin Zhao's explanation, everyone was completely relieved. It was indeed the case. They were casting a net. However, this was not a big deal for Qin Shao and the others. It was a good thing for them. Sounds good, we can consider it. Qin Shao nodded slightly, but he didn't say anything too definite. He just expressed his intentions. Qin Shao didn't know much about the Kulai Immortal Inn, so he naturally wanted to know more before making a final decision. Moreover, Qin Shao also needed to check if there were any other factors. If there were any problems, Qin Shao would definitely not stay in the Kulai Immortal Inn. Hearing Qin Zhao's opinion, the smile on Feng's face became wider. He quickly said, they are indeed very good officials. Since the 5 officials had come all the way here, they must be very tired from the journey. So, you can come to our Immortal Inn and have a good rest. Let me prepare some wine for you. Wouldn't it be great to welcome the 5 officials with wine and wash off the dust? Furthermore, this lowly one is very familiar with this place, so I can answer any ordinary questions for the 5 of you. If there's anything you want to know, you can ask this humble one directly. This humble one will serve you from now on and listen to your orders at any time. Of course, our Kulai Immortal Inn can do far more than this. In addition, we have many opportunities for the 5 of you, and we're barely opening them to you. So, as long as you are willing to stay in our Kulai Immortal Inn, I can guarantee that you will have a very big harvest. Listening to the waiter's enraptured expression, it was quite tempting. The temptation was not small at all. Even if the waiter was exaggerating, most of it should be true. Most of it was very good and was indeed worth considering. After all, they were now in Linfu City. They didn't know anything about the city. Now, they really wanted someone to guide them and let them know the basic situation of Linfu City quickly. Only in this way could they better integrate into Linfu City. In the city, 1,000 years was a very short period of time. How to improve oneself in 1,000 years was a very important matter. Therefore, Qin Shao and the others were also very eager to have some shortcut. At this moment, it seemed that there was a shortcut in front of them. Haha, it's very good. Brother Qin Shao, I think it's good. Why don't we stay? It's free anyway. It's a waste not to stay. Right now we really need it. Yi Wugui laughed brightly. Xiao Dao and Ah Man nodded as well. Clearly they agreed with this idea. Mo Wangbei also nodded to Qin Shao, indicating that he also agreed. Since everyone agreed, Qin Shao naturally didn't have any objections. After thinking about it, there was indeed no reason to refuse. 1,000 years they couldn't always be outside, right? They really did need to stay in the inn. Oh, isn't this Ah Feng? You're quite enthusiastic. How many batches have you pulled? The previous ones all failed, and now you want to trick the new ones? Don't you feel embarrassed? Don't you know shame? These are all our Fujin mountain range's geniuses, but the future of our Fujin mountain range is even more important. Fujin Immortal Palace's in-named disciples will be born. You really have guts. Just as Qin Shao was about to agree, a light voice sounded. A gray-robed man quickly walked over, speaking to Ah Feng as he walked. Hearing the gray-robed man's words, Qin Shao and the others were stunned, looking at each other in dismay. What was going on? This Ah Feng was a swindler? It couldn't be, right? He shouldn't have such guts. Daring to trick them? They were geniuses chosen from hundreds of millions, and they all had the Fujin Immortal Palace's symbol between their eyebrows. Ordinary people shouldn't dare to provoke them. Was there really someone who wanted to trick them? Did he eat a bear's heart or a leopard's gall? As he spoke, the gray-robed man walked in front of Ah Feng. Nonsense! You're just trying to frame me! Wind glared at the gray-robed man in exasperation. What, are you angry from embarrassment? I exposed your ugly side, and you're starting to go crazy? But aren't I speaking the truth? The gray-robed man chuckled, looking like he had Ah Feng in his grasp. Ah Feng angrily said, What truth? I just contacted a group of officials, and I was indeed rejected, but it was also because someone else took it away. I didn't trick them. Our Kulai Immortal Inn is a 5-star inn, and it's quite famous in Linfu City. Don't you dare tarnish our reputation. Haha, you're talking as if we're not a 5-star inn. Isn't it just a 5-star inn? We have countless of them in Linfu City. Even if there aren't 1,000, there are at least 800. What's so special about a 5-star inn? Really? The gray-robed man sneered. After speaking, the gray-robed man smiled at Qin Shao and the others, saying, 5 officials, please don't believe this waiter. He's very cunning. Their Kulai Immortal Inn is very ordinary, and there's nothing worth going to. If you want to go, then you should choose our Hongyu Immortal Inn. Just from the name alone, it's much more impressive. Chapter 1697. Don't go too far. We're all competing fairly. Is there a need to smear our reputation like this? I didn't say anything bad about your Hongyu Immortal Inn. Isn't it inappropriate for you to say such things about our Kulai Immortal Inn? Ah Feng angrily retorted. The waiter didn't let it go. I'm clearly speaking the truth. How is this smearing? If you really want to smear, then my words aren't like this. It's true that we're competing fairly, but can't we speak the truth? Our Hongyu Immortal Inn is better than your Kulai Immortal Inn. What can we do if you don't admit it? Ah Feng was speechless. His face turned green. He angrily said, You're unreasonable. The gray-clothed waiter no longer paid any attention to Feng. Instead, he looked at Qin Shao with a fawning smile and said, "Sirs, please come to our Grand Universe Immortal Inn. I will definitely serve you well. Please give me a chance to perform." Feng opened his mouth to say something, but gave up. He didn't try to argue. The waiter had a victorious smile on his face. He seemed to think he'd won. However, Qin Zhao's words made his expression turn ugly. "I don't like people like you who use unscrupulous methods to fight for opportunities. No matter how good your Hongyu Immortal Inn is, we don't need it." Qin Zhao's blunt words made the waiter's expression turn ugly. However, he didn't dare to say anything. Qin Shao paid no further attention to the attendant, and she walked over to Feng and said, "Second brother, thank you for your trouble." He originally thought that he would definitely be eliminated this time, but when he heard Qin Zhao's words, he was stunned for a moment before he suddenly reacted. The smile on his face was like a blooming flower as he hurriedly said, "Sir, you're exaggerating. This is something that this little one should do, and it is this little one's honor. Thank you. Sirs, please come to our Kulai Immortal Inn. Perhaps our Kulai Immortal Inn isn't the best, but this one will do his best to serve you. If I have done anything wrong, please feel free to reprimand me." Qin Shao smiled faintly and waved her hand. "Feng, you don't have to be so humble. We are all born poor and don't put on airs. Just be casual. We're not picky about where we live. We don't even need a place to stay. Most importantly, I hope that someone can help us understand the situation in Linfu City. Right now, we're in the dark and don't know anything. I'll have to trouble you with this." Qin Zhao's politeness made Wind feel flattered. He was just a lowly waiter. When had he ever received such treatment? This made Feng want to serve Qin Shao and the others even more sincerely. Feng said, "Sir, I'll take you back to the Immortal Inn to rest first. I'll prepare some good wine and dishes to welcome you back." Qin Shao waved his hand and said, "No hurry." Qin Shao glanced at the stone pillars in the square and said to Wind, "What's special about those stone pillars?" I saw that there were many people surrounding the stone pillars and observing them. There were even some people sitting cross-legged under the stone pillars. They should be cultivating. Many of the participants were also there. Those stone pillars should be there. Must be something special about those stone pillars? Wind immediately nodded and said, Yes, there are 108 stone pillars. They're immortal pillars of inheritance. Each pillar has an inheritance left behind by an ancestor. It's said that when Linfu City was first built, the 108 immortals of the Fu Shi Immortal Palace built them on a whim. The ones that were left behind have been passed down until now. Those immortal pillars are free for anyone who comes to Linfu City to comprehend. So no matter what time it is, there will be many people there. It could even be said that many people paid a huge price to come to Linfu City just for the immortal pillars. Over the years, there have been many people who obtained the inheritance from the immortal pillars. Many became immortals because of it. It is precisely because there are so many successful examples that these 108 immortal pillars are all the more attractive. After listening to Win's explanation, Qin Shao had some understanding of these immortal pillars. He couldn't help but ask curiously, a lot of people really became immortals because of the inheritance of these 108 immortal pillars. Looks like these immortal pillars are really not bad. They'll give a lot of opportunities to many people. No wonder they can attract so many people to come and comprehend. TSK, it's amazing. As expected of Linfu City, there are opportunities everywhere. Let's go take a look. Who knows, we might get an opportunity to. Yi Wugue clicked his tongue. Xiao Dao was still a little doubtful. He thought for a while and said, Is it really that amazing? But it doesn't feel like there are many people here? Win shook his head, then he smiled and said, If this were to spread, then it would certainly be very dangerous. It would make the story even more mystical. But how should I put it, it's not that amazing. After all, there are very, very few people who succeed. So, people in Linfu City basically don't go to the Immortal Pillars to comprehend anymore. Because after going there a few times, we know that it's still not easy to obtain the Immortal Pillars' inheritance. It's often very difficult. At most, there's some enlightenment, but it's not enough for many people to have a big breakthrough. If you just go with the mentality of a tourist, it's still not bad. Of course, small gains are also easy to obtain. But if it's a big gain, it'll depend on your luck. Karma Guewu's excitement was immediately dampened. He smacked his lips and said, "It seems that it's not as good as I thought." But it's still an opportunity. Maybe we won't get a big harvest. Anyway, it's free. Let's go take a look first. Win nodded. Since we're here, we naturally have to take a look. It'll be a pity if we don't comprehend the Immortal Pillars after entering Linfu City. Well, there's still some gains. I've had some small gains before. Although it's not big, it's still good. It's worth tens of thousands of years of cultivation. Qin Shao nodded. Let's go, let's go. Wind immediately led the way. Soon, the group arrived in front of an Immortal Pillar. This Immortal Pillar was surrounded by thousands of people. Therefore, Qin Shao and the rest could only stay 100 feet away from the Immortal Pillar, unable to get close to it. The closer they were to the Immortal Pillar, the better the effect. But unless they waited here, it wouldn't be so easy to get close to the Immortal Pillar. Qin Shao noticed that most of the people in front of the Immortal Pillar were geniuses from all over the world who came to participate in the selection. They all had a symbol on their foreheads, so they could recognize it at a glance. Qin Zhao's gaze was quickly attracted by a line of words on the Immortal Pillar. The strokes were powerful, and the words were written in one breath. There was a supreme sword aura in the words. Just a glance would make people feel that the words were very sharp. I hold my sword and ask the heavens. Where can I be an immortal alone? Ask the peak of the mountain, I am the peak. Good wine, sword, isn't that great? This paragraph was very short. There were only a few words, but it fully displayed a heroic and domineering aura. It was enough to make people's blood boil. This word was even more majestic. It felt as if there was a dense immortal aura gushing out from the words, as if it could reach the heavens. Good words, really good words. Qin Shao could not help but praise it. He was not only looking at the words, but also at the immortal Tao firmament that exuded from the words, as well as the powerful stroke. There was sword aura, immortal aura, and a supreme domineering aura. It was the magnificence of a sword descending to the 9 heavens. This majestic aura deeply affected Qin Shao, and touched Qin Zhao's heart. Qin Shao liked this kind of heroic spirit. He liked this kind of majestic aura, and he liked this kind of singing with a sword. These words are really domineering. What kind of experienced immortal would be able to leave behind such powerful words? Mo Wangbei couldn't help but exclaim in admiration after seeing this. Ah Feng nodded and said, Yes, it is indeed very domineering, the words of the firmament are powerful. It is said that this immortal was a heroic sword immortal. There are many legends about him. However, they are mostly just legends. No one can confirm whether they are true or not. Haha, there are even rumors that this sword immortal is actually still alive. However, he has become an ancient existence in Fu Tu Immortal Palace. No one dares to guess which ancient existence this sword immortal is. There are many theories, but no one has a clear answer. Therefore, most of them are just legends. Qin Shao didn't care about the legends. This matter had been passed on for God knows how many epochs, and no one knew whether it was true or not. Moreover, many things naturally changed as they were passed on. Qin Zhao's heart was completely immersed in the sword aura of the words. His mind quickly entered the world of sword aura. Qin Shao was immersed in the world of sword aura. His entire body seemed to be frozen in place. After seeing this, Ah Feng wanted to touch Qin Shao, but he was stopped by Mo Wangbei in time. Don't touch him. He has already entered a state of cultivation. Don't disturb his cultivation. Wind was taken aback when he heard Mo Wangbei's words. How did he enter the state of cultivation so quickly? Isn't this too amazing? Entering a state of cultivation with one's whole body and mind was something very difficult to do. Therefore, Ah Feng was extremely shocked. He was secretly impressed by Qin Shao. As expected of a monstrous genius. To be able to do this, it was truly heaven-defying. Everyone, take this opportunity to cultivate. Learn as much as you can. There must be some gains. Mo Wangbei said to Yi Wugui and the others. Yi Wugui and the others nodded. They couldn't miss such an opportunity. Chapter 1698. Forget it, it's too profound, too domineering, there's no way to comprehend it. If we forcefully comprehend it, we'll only get hurt. Yi Wugui was the first to shake his head and give up. He tried to comprehend the immortal pillar's inheritance, but he couldn't comprehend the overly domineering immortal Tao laws. Very quickly, Ah Man also shook her head and gave up. The overly domineering immortal Tao wasn't suitable for them. Qin Shao, Mo Wangbei and Xiao Dao were still there trying to gain insight. Qin Shao had been immersed in that selfless state of cultivation. Just from this state, one could tell that Qin Shao would gain a lot. But towards Qin Zhao's situation, everyone was quite at ease. No one would be surprised if Qin Shao gained anything. Sirs, why did you give up? Ah Feng asked. Yi Wugui shook his head helplessly. Yes, we gave up, we can only give up. It's too domineering, there's no way to comprehend any immortal Tao. If we forcefully comprehend it, we'll hurt ourselves. There's an opportunity, but we can't grasp it, so we can only give up. And then, Ah Feng nodded understandingly. Sirs, don't be discouraged, this is very normal. This immortal pillar is considered one of the more difficult ones to comprehend. It contains an extremely domineering immortal Tao. Ordinary people can't comprehend any immortal Tao. This is only the first immortal pillar, there's still 107 immortal pillars waiting for sirs to comprehend. I believe there'll be one suitable for sirs, it'll bring you some benefits. When I came here, it was the same. I couldn't comprehend most of the immortal pillars. In the end, only a few immortal pillars were able to comprehend some immortal Tao. Hearing Ah Feng's words, Yi Wugui and Ah Man finally understood. So it was like this. If that was the case, then they really didn't have anything to be sad about. That's right, there were still 107 immortal pillars to comprehend. 108 immortal pillars. The inheritances should be different from each other. There should be all kinds of inheritances. Therefore, if he couldn't comprehend this mechanical pillar, he could go and comprehend other immortal pillars. A man said, but I feel that if we can comprehend something from this immortal pillar, our gains will be enormous. Ah Feng nodded and said, yes, you're right. That is indeed the case. Either you won't be able to comprehend anything from this immortal pillar, or you will be able to reap great benefit. According to what I know, many people have gained a lot from this immortal pillar. Most importantly, they can even create 1 or 2 sword moves based on their understanding of the immortal Tao. I've heard of a rumor, but I don't know if it's true or not. It was said that the immortal pillar already had the inheritance of a sword art, immortal art. If there are heaven-defying geniuses here, they would be able to comprehend the immortal sword art on the pillar. There were indeed people who comprehended 1 or 2 sword moves while comprehending this immortal pillar. However, the most they comprehended was 2 sword moves. This is only recorded in legends. There hasn't been anyone who comprehended 3 sword moves yet. and the one who comprehended 2 sword moves seems to be a half-step celestial venerable, someone with half a foot in the immortal realm. If you can comprehend 1 sword move from this immortal pillar, you'll definitely be a peerless genius. Becoming an in-name disciple of Fumo Immortal Palace shouldn't be a problem at all. In fact, it might even cause quite a stir in Linfu City. Yi Wuguei and a man were also very excited to hear these legends from a Feng. These were all new things to them. Yi Wuguei asked, "Stir up Linfu City? Is it that exaggerated?" A Feng said, "Sir, you may not know, but I'm definitely not exaggerating. It's indeed that exaggerated. Perhaps you don't know the significance of comprehending 1 sword move from this immortal pillar, so you think it's a bit exaggerated. Those who can do it are definitely peerless geniuses. Just this talent alone is enough to be roped in by various factions and nurtured. There are many factions in Linfu City. I'm sure you're aware of this situation. No matter where geniuses go, they'll be fought over by various factions. Just like now, our Immortal Inn is fighting over you. We're fighting over you, but isn't that fighting over geniuses? Even if you're eliminated in the end, at least you're chosen from the countless clans and tribes of Fumo Mountain Range. With such a low probability of being chosen, I'm afraid no one would believe that you're not geniuses. So, even if you can't become an in-name disciple of Fumo Immortal Palace, the factions behind the Immortal Inn can still take you in. So, isn't this why we're befriending you now? Yi Wuguei and a man were stunned. They looked at a Feng. So there's actually such a deep meaning behind this. They wouldn't have known if he hadn't said it. Now that he said it, they understood that things weren't as simple as they thought. Geniuses should be able to shine wherever they go. To be able to comprehend a sword move from this immortal pillar, it's hard to find even one in an era. So, you too should understand that I wasn't exaggerating when I said that it would cause a sensation in the entire Linfu City. Right? What? Hearing this, Yi Wuguei and a man were really shocked. Hard to find even one in an era? Wasn't this a bit too exaggerated? Although an era wasn't very long, it was still a total of 184 billion years. This wasn't a short period of time. Linfu City was so big, but it was hard to find even one genius in an era who could comprehend a sword move from this immortal pillar. This was enough to show how difficult it was to comprehend a sword move from this immortal pillar. It was no wonder that Wind would say this. Judging from this situation, Wind's words were not exaggerated at all. It was indeed so. A man, do you think Big Brother Qin Shao can comprehend a sword move? Yi Wuguei suddenly thought of a question. A man looked at Qin Shao and hesitated for a moment before saying, "I think it's still possible?" After all, Big Brother Qin Shao has always been a peerless genius in my heart. I won't be surprised at all about what he can gain. Also, I feel that there's nothing that Big Brother Qin Shao can't do. No matter how difficult the problem is, it won't be a problem for Big Brother Qin Shao. Yi Wuguei nodded in agreement. Yes, I think so too. So, after a Feng said this, my first thought was, can Big Brother Qin Shao do this? Haha, I'm really looking forward to it. If Big Brother Qin Shao can do this, it'll be really, really great. Yes, I'm also looking forward to it. A man also said. Listening to their conversation, a Feng was secretly surprised. It seemed that they weren't boasting. This made a Feng think that Sir Qin Shao really had such a monstrous talent. If he could really do this, then he wouldn't be an ordinary genius. He would almost be directly accepted as an official disciple of Fu Tu Immortal Palace. At least, there shouldn't be any problem for him to become an unofficial disciple. Kulai Immortal Inn would do its best to befriend such a genius. If that was really the case, then he had really dug up a treasure and was about to make a great contribution. While they were discussing here, Qin Shao, who was immersed in the world of sword qi, really gained a lot. What is an immortal? One breath can become an immortal. A tree lives with a layer of skin, a person lives with a breath. Qi is the qi of heaven and earth. It's the qi of origin. It's the qi of immortal Tao. It's a mighty spirit. The sword is just a carrier. The sword itself isn't frightening, nor is it sharp. It's sharp because of the immortal qi within it, immortal might, and the power of the immortal Tao. Through the sword, it transforms everything into unparalleled sharpness and a fierce Tao. When a sword goes to the extreme, it's sharp. When it deviates, it's sharp. When it's thrown to the ground, it's the strength of the firmament. One sword props up the horizon. One sword inspires song. One sword questions the firmament. One sword seeks the immortal Tao. This sword is a heroic sword. It's a sword that stirs the heart. It's a sword that sweeps away all obstacles. It's a sword that returns everything to Qi. Whether it was the sword of the great Tao, the sword of the sword cultivator, or the immortal Tao, the sword itself wouldn't change. Although they were fundamentally different, the sword itself wouldn't change. The sword itself was a carrier. It was just that different Taos, different essences, and different power systems drove it in different ways. But no matter how many changes there was a feeling that the sword itself would not change. The carrier was fixed. These three cultivation systems all used the sword as a carrier. Therefore, for Qin Shao, comprehending the sword would be much easier than the others. After all, the sword as a carrier had always been Qin Zhao's forte. At this time, the sword of the immortal Tao was the same. The origin was different, the cultivation system was different, but the carrier was the same. More or less, there would be something similar inside. Therefore, it was naturally much easier for Qin Shao to comprehend. Coupled with Qin Zhao's own realm, it was much easier for him to comprehend. He had a natural advantage over others. Strictly speaking, Qin Shao was suspected of cheating. But fortunately, he was allowed to participate in the selection. He could be considered lucky. Hum! Suddenly, a sword hum sounded. That crisp sound suddenly rang out, and it immediately alarmed everyone around the immortal pillar. They looked around, but didn't find anything. They didn't see anyone using a sword. Everyone was looking around. You look at me, I look at you. Obviously, they had all heard it. But at this time, they didn't find anything. Naturally, they were very puzzled. Yi Wu Gui, a man, and a Feng had sensed it earlier, so their gazes landed on Qin Shao. They were by Qin Zhao's side, so they naturally heard it clearly. The sound of the sword humming seemed to have come from Qin Zhao's body. Although they weren't 100% sure, the situation shouldn't be wrong. So the three of them looked at Qin Shao, wanting to see if it was true. There was a sword hum. Did that mean that Qin Shao had really comprehended a move or two? If he could really do that, it would definitely cause a big stir in Linfu City. Chapter 1699. Clang! This was the sound of a sword being unsheathed. It was a sound that shocked the 9 heavens. Everyone involuntarily looked over, wanting to see where the sound came from. Hum! Immediately after, another sword hum burst forth. It was like the roar of a tiger and the cry of a dragon. It let out a chime that sounded like the great bell of the great Tao. It was like the sound of heavenly music. Soon, a sword light soared into the sky. At this time, everyone could see clearly who the sword light came from. Once the sword was out, it shocked the 9 heavens. It caused the roar of a dragon and the color of the sky. It was domineering. This sword bloomed with supreme power and a supreme domineering aura. It was enough to shock the heaven and earth. Not only were the people under this immortal pillar alarmed, but even the people under the other immortal pillars were alarmed. They all looked over in shock, wanting to see who it was. What had happened? The one who triggered the domineering sword chi was none other than Qin Shao. Oh my God, is he trying to comprehend a sword move? What is the background of this brother? Does anyone know? He came in the same batch as us to participate in the selection. I wonder where he came from. He's actually trying to comprehend a sword move. Isn't he too monstrous? He's too monstrous. I seem to have noticed a few of them just now. They haven't been under the immortal pillar for long. It's only been a few years. It can't be? He can actually comprehend a sword move in just a few years? How monstrous is this? It's too hard to believe, isn't it? But it's about the same. After all, he's a participant in the selection. The first batch was sent here less than 10 years ago. It's true that it's only been a few years. It's unbelievable. It's too monstrous. It seems that a monstrous genius is going to be born in this batch of participants. Isn't it just comprehending a sword move? What's so great about it? Humph, we're all geniuses. At most, he's just a little luckier. There are 108 immortal pillars here, and he just happens to be suitable for that one. What's there to talk about? Seeing Qin Zhao's shocking actions, Feng was really shocked. He was stunned for a while before he recovered slightly. His expression was incomparably excited. TSK, 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 TSK. He was actually able to comprehend a sword technique in just a few years. If it succeeds, it will be a legend that will be recorded in the history of Lin Fu City, right? According to what I know, there is no precedent of someone being able to comprehend a sword move in a few years. Amazing, truly amazing. Ha ha, looks like I, Wind, have really hit the jackpot this time. I never thought that I would be able to serve such a monstrous genius. If this official has a meteoric rise in the future, then even if he can't benefit me, I'm sure the shopkeeper will put me in an important position. Who knows, he might even be able to get an official position. That would be considered outstanding. Qin Zhao's behavior attracted countless onlookers. Everyone was pointing and whispering to each other. Whoosh! The sword suddenly fell, and the power of the sword chi was like an immortal punishment falling from the sky. Danger, everyone, get out of the way! What a domineering and terrifying sword technique! Hurry up and back away! Under the domineering sword, many people screamed and retreated. They hid far away, afraid that they would be hurt by the sword chi. However, this sword chi was actually very well controlled. It would not accidentally injure others at all. It was just that this sword chi was so powerful that it caused people to involuntarily feel a little fearful. The sword chi was withdrawn, and everything returned to calm. However, the people's hearts had not completely calmed down. At this time, the square was obviously much quieter. Many pairs of eyes were wide open, and they looked at Qin Shao with a dumbfounded expression. This move, it's a success. Qin Zhao's face also showed a slight smile. He had been immersed in the world of sword principle of the immortal pillar for the past few years, comprehending the sword principle inheritance left on the immortal pillar. Qin Shao was deeply affected by the domineering aura and the supreme heroism of challenging the heavens with the sword. In addition, Qin Shao himself had a very deep understanding of the sword, so his comprehension and cultivation were far from ordinary people. Could be described as incredible. There should be 3 moves left in the inheritance of this immortal pillar. I have comprehended the first move, but I have also added a lot of my own understanding. These 3 styles were not fixed moves. They were merely the inheritance of the sword style's intent. I still need to comprehend the specific moves by myself. Come out. The last 2 moves are more profound. Moreover, with my current realm, they are indeed a little too weak. It is still difficult to comprehend the second move. I'm afraid it will take too much time to comprehend it. After 1,000 years, we will have to gather here. I'm afraid it will be too late. I'm not in a hurry to comprehend the second move now. If there is a chance in the future, I can try again. There are other immortal pillars, and I can try. After pondering for a while, Qin Shao came to a decision. This move is meant to challenge the heavens with the sword, and to dominate the heavens with its domineering aura. Let's name this move Firmament Move. My sword will is meant to challenge the heavens with the sword, and to display a heroic and domineering aura. This sword strike had to be filled with heroic spirit. It had to be able to shock the 9 heavens with a single strike. The power of this move must achieve such a domineering effect. The first move, Firmament Move, was complete. This move was enough to become Qin Zhao's ultimate move. Qin Shao did not know how powerful this move was, but it was definitely much stronger than his other move. Collecting his thoughts, Qin Shao looked at Mo Wangbei and the others. They were still in shock, but their faces were filled with joy. Haha, congratulations, sir, congratulations, sir. In just a few years, you've managed to comprehend a sword move. You're truly a peerless genius. Feng was the first to react, and he quickly came forward to congratulate Qin Shao. Looking at everyone's reaction and hearing Feng's words, Qin Shao was slightly taken aback, and he said, "You're flattering me. It's nothing, right? Nothing?" His words deeply stimulated many people. After Feng explained to Qin Shao realized how difficult it was to comprehend a sword move. In the huge Linfu city, it was difficult for one person to comprehend a sword move in an era. Qin Shao, on the other hand, managed to comprehend a sword move in just a few years. This was simply heaven-defying. In fact, Qin Shao wanted to say that it was not that difficult, right? However, Qin Shao did not say this out loud. If he did, he would attract too much hatred and many people would want to kill him. Qin Shao was indeed very indifferent about this. There was nothing to be happy about. "Brother, how should I address you? I'm Yen Jingchun, from the Mo Yen clan. My friend, you've been through a lot. I admire you, and I also admire you a little. I wonder if I have the honor to invite you for a few drinks? Brother, you're too polite. My family runs a manor over there, and we have a small business. I'd like to make friends with you. I wonder if you'd do me the honor of staying there for a while?" What a genius! This time, you'll definitely pass the selection easily. You'll definitely be a registered disciple. I'm so envious of you. Brother Genius, please take me as your follower. Many people came forward to make friends with Qin Shao. Some were sincere, some were deliberately flattering, and some were even winking at him. Qin Shao did not put on any airs and politely responded to them one by one. Even if they were deliberately flattering him, Qin Shao was no exception. One would not slap a smiling face. At most, he would just politely decline them. This kind of friendliness made people want to make friends with Qin Shao. After all, such a genius without any airs was rare. Many geniuses were very unruly and unruly. They kept people thousands of miles away, and their aura was very strong. They did not allow others to get close to them. However, Qin Shao was different. He did not put on any airs. He was very gentle and kind. Anyone could easily get close to him. He imperceptibly exuded a unique charm of a man. Such charm also attracted people to want to take a step closer to him. Many women threw some ambiguous looks at Qin Shao, but Qin Shao just ignored them. The news that Qin Shao had comprehended a sword move in just a few years spread quickly in Linfu City, as if it had grown wings. This news was bound to cause a big stir in Linfu City. "Let's go and have a look at the other immortal pillars," Qin Shao said to the crowd. Feng immediately led the way. Qin Shao and the others walked to the other immortal pillars. At this time, Qin Shao was completely the focus of the crowd. Therefore, as soon as he moved, he also brought a large group of people with him. They all wanted to see if this peerless genius would still have a monstrous performance. There were also some people who were bored to begin with. If there was something interesting to watch, they would naturally be very happy to watch. Kulai Immortal Inn. Innkeeper, innkeeper, from afar, a waiter hurriedly shouted and ran over. A round-faced man with a long beard was looking at the account book. Hearing this voice, the innkeeper slightly raised his head and glanced at him, then lowered his head again and asked, "What's the matter? Why are you in such a hurry?" The waiter quickly arrived in front of the innkeeper and said with a face full of smiles, "Innkeeper, it's good news, great news. Ah Fong really hit the jackpot this time. We received 5 officials, and one of them comprehended a sword move in just a few years from the Immortal Pillar. He comprehended a sword move. This time, our Kulai Immortal Inn has dug up a treasure. This is definitely a monstrous genius. Moreover, this official is very amiable and doesn't have a trace of arrogance. It can be seen that he is a person who values relationships and knows how to be grateful." Oh, there's such a good news. When the innkeeper heard this, he hurriedly put down the work in his hand and a deep smile appeared on his face. Ha ha ha, then it seems that our Kulai Immortal Inn has really hit the jackpot this time. We actually picked up such a good opportunity. To be able to comprehend a sword move from the Immortal Pillar in just a few years, he's definitely a monstrous genius. Not to mention an in-name disciple, it's very likely that he'll quickly become an official disciple. He doesn't put on any airs and knows how to be grateful. That's why I have to make friends with him. Our Kulai Immortal Inn doesn't have any background in Linfu City. Recently, it's been difficult for us to survive. If we can latch onto a big thigh, then the future of our Kulai Immortal Inn will definitely be much better. Chapter 1700. Star Moon Pavilion, Inner Room. A slender, handsome, and long-haired man was cultivating there. The sun, moon, and stars revolved around him, making him seem dazzling. It was as if all the stars in the heavens were shining under his immortal pressure. It was as if an immortal was unleashing his unparalleled immortal might here. The sun, moon, and stars, the birth of strange phenomena. This was a terrifying immortal pressure. Clearly, this was a powerful immortal technique. If cultivated to the extreme, its power would definitely be terrifying, enough to slay immortals and gods. A man in silver armor suddenly walked in quickly and arrived in front of the handsome young man. He bowed slightly and said, "Young master, there is a piece of news that you might be interested in." Hearing the man in silver armor, the handsome young man stopped cultivating. He raised his head and glanced at the man in silver armor. He said, "What good news do you have, Hu Shifu?" The man in silver armor said, "Young master, I just received news that a participant called Qin Shao only used 6 years to comprehend a sword move from the Immortal Pillar." "It's that Immortal Pillar?" Hearing the silver-armored man's words, the handsome youth asked with some surprise. Hu Shifu nodded. "Yes, that's the Immortal Pillar. Young master, you also comprehended it before." The handsome youth nodded slightly and said, "Yes, this young master remembers now. Previously, I indeed went to comprehend it. I had some comprehension, but I didn't really comprehend half a move. There were 3 sword moves on the Immortal Pillar. Together, they can be considered a powerful immortal technique. I didn't comprehend half a move either. In our Linfu city, it's rare for someone to comprehend half a move in an epoch. This Qin Shao was actually able to comprehend a sword move in a short 6 years. It seems like he's really a talented person." "That's right. But it's normal. After all, the selection this time has gathered the young geniuses of countless clans and tribes in the Fujin mountain range. There's bound to be some outstanding ones. It's nothing strange. If there aren't a few people like this, then wouldn't the Fu Su Immortal Palace become a joke by holding such a grand selection? I understand. You can leave now. During this time, I'll cultivate well." If I don't make a sound, I'll make a sound. I've waited for this opportunity for a long time. Now that the opportunity has come, I can't let it go. If I don't make a sound now, when will I make a sound? I'll let everyone in the world know that no one can stop my sharpness." The man in silver armor said, "Young master, you're really courageous. With your talent, you'll definitely be able to shine this time. But young master, are you really not going to take a look?" "He's just a genius." The handsome young man shook his head. He didn't take it to heart. The silver-armored man continued, "But young master, as far as I know, Nangong Ling and Dao Hufeng both went." What?" Hearing this, the handsome young master's eyebrows suddenly furrowed. He suddenly stood up and said, "The two of them actually went? No, I have to go too. Wherever Nangong Ling is, I'll be there. Humph, I can't let Dao Hufeng steal the limelight. Dao Hufeng doesn't have the ability to steal Nangong Ling from me. There's no time to lose, Xian Fu, take me there quickly." Pa Fu nodded. He was also prepared for this. The two of them quickly left the room. In the square, Qin Zhao's group arrived before an immortal pillar. Qin Zhao's fame was now widespread. The moment he arrived before the immortal pillar, there were people who took the initiative to open a path for him, allowing him to easily approach the immortal pillar. However, Qin Zhao found a problem. This immortal pillar was different from the others. There was no one within 100 feet of this immortal pillar. The onlookers were 100 feet away. There were some people within 100 feet, but they seemed to be struggling as they slowly moved forward. Moreover, the area within 100 feet of this immortal pillar was shrouded in immortal pressure. Hazy immortal qi lingered around it. It was unusual and different. Esteemed official Qin, this immortal pillar is the most famous immortal pillar in this place. There's an immortal technique called three-step kill on it. It's an inheritance left behind by an extremely powerful immortal. It's said that as long as you can walk to the front of the immortal pillar, you'll be able to. He inherited the three-step kill immortal technique. Once you can cultivate the three-step kill immortal art, your strength will skyrocket. So this immortal pillar gradually became the most famous immortal pillar. Countless cultivators came because of its fame, just to see if they could get the inheritance of the three-step kill. Seeing Qin Zhao's confusion, Feng immediately explained. Yi Wuguei asked curiously, "There seems to be a terrifying power within 100 feet. It should be very difficult to get close to this immortal pillar, right? I saw that none of those people were able to get within 500 feet of it. Looking at the immortal pillar from here, I can't see anything. It's as if it's blocked by layers of power." Feng nodded. "Yes, it's difficult. It's very, very difficult. It's much more difficult than comprehending a move or two from the immortal pillar. It's extremely difficult to even get within 100 feet of this immortal pillar, let alone get close to it. It's hard to find one in 100 epochs who can get within 100 feet of it. It's hard to find one in 10,000 epochs who can get close to it. Furthermore, most of them are 4th step universe grades or even half-step heavenly venerate. I've never heard of a ruler realm cultivator." It might have appeared in the long river of history, but I don't know how many epochs ago it was. If that's the case, then this immortal pillar is too difficult. If you can't get close, then you won't be able to get the inheritance. Basically, no one can obtain the inheritance. Then why is this immortal pillar still so popular? Yi Wuguei asked with a puzzled expression. This was indeed a question that everyone was puzzled by. Ha ha! Feng laughed. "Sirs, there's something you don't know. It's true that almost no one can get the inheritance from this immortal pillar. However, it's precisely because of this that people are scrambling for it, making this immortal pillar more and more famous. Eventually, it became the undisputed number one. Perhaps it's because people who can't get it will let others get it. Because once they get it, the rewards will be the greatest. Naturally, people will be willing to take a huge risk when there's a huge reward. Furthermore, many people want to compete with others. Coming to this immortal pillar has already become a trend. The closer you get, the harder it is. Therefore, the closer you are, the more dangerous it is. For example, if you can get within 200 feet of it, that's a huge honor. If you can get within 100 feet of it, then it will cause a sensation in Linfu City. Thus, a lot of people have come to challenge this immortal pillar for the sake of their reputation. They all want to get closer to it so that they can display their strength. After hearing this explanation, everyone finally understood. So there was such a way to play. Thinking about it, it was very understandable. Qin Shao understood even more. In fact, he had already guessed this. Official Qin, you were in high spirits just now when you comprehended a sword move. I reckon that the other immortal pillars won't mean much to you. However, I think Sire Qin can give this immortal pillar a try. Even if you can't get the inheritance, if you can create another glorious achievement within 100 feet of it, then you can definitely cause a sensation in Linfu City. If that's the case, then Sire Qin's reputation will soar, and all the major factions will try their best to curry favor and rope you in. When the time comes, Sir Qin will surely rise to the top of the clouds and soar into the 9 heavens, Wind added. Qin Shao pursed his lips and smiled. If I make it so high profile and famous, then aren't you afraid that other factions will snatch me away, and I won't go to Kolai Immortal Inn? Wind laughed heartily and said, Haha, to be honest, this little one is indeed a little worried. But worry is one thing. You can't stop Sire Qin from shining and showing off your talent because of my worry and selfishness, right? This is a very good opportunity for Sire Qin to show off. The more brilliant you are, the more you will attract the attention of the major factions. This is an extremely meaningful thing for Qin officials' life. It is also very necessary to establish good relations with the major factions. Even if Sire Qin can definitely pass the selection and become an in-name disciple of Fuda Immortal Palace. However, I'm afraid that you will need the help of the major factions in many areas on your future cultivation path. If Sire Qin can establish good relations in this area, then it will definitely make Sire Qin's cultivation path much easier in the future. Qin Shao nodded. This was true. Although Qin Shao wasn't very keen on these things, if he could establish good relations with them, then there would only be benefits and no disadvantages. Qin Shao understood this principle. Moreover, Qin Shao had other thoughts. If he could establish good relations with some major factions, he would definitely be very willing. Once he had the resources in this area, then he could use them to find Jingyang and the others. He had been in the immortal domain for some time, but he hadn't found any news about Jingyang and the others. He didn't know how they were doing now. The immortal domain was really too big. Not to mention the immortal domain, even the Fuda mountain range was too big. He couldn't find any news about Jingyang and the others with his own ability. Therefore, if he could rely on the power of some major factions, then it would naturally be the best thing to do. And this was also a bit of Qin Zhao's selfishness. Therefore, Qin Shao also wanted to show off as much as possible. Originally, he preferred to keep a low profile. This time, he would make an exception. For Jingyang and the others, so what if he showed off once? It was a waste of youth if he didn't go crazy. Qin Shao still thought of himself as a youth. Haha, interesting. Big brother Qin Shao, create another miracle. I think you should be able to easily get within 100 feet. Yu Wugui laughed loudly. He was very optimistic about Qin Shao. Ah Man also said, of course within 100 feet. Once Big Brother Qin Shao makes a move, he will definitely be able to get close and obtain the inheritance. Chapter 1701. Qin Shao shook his head helplessly and said, "Don't flatter me. It's rare for one to appear in 10,000 epoch. It's not that easy. No matter what, with my current cultivation, it's very normal for me to be less than 30 meters away from her. Don't flatter me to the point where I can't back down. Wouldn't it be awkward if I really am less than 30 meters away from her?" Yi Wugui and Man scratched their heads and chuckled. Although they really did trust Qin Shao, they really couldn't decide such a thing. Right at this moment, a wave of commotion swept over. As soon as it did, it spread like a waterfall. Look, look, look who's here. Who is it? She's so beautiful. She's really too beautiful. I've never seen such a beautiful woman. Tsk, she really is like a celestial maiden from the 9 heavens. Isn't her aura a little too powerful? She's clearly only a ruler of the 4th step, but why does it feel like her aura is comparable to an immortal's? It's Nangong Ling. It's actually Nangong Ling heavens. Why has the princess come here? She shouldn't be interested in a lord like this, right? Huh? So she's Nangong Ling. I've often heard legends about her. I never thought I'd see her in person. Tsk, she really is as the legends say. She's really too beautiful. She's not just beautiful. It's said that she's extremely likely to be on par with her sister, Nangong Qianzi. She'll probably become the holy maiden of the Fumo Immortal Palace. Isn't that true? It's really a blessing from the heavens for the Nangong clan to give birth to 2 peerless geniuses in this generation. It's said that the number of men who've pursued Nangong Ling in Linfu City is enough to line up a few times around the city. She really is breathtakingly beautiful. She really is the type of woman that men would fall in love with a single glance. I've even noticed that I've started to like Nangong Ling. Let's stop daydreaming. Nangong Ling isn't someone we can hope to reach. Just her aura alone is enough to make us lose the courage to approach her. Let's just stop worrying and look at her from afar. The restless voice quickly spread throughout the square. Nangong Ling was originally the focus of attention, but all of a sudden, all eyes were turned to Nangong Ling. It could be seen how great Nangong Ling's influence was. She was definitely not comparable to Qin Shao. Qin Shao also looked over in surprise. She wanted to see what kind of fairy Nangong Ling could cause such a big commotion. At first glance, Qin Shao was indeed a little stunned. She was indeed beautiful, enough to make any man mesmerized at a glance. At the very least, at first glance, Qin Shao was stunned. It was a feeling that shook his soul. A woman's beauty did not lie in her looks, but more importantly, her temperament. A woman's charm was something that was naturally emitted. It was something that came from her bones. Nangong Ling was dressed in a light purple dress with a phoenix crown on her head. Her long robes trailed on the ground, untainted by the mortal world. His 10 fingers were like jade, crystal clear. Her skin was smooth and creamy, and she had the face of a beautiful fox. Especially her eyes, which were like a pair of immortal bells, flashing with immortal light. They also seemed to be able to speak. They could even play a song of immortal music. Her whole body was enveloped by a rainbow-colored immortal light, so when she appeared, she shone brightly and supported her powerful aura. Nangong Ling walked over leisurely. Wherever she passed, the crowd automatically made a path for her. Some people were bold and wanted to get to know Nangong Ling. However, when Nangong Ling glanced at them, they were frightened and obediently retreated to the side. However, there were always some who were bold. A young man in embroidered clothes, holding a jade fan, walked out elegantly and stood in front of Nangong Ling looking at the symbol between his eyebrows. One could tell that he was a 1 in a billion genius who participated in the selection. There was a hint of arrogance between his eyebrows. It could be seen that this person was somewhat arrogant. The young man in embroidered clothes opened the jade fan in his hand and gently waved it. He said to Nangong Ling, "Princess Nangong Ling, I have admired you for a long time, but I have never been able to meet you. Today, I am very fortunate to be able to see Princess Nangongling's true appearance. I shamelessly came forward to get to know you, Princess Nangongling. However, before the young man in embroidered clothes could finish speaking, Nangongling coldly glanced at him and said rudely, I don't want to know who you are. I want to ask you, have you peed before? Peed before? What kind of question was that? The young man in embroidered clothes looked at Nangongling in confusion. He was stunned by the question. Shouldn't pee be something that ordinary mortals would do? They didn't need to do such a thing, so how could they pee? Therefore, the young man in embroidered clothes was very puzzled as to why Nangongling would ask such a question. It sounded very strange. The young man in embroidered clothes didn't react, but the bystanders did. Haha, you are really stupid. Princess Nangongling means that you should take a piss and look at yourself in the mirror. You are a toad who wants to eat swan meat. Our Princess Nangongling is not someone you can covet. Do you really think that you are amazing just because you have reached here? You are really a peerless genius. What kind of genius is this? She is asking you to take a piss and look at yourself in the mirror. You can't even understand this. I am really worried about your Shangji. I'm laughing. Another idiot. How stupid must he be to not understand human language? The young man's face flushed red as if he had been ruthlessly slapped by some of the onlookers. Only then did he react. So this was what Nangongling meant. He really didn't react for a moment. What was this? Wasn't this a naked humiliation? Wasn't this a slap to his face? But what could he do? Did he dare to act up? Under Nangongling's aura, he couldn't muster up the courage at all. Even if he could muster up the courage, there were so many people present. They were all supporting Nangongling. What else did he dare to say? If he did anything, the bystanders would probably cripple him in minutes. Therefore, the young man in embroidered clothes also retreated to the side with an ugly expression, becoming a big joke for the crowd. Nangongling didn't pay much attention to the man and continued to walk over. Seeing Nangongling walking over, many people were guessing. Why did Nangongling come here? Did she want to try to get within 100 feet of that immortal pillar? Or did she want to try to obtain the 3 steps kill immortal technique? But it didn't make any sense. Nangongling had never come to the square before and didn't go to any of the immortal pillars to comprehend. After all, with Nangongling's status, she really didn't care about these things. After all, if she needed an immortal technique, wouldn't it be just a matter of words? It was just a matter of a sentence, and it would definitely be much more powerful than the inheritance here. Therefore, Nangongling didn't need to do that at all. No matter how good the 3 steps kill immortal technique was, it shouldn't be much in Nangongling's eyes. Unless Nangongling suddenly wanted to try to get close to the immortal pillar. It was still possible that she came just for this. Just as everyone was guessing Nangongling's intention, Nangongling stopped in front of Qin Shao and her eyes fell on Qin Shao. Obviously, Nangongling came here for Qin Shao. This action immediately made everyone's eyes focus on Qin Shao again. They didn't expect Qin Shao to have such great charm that he could even summon Nangongling. This was also something that made people very curious. Seeing Nangongling stop in front of him and sizing him up, Qin Shao couldn't help but frown slightly. To be honest, he didn't really like Nangongling's gaze. It was an indescribable gaze. It seemed to be a bit too much to say that it was high and mighty. It didn't seem to be very sharp either. It didn't seem to be very aggressive either. In short, it was a gaze that was difficult to express what it meant, but it made Qin Shao feel a little uncomfortable. It felt like he was being scrutinized. Everyone quieted down and stared at the 2 people with wide eyes. One was the peerless genius Qin Shao, who had just caused a sensation in Lin Fu City, and the other was the world-famous Princess Nangongling, the peerless genius of the Nangong clan. Everyone in Lin Fu City knew that the Nangong clan was a very powerful clan. It was no exaggeration to say that the Nangong clan's strength could definitely be ranked in the top few in Lin Fu City. There were countless people from the Nangong clan in the Fumo Immortal Palace, and there were also extremely ancient and powerful existences. Therefore, the Nangong clan was a symbol of strength. In terms of status, an official disciple of the Fumo Immortal Palace might not be comparable to Nangong Ling. Moreover, with Nangong Ling's status and talent, she could be directly accepted into the Fumo Immortal Palace and become an official disciple. There was no need for her to go through any tests or selection. No matter how brilliant Qin Shao was, he was instantly overshadowed when standing in front of Nangong Ling. However, Qin Shao wasn't overwhelmed by Nangong Ling's aura. He stood there, neither servile nor overbearing, looking at Nangong Ling calmly. The atmosphere suddenly became a little strange. Everyone held their breaths, wanting to see why Nangong Ling was looking for Qin Shao. It always gave people the feeling that there was something unusual going on here. The two of them looked at each other like this, and neither of them spoke. It was as if they were secretly competing in terms of aura. Qin Shao was very calm, but the 5 people standing beside Qin Shao were breaking out in cold sweat. Even Mo Wangbei felt a little uncomfortable and wanted to stay away from Qin Shao. Finally, Nangong Ling was the first to speak. "You're Qin Shao." "Yes, I'm Qin Shao." Qin Shao nodded in response. This opening was very simple, but also very weak. "I just heard that you've comprehended a sword form under the Immortal Pillar in a short 6 years. Even though I didn't go under the Immortal Pillar to study it, I know who the owner of the Immortal Pillar was. I also know how difficult it is to comprehend a sword form. It's said that on average, there isn't a single person in Linfu City who can comprehend half a form in an entire era. You were able to comprehend a sword move in a short 6 years, which can be considered a heaven-defying feat. Therefore, I was a little curious and came to see who had the ability to do this." Chapter 1702. Miss, you flatter me. It's nothing. I believe that if you are willing, you can do it too. In front of Nangong Ling, Qin Shao was more modest, but what he said was also the truth. Although Qin Shao didn't know much about Nangong Ling's background, he could feel that she was definitely a peerless genius. Therefore, if Nangong Ling was willing, she should be able to do it too. It wasn't a heaven-defying thing. At least, Qin Shao really didn't think much of it. Along the way, he had done a lot of heaven-defying things, and his heart had long been as calm as water. No matter how big the harvest was, it was nothing to him, and he could treat it calmly. "Miss." Nangong Ling's crescent moon-like eyebrows frowned slightly, and she seemed to be a little surprised. There was nothing wrong with the word "miss" itself, but she, Nangong Ling, had always been high and mighty, and had always been respected by others. They all called her princess, but no one dared to call her Mississippi. For a miss, the meaning was relatively flat, and even a little disrespectful. So when Nangong Ling heard Qin Shao call her miss, she also felt a little strange. Indeed, she had never heard anyone call her that before, so it sounded strange. Nangong Ling quickly said again, "Yes, if I am willing, then I am indeed confident that I can comprehend a sword move. However, I don't dare to be interested in this. Today, I'm just a little bored. But you are a little special, unlike the others. You are different." "Not like the others?" Qin Shao looked at Nangong Ling with a little puzzlement. Everyone was different, and it was normal for him to be special. However, Qin Shao wanted to know what Nangong Ling meant by him being different from the others. Nangong Ling didn't have much of a smile on her face, but there wasn't much coldness either. Although she still gave people the feeling of being high and mighty, like a queen, people didn't dare to approach her. However, in front of Qin Shao, she didn't seem to be so sharp. Everyone else would flatter me and try to get on my good side. At the very least, they would be polite to me. But you are different. You don't mean to please me. And there is not much politeness in your eyes. This makes me feel no sense of superiority in front of you, said Nangong Ling Qin. Xiao smiled faintly and said, I've never been one to curry favor with those in power. Your status and background are of no benefit to me. I also don't feel that I'm inferior to others, so I have no reason to flatter you and deliberately curry favor with you. As for being polite, that's the most basic etiquette for a man. Nangong Ling looked at Qin Xiao with her watery eyes. She increasingly felt that this man was different, too different. Ever since she was young, she had been pursued by too many people. No matter who saw her, they all had a fawning attitude. She had grown tired of this kind of attitude. Sometimes people just needed to find a sense of novelty. Oh, what kind of wind is blowing today? Why is Princess Nangong Ling in such a refined mood to actually come here? At this moment, a clear voice rang out. A golden-robed young man walked over under the accompaniment of an old man. The old man's clothes were relatively ordinary. He was the kind of person who wouldn't take a second look at just based on his attire. He didn't smile, but his body emitted a terrifying aura that wasn't dense, but it made people feel a little fearful. Especially those deep eyes. They were as powerful as the sky. Looking into them would immediately make people feel like they were thrown into the abyss of hell. Wherever the two of them went, the onlookers consciously retreated far away, not daring to approach. It was very obvious that this old man must be an extremely powerful existence. Qin Xiao also sized up the old man. With Qin Xiao's eyesight, he could see the situation. What surprised Qin Xiao was that this old man was actually a heavenly venerate. To be able to make a first step, heavenly venerate follow behind him, what kind of background did this golden-robed young man have? Needless to say, this person's background was definitely not small. One had to know that this was a heavenly venerate, an existence that had entered the ranks of immortals. This was an existence that surpassed the level of ants and mortals, an existence that could live forever. For such a person to be willing to follow behind this golden-robed young man and escort him, it was enough to see how powerful this golden-robed young man's background was. Some of the people in the square who recognized this golden-robed young man also hid far away, whispering in private. Sir Qin, this person's name is Daohafeng. As his name suggests, his best weapon is the saber. It's said that he has an immortal saber hidden in his body. Once it's used, it can even threaten immortals. Of course, that's just a rumor. No one knows if it's true or not. After all, he's only a fourth-step heavenly venerate. He's only a fourth-step ruler. If he can really threaten immortals, that's quite a frightening thought. His background isn't particularly powerful. It's just that two of his clan's ancestors were from the Fumo Immortal Palace and have lived for an extremely long time. He doesn't seem to be particularly powerful, but he still has some status. In Linfu City, he has developed and expanded for so many years, so he still has some foundation. It's said that the elder by his side is an immortal who's always been in charge of protecting him. That's enough to see how well he's treated in his clan. That's why no one in Linfu City dares to provoke him, Wind explained to Qin Xiao and the others. Two of his clan's ancestors were from the Fumo Immortal Palace, so his background wasn't small. However, Qin Xiao didn't care much about this. He wouldn't easily provoke anyone anyway. Even if they didn't, as long as they didn't provoke him, Qin Xiao wouldn't easily provoke them. This was Qin Zhao's principle. Nangong Ling glanced at Dao Hufeng and said coldly, "What does it have to do with you where I go? Are you going to stick your nose into my business?" Her tone was very unfriendly. Dao Hufeng seemed to be used to Nangong Ling's tone and didn't get angry. He still had an elegant smile on his face and said, "Haha, of course it has nothing to do with me. How would I dare to stick my nose into your business? I just happened to pass by and saw Princess Nangong Ling, so I came to greet you, so that those who are curious can come up and say hello. I have no other intentions. Nangong Ling obviously wouldn't be able to fool her. She didn't hold back and said, "What a coincidence. I didn't see you here when I came." Of course, she was implying that Dao Hufeng followed her here. But that was indeed the case. Dao Hufeng felt a little awkward after being exposed on the spot. Fortunately, at this moment, another voice was heard, breaking the awkward atmosphere. "It's really lively today. Our Linfu City's two famous people are here. How can I miss out on the fun?" The one who spoke was a handsome young man in embroidered robes. Behind him was a man in silver armor. The two of them walked over with large strides. Their brilliance was extraordinary. It was as if two young kings had arrived. They had an imposing appearance. One look and one could tell that they weren't ordinary people. Qin Shao could tell that the man in silver armor behind him was also a first-step celestial venerable. What's going on today? Why are there so many people with great backgrounds here? First, it was Nangong Ling, then Dao Hufeng, and now this young man in embroidered robes. They all had great backgrounds. What's going on today? Even Zhang Yan is here? Feng was shocked and said with a face full of surprise. Qin Shao glanced at Feng. Feng swallowed his saliva and explained, "Official Qin, Zhang Yan's background is much greater than Dao Hufeng's. Zhang Yan is from Xingyue Pavilion. The current pavilion master is Zhang Yan's father. Xingyue Pavilion, as far as I know, has 5 immortals from Fuda Immortal Palace. It's said that Xingyue Pavilion has more than that. Of course, I don't know if it's true or not. I only know that Xingyue Pavilion is very powerful. Although it's not as powerful as the Nangong clan in Linfu City, it's probably in the top 100. Qin Shao nodded casually. He didn't think much of it. So what if he had a big background? It had nothing to do with him anyway. The arrival of Nangong Ling, Dao Hufeng, and Zhang Yan ignited the atmosphere in the square. "Zhang Yan, your nose is really sharp. We just arrived and you're right behind us," Dao Hufeng said with a hint of sarcasm. Zhang Yan chuckled and said, "Dao Hufeng's nose isn't sharp? Princess Nangong Ling just arrived and you followed her here. You even lied and said that you were just passing by. You're quite interesting." Same here, same here. You don't have to talk about me." "We all know why you're here," Dao Hufeng retorted. These two people's words were filled with the smell of gunpowder. Everyone could hear that these two people were obviously at loggerheads with each other. They were love rivals. Both of them were obviously pursuing Nangong Ling. However, Nangong Ling didn't have a good impression of either of them. The relationship between the three of them was a little interesting. The atmosphere suddenly became a little strange. Qin Shao wasn't in the mood to watch the show. He was about to break through the immortal pillar. Dao Hufeng and Zhang Yan soon knew why Nangong Ling was here. She just wanted to see who Qin Shao was. Such a situation naturally stimulated them. What was there to see about a village boy? Was it worth it for Nangong Ling to come here personally? Seeing that Qin Shao was about to break through the immortal pillar, Dao Hufeng quickly walked over and looked at Qin Shao with a smile. "You're Qin Shao, right?" Qin Shao, who was about to step forward, heard this voice and couldn't help but stop. He frowned and looked at Dao Hufeng, who was walking towards him. Qin Shao didn't have a good impression of Dao Hufeng. When he saw him walking towards him, he naturally understood that Dao Hufeng didn't come with good intentions. He probably wanted to cause trouble. However, Qin Shao wasn't afraid of anything. He replied coldly, "Yes, what do you want?" Dao Hufeng chuckled and said, "I don't dare to say that. I heard that you used only 6 years to comprehend a sword move under the immortal pillar. Princess Nangong Ling is a little interested in you. So I'm a little interested in you too. What I love the most is dealing with geniuses. It seems that you're a genius, right?" Such a sarcastic tone was obviously mocking Qin Xiao and provoking Qin Xiao. You're tuning in to the Phoenix Knights YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.